The Titoites, Enver Hoxha, 1982 Part 2. Published by Marx Tumau. Credit to David J. Romagnolo. Chapter 6. Tito puts into action the plan to gobble up Albania. Tito's second accusation. Quote, the CC of the CPY is not satisfied with the relations with you. Unquote. A heated debate with the emissary of the Yugoslav leadership. Tito seeks to turn quote Federative Balkans unquote into a quote power unquote concentrated in his hand. The demand to send back the Soviet advisors on the ill-famed Coordination Commission. Tito decides to discard his former agent, Nako Spru. Titoites seeks vengeance. Further aggravation of the situation in our political bureau. Why did Nako Spru commit suicide? Belgrade demands the liquidation of the General Secretary of the CPA. Outbreak of the savage attack against the CPA, its leadership and the line it pursued. Titoites and Pondi Cristo acting to realize Tito's plans. The period from the beginning of November 1947 to March to April 1948 will remain in history as one of the gravest and most dangerous periods which our party and people have ever gone through. These were the months when we were facing the final attack of the Titoites for the elimination of the CPA and the gobbling up of Albania. At the same time, however, this was a battle of special importance not only for the Titoites. For us, too, this was one of the St. Ernest and most glorious battles against modern revisionism. Tito and company were to go on the attack in a terrain with which they were acquainted in detail. During the 5 to 6 years of mutual relations they had gained a thorough knowledge of where their weak points and strong points lay, where they had opponents and where they had supporters amongst us. It was completely the opposite with us. We had just arrived at the opinion that we had to do with the leadership of a party which was not following a correct Leninist course, at least towards us. But the worst of it was that our conclusion about the Yugoslav leadership, as a perfidious leadership which was pursuing an anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian line towards us, could not be stated openly at those moments, even in our political bureau. The pro-Yugoslav lobby headed by Titoites existed within the bureau and was striving to take total control. This meant that we had to define and pursue cautious, well-considered tactics, to take steps forward, but the situation and the time required that in our declarations we must say some good words about the Yugoslav quote comrades unquote and Tito's Yugoslavia. On the other hand, at this stage and in all our battles with the Yugoslav revisionists we were almost alone, facing ferocious enemies with long experience in their infamous, villainous actions. There was no one beside us at those grave moments to tell us whether we were right or wrong, whether we were opposing the leaders in Belgrade correctly or incorrectly. Of course, when I say quote no one unquote I have in mind concrete parties, concrete comrades of sister parties, because we cannot negate a major factor which we always had on our side, Marxism-Leninism. Confrontation of our stands and actions with the guiding theory of the proletariat told us that the only way to save the situation was to oppose the attack from Belgrade firmly, but prudently and cautiously. Nevertheless, both the situation at that time and our still limited experience made us ask ourselves time after time, quote, are we making a mistake? Unquote, quote, do the others, especially the leadership of the CPSU, not see what the leaders of Belgrade are? Unquote. In any case, the dagger was pointed right to our hearts and we could not remain idle. Hence we were obliged to face up to the attack from Belgrade alone. All these factors were to make the finale of our first battle against modern revisionism much more difficult and more complex than the other battles to which we would commit ourselves later. Consequently, in this first battle we would also be obliged to pay the quote penalty unquote for the past, for our former excessive trust and sincerity, our lack of experience, our inadequate ideopolitical level, the lack of direct aid and support from others, etc. For these and other reasons, at one moment, the existence of the party, the freedom and independence of the homeland and the cause of the revolution and socialism in Albania were to be put seriously in doubt. However, we were to overcome all these things with complete success and were to emerge triumphant from the first direct battle with the Titoite variant of modern revisionism. And when the letters of the CC of the CPSU addressed to the Yugoslav revisionist leadership came into our hands in April 1948 our satisfaction would be great and justified. In the main content of these letters we saw, amongst other things, the confirmation of the correctness of the struggle to which we had committed ourselves. We had done this at a time when we knew nothing about the fact that the leadership of the CPSU, headed by Stalin, had long been waging the same struggle against the Belgrade renegades. The loyalty of our parties to Marxism-Leninism had led us to this common resultant. Precisely in this and nowhere else lies the explanation for the immediate and complete solidarity of our party and people with the letters of the CC of the CPSU. This also explains the other fact which quote astonished unquote many about how we settled accounts with the Titoites so quickly and consistently. However, this belongs to the final period of this battle and I shall speak more extensively of this when the time comes. Let us return to the commencement of the battle. Tito's second accusation against the CPA. Early in November 1947, I received a note from Savo Zlatic in which he told me that on the orders of the CC of the CPY he had been charged to have a talk with me and with Comrade Hoxha on some problems of Albanian-Yugoslav relations . After transmitting the order, as the diplomat he was, he did not forget to close his letter by saying that he would be at our disposal on any day and in expectation of my reply took the felicitous opportunity to present his good comradely greetings. Both the seriousness with which Zlatic gave the order of the CC of the CPY and the good comradely greetings with which he ended the 6 lines in telegraphic style, implied to me that what he had to communicate would be extremely important. I summoned Cozy, gave him Zlatic's note, and the following day, November 6, 1947, we were facing the good comrade . These things I shall communicate to you, he opened the conversation, adopting a very stern mien, have been formulated on the basis of the most recent deductions of the CC of the CPY in connection with our relations. I have to tell you from the outset also that Comrade Tito is informed of these matters and I am speaking to you on his behalf. Cozy Hoxha nodded his head and looked me in the eye. Perhaps he was thinking to himself, now you're in for it. Meanwhile Zlatic began, the Central Committee of the CPY has arrived at the deduction that our relations during this period are not satisfactory. They are not even clear, when they should be close and firm. A general decline in our relations is being observed, and especially in the economy our relations are quite sluggish. If we take our joint companies, there are such clashes between partners that the Arbitration Commission has to intervene all the time. The attitude towards the Yugoslav technicians is so bad that time after time it leads to acts which cause great damage. We have to say that your people, the Albanians, do not benefit from and do not want to accept the aid of Yugoslavia. There are people who are afraid of our collaboration and aid. Instead of joint efforts to overcome the obstacles, from certain Albanian comrades there is an unfriendly attitude towards us. They always talk about the obligations which Yugoslavia should fulfill, but their attitude towards the obligations which you Albanians yourselves should fulfill is liberal. The Central Committee of the CPY is not satisfied with these relations, which are very bad, and we raise the question, is this not a situation that the enemy desires? That is this being done to satisfy the enemy? My temper rose and I was about to interrupt, but Zlatic begged me to let him finish the communication of the conclusions of the leadership of his party. These relations, continued Zlatic, have reached this point from your side precisely when the 9 communist parties, members of the Information Bureau, have met and decided that the relations among the countries of people's democracy should be strengthened. It is truly astonishing and disturbing to us that our relations with you should be like this at a time when the other countries of the Balkans and Central Europe are linking themselves as closely as possible with Yugoslavia. We regret that the Yugoslav party and government observe that the relations with Hungary and Romania, not to speak of Bulgaria, are much better than with small Albania, with which we are linked by the war and all the other things." Zlatic laid the piece of paper he was holding on the table and took out his handkerchief, giving us a look as if to say, "Now I have you in the trap." I don't know why I remembered the meeting of the Bureau at Dresden when the other Yugoslav, Velimir Stojnik, striking the same pose, launched essentially the same accusations against us. History was repeating itself. Since Zlatic extended the interval of silence, I thought that this was all he had to communicate to us on behalf of Tito. Therefore I said to him, "We listen to your communication and at the proper moment we shall reply to you. But in order to be more clear, I want to ask you, on what does your leadership base the conclusions at which it has arrived? Second, has it analyzed the causes which have brought relations between us to this point?" "I shall tell you all this," replied Zlatic. "But I have not finished with the deductions of the Central Committee. We have studied the situation thoroughly and we shall speak with our cards on the table. You asked whether we have looked for the causes? Yes. Our conclusion is that we must seek the cause of the breach in the policy which the Albanian government and its organs pursue towards Yugoslavia. Such a policy, let us say frankly, such an anti-Yugoslav policy, is especially obvious in the economic sector, where your orientation is completely opposed to the line which has been laid down and should exist between our two countries." I saw that Cozy Hoxha's face brightened for a moment. Not only was his sector left out of the attack, but what was better for him was that the attack was made on the government, the sector which, according to Hoxha and the Yugoslavs, pertains to me, and especially on the economy, the sector which, according to them, pertained to Nakospru. After this Cozy Hoxha began to take notes on the pieces of paper in front of him. The friends were putting forward officially the platform on which he could now operate legally in conformity with their strategic plan to overturn the situation in Albania. Meanwhile, Zlatic was presenting the arguments and facts on which Tito's deductions were based. "Let us take your draft of the 5-year economic plan," he said. "This draft does not contain the main thing, that is, It does not mention our credit. This cannot be seen. The draft has an autarkic content and takes no account at all of the economic relations with us. We must assume that this has been disregarded. Let us take the directives which have been given for the 5-year plan. Those directives lead your economy towards autarky. Industry, the railway, the port of Durrës, etc., have been planned with inflated capacities. But what is missing? The Albanian economy has not been seen as linked with the economy of Yugoslavia, and we have the impression that this orientation does not take into account the agreements with Yugoslavia and the directives of the central committees of our parties. We have no objection to the Albanian government's taking measures for the production of bread grain or the development of light industry, but we must not forget that today we have common obligations and we shall fulfill each other's needs on the basis of them. There is no reason for you, to begin to make the things that we make." Unquote. While he was speaking, or more correctly, communicating the things which Tito and the Yugoslav leadership had put forward, I managed to control myself with great difficulty. From all that he said, the truth was being disclosed more completely and was coming out quite clearly. Likewise, I was becoming even more convinced that my suspicions and conclusions about the point we had now reached were more than correct. It is putting it mildly to say that the Yugoslav leadership was behaving perfidiously towards us. Now it was telling us openly that the purpose of the agreements signed about a year earlier was nothing but the integration of our economy into their economy, that is, the transformation of it into an appendage of the Yugoslav economy, and that, if it were "to be developed," it would be developed in the way that interested Yugoslavia and to the extent that Yugoslavia desired. No, we had never proceeded from such a basis, and indeed, when we suspected this at the first moments we put our doubts out from our minds, because we could not imagine that a socialist country could try and aim to subjugate another socialist country and put its economy in its clutches. The preparation on our part of the draft 5-year plan of the economic and cultural development of the PR of Albania in itself was in conformity with the line of the gradual but independent development of our country. Sincere and convinced about our line, we had sent the draft plan to the Yugoslavs for them to examine, to suggest their ideas and to give us a final answer about those parts of the plan which we had based on a credit of 20 or 21 billion dinars which they had promised us in the spring of that year. And now it turned out that Tito and company were furious about our line for the independent development of Albania. This was what the second accusation, that our draft plan was "autarkic" aimed at. But this was the direct, you might say, economic attack. Behind it lay the political aim, a "realistic" plan, linked with the Yugoslav plan, according to them, would lead not only to the economic, but also to the political union of our two countries. This was not simply logical reasoning. Zlatic had come so full of himself that he communicated this to us quite openly. "A line, an orientation which is not in accord with our joint agreements exists in Albania," he said. "According to your orientation we do not move towards the strengthening of our links but towards the weakening of them." The CC of the CPY insists that the relations of Yugoslavia with Albania ought to be characterized every day by the idea that our union should be sounder and our friendship should move in the direction of the fraternization and collaboration of our peoples, including Bulgaria. "Because of its backwardness the Albanian economy is not capable of developing independently. The aid of Yugoslavia is necessary. The criterion of this aid is not that you should take everything ready and rely on us in a parasitic way. You will advance by linking yourselves more strongly with us, and our Central Committee thinks that the Yugoslav aid will be greater when we bring about an economic union between our countries." The crazy recklessness of the Yugoslav leadership had gone as far as that. Quite openly they demanded from us not collaboration, not mutual fraternal aid, but economic union with Yugoslavia. And the most shameless thing was that they wanted to involve our Central Committee, too, in this vile trafficking, in this haggling, in which not goods, but countries and peoples were bought and sold. At no time had our Central Committee come out with such "directives" or even discussed such a development of affairs. The period when Nako returned from Belgrade after the signing of the Economic Convention immediately came to my mind. I recalled his pessimism, his lack of any confidence in the convention, and that strange enigma which, it seemed to me, was gnawing at him, but which he never explained to me, either then or later. Again I asked myself, was the question put openly in this spirit in Nako in Belgrade? Was it precisely here that his enigma lay hidden? Zlatic's declarations, made so openly, led to this conclusion. However, it was neither the moment nor the atmosphere to oppose them there and then. In response to 2 or 3 interruptions from me about the things Zlatic was saying, he replied in the superior tone of "the master." "Comrade Enver, I see that many of these things which I am communicating to you are causing you to react. However, I did not seek today's meeting for a discussion. I have been instructed that today I should only communicate to you these deductions which are not mine, but of our Central Committee. I am communicating them to you in detail. Afterwards study them, analyze them and, whenever you consider it reasonable, you have me at your disposal. We can discuss them and debate them as much as you wish." Certainly, That is how we shall act, unquote. I told him, quote, but there are some among the things you are saying which we cannot receive with the coolness in which you are communicating them, unquote. Quote, please, don't interrupt me, unquote, he said. Quote, and this way, irrespective of whether or not you agree with what I am communicating to you, at least, you will understand the essence of my communication more correctly, and it will be easier for you in the discussions we may hold in the future. Cozy interrupted in an undertone, quote, these are grave things, Enver. They can't be passed over with just a talk here, unquote. I, too, agreed to listen calmly while Zlatic hurled colossal, quote, chunks of mud, unquote, with the idea that immediately afterwards we would hold a meeting with the comrades and give them the proper reply which the anti-Albanian and anti-Marxist deductions, at which the Yugoslav leadership had arrived, deserved. Left in, quote, peace, unquote, Zlatic continued his communication in order to imply to us, although matters were quite obvious, that the economic union would be in many planes and the main step for, quote, union, unquote, in every other field. Zlatic did not hesitate to tell us through his own mouth the following, quote, conclusions, unquote, of Tito and company. Quote, we must see the economic collaboration from the standpoint not just that we are going to build up the economy together, but we must also be clear that we are going to fight and advance jointly in other fields too, in defense, culture, foreign policy, and so on. Quote, this is the spirit in which we must educate our peoples, and not as you have proceeded up till now. Both your autarkic plan and your general orientation of cultural development foster in the people the idea of shutting yourselves away in isolation. However, if we foster in the people the sentiments of a kind of anti-internationalist, or, as you might say, a nationalist independence, we are simply building up opinion against our common basis, that is, against union, unquote. Quote, apparently what Nako wrote to me when we were in the Soviet Union was true, unquote, I said to myself as soon as I heard the words of Zlatic about, quote, union, unquote. I recalled the short letter which they handed me in Leningrad in which Nako wrote me that, on the eve of our departure for Moscow, Vukmanovic Tempo, who was in Tirana those days, had told Kozizaks, quote, the union of Yugoslavia with Bulgaria has been achieved in principle. It is not good that Albania should lag behind, unquote. I immediately asked Cozy about this report of Nako's, but Cozy told me, quote, this conversation did not take place. I know nothing about it, unquote. I left the matter at that. But now Zlatic, through his own mouth, was officially communicating to us what Tempo had told Cozy behind the scenes. There and then I put two and two together. Was Tempo's presence in Tirana at the beginning of July, on the eve of our departure for Moscow, fortuitous? Not on your life. Neither was the meeting which he had had with Kozizaks and which they had kept secret from me fortuitous. The Titoites secret agency was operating in 1947 just as in 1943. I threw a quick glance at Kozizaks, who was sweating as he tried to note down the dictates of Zlatic. I wanted to ask him, quote, why have you kept this idea and plan of the Yugoslavs secret from me? And when I asked you in Leningrad, why did you lie to me so shamelessly? Unquote. But it was neither the moment nor the atmosphere to address the person sitting beside me. Zlatic continued the, quote, communication, unquote, of the Yugoslav leadership about its plans for, quote, union, unquote. The possibility that such profoundly hostile and reactionary conclusions and directives had been arrived at had never crossed my mind. Nevertheless, the, quote, conditions, unquote, were agreed on. I had to listen quietly and savor twice over, first in Serbian and then in Albanian. The meeting was conducted through an interpreter. The venom and spleen which Zlatic vented, the idea that we would reply to these monstrosities immediately the opportunity was given us, kept me sitting there. So, suppressing my anger, I tried to hear the, quote, communication, unquote, through to the end. I thought that the real torture I was suffering would not go on much longer, since Zlatic began to present Tito's idea about the future of the Balkans. According to the Yugoslav leadership, the, quote, economic union, unquote, of our countries, including Bulgaria, should be carried out as the first step, and then we would go on to the other steps. Quote, the economic union, unquote, communicated Zlatic, quote, in fact, will constitute the basis of the future federation. The present-day Yugoslavia is its embryo, the nucleus of the federation. After this comes the question of phases, but our leadership thinks that this is not a current problem. In practice, the economic union is the federation itself. This will ensure the true progress of our countries, which cannot be achieved separately. Being united, we will emerge before the world as a minor power. Quote, on this basis, unquote, continued the representative of the, quote, minor power, unquote, in Tirana, quote, we must present the matter to the people, too. For the time being we must be cautious and speak only about the economic union. On the other aspects we should preserve the formal appearances of independence, retain the respective foreign ministries, etc. But the foundations will be federative. This, unquote, he repeated, quote, is the opinion that our leadership has arrived at. Unquote. It seemed to me that there was nothing more to be said, but I was hasty. The leadership of the quote minor power unquote had gone into all the details and, convinced that it would encounter reactions, found it necessary to give us besides the quote imperial order unquote, some quote sincere unquote explanations and to swear that there was nothing evil in its wicked intentions. Quote, it is not the intention of our Central Committee unquote, continued Zlatic, quote, to exert pressure on you over these problems, but we consider that this is the best way for the rapid development of relations of our joint economies. As to what we shall do later, this is something we shall examine. This will depend on the will of the people, the party and the Central Committee. This might be taken by some cadres as pressure, but you must explain things to your people. You yourselves must understand that Bulgaria might be able to go it alone, but Albania can never last on its own. You must implant this thoroughly in people's minds. Unquote. Quote, are you finished? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, no. Unquote, he replied in his former tone. Quote, I still have two important matters. The first has to do with the series of new measures which our leadership proposes to apply in our joint relations. Quote, the Central Committee of the CPY thinks that the existing organizational forms and the joint economy are inadequate and, if they remain as they are today, will be a real obstacle to the development of matters in the way I mentioned above. Unquote. Continuing, he issued the concrete proposals of the Yugoslav leadership which, in essence, had to do with the total integration of our economy into the Yugoslav economy. Among them two impressed me particularly. Quote, the joint planning which we will do in the economy must be applied rigorously and it must not occur that someone else gives advice about a completed project or that projects are made upon projects. Unquote. Quote, can you explain more clearly? Unquote, I asked. Quote, so that we understand what your leadership is referring to? Unquote. Zlatic was silent for a moment and looked at me with controlled anger. Quote, you must understand what I am referring to. Quote, he said. Quote, and I don't know in which way to take your interruption, Comrade Enver. However, I'm speaking to you openly, of course, as comrades, and you ought not to place us in such difficult positions. The point is that not only our advisors are working here. We gave you our orientation of the 5-year plan, and if you had based yourselves on it the plan would not have come out autarkic and unrealistic. I don't know whether you sent Nako Spru or he went on his own to Moscow, but the fact is that he put his trust in the advice of the Soviets. Our orientation was discarded, the opinion of others was accepted, and you see what sort of a plan Nako brought out. Unquote. Quote, we have discussed and approved that plan in general outline in the Bureau. Unquote, I told him, and added, not without a purpose. Quote, it is not Nako's plan, or the Soviets' plan, it is the work of the leadership of our party. Unquote. Quote, and are you still not convinced that it is wrong, unrealistic, anti-Yugoslav and anti-Albanian? Unquote, he exclaimed angrily. Quote, what have we been talking about up till now? Unquote. Quote, we have not been talking. Unquote, I said. Quote, we have only listened. We shall talk after we have heard the communication of your leadership to the end and studied it. Up till now we have said nothing. Unquote. Quote, then why do you interrupt me? Even here you are indicating that we shall have many things to discuss together. Unquote. Quote, I did not interrupt. I asked simply in order to understand the essence of your proposal better. Unquote. Quote, the essence. Unquote, he said indignantly. Quote, is this. If our plans are to be common plans there is no reason why the Soviet advisors should give us advice. Their advice will be unnecessary, irrespective of the fact that they are our close friends. Unquote. Quote, is this your opinion or that of your leadership? Unquote. Quote, the opinion of our leadership is that there should not be projects upon projects and advice upon advice. What I said was an explanation that I made of the deduction in order to make it clear to you. Unquote. Quote, clear. Unquote, I said. The second proposal which has stuck in my mind, as I said he issued many of them, had to do with the quote necessity unquote for better organization and strengthening of the Coordination Commission. Quote, this commission, unquote, said Zlatic, quote, will have a very important role. It will be like an organ which links the republics, except that in the concrete case its epicenter will be the links and coordination between Yugoslavia and Albania. Unquote. Quote, I don't wish to interrupt your speech or to express any opinion about it for the moment. Unquote, I said to Zlatic there and then, quote, but can you explain more clearly to us what role your leadership allocates to this commission? Unquote. Quote, this commission, unquote, replied Zlatic readily, quote, will be very important, will be, as we were told, a kind of joint economic government, which will ensure the direction of that policy which we proposed earlier. Unquote. Quote, I'm still not clear and must interrupt you again. Unquote, I said. Quote, in what relationship does your leadership think this commission will be with the governments of each country? Unquote. Zlatic's face went red. He was silent a moment and then continued, quote, I communicated the essentials. The main thing is to establish in principle the best organization of this commission, with important attributes, and then see what to do next. I do not know the details. We did not go into these details which you are asking for. Unquote. Quote, clear. unquote, I said. He continued with quote proposals unquote about the budget, saying that quote in Yugoslavia nothing has been planned for your plan unquote, that quote we propose that the autarkic 5-year plan should be rejected unquote, indeed that quote the idea of any kind of 5-year plan should be rejected unquote, and that quote a 1-year plan should be built for 1948. We shall assist you with so many millions here, so many millions there, so many trucks, so many tractors, so many consumer goods unquote, etc., etc. Quote these, unquote he said, quote were the proposals of our leadership. Unquote. I made ready to say to him what had to be said about this session, but he proved to be quote quicker off the mark. Unquote. Quote I spoke at length, unquote he said, quote but, as you saw, the problems are extremely serious. Now I have something much more important. What I said above has to do with the two sides, with us and with you. Now I have the final deduction of our leadership which pertains only to you. At the beginning Comrade Enver quite rightly asked whether we had studied the causes of the unpleasant situation in our relations and I gave him an answer. But I want to dwell especially on this and to communicate more extensively the opinions of our leadership. Quote the leadership of our party has arrived at the conclusion that in this whole situation your comrade Nako Spru, in particular, and some of his collaborators, have played an astonishing and destructive role. We base this conclusion, apart from other things, on the following facts. When the working groups at ministerial level discussed the problem of drafting your 5-year plan, Nako Spru, as your main delegate, expressed opposition to the orientation of the comrades Gradzger and Perovic. In essence, Nako Spru's opposition finds its reflection in the draft plan which you have worked out and approved. We think that Nako Spru has cunningly managed to deceive the comrades of your leadership, or imposed his opinion upon them, and thus succeeded in having his autarkic project with an anti-Yugoslav spirit approved in general outline by you and sent for us to examine it. Unquote. Quote you continue to speak about major mistakes and make grave accusations, but only with words or facts without foundation. Unquote I told him. Quote please, on what do you base these things you are saying? Second, I must say right now that you are putting a great deal on Nako Spru. It turns out from your words that he has allegedly directed all of us, the political bureau and our central committee. This cannot hold water from any standpoint. Unquote. Quote in principle you might be right. Unquote Zlatic tried to get over the difficulty quote coolly unquote. Quote, but sometimes it happens that even a single person deceives the whole leadership when great weight is put upon what he says. Unfortunately, this is what Nako Spru has done with you. Unquote. Quote what you say is astonishing. Unquote I replied. Quote on what do you base this? Unquote. Quote Nako Spru, unquote began Zlatic, quote has deceived you in connection with the so-called 21 billion dinars which, according to him, our side has agreed to accord you as a credit for the 5-year plan. Our comrades have not made this promise. Nothing of this figures in our budget. Our idea is a smaller amount, because such are our possibilities. Unquote. Quote how is it possible? Unquote I asked. Quote this figure was not stated yesterday or 1 month ago. We were told about those 21 billion as early as May this year. The sum has been referred to many times, but only today we are hearing that this is not the real figure. How was it that you raised no objection earlier? Unquote. Quote I'm telling you what I have been instructed to communicate. Nako Spru has fabricated this figure. Unquote. Quote that is not so. Unquote I told him. Quote when this figure was given us in May, Nako Spru was in Moscow. The figure was given to our comrades who were in Belgrade. Unquote. Quote you should not defend Nako Spru. Unquote Zlatic told me and added with obvious cynicism. Quote I have other facts about him. From a whole mass of facts it turns out that Nako Spru has kindled the flames of anti-Yugoslavism in Albania. He has wanted to ruin not only the relations between us, but also our relations with the Soviet Union and with Comrade Stalin. Unquote. There was no end to the dirt that he heaped upon Nako Spru. He mentioned the railway, the hydropower station of Salita, the oil, the olive groves, our obligations towards the peasantry, etc., etc., and everywhere portrayed Nako as the person who, with a blazing torch, was setting Albania aflame and, indeed, this fire had become so great that the smoke had reached Belgrade and disturbed Tito. Quote others, too, have acted and are acting in this spirit and under the influence of Nako Spru and we can say that the line of anti-Yugoslavism has already crystallized among you. This must be stopped for the common good. Unquote. Quote I repeat that today we shall only listen. Unquote I said, quote but just one thing I must tell you, to approve or not to approve 1, 10, or 20 orientations, conclusions, and so on, of your party can never be called either pro or anti-Yugoslavism. Anti-Yugoslavism must not be confounded with the fair objections we have had. None of us, not even Nako Spru, has ever proceeded from the idea that we should harm Yugoslavia. These things that you communicated to us are grave and we do not accept them. Please present to us the arguments on which you base this accusation of anti-Yugoslavism. Unquote. Quote I shall present them to you. Unquote he said, at the proper time and in detail. But the main one is that those things which I mentioned speak of anti-Yugoslavism. He paused for a minute and added, we have formed the conviction that Nakospreu is carrying out this anti-Yugoslav and anti-Albanian activity as an agent of imperialism. He is working for the foreign secret services against our socialist countries. These last words of Zlatic struck me like a thunderbolt, although this occurred under a threatening sky that promised nothing but thunder and lightning. What is this you're saying, Comrade Zlatic? On what do you base such grave accusations against Comrade Nakospreu? I demanded. I'm communicating the deductions of our leadership. He repeated. And to close this whole history, Comrade Tito instructed me that you should investigate these masters thoroughly, especially the question of Nakospreu. That is where the evil begins and that is where the cure should start. Such things occur in the revolution. And it should not be forgotten that he has not been operating alone. Even in the bureau, in the main leadership of your party, he has had and still has comrades who have backed and supported him. All these things should be looked into thoroughly. We tell you these things as brothers who love you and follow your situation and the situation of the dear Albanian people with concern. Now I have finished. Cozy's ox had put his hands to his head, although with the manner in which he expressed his great shock he made himself quite ridiculous. He was like a tragicomic clown. We listened to your communication, I said curtly and with a calm that dumbfounded Zlatic. It is all exceptionally grave and we shall give your leadership our reply at the appropriate time. Today I've only one request. On account of the important and delicate character of the problems which you raised, please let us have the communication of your leadership in writing. In writing? Exclaimed Zlatic. Why is that necessary? I spoke very plainly. If you like I shall repeat the whole or the parts of it on which you are unclear. No. For us, I'm speaking in the plural because I believe that Cozy, too, is of the same opinion as I. Everything is clear. However, we want your communication in writing, so that later, either in our leadership or in your leadership, it won't come round till we said it like this, but it was understood like that. Here Comrade Zlatic is at fault, or there the comrade interpreter. Don't concern yourself about me, said he. I shall take all the responsibility for everything. Nevertheless, I make this request to your leadership as General Secretary of the Communist Party of Albania. You, as an intermediary, must fulfill or transmit this request. In that case we must consider this request. Zlatic retreated. But this cannot be done today. I shall formulate in writing what I told you, send it to the leadership in Belgrade to see and then let them decide. I simply communicate, in general outline. This was the content of the conclusions of the leadership of the CPY, which was presented to us in November 1947 and which, in the history of our party, is known as Tito's second accusation against the Communist Party of Albania. Zlatic got up to go, but left amongst us all the filth that he had poured out. As he was leaving I repeated once again that we expected everything he told us in writing and after receiving this we would put the deductions of the Yugoslav leadership before the leadership of our party and would present our opinion about them. The fact is, however, that the communication in writing from Belgrade did not come. Tito knew where and why to leave documents, but the worst of it was that at those moments, indeed for months on end, we did not give Tito and company the reply they deserved over their profoundly hostile anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian accusations. Why and how this came about I shall relate below. Here I want only to point out that Tito's accusation, from beginning to end, represented one of the most violent detestable acts which could ever have been devised by renegades from Marxism-Leninism. Later, especially at the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA in September 1948, at the first Congress of the CPA in November 1948, and elsewhere, we were to analyze the Titoite accusation, like everything else, in detail and with maturity, and in the light of subsequent events we were to bring out in the open its hostile anti-Albanian essence and aims. Without going into detailed arguments, I consider it necessary to point out briefly our conclusion about this accusation. The main purpose of it was to make our country the Seventh Republic of Yugoslavia, to make it subject to the orders of Belgrade, to turn it into a colony of Yugoslavia in which our independence would be formal, covered up and disguised with the formulas of bourgeois pseudo-independence. The aim of the accusation was to separate Albania from the socialist camp, to alienate it from the Soviet Union, and to drag our party onto an anti-Marxist course. For the Yugoslav Trotskyites, Albania was to be that small state of the socialist camp in which they would conduct their first experiment to put into practice their line of betraying socialism. They had been working in this direction for a long time, but the resistance of our party had not been quelled and was very far from being quelled. Our party had great intrinsic strength. Therefore the Yugoslav leaders had to work to sap this strength. In order to achieve this purpose, first of all, They thought they should conquer the will of our Central Committee and the General Secretary of the party, in whom they saw a great obstacle. The base accusations of the Trotskyite Yugoslav leadership addressed to the Central Committee of our party were aimed against me rather than against Nako Spru, because as General Secretary of the party I emerged as the person mainly responsible for "the mistaken policy" of the Central Committee. They were well acquainted with the situation in the Political Bureau and in the Central Committee of our party, knew about the differences which existed between members of the Bureau, especially between Nako and Cozy, as well as about the situation created between me and Cozy. They knew, also, that Nako's views in connection with our relations with Yugoslavia, on all the points which were right, were in accord with my views. They knew very well that Nako did nothing in this direction without consulting me and receiving my approval. Thus, the Yugoslavs had based their calculations on the situation which existed in our political bureau, a situation which was due, first of all, to their vile intrigues. Here lies the reason, also, why they demanded that Zox, too, should take part in the meeting where Zlatic delivered his communication. Zox knew he had the support of the Yugoslavs, but now he was told, "Now we have laid the cards on the table in front of Enver Hoxha and the day has come for you to act." And Cozy Zox, one of the most sinister and notorious figures in the history of our party, would now wreak vengeance. He was to play the primary anti-Albanian and anti-party role in putting the Titoites plan into practice. Very soon a whole mass of facts, clashes and attacks were to make me even more convinced who Cozy Zox was, in whose favor and from what position he worked. The vengeance of the Yugoslav agents. It was the time when the whole party and its leadership, in the first place the political bureau, had to analyze the Yugoslav accusations dispassionately and with adherence to principle, that is, first to bring out their injustice and falsity, and then to discover the true motives and aims from which the chiefs in Belgrade were proceeding. With undaunted revolutionary spirit, but with well-considered and cautious tactics, we had to refute the accusations one by one, accusations which in essence were nothing but the links of a single chain, the chain of the new enslavement which was threatening us. It could not be put off. The work had to begin immediately in our political bureau. But even before the bureau met I knew that our advance would be very difficult. Indeed, a grave situation might be created for us and we could get into a hopeless position. The proper unity of thought and action was still lacking in the bureau, and this was expressed mostly in the endless quarrels between Cozy and Nako. It is of no value to mention here their endless series of quarrels over major and minor issues, but I want to say that in this whole process which had steadily built up, I had formed the opinion that Nako Spru, regardless of his great shortcomings and weaknesses, had managed to take a more correct and principled stand than Cozy Zox. Above all, Nako was much more active than Cozy in work, took a vigorous part in the discussion and following up of problems, reported to me frequently, and knew how to grasp the most important aspects. In two fields or aspects, in particular, Nako proved to be extremely active and open with me, in the field of the economy and in the field of "criticism" towards others, especially of sectors covered by Cozy Zox and people who were known to be "close" to Cozy. In regard to discussions of economic matters, and here our relations with the Yugoslavs occupied a large place, I listened to Nako, advised him, gave him directives, and in general, our opinions were in accord. In regard to the other field, that of the criticisms of Cozy's sector here more than anywhere else I saw Nako's old disease, unhealthy ambition, attacks from personal positions, and a tendency to underrate or push Cozy Zox aside. Without underrating Cozy's endless defects, the truth is that I did not support or take account of Nako's criticisms of Cozy, and I did the same in regard to Cozy's criticisms of Nako. It was obvious that each of them was ready to throw out the other. Cozy Zox, for his part, was puffed up and haughty, and always remained a locked door for me and the bureau. He did not raise important problems, even about the sectors that he covered as organizational secretary and minister of internal affairs, kept these things from us, because they were secret and in the bureau mostly maintained the pose of arbiter who listens, observes and takes notes. In fact he was not at all so withdrawn or inactive as he seemed. Indeed, he worked a great deal, but behind our backs, in obscurity, in the secrecy of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the sector of cadres. He displayed activity in the bureau only when it came to criticizing some aspect which had to do with the sectors which Nako covered, and displayed even greater activity when he was alone with me or when he took me aside to tell you something which has been reported to me through my channels about that Nako I cannot say that at that period I had come to realize fully that Cozy Zox was an agent of the Yugoslavs. I was well aware, and everybody knew this, that he was very close to the Yugoslavs, absorbed everything they said and applied it blindly, was inclined to support any crazy act of the Yugoslavs, and we knew and saw that for the Yugoslavs he was their favorite, the closest to them. But we thought that this came about since Cozy pleased them by being obedient to their commands and approving everything they said. We knew, and I knew especially, of Nako's continual frictions with the Yugoslavs, of his permanent dissatisfaction with the activities of Tito's emissaries. But in essence, I found Nako's observations and criticisms of the "friends" generally correct and principled. I myself had the same criticisms of the Yugoslavs and had long arrived at the opinion that they were not on the right road. Meanwhile Cozy and Nako had each worked on and won over their own "supporters" and "backers" even in the ranks of the Bureau. Pondi Cristo and Cristo Themilko were always on Cozy's side, while on Nako's side were three elements who, after the enlargement we made to the Bureau in the summer of 1946, were not admitted as members or even as candidates, but as "three comrades close to the Bureau." These were Larry Blishova, Mehmet and Fidel Pasrami. Hainikapo and Gogo Nushi were two of the most balanced and serious among the new comrades who were co-opted to the Bureau in the summer of 1946, and they did not fall into the traps of either opposing side, but judged and spoke with maturity about the problems which were presented. As for Bedri Spahiu and Tukjakova, just as previously, they did not play any particular role and mostly maintained a liberal, conciliatory stand. They could go over to either side, but mostly preferred to be neither with Nako nor with Cozy, and indeed, as they themselves said at the 8th and 11th plenums of the CC, "We were useless in the Bureau." With this they meant that they had been outside these "conflicts" and "backstage maneuvers." In general outline, this was the composition and situation in our political bureau at those moments when we should have acted as a united body, like a steel fist to cope with the danger which was threatening us. Obviously, our fist could not be united and it was difficult for it to strike where it should with the necessary force. However, I placed great hope in something essential. True, I thought, there are quarrels and feuds between comrades over different problems, but now that our party and country are facing grave accusations which come from abroad, they ought to find the strength to put aside their personal antipathies and unite in the battle that awaits us. In the heat of this battle we will strengthen the desired unity. In essence this judgment was more than correct, but the foundations on which I had built it were wrong. As I said, I did not know that for Cozy's Ox and Pondi Cristo, on the one hand, and Nako Spru, on the other hand, the question was not simply one of spite or "personal antipathy" but one of their role as secret agents. They were long-standing agents of Belgrade. In the accusations they made against us, Tito and company had taken good account of this factor, which we did not know or recognize. They were aware of the differences in the Bureau, because they themselves had implanted and fostered them and used them as the main weapon which would give them success in their attack on the line of our party. The tactics used by the Yugoslavs this time told Cozy's Ox and Pondi Cristo openly, "Your struggle against Nako and the commander is well founded. The enemy has a finger in this. Nako Spru is playing a strange role. Enver Hoxha supports him 100%, so now the road is open to you. Go on the attack." In fact, Nako had gone halfway to a turn for the better, kept close to me, consulted me more frequently, did not bow to the directives of the Yugoslavs, based himself on the Soviets, in which he was right and I supported him. In this battle which he was about to begin, Cozy's Ox saw a reliable course towards the realization of his old dream. For him Nako Spru was finished. I remained the only obstacle, but as the "supporter" of Nako, according to him and the Yugoslavs, I had to suffer the same fate. In this way the fire would quickly burst out in our political bureau. 2 or 3 days after Zlatic's accusations, Cozy's Ox and Pondi Cristo came to "visit" me at home. As soon as they came in I understood that they had discussed matters thoroughly with each other. Without even the usual greetings, they began their abuse and accusations. "It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace for us that we have allowed such an element to exist and maneuver so long at the head of the party," complained Pondi. "We have been soft and have overrated him. He blinded us with figures and his constant criticism," added Zox. It was evident that indirectly all these things were aimed at me. The situation became tense. More or less the conversation, allegedly between comrades, was being turned by them into a kind of meeting of the bureau, although we were only 3 and the others were not summoned. They insisted that we should summon Nako alone to inform him and demand an accounting. "Very well," I told them. "But we should not be hasty. First of all, we must collect our arguments, discuss the matter with the comrades, and put forward Zlatic's accusations in the bureau." "With which comrades?" Cozy asked me. "With those of the bureau?" "I disagree, comrade commander. The accusation does not include Nako alone, but Nako's whole clan." "The accusation does not include only Nako, or only his clan, but is a grave accusation of the whole line of the party and its leadership. In no way are we permitted to leave the political bureau out of this," I told them. "First, all the problems which were raised must be analyzed and examined. Then, the question of Nako will be cleared up there, too." "I'm totally opposed," objected Cozy's Ox wrathfully. "Did you see how Comrade Zlatic put it? The evil lies in the question of Nako Spru and the analysis should begin there. Enough of Nako Spruce doing what he pleases. Now we shall take him to pieces. Unquote. Quote, comrades. Unquote, I said, very worried. Quote, we know your quarrels and the unpleasant scenes which have occurred not infrequently. But now I think that the problems placed before us require that we put grudges aside and reflect on what are the main things. We must reply with arguments as to whether our line and orientation in general, and towards Yugoslavia in particular, has been right or wrong. Unquote. Quote, all the evil starts from Nako and the supporters of Nako. We must clean them out. This is how the analysis should start. Unquote, insisted Titoites. With pain and grief I finally convinced myself that we were not going to act in unity in the struggle ahead of us. Moreover, Hoxha and Pondi did not speak simply as in quote opposition unquote to Nako Spru, but precisely as if they were delegates of the Yugoslavs. And, in fact, that is what they were. Although not quote present unquote, the Yugoslav leadership, through its agents, was to manipulate the whole quote analyses unquote which we were commencing. We continued the debate for a long time, and when they saw my unshakable opposition, Zox threw off the mantle of quote gentility unquote and hurled the next bomb. Quote, comrade commander, let us make things clear at last. Don't forget that we have always commented that you listen a great deal to what Nako says. Don't forget that you, of course urged by Nako, have insisted on the autarkic plan. Do you still want to continue the old line? You astound us with this insistence. After all, we have no reason to spend much time listening to the enemies in the bureau. Let us summon the main one of them and the others will fall after him. Unquote. They both continued to raise quote arguments unquote and exert all sorts of pressure. I felt that for these two the Yugoslav accusation was no longer a question of the bureau and analysis. Everything had been worked out and predetermined by Belgrade and the Yugoslav embassy in Tirana. After a great deal of debate we reached agreement on a quote compromise unquote. Nako would not be summoned directly to the bureau and all the accusations made against him there, but initially we would inform him about what Zlatic communicated to us and then begin the discussion. Now that I was convinced that Hoxha and Pondi would be in favor of the Yugoslav thesis, the stand of Nako Spru, in particular, assumed great importance. About the middle of November we summoned him. Titoites, Pondi Christo and I were present, and informed him about Zlatic's accusation in connection with quote anti-Yugoslavism unquote, about quote his role in the economy unquote, but without mentioning the accusation that he was quote an agent of imperialism unquote. Nako listened without a tremor, quietly lit a cigarette. Usually he lit one cigarette off the other, and when we had finished, to my astonishment, after blowing out a cloud of smoke, he said, quote, is that so? And this has shocked you? Give me 2 weeks and I'll make the whole of Albania pro-Yugoslav. Unquote. In the 7 or 8 years that I had known him I had been angered and disappointed by him so many times, just as I had been rejoiced by his good aspects, so many times. Besides words of praise, I had given him the same earnest criticism, but the shock and disappointment which I suffered from this quote wisecrack unquote was the most powerful of all. Quote, how dare you speak like this? Unquote, I said, unable to control myself. Quote, what is this Albania that, according to you, in 2 weeks you can make pro-Yugoslav or anti-Yugoslav? Who do you think you are that you are able to work such miracles? Unquote. He stopped dumbfounded. Hoxha and Pondi smiled with satisfaction and expected the quarrel to burst out. Quote, excuse me. Unquote, said Nako, pulling himself together. Quote, perhaps I was wrong, but what can I say? There has been nothing anti-Yugoslav in my work. I have acted according to the line of the party in my sectors. It has never been my aim to damage the relations with the Yugoslav comrades, but I have only made comments and criticisms about those things which have not seemed to me to be right. You have not opposed me. Unquote. Quote, not opposed you. Unquote, exclaimed Titoites. Quote, we have quarreled constantly. Unquote. Quote, I am not referring to our quarrels. Unquote, said Nako coolly, and fixed his quote eyes on Titoites' face. Quote, they have been something else. The accusations raised here are quite different. Unquote. Quote, that's what they have been about. Unquote, said Hoxha angrily. Quote, I saw what you were like, that's why I opposed you. Unquote. Quote, if we are talking about why you opposed me and why I opposed you, this warrants a whole analysis. Unquote, said Nako quietly with a look which left Titoites pale and confused. Quote, Comrade Enver has asked for this several times. Unquote. Quote, no, Nako, let us take up what was said to us. Unquote, replied Titoites in a docile, frightened, almost begging tone. For a moment the two fighting cocks lowered their feathers. Quote, what is being said does not pertain to me alone. Unquote, replied Nako. Quote, Comrade Zlatic said it did, and that is why we summoned you to inform you and help you. Unquote, said Titoites as though quote casually. Unquote. Quote, the backing off unquote of the two sides, especially of Titoites, who just a few moments before was brandishing his sword, was showing once again, but with much greater force, that between Hoxha and Nako there was a secret, a delict, an enigma, for me, which terrified, indeed completely disarmed them both. For years I had known that there was something of the sort, that the beginning of the tangle lay there, but they were so terrified of it that they immediately retreated and reached a momentary accord in order to continue their everlasting quarrels. Perhaps the new situation created would bring everything to light at last. We went on in this way for some hours and, eventually, it was agreed that we would raise the problem in the bureau on the following day. Nako was instructed that there he must present his ideas and arguments on the question of the plan calmly and without passion or bias, just as we others would do. Thus it seemed to me that things were on the right course. I was convinced that Nako would know now to defend the correct line we had followed. I would support him and, as a result, the bureau would be orientated correctly and judge with maturity. However, such a procedure was not in the interests of Kozizaks, Pondi Cristo and company. If the analysis of the main problems were to begin, they might lose the day. Therefore, right from the beginning of the meeting of the bureau, immediately after I presented the main outlines of the Yugoslav accusations, Kozizaks got up and said, "The commander forgot one thing. Nakospru is not accused of distorting the orientation of the economy out of ignorance. No, Nakospru has done this as an agent of imperialism. This is the direction in which we must make our analysis and hear what he has to say." Nako went deathly white. For the first time I saw him, an impulsive type who could not keep his hand still as he was, go rigid, as though frozen to the spot. Cozy's words took me by surprise, too, and I felt myself hard pressed, because we had decided that for the time being we would not mention the Yugoslav's accusation that Nako was an agent of imperialism. "The problem is extremely serious," said Nako. "Extremely serious. It is an accusation rather than a problem. The whole thing is grave and quite unexpected. However, I shall have my say." "Let us hear you," said Cozy. "No," said Nako. "I shall prepare myself and then reply." "What will you prepare?" asked Pondi menacingly. "Bring out here all those things you have been preparing for years and let us, the bureau, judge them." "I want at least 5 days to prepare myself," insisted Nako. "Why do you want to prepare yourself? To cover your tracks? But we are not going to allow you to cover them up, because it has been hard enough to uncover them. Of course, it's the merit of the Yugoslav comrades that your dirty linen has been brought to light," Cozy raved. "As far as I'm concerned, in all conscience, for some time, in order to appear to have some theoretical training, he had started to use foreign words, of course, so mispronounced in his own peculiar way that he made himself quite ridiculous. However, the atmosphere was too grave to permit even the flicker of a smile. As far as I'm concerned," continued Cozy, "this is what you have been for a long time. But what could I do with the others who listen to you as if you were the Apostle Paul? The General Secretary will see for himself where his responsibilities and our responsibilities lie in your anti-Yugoslavism. In short," concluded Zaks, "I propose to this bureau that we examine the question of Nakospru not later than 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Nako's request for a postponement is a trap and an attempt to throw dust in our eyes and to create grave situations for us." "I beg the comrades," said Nako again, "to reflect and to understand me. Without preparation I am not in a position to speak as I should." "Comrade Cozy," I intervened. "Don't be hasty either in your words or in your ultimatums about the hours when the bureau should meet. We are here and will decide in the fairest way." Here you threw on the table one of the accusations of the Yugoslav leadership which Zlatic transmitted to us and only that one linked with Nako, while Zlatic presented to us the conclusions of Tito and his comrades about our whole line. Therefore, that is the point from which the analysis and discussion of the bureau should begin, and all the comrades of the bureau should reflect and prepare themselves for this. Naturally, Nako must reflect more deeply and prepare himself more, but, I turned to Nako, "You don't need 5 days." A silence fell and then Nakospru raised his head and asked, "Have you informed the Soviet legation about this analysis?" "What has this to do with the Soviet legation?" shouted Kozizaks jumping up. "What are you getting at? We are a party, we are the leadership, we don't take our line from the Soviet legation." "No," said Nako, his face pale. "I do not say that the line should be taken either from the Soviet legation or from the Yugoslav legation, but just that they should be consulted." "Nako," I intervened, "we still have not made our analysis and consulted as a bureau." "We know with whom we consult," said Cozy. "And you are not going to teach us. We've had enough of you doing as you like. Now you must render account. You must render it down to the last detail." He was silent for a moment and then as though he had made a great discovery he turned to us. "I think we should thoroughly examine the statement of this element. Have you consulted with the Soviet legation? In connection with the analysis which we are making, many things are being concealed. According to what he said, Nako thinks that if we inform the Soviet legation it might take Nako under its protection and tell us, don't do anything to him. Let us assume that we would do what those of the Soviet legation tell us. What would result? Two great parties, two sister parties would be alienated, the glorious Yugoslav party and the VKP. That is what Nako Spru wants to lead us to with his villainous cunning. Unquote, shouted Cozy. Quote, there you see his anti-Sovietism, too. Unquote. Quote, what's that? Unquote, asked Nako in a low voice, but also with a certain irony. Quote, so you make me out anti-Soviet, too? Unquote. Quote, certainly I do. Anti-Yugoslav, anti-Soviet, anti-Albanian and whatever else you like. That's what you are. Render account. Unquote, roared Cozy while Ponte Cristo nodded his approval of the quote political unquote deductions of the Minister of Internal Affairs. I saw that matters were very far advanced and it would be difficult to stand up to them correctly. The conspiratorial mind of Cozy's ox was ready to hatch up any intrigue on to make any imaginary deed real. He thought that the time had come when neither the Bureau nor the Secretary could take decisions any longer. The quote general unquote was waving to Big Stick. We decided to continue the meeting at 8 o'clock in the evening on the next day. Before I closed the meeting I added, quote, in the coming meeting I shall not permit anyone to speak in this tone and we must be clear that we shall make an analysis of the line of our work and in this context we shall also discuss what Comrade Nako is responsible for and to what extent, but not only in connection with the accusation that Zlatic made and which Cozy raised here against the person of Nako. Unquote. When the meeting was over, I approached Cozy and said to him, quote, you attacked him very harshly, you were hasty. The question should have been put forward and judged more calmly and dispassionately. Unquote. Quote, ho, Enver, we are trying to make things clear to the others, the enemies, and we can't make things clear to ourselves. All this time I've been telling you, you are supporting Nako Spru too much. I beg you, don't support him anymore. Unquote. Quote, I'm not supporting Nako, unquote, I said. Quote, I support that which seems to me right. Unquote. And so he parted to meet again the following day or, more precisely, in the evening, because the morning of November 20, 1947 had almost arrived. There could be no talk of going to sleep. I was convinced not only that all the problems were proceeding at headlong pace on the most mistaken and distorted course, but also that simply from the viewpoint of the most elementary rules of the internal life of the party we were acting incorrectly. However, I thought that now the stand of Nako Spru had importance. I was convinced that in essence he was not wrong about the problem which was raised. I was convinced that his collisions with the Yugoslavs in the concrete instance were correct and inevitable collisions. But how and for how long would he stand up to the attack? The way he flared up immediately when we told him what the Yugoslavs had put before us in the address of the party and in his address, in particular, did not please me at all. I did not like the way he was stunned and bemused later, or the way in which he asked for 5 days for preparation. In essence, I was of the opinion that he should have not 5 days, but even more to prepare himself if need be, but I did not like the way in which he asked for them, as if begging for mercy. I knew his impulsive temperament which often made him say cutting things. At those grave moments those defects were especially out of place. About midday Nako Spru knocked at the door and came in. He was shaken, demoralized and broken from every point of view. Quote, I wanted to beg you once again, unquote, he said. Quote, you understand my grave situation. Use your influence so that they give me 5 days time. Unquote. Quote, listen Nako, unquote, I told him. Quote, we have gone through the most difficult times and moments together. We have gone through moments when we were facing the enemy and we knew how to reply to him. But we have also gone through moments when we had the enemy amongst us and it was not easy to distinguish and attack him. Unquote. Quote, even you think that I'm an enemy? Unquote, he said, his shoulders sagging. Quote, no, I don't say that, and I never have said it. That is a statement, an accusation which comes from someone else, from another party. You were told it openly. Very well then, do you have to cry about it? No, this does not befit you, does not befit a communist. You must refute it. You must give your ideas, your arguments. Unquote. Quote, that's why I came, give me time to prepare myself. Unquote. Quote, I don't decide that, the Bureau has decided it. Unquote, I told him. Quote, listen Nako, why do you need 5 days? We're among comrades, we should say things just as they are. The only help I can give you in this situation, unquote, I said, quote, is this, speak openly and sincerely. The day has come, Nako, to lay on the table everything that has been kept secret, covered up for years. The moment has come when, not only you, but all of us must answer those questions which I have continually raised. What is this situation? Why has it come about? Is it right? Where do the causes lie? What must be done? Now you are placed in the dock. But the criticisms don't rest only on you. They go wider and deeper. Answer what you are charged with coolness and courage, qualities which I believe are not lacking in you. In this way we, the party, the Central Committee, will be able to judge correctly and give the proper answer to the accusations. Unquote. I need time to prepare myself, to remember everything and put it in order. Unquote. This does not depend on me and you were at the meeting yourself. Unquote. I told him. However, everything won't be over this evening. Let us begin from the analysis and then things will be cleared up one after the other. And there let it come out whether it is you, I, Cozy or anyone else who is right or wrong. That's all I have to say to you. Unquote. I shall try. Unquote. He said and went away. Nako's strong stand, the complete opening of the records, the bringing to light of everything, I thought, would possibly be one of the main and surest ways to escape from that grave situation. And here the question was not about Nako, myself or any other individual. From our stand, from the open and sincere analysis of things, everything would come to light. I thought that in this way the truth would emerge clearly and the party and the people would escape from the danger which was threatening them. However, precisely when I thought that the time had come and the conditions were ripe for us to do what should have been done long ago, to do what they did not allow me to do in 1946, the door banged open and Cozy's ox came in. I told you so. Unquote. He shouted. He's an enemy. A scoundrel. He killed himself and died like a dog. Now he has proved that he's been an enemy and worse than an enemy. Unquote. Who? Unquote. I asked. What are you talking about? Unquote. Nako Sprue has killed himself. He ended up as he deserved. Unquote. He spoke in an angry tone in which it was not difficult to distinguish a deep, inner gloating. Thus, the only obstacle to the conspirators directing their attack against me had been removed from the scene. For Cozy this meant a big stride forward towards his final aim. Nako Sprue's suicide shook me deeply and I had reason for this. If he considered himself innocent he had no reason to commit suicide. He had the main responsibility for the economic problems and if he were convinced that the Yugoslavs' line in the economy was not correct, then he should have risen to defend our line which he himself considered correct and which he knew very well also had my full support and backing. This he did not do. Was this fear or something else? Moreover his statement, "Give me 2 weeks and I'll make the whole of Albania pro-Yugoslav," made me reflect deeply. Examined dispassionately this expression made me wonder whether, in the criticisms he had made up till now, and which in themselves were correct, Nako had proceeded from an anti-Yugoslav basis. The doubt arose in my mind whether he had seized on the mistakes and the distorted stands of the Yugoslavs, using them for deliberate purposes and aims not in the party spirit. Nako Sprue would have assisted the party greatly if he had revealed the maneuvers of the Titoites behind the scenes and the role of Cozy's ox. But together with this he would also have disclosed his own faults and, faced with this dilemma, he did not have the courage. He put his name above the interests of the party and killed himself. Only a few months were to pass and the truth was to be made completely clear. Nako Sprue had opposed the Yugoslavs because they left their man of Berat in the lurch and preferred Cozy's ox to him. Then Nako turned his eyes in another direction, to a greater power than the Yugoslav power. He linked himself with the Soviets. We regarded these contacts of his as something more than correct and in order, in favor of our cause and socialism, but Nako did not see them in this way. He had not linked himself with them simply out of the feeling of respect and affection. He saw his rapprochement with the Soviets as a means, as a way to impose himself on others, especially on Cozy, with the aim of displacing him and taking his position. What role the Soviets, I'm speaking of the officials of the Soviet legation in Tirana and the low or medium rank apparatchiki in Moscow whom Nako had met, played in nurturing Nako's ambitions, I do not know. I know only that the Soviet advisors and specialists in Tirana, in particular, liked and quite openly preferred Nako Sprue and listened to his opinion, just as he listened to theirs. The fact is, however, that from the side of the Soviet comrades we never had any intervention to favor Nako Sprue. After his suicide one of the comrades of the Soviet embassy, called Gagarinov, informed us orally that Nako Sprue had sent them a letter in which he said that, "After the grave accusations which the Yugoslav leadership has made against me I am obliged to kill myself." That was all we were told. The Soviet advisors, and especially the main Soviet advisor for the economy, Troitsky, shed tears over the loss of Nako and did not hide their grief over him, but they did not take any action before this act or to prevent his act. I believe that they knew nothing about what was going on, or if one of the people of Nako's circle informed them, the Soviets did not consider it in order to involve themselves in this question. Perhaps it was not without purpose that Nako said in the bureau, "Have you consulted with the Soviet legation over this analysis?" And for this reason sought 5 days' time to prepare himself, or to put it better, to send a call to Moscow, "SOS, save me." However, it was to be proved subsequently that the other side, the Yugoslavs, acted urgently and it was they who drove Nako Sprue to the base and unpardonable act he committed. Warned by Cozy's ox that Nako Sprue might reveal in the bureau all the threads of the plot that had begun in Berat and continued to operate, the Yugoslavs confronted Nako with the incriminating documents in which he expressed himself against our party and me. Finding himself in that grave situation, Nako, judging like a petty bourgeois, thought that he would lose my support, 2, and considered himself in a hopeless position. His end finally sealed off the only remaining road for us to get out of the situation which the Yugoslavs had created for us. He took with him in his grave the secret of the plot hatched up. At the same time, the end of NATO was the most powerful weapon which the Yugoslavs and their agents, Titoites and company, were now to use in order to realize their aims. The way was open for them to concentrate the attack on me. To make more than clear what the Yugoslavs were aiming at, on the day following Nakosparu's suicide, Savo Zlatic said to Tukjakova, quote, "Great attention should be paid to what is happening in your party, because similar things have occurred in the past in our party, too. The former general secretary of our party, Gorkic, turned out to be a traitor." Unquote. All this was aimed directly against me. Savo Zlatic was savoring the first fruits of his victory. The agents of Belgrade, Titoites, Pondi Cristo and others, took up the banner and began the most vicious attack against the party, against its line and against me. The process of endless meetings and analyses began in the bureau, in which Titoites now openly predominated and directed. The Yugoslavs' criticisms were accepted as correct. Not only that, but the efforts and correct views on my part, on Nako's and other comrades, were all turned against us and exploited to point out our lack of faith. The correct line of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. The theses for the re-examination of the Berat plenum, my reply to Savo Zlatic over the Yugoslavs' first criticism, all these things were studied and used to show that distrust towards Yugoslavia had long existed in me and in NATO. Some acts of the youth on the railway and other projects were condemned as hostile acts against the Yugoslavs and against the line of our party, and the blame was laid mostly on NATO. All the reports of our organs of control and of the comrades of the party on the railway and elsewhere were rejected without the slightest hesitation. Things which proved the accuracy of the correct views of our people were gathered and examined in detail in order to prove the opposite, in the direction which interested the Yugoslavs. NATO was classed with the spies and traitors within the party. The party and the homeland were going through the gravest and most tragic moments. Work was going on to present all these matters to the Central Committee of the party and then to the whole party and the people. Precisely at the climax of this grave atmosphere, from which to many it seemed there was no way out, I received some news which brought us joy. Georgy Dimitrov, in the name of the sister party and government of Bulgaria, invited a government delegation of the PR of Albania, headed by me, to pay a visit to Bulgaria. The invitation was official, in response to a request we had made earlier, and the Yugoslavs and their agents within our ranks were faced with an accomplished fact. Considering the grave moments through which our party was passing, it can be assumed that this invitation had not been issued without the suggestion of Stalin as a counter to the maneuvers of the Yugoslavs. Nevertheless, their general euphoria and certainty that matters would go as they intended led the Yugoslavs to retreat. We postponed our analyses for later and began our preparations to go to Bulgaria. Chapter 7. Our first visit to the PR of Bulgaria. Rankovic charges Titoites with surveillance over our activity. The invitation of Dimitrov for us to visit the PR of Bulgaria. A short stop in Belgrade. Meeting with Tito. Rankovic calls Titoites to a secret meeting. He is charged with surveillance over our activity. Emotional welcome in Sofia. Official talks. Dinner with Georgy Dimitrov. Midnight incident. The end of official talks in Krichim. Georgy Dimitrov, "Keep the party pure. Let it be revolutionary, proletarian, and everything will go well with you." The journey through Belgrade, Tito, in Romania. The return to the homeland. Immediately after it emerged from the heroic National Liberation War, the People's Republic of Albania made every effort to establish close links of friendship with the Soviet Union, the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia, the People's Republic of Bulgaria, and all the other countries of People's Democracy of Europe. The great friendship with all the friendly countries and fraternal peoples which we nurtured and tried to develop, to see it in practice and to strengthen ceaselessly, was founded on the National Liberation War and the bloodshed by our peoples in this war against the same enemy. Despite the great sacrifices which we made, by fighting alone in our own country and liberating it with our own forces, and by fighting beyond our state borders to assist in the liberation of Yugoslavia, we, for our part, had a proper appreciation of the great and decisive contribution of the Red Army as well as of the Yugoslav National Liberation Army and others to this liberation. The others minimized our war and, taking advantage of our proper presentation of the question on the Marxist-Leninist line, used this as if they did everything and without them we could not do anything. To them Albania was an infant which had to be bottle-fed, which had to be kept under patriarchal tutelage and the voice of which had no reason to be heard in the concert of the policy which the other countries of people's democracy pursued. As I said, in the first years this spirit of underrating us was felt most in the stands of the Yugoslav leaders, who acted in this way. not only because they were unscrupulous megalomaniacs, but also because they pursued sinister aims towards us. From the others, they wanted only an official recognition of Albanian on paper, with declarations from afar, but they never wanted this recognition to take concrete form in the all-round mutual links of our country with the other countries of people's democracy, including the Soviet Union. To a certain extent, this anti-Albanian policy of Belgrade yielded results, and the fact is that, while the friendly countries of people's democracy recognized us officially in 1945 and 1946, in reality they recognized us from a distance and, even worse, through the presentation which Yugoslavia made of us. Such a spirit and practice were developed and permitted at first, but not by us. Of course, this spirit had its ups and downs, had restraints and angry threats, until the Gordian knot was severed with the sword. But let us not anticipate. It must be said that Yugoslavia and Tito were interested in keeping us isolated. They had certainly maneuvered and continued to maneuver behind the scenes in the direction of Bulgaria, too, and had success up until the moment when we received the invitation of the Bulgarian government and the Communist Party, in the name of Dimitrov, for our delegation to go to Sofia. The invitation which Dimitrov sent us was welcomed with great enthusiasm when I put it forward for discussion and approval in the political bureau and in the government. In the grave atmosphere of that period it was like a clear day after a stormy night fraught with dangers. I was charged with preparing the accurate formulation of the problems which we would raise and with the other technical problems, the composition of the delegation and informing the ambassadors of the friendly countries. First, I summoned the Bulgarian ambassador, whom I thanked again and informed officially of our acceptance. Only the precise date of our departure remains to be decided jointly. Then, I summoned the Soviet ambassador and informed him, too. He implied to me that he had been informed by Moscow. I had no doubt about this. Indeed, I was of the opinion that such an action could not have been taken without seeking the advice of Stalin. This was a special assurance for us. But we thought that the Yugoslavs, too, would have been informed. However, I summoned the Yugoslav ambassador, too, and informed him. He listened to me, took notes and said that he would immediately inform the government in Belgrade. I saw that the news did not please him and, as far as I could gather, he had not known about it. Has the Soviet ambassador been informed about this? He asked me. I replied that I had informed the Soviet ambassador. I told him also that we would talk again later when, together with the Bulgarians, we had decided the day of our departure. We shall travel through Belgrade and will seek your assistance, I said in conclusion. Of course. He replied. Thus, I parted from the Yugoslav ambassador in a good comradely spirit, although I guessed that the Yugoslavs could not be pleased that we were going to interrupt our analyses and postpone for later the Albanian question which they had on the agenda. We began and ended the preparations and set out for Sofia via Belgrade. I headed the delegation and its main members were Hoxha, Kapo, and Titoites. I was exceptionally happy to be going to Dimitrov's Bulgaria. Too, felt this same great joy. From the look of them, Hoxha and Titoites, too, seemed to have the same feeling, but later it was realized that this was not so. This was the third time that I left the homeland and went with official delegations to friendly and fraternal countries. The first time we went to Tito in Belgrade, the second time to Stalin in Moscow, and now we were going to Dimitrov in Sofia. The love and sympathy of our people, party and government for Bulgaria and for its outstanding leader, Dimitrov, were marked. These feelings had their foundations in the long history of friendly traditions, and these friendly traditions had been strengthened during the National Liberation War, irrespective of the fact that there had been few links and contacts between us and the Bulgarian partisans. In particular, the mighty figure of Georgy Dimitrov linked us closely in an unquestioned political ideological unity. The Marxist-Leninist ideology which inspired our parties was the steel bond which united us in all our activities. In the past, when the Albanian people fought against the ambitions and terror of the Serbs, we were friends with the Bulgarian people and we liked, respected and assisted each other. The patriots and fighters of our national renaissance found shelter and aid for their struggle in the bosom of the Bulgarian people. Albanian patriotic societies had been created in Sofia, and their Albanian books and papers, which were smuggled into Albania, were printed. Our cities of the time of the Renaissance and during the Balkan Wars had close fighting relations with the insurgent cities of those parts, carried out joint actions and sheltered one another. Thus, there was a long history of very friendly links between our peoples. Our joint anti-fascist national liberation war strengthened these bonds even more. Although, as I said, during the war we did not have direct contacts with the Bulgarian partisans. Only on one occasion, in 1943, Bulgaronov came to Labanat to meet me. We exchanged opinions about the war, but my impression was that the Bulgarians were weak. In fact, the Bulgarian partisan war developed slowly and flared up on a broad scale only when the Red Army entered Bulgaria. In the meeting which we had, Bulgaronov spoke well of the Yugoslavs and likewise, of our Albanian units which operated in the districts of Dibra and Macedonia. He told us that he was delegated by the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party to work with the Macedonians, whom he called Bulgarians at that time. I knew that Bulgaronov did not get along well with Tukmanovic Tempo, who led the National Liberation War in Macedonia, but he told me that allegedly he got on well with the Yugoslavs. I pointed out to Bulgaronov that whole territories populated by Albanians had been included in Macedonia, that this was an injustice of the past and that after the anti-fascist National Liberation War the question of nationalities had to be examined according to the Leninist principles. Quote, only from this standpoint, unquote, I told him, quote, will the problems of these zones and nations and nationalities that live in them be solved correctly. Otherwise, the old national oppression, contradictions and conflicts will continue. During the whole period of the war against the same enemy, fascism, unquote, I told Bulgaronov, quote, the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, the Communist Party of Albania and the Bulgarian Communist Party must work towards developing friendship amongst our peoples. We must enlighten our peoples politically in order to wipe out the bitter remnants of the past and lead them to victory. The peoples who have suffered from the injustices perpetrated by the great powers and the chauvinism of Balkan states must win the right to self-determination. This is what we think about the Albanians of those Albanian regions which were annexed to Yugoslavia. Unquote. Seeing that I had opened the way, Bulgaronov, too, began to speak about the question of Macedonia, which he called part of Bulgaria. I allowed him to express his opinion and did not enlarge on this question. I knew that the Yugoslavs, for their part, had a tendency to minimize and disparage the war of the Bulgarians. Undoubtedly, one of the main reasons for this was the question of Macedonia. Apart from this meeting, we had no other contacts with the Bulgarian comrades during the years of the war, but we ceaselessly cultivated the feelings of fraternal internationalist friendship for the Bulgarian people and the Bulgarian Communist Party, which, as I recall, was called the Bulgarian Workers' Party at that time. The personality of Dimitrov, who had won world fame, played a major role in this. The name of the hero of Leipzig, of the General Secretary of the Comintern, was on the lips of all the communists and anti-Nazis of the world. After the great classics of Marxism-Leninism, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, we loved, admired and listened to him. Dimitrov was one of Stalin's closest friends and collaborators, therefore our going to Sofia and meeting Dimitrov was a great joy for us. With these pure, friendly feelings for the friendly Allied countries, our delegation set out and arrived in Belgrade on December 12. The welcome which we received at the railway station was extremely cool, but quote, officially unquote, the Yugoslavs showed themselves more than quote, correct in protocol unquote. Kardalj, Rankovic, Simic, at that time foreign minister, Tabarang, chairman of the planning commission, Tempo and a number of other personalities of lower rank had come out to meet us. As I said, our visit to Bulgaria was taking place at the time when Tito and company had gone on the attack against us. Therefore, the turning out at the station of all these quote, top-level authorities unquote, as Kozizaks called them, was something of a surprise to us. However, everything had its own explanation and the Yugoslavs had carefully calculated the actions they took. In public, the great rifts which had been created in the relations between our parties and countries had still not become apparent and the Yugoslavs were striving to develop their attack in complete secrecy. Indeed, to eliminate any suspicion about this attack, they even made some gesture of quote, friendship unquote, and quote, fraternity unquote towards us, such as the turning out of quote, top-level personalities unquote at the station. But all these things were done reluctantly and coldly. We knew nothing of diplomatic rules, protocol and formalities, such as ceremonies, etc., and did not even notice these things. But the fact is that, except for a few extremely official words of greeting demanded by protocol, Tito's comrades said not another word to us. However, there was no reason for this coldness to make an impression on us. Likewise, it made no impression on us that they took us to stay in what was virtually a private house, nationalized. Of course, they told us it had been the home of Stojadinovic, the great Serb fascist reactionary, who, in the time of the Yugoslav monarchy, talked with Ciano about dividing Albania with Mussolini's Italy. Regardless of the cold reception, the accusations which Zlatok had made and the grave situation that had been created in our country as a result of these accusations, I considered it necessary to utilize the time of our stay in Belgrade for a meeting with Tito, with the aim of talking directly with him about how the truth stood. For this reason, we decided to ask for a meeting with him, even if he did not invite us himself. As allies, we also considered it proper to inform him about the aims of our visit to Bulgaria, to tell him about the importance of the treaty which we expected to sign with Fraternal Bulgaria and which we considered as a reinforcement of the treaty which we had with the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia. Naturally, on this occasion we could also exchange opinions with him about the international situation, but the main thing, if this were possible, was that we wanted to speak openly about our internal matters and the tense relations with them. This was our disposition when we arrived in Belgrade. At the moment when we were parting from Kardelj and Rankovic, after they took us to the gate of the house where we were to stay, I put to them our request for a possible meeting with Tito. Yes, said Kardelj, cold as a snake. Comrade Tito himself wants to meet and welcome you, perhaps this evening. We shall inform you at the proper time. Not long afterwards they informed us that Tito was awaiting us for a meeting of welcome. It is true that we were somewhat excited about meeting these great men because that is how they presented themselves and that is how they wanted us to consider them. Whether a warm, comradely situation or a tense and frozen atmosphere was created depended on their character and stance. 2 days later we were to meet Dimitrov for the first time, were to become acquainted with him, and, I must say, that Tito could not compare with the outstanding leader of Bulgaria. They were as different as night from day, and I do not make this judgment from the standpoint of today, but these were my authentic impressions at that time. Tito remained haughty and cold with us, with measured, studied gestures, and never allowed himself the mistake of making a gesture or saying any word which showed comradely closeness and warmth. No, nothing of the sort could be seen about him. Everything was preconsidered and cold. In 1946, during the first meeting with him, we said that this might be his character, but now we were realizing that the meaning of Tito's coldness had another explanation. He wanted us, even in appearance, to stand at attention before him, as before the patriarch. On this occasion Tito did not receive us in the palace of Dedinja, but in a simple house within the city of Belgrade. I think in a street which is called Rumunska. It was a pleasant 2-storied house of the old style, encircled by a high wall. We entered the hall, where, if I am not mistaken, Tito, Kardelj, Rankovic and Gilas welcomed us. Tito was dressed in grey woolen clothing and with shoes of the same color. He stood as stiff as a ramrod. He simply gave us his hand, while asking after our health, and, when this ceremony was over, led us into his office, which was off to one side. It was a longish room with a window nearly as wide as the room. Near the window was his working desk, and in the middle of the room another long table. Apparently, the meetings of the bureau were held there, or Tito used it to summon other people about the work. We were to take our places at the table and, as usual, they would sit on one side and we on the other. Please sit down, said Tito, and remained standing himself. I took my seat and my comrades were preparing to take theirs, one after the other, beside me. But Tito intervened and said, Comrade Hoxha, you sit here, and indicated the big chair which stood empty at the head of the table. We were all dumbfounded by this action of Tito's. However, I calmly told Cozy, who was as red as a beetroot, go there where he tells you. No, Comrade Marshal, I can sit here, let Comrade Enver sit there. Cozy replied to Tito. No, said Tito, come here, you, too, can sit here. I quietly told Cozy again to go where he was told. Thus this provocation was closed. We all took our seats. Tito took out his cigarette holder in the form of a pipe, put in a cigarette and lit it, and then pushed the packet towards me, saying, Here, have a cigarette. I told him I had given up smoking. This was not true, but I did not want to smoke his cigarettes after what he had done. Then Tito said to me, the comrades informed me that you are going to Bulgaria and, of course, you will meet Dimitrov. Are you pleased with the prospect of this visit? I told him briefly about the purpose of our visit to Bulgaria, said that this had been a long-cherished desire, stressed the sympathy and love which the Albanian people had always displayed for Bulgaria, its people, and especially, for the outstanding leader of Bulgaria and the international communist and workers' movement, Georgy Dimitrov. I went on to say that we expected to hold talks with the Bulgarian comrades about strengthening mutual relations between our parties and countries, and in this context we thought we would sign such documents which would reinforce not only the independence of our two countries, but also the relations between the People's Republic of Albania and the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia. Tito listened to me with a frown on his face, his head held high, looking at me with those cold glassy eyes. When I had finished, Tito turned to Cozy and said with a smile, of course, you have prepared yourselves to benefit from the experience of the Bulgarian Communist Party. We may be given the occasion to do such a thing, too, but we have unlimited possibilities to receive the experience of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia at any moment and about everything. Replied Cozy. From beginning to end Rankovic sat without moving a muscle of his face, merely smoking cigarettes with his long white holder. Then Tito began to speak. Not undeliberately, he virtually ignored everything I had said, where we were going, and what we were going to do. It was clear that with this stand he wanted to show us that it was of no importance at all to him what we were going to do with the Bulgarians. In other words, this meant that they did not like the visit we were about to make, because he concentrated his whole talk on the strengthening of Albanian-Yugoslav relations, that these relations have great importance for Albanian, that "you Albanians must struggle against shortcomings and mistakes which are noticed in the work of your party and state apparatuses," in order not to hinder "the great aid given to you by Yugoslavia," which made "sacrifices" for us, etc. etc. My impression was that Tito granted us this meeting before our departure for Bulgaria to "remind" us that, whether to Sofia or to Moscow or anywhere else, our road passed through Belgrade. By talking in this way he "set the limits" for us with the Bulgarians. I thanked Tito for his valuable advice, assured him sincerely about the love which we continue to nurture for the friendly and fraternal Yugoslav peoples, and, just as I was preparing to start on our problems in which, according to him, we had "mistakes and shortcomings," he stood up. "We shall have the opportunity when you return from Bulgaria," he said, and walked out of the room, inviting us to watch a film together. After the film, from which I can remember nothing at all, they gave us a coffee, or as they say in Gyrocastra, "the time to go coffee." We shook hands and parted. We thought that we would have no other contact with the Yugoslav leaders, but they had proposed to Kozić individually and without my knowledge that he should meet with Ranković, or Kozić had sought such a meeting himself. Most likely, however, Ranković asked to meet Kozić. This occurred that evening before we left by train for Bulgaria. We were resting before dinner when Kozić and Shul came into the room where I was sitting with Heine and said to me, "Comrade Enver, Shul and I are going to go to meet Marko Ranković, and discuss with him how the work of the party should be organized at brigade and division staff level." "Wouldn't it be better when we come back?" I asked him. "Make the request now and you'll have more time on our return." "No," replied Kozić. "It's better to get it over and done with this evening and then our minds are at rest." "All right," I said. "Off you go." Kozić and Shul went to see Ranković while Heine and I stayed in the house. Indeed, we did not wait dinner for them because the Yugoslav comrade accompanying us advised us to have dinner, since the comrades might be late. When they returned from the meeting, both Kozić and Christo looked satisfied and happy, because they had received detailed and complete explanations about the method of work of the party at brigade and division level. The outcome of this nighttime meeting between Ranković, Kozić and Shul was to emerge in Sofia. The reasons which Kozić and Shul gave for their visit to Ranković in these circumstances did not convince me in the least, and no doubt, did not convince Heine, either, but we said nothing to each other. We pretended that we found the visit natural. The next day we left for Bulgaria. Anton Jugov and many other comrades of the Bulgarian leadership welcomed us very warmly at the border. We embraced and kissed like the closest comrades and brothers. They brought us best wishes from Dimitrov and told us that he personally and all the other comrades of the party leadership and the government would welcome us at the main station in Sofia. Our first contact with the representatives of the Bulgarian people was warm and moving. Ordinary people embraced us, welcomed us and wished us success on our visit and in strengthening the mutual relations between our two countries and peoples. I greeted them with a brief statement in which I expressed the great feelings of love which the Albanian people nurtured for the fraternal Bulgarian people and our belief that our friendly relations would steadily advance, and ended by calling, "Long live your great leader Georgy Dimitrov." The people burst into a long ovation. In accord with the national tradition they gave us bread and salt, while a young girl presented me with a beautifully embroidered traditional Bulgarian costume. "Each stitch in this costume is an expression of love for the Albanian people from the Bulgarian people," she said, her eyes filled with tears of enthusiasm, and embraced me. In this atmosphere we set out for Sofia. We arrived. A great crowd had turned out to meet us, headed by the leadership and the great Dimitrov, with his manly face graven like a true revolutionary, with his long hair blowing free, because he had removed his fur cap, despite the cold and the falling snow. He welcomed me on the platform, gave me his hand, pressed me to his chest and kissed me. It was a very moving moment for me. I flung my arms round his neck and did not release him. My eyes were filled with tears of emotion, because the day had come that the party and the people sent me here to meet this great teacher of the proletariat, from whose example, teachings and advice I had learned, as his loyal pupil, how to stand and fight against the fascist invaders, against enemies of the people and the working class for the liberation of my homeland, for the formation and tempering of my party, for socialism and communism. When the ceremonies at the station were over, we got into cars to go to the premises of the Bulgarian government. Dimitrov and I were in the first open car and we passed through long lines of people crowding the streets, the footpaths, the squares, the windows and balconies. Albanian and Bulgarian flags, portraits and slogans about Albanian-Bulgarian friendship could be seen everywhere. What boundless love of the people for Dimitrov, for Stalin and for Albania. The square in front of the palace was packed with people. From the balcony of the palace we were to greet the fraternal Bulgarian people. Before we went out on the balcony we stayed very close to Dimitrov. He was great in his exemplary modesty. He asked me about our people, our party, our comrades. He spoke Russian while I spoke Albanian, because I knew very little Russian. When we came out on the balcony, amidst ovations from the people, the voice of Dimitrov boomed out. He had a powerful, resonant voice though his breathing was labored because it was hindered by asthma. He spoke with enthusiasm, with fire, with boundless love for our people. While listening to him I had my gaze fixed on him and in my mind I recalled his titanic struggles, the torture and suffering he had undergone for the cause of the world proletariat, thought about this proletarian who could never be broken, but who rose continually like Titoites, amidst the storms, for the triumph of the revolution. My speech, too, was warmly received by the people of Sofia, because it was simple and expressed the ardent love and deepest feelings of our people and party for the Bulgarian people, the Communist Party of Bulgaria and Dimitrov personally. I gave a brief outline of the history of our people in the past and during the National Liberation War, of our close Leninist links with the Soviet Union, with the heroic Red Army, with Stalin, and with Dimitrov's Bulgaria. I also mentioned our relations with the new Yugoslavia. In the official joint talks of the two delegations, I spoke on behalf of our delegation and Dimitrov on behalf of the Bulgarian delegation. I made a relatively lengthy exposition in which I described the development of the National Liberation War and the principles which guided our war. I related how the first foundations were laid and the people's state power was created during and after the war. I spoke about the formation of cities and the National Liberation Army in the heat of battles and actions, about the mobilization of the people and the creation of the National Liberation Front. I described what policy we pursued in connection with the front and the main forms of the work, pointing out the historical fact that the front was led by the Communist Party, that neither in the front nor outside it did we have other parties within the country. Then I spoke about the party, without which nothing could have been achieved, spoke about the directives which we received from the Comintern, etc., etc. I went on to give an outline of the general political and economic situation and very briefly touched on our relations with Yugoslavia. Of course, this was neither the place nor the occasion to go into detail about our relations, whether good or bad, with Yugoslavia and the Yugoslav leadership. What was going on in Tirana in connection with these relations I tried to keep deep within myself, to avoid implying to the Bulgarian comrades or anybody else that something bad was occurring between us and Tito. Later, when the moment came, when the situation had ripened and become clear, then everything would be stated openly. The Bulgarian comrades themselves did not give us the occasion and did not ask us to go into detail about our relations with Yugoslavia. They had displayed Tito's portrait along with the portraits of Stalin, Dimitrov and me, and they, too, spoke only in general about their friendship with the fraternal peoples of Yugoslavia, their joint road for the construction of the new life, and that was all. In my exposition, then, I got over the question of Yugoslavia without any embarrassment and pointed out to the friends that our internal political situation was strong, but that we were struggling against numerous, all-round difficulties for the development of our economy. I spoke about the subversive activity of the Anglo-Americans. We were waging a continual war against agents dropped from the air, landed from the sea, or infiltrated over the border from Greece, and the latter country was carrying on ceaseless unrestrained propaganda making claims to southern Albania and remained quote in a state of war unquote with the People's Republic of Albania. I stressed that all this propaganda and subversive activity did not frighten our people at all, but on the contrary, they were being strengthened and tempered, increasing and sharpening their vigilance day by day. Comrade Dimitrov congratulated me on my exposition and, to tell the truth, I retain to this day the impression that I had passed a great test, because I was worked up about being in the presence of Dimitrov, although, amongst all the great leaders that I have ever met, he was the most unpretentious. The respect and love which I had for him were precisely the factors which increased my emotion. After I had spoken, Dimitrov rose and made a fiery speech about our friendship and especially about our people and their heroic wars. We listened with the greatest attention to his words, to his profound thoughts when he spoke about the important role of the Soviet Union and the great Stalin in the question of the crowning with success of the Second World War and the establishment of the new order in our countries. He opened to us a broad horizon about the problems of the foreign policy of our socialist countries, together with the Soviet Union, and the savage policy of Anglo-American imperialism and its satellites, against which we had to wage a stern fight in all fields. Dimitrov touched on the question of Greece where monarcho-fascist reaction ruled, as well as on the disturbed and unstable situation in neo-fascist Italy and stressed, quote, they will be powerless to harm Albania because the new people's Albania knows very well how to defend itself and we shall defend ourselves together, unquote. Going on to mention the Treaty of Friendship, Collaboration and Mutual Aid between Albania and Yugoslavia, Dimitrov, in the name of the Bulgarian government and people, proposed that a Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Aid should be signed between Albania and Bulgaria. Also, which we had foreseen. 2. Our enthusiasm reached its climax. I stood up and in a brief and moving speech, because I could hardly speak from joy and emotion, I said, quote, "We are completely in agreement with your proposal. Our people and government will be extremely happy and grateful. This is a day of historic importance for our people," unquote, etc. We embraced and kissed. There had never been a happier day for us. It seemed to us that we had gained the heavens. We would make even more secure the borders of our homeland for the freedom of which our people had shed so much blood through the centuries. I am not going to speak about the ceremonies and visits which our delegation made in Sofia to the different institutions and factories, because there were many of them, and after all these years I cannot remember them all one by one. But the enthusiasm and love which the Bulgarian working people and working class displayed for the Albanian people have remained unforgettable for me. In one great festive evening in Sofia they awarded me the title, quote, "Honorary Citizen of Sofia," unquote, and I remember that evening we sang and danced with ordinary citizens and the Bulgarian leaders, just as if we were in Albania. At one moment, I don't remember whether it was during this evening or at the dinner he put on to welcome us, Dimitrov said amongst other things, quote, "Our people honor and respect your people and your wonderful traditions and qualities. Since the time of my childhood I've heard the saying amongst our people, may you be as dauntless as the Arnauts, i.e., the Albanians. Your quality of never bowing your heads in the face of any difficulty or danger is very well known amongst us," unquote. I looked at him carefully right in the eye in order to understand whether he had said this quite casually or had something else in mind, but I was unable to discover anything. He smiled at me and raised his glass. Quote, "Yes," unquote, I said, quote, "This has been a feature of our people over the centuries. They have been attacked by many enemies, have done battle with them, have shed their blood, have made great sacrifices, but have never bent the knee. Now that we have the party this feature is being further strengthened. We shall never give way in the face of any difficulty or obstacle, Comrade Dimitrov," unquote. Quote, "Good luck," unquote, he said, and we clinked glasses. Quote, "Long live your people," unquote. As I said, there were many visits and they were very cordial. At one cooperative that we visited they took us to a field of strawberries. I remember that we were accompanied there by Traico Kostov, a deputy prime minister and minister of internal affairs of Bulgaria, the Bulgarian counterpart of Rankovic, who was condemned after the exposure of the Titoites betrayal and rehabilitated when the Khrushchevites came to power, as well as by Georgy Traikov, General Secretary of the Bulgarian Popular Agrarian Union, who at that time was deputy prime minister and later was elected president of the Presidium of the People's Assembly of the People's Republic of Bulgaria. Men and women welcomed us there. After we talked, an old man asked me about Georgy Traikov. "Who's that?" I told him who he was, but the old man got up and said to him, quote, "Where are you, Brat? You are the chairman of our agrarian party and in all my long life I've never seen you," unquote. This made an impression on us, because it was evidence of the weak links which these people had with the masses. Regardless of the fact that Traikov was of Stambolisky's one agrarian party, the Bulgarian Communist Party kept him very close to the leadership and, indeed, they told us that he was a communist, but they did not declare this. The official dinner which Dimitrov put on for us will remain unforgettable. He was wearing a black suit. He seated next me on his right side while I, facing him, had his wife on my right. I remember a small but very significant detail. Before we began the speeches and the eating, Dimitrov gathered up the large range of spoons and forks he had in front of him and said to the waiter, quote, "Take these away, I've no need for 20. One knife, fork and spoon is enough for me," unquote. He was such a simple man that he could not tolerate bourgeois luxury and customs. Inspired by his simplicity, I, too, filled the waiter's hands with nickel-plated cutlery. After Dimitrov had spoken I replied with very warm words, some of which I devoted to the great figure of Dimitrov, to his major role as a leader, not only of the Bulgarian communists, but of all the communists of the world, and described him as a pupil and very close collaborator of the great Stalin, etc. The dinner passed in a very happy atmosphere. Dimitrov was a man who laughed readily and was very optimistic. When the dinner was over we returned in great spirits and with indelible impressions to the residence in which we were staying, a palace of ex-King Boris. After we sat down in the sitting room to smoke a cigarette and to talk over the impressions we had from the dinner, we went to our bedrooms. But I could not sleep. In my mind's eyes I was going over the impressions of the meetings and the warm words of Dimitrov, calling back to my mind his life of the undaunted fighter, the efforts and sacrifices he had made for the cause of his people and the world proletariat. It must have been well past midnight when I heard a knock at the door. I got up and opened it. At the doorstep were Kozizok and Sheol with frowning faces. Quote, "What has happened? Have you still not gone to sleep?" unquote, I asked. Quote, "We've not gone to sleep because we want to talk with you," unquote, said Kozy. Quote, "Is it that urgent?" unquote, I asked. Quote, "Couldn't you wait till next morning?" unquote. Quote, "Sheol and I are so worried that we could not sleep," unquote, said Kozizok. Quote, "So we want to talk now," unquote. I stared at them fixedly for a moment, told them to wait for me in the sitting room till I threw something on my back and Ned went inside. Djr. Hainai had heard the knocking at the door of my bedroom and the voices after midnight and appeared at the door of his bedroom. Come, Hainai, I said. Cozy and she will have something urgent to tell us. We sat down in the sitting room and Cozy's ox began saying, I and Sheol did not like your speech at the dinner and do not agree with what you said about Dimitrov. I opened my eyes in astonishment and shot a glance at Hainai, who was just as astonished as I was. Cozy continued, we are not in agreement with all those epithets you used about him. We don't say that Dimitrov is not an outstanding man, but you gave him a major role. I made no mistake in what I said. I did not exaggerate anything about Dimitrov. I replied. I should have said more, because he deserves it. It's you who are wrong. Although I don't understand how such a thing causes you so much torture that you can't sleep for it. Not only ought we to speak of Dimitrov, I continued, but the whole revolutionary and progressive world has spoken about him in ardent terms which he fully deserves. Hainai intervened angrily, talking my side. What are you saying? What are these out-of-place things? Everything in Comrade Enver's speech was correct. Cozy jumped up and said, that's what you think, but we think otherwise. We disagree with you. We'll settle this matter in Tirana. I told them in a stern tone. This disagreement must not hinder us from carrying out our work with success and accomplishing the task with which the party and the government have charged us. Yes, yes, exclaimed Cozy. But in all that speech in which you praised Dimitrov so much you ignored Tito completely and did not say one word about him. I do not agree that Dimitrov should outshine the grandeur of Tito, his capacity and reputation as an outstanding revolutionary. Tito is the greatest figure and the most brilliant image of the peoples of the Balkans. You said, Dimitrov is an outstanding international figure, but this must be said about Tito, because he really is such a figure, and Tito's Yugoslavia today should become the very center of the peoples of the Balkans. Then, I realized why they could not sleep and what all this concern was about and why they disagreed with us. I immediately remembered their meeting with Rankovic in Belgrade and understood the whole significance and reason for that meeting, allegedly to receive party instructions, but, in fact, to receive directives to keep us under surveillance lest we go beyond the limits dictated by the Yugoslavs, to correct us and to act in support of the secret directives of Tito Rankovic. I told Cozy and Sheol, this is a provocation you are committing, because I think that a toast at an official dinner in Bulgaria was not the place to speak of the merits of Tito. I mentioned Tito when I spoke of our friendship with Yugoslavia, and it seems to me that this was correct and sufficient, therefore, I do not budge from my opinion. We do not agree with you. Persisted Christo and Cozy red-faced. Neither do I agree with you. We shall discuss this question in Tirana. Now let us go to bed because we have work to do tomorrow. I said curtly and stood up. I am in full agreement with the opinion of Comrade Enver. Interjected Hainai, and we went to our bedrooms to lie awake all night. This was the first incident that occurred in Bulgaria with Cozy and Christo. There was to be another, this time in the form of an amendment to a document which we were to sign in connection with the development of trade between the two countries. It was a simple normal document drafted in principle, as is done in such cases. The two adherents to principles put up to this by Rankovic, told me that we should add to the text the words in agreement with Yugoslavia I told them that it was not good for us to ask for such a thing to be put in. In practice no one ties our hands to prevent us acting as we see best. I went on. If we see it beneficial we sell and buy in Bulgaria, too, of course, first of all fulfilling the obligations we have under the agreements signed with Yugoslavia. However, since it was impossible to convince them, they were convinced about dependence on the Yugoslavs. In the end I said, propose some sort of amendment and discuss it in the preparatory commission. Eventually, at the plenary meeting, on the intervention of Dimitrov, Kolarov, one of the Bulgarian leaders and a comrade of Dimitrov's, formulated something of this nature and the incident was closed. Cozy's ox had something to report to his colleague Rankovic when we returned. In our free time the Bulgarian comrades came and talked with us about various problems. Kolarov, too, was very unpretentious and friendly with us. One day he talked to us about Stalin, about the heroism of the Bolsheviks, about the difficult situation in the Soviet Union after the revolution, about the first 5-year plan and the enthusiasm of the masses. He also told us about his work in the Comintern and the time when he was sent to work in Mongolia. How difficult it was there. Related Kolarov. The country and the people were just as in the depths of the Middle Ages. The lamas and the monasteries ruled. Each family was compelled to send 1 or 2 sons to become lamas. The lama institutions were all centers of Japanese espionage. The nomadic people were completely illiterate, ignorant, syphilitic, and suffered indescribable poverty. Doctors, medicines, bread were unknown to them. All they had was meat kumis, mare's milk, sheepskin clothing, horses, and nothing else. Belief in religion and mysticism were complete. When people died in Ulaanbaatar they did not bury them, but there was a pit and they threw them in there. Sometimes they threw them in still alive. On account of the climate the bodies did not putrefy but dissolved. The people lived in tents. With the aid of the Soviets the people's regime of Subator began to build some apartments, continued Kolarov, but no one would move into them. Great propaganda was necessary about everything, down to the smallest things, and in particular, a great struggle had to be waged against the influence of the lamas and their despotic structure supported by the Japanese. The moment came when we were to go to Krichim, where we were to sign the agreements. On the way we visited historical sites, factories and cooperatives. Everywhere we were welcomed with indescribable joy and enthusiasm. Along the railway great masses of people standing in the snow cheered "Hurrah!" The train stopped, we were given gifts, started again, and thus we arrived at the place, the name of which I can't remember, where we were to leave the train and go to Krichim by car. When the train stopped the cheering crowd broke through the cordons and blocked the road. Dimitrov and I were the first to struggle through. Dimitrov said to me, "They'll be here a long time. If we wait for the comrades we'll be caught up in the people again, therefore let you and me get in the car and break through." In a word, he meant like the Komitadjis of old. And that is what we did. Dimitrov, I and the guard drove ahead through the snow. The convoy was a long way behind. "We have no security guards, Brait," the driver said to Dimitrov. "Drive on. We have the people to protect us," replied Dimitrov. Near Krichim the people had blocked the road. "You must speak to them," Dimitrov said to me. "In Russian?" "How can I speak to them?" I said. "I know a little Russian, but I can't speak with those few words I know." "Davaj," said Dimitrov. "You speak Albanian, because even without knowing Albanian, I'll translate faithfully for you, since I know what you want to say to them, for our feelings are the same, we have the one heart." And that is what we did. We stood up in front of the people, I spoke in Albanian with a few Russian words, and the dear old man translated into Bulgarian. When we got back into the car Dimitrov said to me, "The peasants won't be surprised how I know Albanian, because the Bulgarians and the Albanians have always been brothers and comrades in arms." Dear, beloved Georgy Dimitrov, honey flowed from your mouth, as our people say. Finally we reached Krichim. Krichim is a big village where the kings of Bulgaria had the best lands and had built a beautiful hunting palace, both for summer and winter. In this palace, which was now the property of the Republic, we were the guests of the Bulgarian party and government and Dimitrov personally. In this beautiful place there was a marvelous park, with flowers growing in open beds and in hothouses, which flourished and bloomed winter and summer. There they cultivated many kinds of trees, including some tall strong coniferous trees called sequoia, brought from Canada, as they told us. In this park they kept and fed animals and birds which had been tamed and acclimatized. Here something unexpected and unpleasant happened through Christo Themulko. On the second day he had got up early in the morning, taken a shotgun and gone out into the park. When we had all gathered downstairs Sheol came in triumphantly carrying a big dead bird. "I shot it in the park," he said proudly. "What have you done?" Exclaimed Yugov. "These are rare birds which we protect. We don't kill them, they are the ornaments of the park. But it doesn't matter," he added to cover his annoyance. Christo Themulko's feathers drooped worse than those of the bird he had shot. We felt very sorry and ashamed about what had happened. In Krichim we ended the talks, concluded and signed the Treaty of Friendship, Collaboration, and Mutual Aid. It was a solemn moment, especially for my comrades and me. The signing was done in the entrance hall. There a big table had been placed at which Dimitrov and I sat. We signed the documents, exchanged them, shook hands with each other and embraced strongly. We had signed an historic Act 1, of great importance which ensured the People's Republic of Albania against the eventual threats of enemies. The Albanian people and their party would welcome with great cheering and enthusiasm this treaty signed with the Bulgarian people, their old friends who had now emerged into the light of socialism under the leadership of Dimitrov and the Bulgarian Communist Party and with the decisive aid of the Soviet Union and Stalin. The snow had covered everything and on this joyful day everything looked marvelous. I forgot the villainous intrigues of Kozyzaks who strutted around like a "big gun" in his lieutenant general's uniform, without which he never failed to appear in order to give himself authority. After we had eaten and congratulated one another, photographs were taken to mark the occasion and Dimitrov proposed we take a ride through the park. Everybody agreed. Landaus, each drawn by 2 black horses, were awaiting us. "You come with me," unquote, said Dimitrov, and we got in together with an interpreter. It was a marvelous drive. For me it was a great honor to sit so close to Dimitrov, my beloved teacher of communism and the revolution. On the way he began to ask me about comrades he had known, about Ali Kelmendi, about the democratic priest Fan Noli, and Dr. Omer Nishani. Then he asked me, quote, what happened to the Trotskyite Zai Fundo? Unquote. Quote, we shot him. Unquote, I said. Quote, he turned out to be an agent of the British and the feudals. Unquote. Quote, you did very well that you got rid of such rubbish. Unquote, said Dimitrov. Then I asked Dimitrov what he thought about our party and its line during the war, and now. He replied, quote, it is a courageous, revolutionary party of the new type. As Stalin teaches us, the line of your party has been correct. As far as I can judge, it has shown maturity in the mobilization of the front and the rallying of the people in it. Since there were no bourgeois parties in your country, you did well that you did not permit or encourage the formation of them, because they would have caused you difficulties, as they are trying to cause us. Look here, Comrade Enver, unquote, continued Dimitrov, putting his hand on my knee, quote, keep the party pure. Let it be revolutionary, proletarian, and everything will go well with you. Unquote. Dear Georgy Dimitrov, what he told me as we drove through the snow that morning in Krichim is implanted in my mind and my heart forever. As long as I live I will be faithful to it and will fight to ensure that the party is revolutionary and proletarian. These were unforgettable moments, unforgettable days for our people and especially for me. We parted from sister Bulgaria, from the great Dimitrov, from the Bulgarian people and comrades with tears in our eyes, thanking them from our hearts for their hospitality, for the great and sincere friendship which they displayed for our people, for the party and the People's Republic of Albania. All the members of the delegation were very happy at the prospect of returning to the homeland and informing the people and party about the great political results which we had achieved. In regard to aid in the economic field, despite the great poverty in our country, we did not ask for any on account of the fact that the Bulgarians were in great difficulties, too, and the Soviet Union was assisting them. For their part, they did not make any concrete proposal either, but, of course, the way was open to reciprocal trade and to the according of some credit when the situation became more favorable for them. Even Kozizaks and Christo Themilko seemed happy. I had the impression that they had understood the stupidity of what they had done, and I thought that that unpleasant scene was forgotten. I thought that the very close and friendly stand of Dimitrov and all the Bulgarian comrades towards us, our party and our country, had caused them to assess their stand towards the course followed by our party, especially in its relations to the Yugoslav leadership, in a different light. They should have realized that for us, neither the world, nor socialism began and ended in Yugoslavia. They should have understood that our party, our country had their own role and importance which we had to ceaselessly safeguard and strengthen. Hence, it was the opportunity for them to start to clear the rubbish out of their heads. I saw a certain joy in their eyes and gestures, and our train journey through Bulgaria and Yugoslavia towards Belgrade passed happily. We sang, asked the Bulgarian and Yugoslav guards about the places we were passing through, and they explained to us where battles had taken place, etc. We asked one another, will Tito receive us? As I said, when we passed through Belgrade he told us that we would talk about quote our relations unquote when we returned, and I knew that if they began, these talks would be extremely difficult. Nevertheless, matters had to be carried through to the end. However, as soon as we arrived at the railway station in Belgrade it was obvious that talks were not going to take place. Apart from an even more frigid atmosphere than the last time, now only a few third and fourth rate officials had come to meet us. We got into cars and, after they took us to the same place where we stayed before, they prepared to depart in order to leave us quote in peace unquote. I asked the one who had been appointed to quote accompany unquote me, or more correctly, to see me off, whether he knew when we were to meet Tito according to the promise made. Quote, Comrade Tito, unquote, said the official, quote, officially unquote, left 2 days ago for a friendly visit to Romania. Unquote. I nodded my head to let the official know that I understood everything clearly and held out my hand to him. Neither he nor the others made any proposal for a program or suggested a meeting with any other comrade of the Yugoslav leadership, and I made no request either. The next day we set out for and arrived in Tirana. Chapter 8. The Titoites heading for inevitable exposure and defeat. Enslaving offers. On the Coordination Commission, Yugoslav militarymen pour into Tirana. Quote, imminent danger is threatening Albania. Unquote. Nakospru insists on putting Mehmet at the head of the general staff of the army. Tempo's military thesis. General Haimovic demands the creation of a unified command at General Kuperson in Tirana. Tito, quote, I beg you to give us the Benson Karsa for one division. Unquote. Notifying Stalin about the question of the Yugoslav division. The 8th plenum of the CC, a black stain on the history of the CPA. The temporary triumph of the Yugoslav theses. Monstrous attack of Kozizaks and others on the party and its sound cadres. Kuperson, Zlatic and others. Quote, Tito wants you to demand the union with Yugoslavia. Unquote. Astonishing haste of the Titoites. The historic letter of Stalin. Ignominious departure of Tito's envoys from Albania. The quote analyzes unquote which began in our leadership after the accusations which they made through Savo Zlatic and after the suicide of Nako Spru convinced the Yugoslav leadership that its strategic plan for turning Albania into the Seventh Republic of Yugoslavia was proceeding as had been envisaged. In order to disguise themselves before giving the final blow, the Yugoslavs made a temporary quote retreat unquote. They no longer attacked us directly, began to murmur about their quote feelings of friendship unquote towards sister Albania and loudly advertised the quote aid unquote which they gave us, on paper, of course, all over Yugoslavia, at meetings and rallies, on the radio, in the press, etc. They said that quote in grave and difficult days we stand beside our Albanian brothers unquote, that quote for all our poverty we must save something and send it to Albanian unquote. And indeed, with collection boxes in hand, the Titoite jugglers even organized campaigns to collect charity for quote the poor unquote. All this was a truly insulting and demagogic farce worthy of those who want to cover up and disguise tragedies with buffoonery. Especially at the moments when we were to set out for Bulgaria, this farce was played with greater fervor. Tito sensed that the unexpected invitation which we received from Dimitrov to visit Bulgaria was not something fortuitous. Undoubtedly he saw in it the intervention of the Soviets and, first of all, of Stalin. At the same time, this quote popular internationalist aid unquote which was trumpeted inside and outside Yugoslavia was to serve the leaders of Belgrade as that layer of powder which is sprinkled over a massacred corpse. They hoped that the Albanian people would be blinded by the Yugoslav buffoonery of quote solidarity unquote and not realize that they were being stabbed in the back. We ourselves now saw that something unpleasant and evil was being hidden behind all this quote beautiful unquote facade. When Belgrade smiled, we had the feeling that something evil was being prepared for our party and country. Quote the stick and the carrot unquote, the accusations and quote promises unquote of Tito and his henchmen were being felt and seen in their true light, as links of a chain, in Tirana. However, in all this farce of quote friendship unquote we saw the other side of the medal, the fever of fear and anxiety which haunted the chiefs in Belgrade, step by step, in the crime which they were preparing to commit. Every action, every tactic of theirs against us, bore within itself the seeds of their inevitable exposure and the defeat of the plot. And the more the chiefs of the CPY were to hasten to commit their evil deed against us, the nearer they were to approach their ignominious and inevitable doom. Enslaving offers. On the eve of 1948, as a New Year quote gift unquote, the leadership in Belgrade concentrated its attention on us in two fields in particular. First, in the economy, and second, in the field of defense, in the army. In regard to the party, they thought that they already had it completely in their hands. Since the Berat plenum, their henchmen, especially Kozizaks and Pondi Christo, had become complete Titoites, had been perfected in the methods of conspirators, so that even without the direct interference of the Yugoslavs it was thought that they could guide the situation created according to the taste of their masters. Thus, the Yugoslavs thought that in their agents recruited in the leadership of our party they had the key to success, their strongest point, whereas in fact precisely here lay one of their weakest points, which would lead them to exposure and defeat. This had to do with the anti-Marxist, Trotskyite concept of Tito and company about the party, its role and its functions. According to them, the base of the party was the quote mob unquote, was the quote claque unquote which need be given no attention because it had no role other than to obey, blindly and without any opposition, the orders and directives which came quote from above unquote, from quote the leadership unquote and especially from the quote strong hand unquote in the leadership. Proceeding from this concept, both in their own party and in ours, they had concentrated their attention mainly on quote the top ranks unquote, on winning over a pro-Titoite lobby in the leadership, a lobby which, according to them, would lead the whole party like a flock of sheep into Tito's fold. However, when the time came, precisely this anti-Marxist concept was to lead its bearers to the brink of disaster. 4 or 5 recruited agents, however powerful, would be nothing in face of the colossal strength of our party which had been educated and tempered to lead the people on the course of safeguarding and strengthening their freedom, and not up the blind alleys where Tito and his gang wanted to drive them. However, this was to be proved later. At first, Tito and company thought that through their agent, the organizational secretary Kozizaks, they had our party quote in their grip unquote, and since, according to them, matters would go like clockwork in that party, they concentrated their main attention on our economy and army. On the basis of quote proposals unquote of the Yugoslav leadership, which Zlatic had presented together with the accusations, at the beginning of December Zlatic came with another Yugoslav, Sergei Krejcir, with a bundle of files under his arm. Present from our side were Kozizaks, Pondi Christo and I. They quote congratulated unquote us on being rid, at last, of Nako Spru, the element who quote has complicated and harmed matters and has even managed to cause mutual frictions and doubts between us unquote, and then they opened the files. Quote now, unquote said Zlatic, quote we want to put forward the question of the Coordination Commission more concretely. Comrade Krejcir, one of our best experts on economic problems, has been charged by our leadership to carry the burden of chairman of this commission. It will be a Yugoslav-Albanian commission, that is, Albanian representatives will take part in it. 2. It will follow the course of the development of the economy of our countries in detail, so that everything will be harmonized, that is, well coordinated." Unquote. When we met at the beginning of November, I said to Zlatic, "I asked you what the character of this commission would be and in what relationship the respective governments of the two countries would be with it and its competences. We are still completely unclear about this." "You are right," conceded Zlatic, "because greater problems have preoccupied you. I shall reply to the best of my ability. You mentioned an extremely delicate problem, the relationship between the Commission and the respective governments of the two countries. I want you to understand me correctly in what I am about to say. The very idea of an economic union between our countries cannot be concretized without a common organ which, you might say, will stand and function between our two governments. If the work of economic union for the Yugoslav side is left solely in the hands of the Yugoslav government and, for the Albanian side, solely in the hands of the Albanian government, then troubles, conflicts, frictions and everything else will arise for us. The Coordination Commission will be the organ which eliminates these dangers." Then is it to be an organ above our governments? I asked. "No, it will not be above the governments. Its competences will extend in the first place only over economic matters, thus in the other fields all the competences remain in the hands of your government." What is that? Does that mean we are to be relieved of economic matters? "You are misunderstanding me," exclaimed Zlatic, angrily. "I did not say you should be relieved of the economy. I said that the field of competences of the Commission will extend only to economic matters and moreover, even here, the Commission will be engaged with the problems which have to do with common plans, with the most effective ways for the coordination of plans, with the definition and detailing of the budgets, investments and income, with checkup on the accomplishment of tasks and measures which will be allocated, hence with all the major problems in this field. After that let the government decide about the economy." And what is left in all this for our government to decide, as you say, when the Coordination Commission knows and settles everything? I asked him. "I don't know why you are afraid of this commission, Comrade Enver," exclaimed Zlatic. "You are proceeding from a mistaken idea about it and consequently you look on everything with suspicion. The matter cannot be discussed on this basis. You should have faith in the advantages of the Commission. Our comrades in Belgrade have considered it carefully, have studied all the advantages of it and that is why we demand that the Commission should be formed. It will be an organ to assist both you and us. We'll have a great deal of work and many tasks and I regret that you are questioning everything. We came with the idea that the time was over when doubts and frictions began over every issue." My question was sincere and very concrete, I said calmly. "I don't believe that either Comrade Tito or you want us to accept ideas or projects about which we are not clear." "I agree with you," Zlatic backed down. "But I say with conviction that you would not question us so much, if you had more faith in the sincerity and fairness of our proposals. Everything we say is for your benefit. Without an intermediary coordinating organ our governments will be faced with major difficulties. Our governments should not quarrel with each other through the fault of a few directors or specialists of the economy. Let comrades competent in this field solve the economic problems. Let them have the friction with one another and find the proper solutions. Comrade Krajger is ready to cope with all the difficulties which will arise. Let the governments decide the major questions. That is clear. I don't know what Comrades Zox or Christo have to say." We thank you from our hearts for all this aid and these ideas which the Yugoslav leadership gives us, replied Cozy Zox there and then. I'm not a specialist in these matters, because the economy is not my sector, but I know in my own mind that the Coordination Commission will advance the work and the things that occurred in the past will not occur again. I don't think that the comrade commander has no faith in you, either, but the economy is very complicated. Moreover, Nakospru confused us and we do not understand what is being done." Quite right. Zlatic congratulated Zox. These problems of the economy are very difficult and complicated, especially those of economic union. In Belgrade the cream of our economic specialists are engaged in this work. I don't want Comrade Enver to misunderstand me, but I myself do not thoroughly understand all the secrets of these matters. If I knew them I would tell you. The main thing is the good spirit. Comrade Zox put it correctly. He is not a specialist, but his class instinct leads him to correct conclusions. Those who come from the intelligentsia ought to learn from him. Cozy Zox nodded his head very pleased with himself over the pat on the back they were giving him. In our leadership there is a splendid harmony, continued Zlatic. Let us take the relations between Tito and Kardelj. Comrade Tito has the class instinct and Kardelj relies heavily on this instinct. Unquote. What he was hinting at was self-evident. But now there was no limit to their shamelessness. After we debated for an hour or so about the quote nature unquote of the commission, and I several times heard such remarks as quote you do not want to understand, unquote, quote you do not want to believe unquote, etc., Koziosz cleared his throat and said the final word. Quote, I think the commission should be created as the Yugoslav comrades say. The advantages which this commission will bring us will convince any comrade who has hesitations. From our side we should appoint Comrade Pondi Christo to engage directly in this work. Of course, Pondi has not gone deeply into economic problems, but the main thing is that he has the class instinct well developed. Unquote. In this situation and in these circumstances of pressure and blackmail we were obliged to accept Tito's first offer, the creation of the Coordination Commission, which, however camouflaged, comprised in the Titoites plans the initial form, or embryo, of a future government of the state of occupation. Very quickly, all the filth from this essentially neo-colonialist creation would begin to stench. My opinion that this commission might turn into a kind of government over the government was being confirmed completely. Krasner gathered in his hands almost all the competences of our government, signed and sealed everything which had to do with the Albanian economy and its ways of development. In the framework of the Coordination Commission various subcommissions were set up, which represented duplicates of our government departments. And whereas up till now, with the earlier forms of quote collaboration unquote the Yugoslavs had robbed us as thieves, from now on they robbed us openly, legally, as owners. In time and cautiously we were to oppose them in this field, too. But initially, when the quote economic union unquote was still covered with phrases about quote friendship unquote, our responses were limited. As soon as I mentioned to Koziosz any doubt or concern about the decline of our economy, he immediately tried quote to pacify unquote me. Quote, why do you worry about the economy? Unquote. Zox said to me, quote, now that we have signed the economic treaties with Yugoslavia the aid will come. The important thing now is to prepare for the analyses of the plenum which have remained up in the air. Unquote. Several times on end I asked Pondi Christo to inform us how the work in the Coordination Commission was going, but he answered the same way as Zox. Indeed, Pondi did not know how to put two words together, did not know how to report. Therefore he said curtly, quote, Comrade Commander, don't you worry about the economy, because Comrade Krasner and the Commission take the closest interest in it. Unquote. The coming plenum of our Central Committee, where the discussion would take place in the spirit of Tito's accusations, was being used by the agents of Belgrade as a means of blackmail to intimidate us and compel us to accept what they told us. Meanwhile militarymen poured into Tirana as never before. Yugoslav generals, colonels, majors and captains with shining epaulets came and went in Albania as though it were their own domain. They brought with them the great quote concern unquote of the Yugoslav leadership about the quote extremely acute unquote situation abroad and about quote the imminent danger unquote which was threatening our countries as never before. The great noise Tito's men were making about this quote alarm unquote had been echoing in our ears for 2 years. Of course, it was more than true that the situation around our countries was not calm and without dangers, but it seemed to us that all that tension and alarm in which Tito's emissaries presented the situation was unjustified. It seemed to us that things were being exaggerated. As in all the other fields, here, too, it was soon to emerge that they were aiming at something else. The Belgrade leadership was making ready to present its next quote offer unquote. In appearance this offer had to do with the quote joint unquote defense of our freedom, but in essence it was nothing but an official demand to hand over the freedom and independence of our country as a gift to the chauvinists of Belgrade. For years they had been trying to achieve this through the most quote suitable unquote and least quote obvious unquote ways and means, but without success. This is what had happened with their feverish efforts to take control of our army, to orientate and organize it as a core of the Yugoslav army, subordinate to the Yugoslav staff. For us the question of the army had always been sacred, like the question of the party itself. It had been created, organized, educated and tempered with the teachings of our party, with the great experience of the liberation wars of our people, and with the experience of the Soviet army. In regard to the political, ideological and military education of our army, the problems have been decided categorically on the correct Marxist-Leninist road of our party. The basis of our national liberation war was partisan warfare, the fighting experience of our forefathers, which was enriched in the new conditions of a modern war. Therefore, during the war we further enriched our experience with that of the revolutionary war of other peoples and, first of all, the Soviet peoples. All this experience we gathered for ourselves and elaborated for ourselves, because right through the war up to the complete liberation of Albania we had no contacts at all with the Soviet army, which did not pass through our country. However, the fact is that for our army the Red Army, which was born from the Great October Revolution, was the most beloved army, and from the first days of liberation we set ourselves the task of educating our army with lofty patriotism on the Marxist-Leninist road and with the example of the Red Army of Stalin. We began to send many cadres and militarymen who had just come through the war to Ushalish, to other military schools and academies in the Soviet Union, which always accepted them, and we were wholeheartedly grateful for this. We sent very few cadres to the Yugoslav military schools, because in the first years after liberation the Yugoslavs had few such schools. They themselves, like us, sent large numbers of their sons to study in the Soviet Union. Thus we did not have obvious frictions with the Yugoslavs over this question. They did not express displeasure that we preferred the military schools of the Soviet Union and not theirs. The frictions, their anti-Sovietism and anti-Albanianism, were to be displayed openly later, precisely when their bourgeois nationalist and chauvinist sentiments began to assume more marked and more numerous forms, when their megalomania, their sense of the "capability" and "capacity" of the "great and powerful Yugoslav state" began to be cultivated and developed. This was apparent in the military sector as in all other sectors. Taking advantage of those links which had been created during the war years between our two parties, and this we regarded as a normal and necessary thing, the Yugoslavs aimed to leave our army in a deplorable condition, without organization and without sound leadership. Initially we asked them to give us the regulations they had, with the aim that we would study them and adapt them to our conditions. They sent them very readily, accompanied with "specialists on the regulations." However, they caused us a great deal of trouble. Every 3 to 4 months the regulations were changed. The training was not carried out on a studied basis, but just as it pleased one or the other Yugoslav "specialist." The reason was not that they did not know. No, they wanted to leave our army weak and disorganized, with the aim that it would not be able to take counteraction against them later when the appropriate moment came. A damaging role in this situation was played by Christo Tomilko, the director of the political directory of our army, who had fought well and was sincere, but after the Berat plenum, Kozizaks and Pondi Christo got their hooks into him, having in mind that he was of Macedonian origin, and he was implicated in the ranks of the elements who worked in favor of every "orientation" that came from Yugoslavia. I frequently summoned Sheol and asked him angrily, "What is this? Further changes to the regulations?" "Don't misunderstand us, comrade commander," he said. "We are in the first steps. We are going to build a modern army." At the time when we had none at all, the first regulations were a good step towards modernization. When the second ones came, obviously, they were improved. Later they changed them again. They work, these clever devils, rack their brains and regulate the regulations. There is no end to perfection, comrade commander. That's all very well, there is no end to perfection, but this situation must come to an end, I told him. What is this? As soon as our soldiers start to learn one set of regulations you replace it with another. It's all to the good. No. I said. This is disorganization rather than organization. I saw that the situation was not changing and discipline was falling apart. I observed that, although I was commander-in-chief, I was virtually pushed to one side, in order to deal with "the most important things", a little of everything. Things could not proceed in this way. Nako, as one completely involved in the game which was being played "far from me", brought me all kinds of unpleasant facts and stories which he learned from his "men". I was convinced that the army must be taken firmly in hand. Among the first measures which I decided to take was the reorganization of the general staff. When we discussed this question, Nako proposed insistently that Mehmet should be placed at the head of the general staff because he was "a born soldier, well trained, who had proved himself". It's true he has proved himself, I told Nako, but from two aspects, both good and bad. As to his bad aspects I had in mind especially his sectarian acts during the war, as well as the other fact that when we had criticized him for his sectarianism, he had swung to the opposite, to opportunism. I had in mind also that he frequently acted on his own. He was conceited, demanded discipline from the others, but was not all that disciplined himself towards the line of the party and the orders of the general command, to the point that during the National Liberation War he did not carry out the order for the movement of the 1st Division to the north, until he was given a second clear-cut order. These were the things I had in mind in regard to Mehmet's negative aspects when Nako proposed to me his appointment as chief of the general staff. Of course, from what we knew of him at that period, I also took account of his positive aspects, which impelled me to believe that under the leadership of the party he would rid himself of those negative traits which we recognized in him. Likewise, the fact that he was studying in the military academy in the Soviet Union added to my hope that Mehmet would strongly oppose the mishmash which the Yugoslavs were creating in our army. With people like Tahir Kadar, Nagzip Vincini, and Pelum Dishnika, and some others. The situation could not be corrected. We put forward the proposal in the Bureau and, after some minor hesitations, even Kozyak and Pondy Christo agreed. We summoned Mehmet Shah from Moscow, where he was studying in the Voroshilov academy, and at our first meeting I told him about the situation in our army, related the history of the Yugoslav regulations, and before I had really finished he burst out with extreme expressions, as was his habit. The brilliant military strategic art of the Red Army will find its most complete affirmation in the whole life of our army. We shall place the regulations of the Soviet army in the hands of every soldier and will not allow even a full stop or a comma to be altered in them. This is not what's wanted, either, I told him. Wilanigo gave the orientation that we should have our own regulations, which should not be just a complete translation of the regulations of sister armies. The mistake the comrades have made up till now has been that they have based themselves only on the Yugoslav regulations, which have been time after time. We must not permit such anomalies anymore. Account must be taken of the Soviet regulations, first of all, and the good points of the Yugoslav regulations must be looked at, but we must work to ensure that our regulations are based on our own experience, with the objective that in the future we shall have regulations which are completely our own. This is what I wanted to say, replied Mehmet Shah, backing down and promising solemnly, we shall decide everything in a creative way, on the basis of the line of the party and our rich experience of the National Liberation War. Thus, applying the Stalinist art in the organizational and ideopolitical structure of the army in our conditions, we decided to adopt the Soviet military regulations as the base. At the same time we asked Stalin to send us some Soviet military advisors as well, to assist in the organization of the general staff and the detachments. Stalin sent us good men with military and political experience. This course which we pursued consistently did not please the Yugoslavs. They considered themselves insulted and their military attaché and his aides slandered and criticized everything and incited our officers against the Soviet advisors, the Soviet regulations and the Soviet experience. A certain Spiro Sergentic, a Yugoslav officer who had come allegedly to exchange the political experience of the Yugoslav army with the political directory of our army, but who in fact maintained contact with Christo Themilko, Pelum Dishnica, etc., displayed special activity in this anti-Albanian and anti-Soviet campaign. Although we attacked them, these actions were being carried out continuously, reaching the point when some of the Yugoslavs, beginning from the main ones, like Ambassador Josip Georgia and Tito's advisor to us Savo Zlatic, etc., were so blinded by indignation that they took our officer comrades who had graduated from the military schools and returned to their homeland for Soviet officers, and complained to us about this large number of Soviet advisors which we were bringing in. Later they made another attempt to set us on a wrong course. They summoned Christo Themilko, Mehmet Shah and some others to Belgrade, to a military meeting or seminar, at which Vukmanovic Tempo, at that time political director of the Yugoslav army, presented the military theses of the Yugoslav army. After this, through Shul, they tried to persuade us that we, too, should adopt those anti-Marxist and openly anti-Soviet theses. Christo Themilko, indoctrinated by Tempo, came to me all enthusiasm, praised these theses to me, and proposed their adoption. Do you have these theses written out? I asked him. I have ample notes. He replied boldly. We were together with Mehmet Shah at that seminar, we have everything noted down accurately. Very well, I said. Write out these things you have presented to me, and bring them to me so that we can study them more carefully. A few days later Themilko brought me the theses. They were the same ideas and claims which we had heard long ago about the specific experience of the Yugoslav army in the National Liberation War. About the creative application of military science by Tito, about the importance of this experience in the struggle against the stereotypism of earlier revolutions, etc., etc., except that now they were elevated to art, to theory. According to them, in the conditions of the Balkans and Europe as a whole, the experience of the October Revolution and the Red Army are no longer of value, because the new conditions are different from those of the October Revolution, and also because the Red Army belongs to a country which is 30 years ahead in the construction of socialism. Thus, according to Tempo, the forms of organization and functioning of the Red Army were allegedly unsuitable for us. After I carefully studied the Yugoslavs' theses, I summoned Themilko and Mehmet Shah and gave them my clear-cut opinion. And these theses there are incorrect, mistaken views, and we must not adopt them in any way. We do not disdain any good experience, I told them. But these theses do not contain such a thing. Then, why should we adopt their theses when we have our own and the Soviet experience? Thus, This effort of the Titoites failed, too. From all these stands of ours, as well as from the detailed information which they received from the sources of the secret agency which they had created, the Yugoslavs were convinced that they could not use our army as a blind tool to realize their secret aims. So they changed their tactics. In July 1947, a big Yugoslav military delegation headed by Vukmanović Tempo and Koka Popović, the former political director and the latter chief of the general staff of the Yugoslav army, came to Albania and held intensive discussions with our representatives, Kristo Thimulko, Mehmet, etc. During those days I was preparing to go to Moscow, and when we returned, Mehmet and Kristo Thimulko came to inform me, quote, "The talks gave brilliant results," unquote, said Mehmet. Quote, "The Yugoslav comrades take a serious view of the alarming situation in the Balkans and propose to give us major supplies of military material, all-round aid and mutual collaboration in all sectors of defense." Unquote. Quote, "What is meant by this collaboration?" Unquote, I asked. Quote, "More or less like the collaboration in the other sectors. The spirit of the economic convention should be extended to the army, too," Tempo told us. They proposed concrete measures about raising the efficiency of the army, about the extension of military projects, about equipment, communications, clothing, etc. In short, we should have a bigger army, better equipped technically, better clothed, shod and fed. That is, a modern army. We are defining the concrete measures for this major undertaking." Unquote. Quote, "All these things are necessary," unquote, I told Mehmet. Quote, "But you must bear in mind our conditions. Can our economy cope with all these demands immediately?" Unquote. Quote, "You must not worry about this." In the spirit of the convention, the Yugoslav comrades agreed to cover our expenditure in the army with their budget. Unquote. This seemed to me extremely suspect. The quote, friends unquote, who were fulfilling almost nothing of what they had undertaken in the economic sectors were now becoming extremely generous in regard to the army, and when Kristo Thimulko considered it quote, necessary unquote, to add to what Mehmet said, my doubts and worries were further reinforced. Quote, "The Yugoslav comrades are going to treat our army the same as their army," unquote, added Shul. Quote, Tempo said that in the spirit of the economic convention, while unifications in the economy are important, the unification of our armies is just as important, if not more so. Unquote. Quote, What is this unification of the armies?" Unquote, I asked shocked. Quote, "He did not say that. I did not hear it." Unquote, Mehmet intervened quickly when he saw how shocked I was. Quote, "He spoke about the extension of the spirit of the economic convention to the army, too." Unquote, Thimulko replied quietly. Quote, "We were together in all the talks and we agreed to everything." What is the economic convention? The unification of prices, equalization of currencies, customs union. I understand this spirit in the army as unification of armies. Unquote. Quote, "Did Tempo say this, or is this how you understood it?" Unquote, I asked, looking at him sternly. Quote, "Perhaps I have confused the matter," unquote, mumbled Shul. Quote, "Perhaps I have confused the matter, you say," unquote, I retorted angrily. Quote, "Why don't you rather say that you saw the relations between our armies as those between the lek and the dinar?" Unquote. Mehmet quote, declared unquote, once again that this quote has not been said. Unquote. This quote would be a mistake. Unquote. Quote, "Comrade Shul should not make naive comparisons," unquote, etc. This problem was closed, considering it a blunder of Shul. However, immediately after the accusations which Zlatic communicated to us in November, we heard with shock and regret and were finally convinced that what Shul quote had thought unquote, but Mehmet allegedly quote had not heard unquote, in July, was more than true. The Yugoslavs quite openly demanded the unification of our armies, that is, the placing of our army under the general command of the Yugoslav army. During one of those days Mehmet came to me and said, quote, "Comrade Commander, in the general staff we are quarreling because there is talk about the unification of the two commands of our armies and the Yugoslavs want to eliminate you." Unquote. These were the moments after Nakosparu's suicide, the moments when Kozizaks had drawn his sword and was brandishing it left and right. In the analyses which we were making, amongst other accusations raised were those about the quote, "unsatisfactory situation in the army," unquote, especially in the general staff, about quote, "the stereotype spirit," unquote, in which we were educating the army, about quote, "the underestimation of the military experience of the Yugoslav comrades," unquote, etc. Initially these attacks were made by quote, criticizing unquote, the chief of the general staff Mehmet, especially in a number of people in the political directory of the army with whom the Yugoslavs were in direct contact. Such a feeling was crystallizing, not only against Mehmet, but also against me. This was still not being done openly, but indirectly. That is where it led, because it turned out as if I had proposed Mehmet as chief of the staff, and supported him, etc. On the other hand, since I was commander-in-chief, now that it was said that quote, "things are not going well in the general staff," This was a direct attack against me for permitting this situation. Memicio, who felt that his position was shaky, to save himself from this situation opposed the Yugoslavs openly. Later I shall relate what this opposition was, and tried to gain my backing and support. His statement that the Yugoslavs are trying to eliminate you did not surprise me at those moments, because we were at the climax of the analyses in the bureau, but nevertheless I asked him in what direction he saw this thing. General Hamovic, Tempo's deputy, has come with a group of military men and they are demanding, not only the unification of our armies, but also the creation of a unified command which will direct the activities and training of the unified army, explained Memicio. I oppose them openly, he added. I took a very serious view of the information which Memicio gave me, informed Titoites about this, too, and told him we should organize a meeting in which, in the presence of Memicio and Titoites, Hamovic should make the ideas of the Yugoslav leadership clearer to us. The meeting was held, but Hamovic did not take part. He had gone to inspect the detachments personally and to make contact with the various chiefs of our army. Memicio has been hasty in the conclusion which he draws and in all the information which he has given you. Shul attacked him. We were going to inform you about everything they said at the meeting, but the matters have still not matured. What, do you think that I should be informed when you have decided everything? Such a thing is not permitted in any sector, least of all in the army. I told Thimilko, you are right, comrade commander, but we are in the phase of discussion. You are occupied with other work and Memicio is maneuvering to confuse us, just as his friend Nakospru did. It has not been said that you should be eliminated. You remain commander-in-chief. Whether or not I remain, neither you, I, nor Hamovic decides this. The party, the representative organs of the people in power decide this. I said to him. The placing of our army under the Yugoslav command leads you to my conclusion. Put in Memicio. Who said that the command would be Yugoslav. Exploded Titoites. It will be a joint, unified command. You, too, have been informed about this. How is it that you did not inform me? I asked Zox immediately. He was nonplussed for a moment, but now he had become a master of escaping from checkmate. No. After you spoke to me yesterday I was worried and asked Shul. He made things clear to me. It was plain that he was lying, but now lies and deception were becoming a system and it was in vain to try to discover the roots of them. They are only some ideas, comrade commander, which apply not only to us, but also to the Bulgarian army. The Milko tried to calm the atmosphere. We shall present the platform of unification to you when the idea is properly worked out. Memicio is trying to split us with the aim of covering up his own mistakes. Since he became chief of the general staff he has done nothing but damage. There is no harmony between the general staff and the political directory. Memicio wants to do everything himself, elbows other comrades out and offends people over nothing. Now he tells you that allegedly you are being eliminated, but when we were in Belgrade he himself eliminated you. Christo Thimilko, be careful about what you say. Shouted Memicio angrily. You are lying to the commander for evil aims. Do you remember what you said to Comrade Tito when we met him in Belgrade? Replied Shul, quite unperturbed. Under the leadership and supreme command of Comrade Tito our armies will become invincible. That is what you said. Memicio's face turned red and he did not know what to say. Then he muttered. That was a toast. Exaggerated things are said in toasts. And I proposed a toast to Comrade Enver, too. Don't talk to us about toasts here, interrupted Titoites. And you, Memicio, pull yourself together. With these things that you are saying you will further alienate us from friendly Yugoslavia. When you go to Belgrade you butter up Tito, here you do the same thing with the commander. You are dishonest with both of them. I know you very well, I know you inside out, just as I knew Nakospru. Memicio turned pale and seemed frozen to the spot. We are going to look into your work carefully, continued Cozy. Because the plenum is coming up. We shall settle all these things at the plenum. A few days later, at a joint meeting of the General Staff and the Political Directory of the Army, Memicio was faced with the full attack. There were plenty of grounds on which to catch him in mistakes. All of them were gathered up against him. They were labeled as anti-Yugoslavism and the proposal to discharge him from the function he held was presented to the Political Bureau. In the existing situation the opinion of the Bureau, in this case, too, was to be just a matter of form. Everything had been predetermined outside the Bureau. At the end of December 1947 Memicio was replaced by Bekir Luku. It was quite obvious that things were on the decline in the army, as in all other sectors. I was fully convinced that the question of unification and the unified command was not an idea in the process of elaboration, unquote, as Kozizaks and Christothemulko tried to present it, but a clear-cut demand. At that period, Christothemulko and the new chief of the General Staff Ikar Baluka were summoned to Belgrade allegedly for quote preliminary discussion and consultation unquote, but it seems to me that all this was a maneuver which was fraught with other dangers. I felt that it was absolutely necessary to have a quiet consultation with our comrades, but Kozizaks and Pondi Christo did not agree that we should engage ourselves on a quote project unquote when we had more quote important unquote DJR things in front of us, quote the deepening of the analyses for the plenum unquote. I wanted to consult the Soviet comrades, too, but Kozizaks leapt up in the air as if he were stung by a wasp, quote consult the Soviets? Unquote he cried. Quote in no way. We are not clear yet and we will confuse the VKP. Let us wait to hear what the comrades have to tell us when they return from Belgrade, and then see what to do. Unquote. Eventually the comrades returned. Only this time they were neither alone nor empty-handed. With them came a Yugoslav general with a resounding name, which when you heard it, created the impression that hobnailed boots were marching quote crunch crunch unquote on the cobblestones. This was General Kuprasinen. He had brought a whole suite of colonels and majors and unquote extremely urgent and important unquote message for me from Tito personally. As far as I remember, I received them the day following their arrival in Tirana. We exchanged the usual greetings and the general started directly into his theme. Quote on the special order of our Supreme Commander, the Minister of People's Defense, Marshal of Yugoslavia Josip Broz Tito, I have come to you to bring a series of proposals of exceptional importance. What I have to communicate to you, as well as information about my identity, is communicated officially and in detail in this personal letter from Comrade Tito. Allow me to hand it to you. Unquote. He rose to his feet, stood to attention, took one step forward and held out the envelope to me, all solemnity, as if he were presenting his letter of credentials. Quote, now allow me to communicate to you orally the purpose of my dispatch here so unexpectedly. The situation around us presents greater threats than ever. We have information that in Greece the preparations are being completed for an attack which will be aimed initially against your southeastern borders. Unquote. He was silent for a moment, and then said to the Yugoslav officer whom he had with him, quote, the map. Unquote. Immediately a big map of the Balkans on which arrows, circles, flags and all kinds of other multicolored lines struck the eye was unrolled. Quote, it is envisaged that the attack will begin in this territory, unquote, said Kuprasinen, pointing to the border in the Karsa-Urska zone. Quote, we have information also that simultaneous attacks may begin from the sea. The Greek aggressive forces, supported by the Anglo-American forces and means, will try to smash your defense with a rapid general assault and then penetrate in depth. In these conditions, our leadership, extremely worried and loyal to its obligations under the Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Aid, considers that a series of urgent measures should be taken. In regard to the main one, I shall cite textually what Comrade Tito writes to you in the letter I handed to you, unquote, said Kuprasinen. He opened his briefcase, took out a sheet of paper and began to read, quote, because of such an unclear situation, I beg you to give us the base in Karsa for one division and for the auxiliary technical units. In this way the possibility will be created for you to secure the sector in the direction of the sea better and, in case of a provocation, our units will be able to intervene more quickly. Unquote 1. Quote, this is the main and urgent proposal of the Yugoslav leadership, unquote, continued Kuprasinen. Quote, at the meeting they had with Comrade Tito, Comrades Baluku and Themulko agreed and, convinced that you would have no opposition either, I and the group which accompanies me came to begin work immediately. We will leave urgently for Karsa to examine the terrain and see where our first division will be deployed. Unquote. Quote, I must interrupt you, General, unquote, I told him. Quote, Comrade Tito's proposal is of such importance that it can never be passed over with a casual communication. Unquote. Quote, everything I said you have there in writing from Tito himself. Unquote, replied Kuprasinen. Quote, this I believe, unquote, I continued. Quote, but we have just heard it. We must study it, discuss it in the leadership of our party and state and then we shall give you our reply. Unquote. Quote, how is it possible? Unquote, exclaimed Kuprasinen in quote astonishment. Unquote, your comrades who are engaged directly with the army showed themselves extremely ready and reasonable. Unquote. Quote, no one has authorized our comrades to approve a proposal of any kind whatever without first having the opinion of the leadership of our party and my opinion as commander-in-chief. Unquote, I replied. Quote, moreover, such an action, if not carefully weighed up, may create great problems. Unquote. Quote, the course you suggest could be followed, unquote, persisted Kuprasinen. Quote, but bear in mind this situation. We can wait for your analyses, but will the enemy wait until you are convinced? Unquote. Quote, whether or not we are convinced, unquote, I said, quote, this will emerge in the end. As for the enemy, first, I think that in this situation, they have no possibility to attack us. Second, even if they do attack us, we are capable of dealing with them ourselves. Unquote. Quote, I brought the assessment of our leadership which has ample information about these preparations. Do you not believe this? Unquote. Quote, you may have this information. Unquote, I said. Quote, but one thing is now well known. A general offensive of the patriotic forces has just been launched in Greece and the government army is engaged in fighting them. Unquote. Quote, let us assume that this is so. What is wrong with our taking preliminary measures? Unquote. Q% tried to persuade me. Quote, there are several things wrong with it. Unquote, I said curtly. Quote, first, we, for our part, cannot approve such an action without thrashing it out well in our leadership, and I tell you that I, as Commander-in-Chief, do not agree. Second, this hasty action would create great concern amongst our people. Unquote. Quote, Comrade Tito has foreseen this. Unquote. The general interrupted me. Quote, and here is what he writes in the letter. I think that all these actions should be carried out quietly and unnoticed. We have instructions to organize everything in secrecy without it coming to the ears of the people. Unquote. Quote, and you believe that this is possible? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, do you think that the people are goats? Indeed, even if we were to agree to your proposal, we could not take any action without first explaining it to the people and convincing them. The people have the right to call us to account and to reject an action which does not seem right to them. Third, unquote, I continued, quote, such an action would increase the tension of the situation in the Balkans and in the international arena. The enemies would begin to speak in the way that suits them. Unquote. Quote, Comrade Tito has foreseen this, too, unquote, said Q%. Quote, and he writes in his letter, the enemy will learn of such a thing, but when our units are established there we have no reason to keep it secret, because this will show that our alliance is not a formal thing, but, on the contrary, that we are definitely determined to defend our borders together. Indeed, Comrade Tito thinks that after the division is established in Hoxha, unquote, continued Q%, quote, if the press asks you or Comrade Tito about it, you should declare that the space has been given by agreement for the needs of the security, not only of the Albanian borders, but also of the Yugoslav borders. Unquote. 1. Quote, Comrade General, unquote, I said, quote, we have discussed this more than was necessary. We heard your communication and we have Tito's letter. Now let the responsibility rest upon us. We shall give you our reply at the proper time. This is for our good and for yours. Unquote. Quote, the best thing would be for the division to be placed as quickly as possible with the aim that reaction should not have any possibility to undertake any act for the occupation of your country. Unquote, persisted Q%. Quote, but the worst thing would be if, from such a precipitate action, enemies or friends were to accuse us that Albania has been occupied by the Yugoslav troops. Unquote, I replied to the general, and I saw that momentarily he went completely pale. With this the meeting came to an end. We parted very coldly with Q%, and as he was leaving he asked me, quote, will you be very long in giving your answer? Unquote. Quote, I believe it will be given at the proper time. Unquote, I replied frigidly. Hoxha, who had been standing there like a black monk throughout the debate, intervened and said to me, quote, the situation is very alarming, Comrade Enver, and we should not put off this internationalist aid of the Yugoslav brothers. Unquote. Q%'s face immediately brightened and he stood staring at me, awaiting my reply. Quote, if the situation is so alarming, unquote, I told Cozy in a loud voice so that Q% would hear clearly, quote, then, let the Yugoslavs deploy their army close to the north of Greece within their own borders. Unquote. General Q% could not control his anger. He muttered something and departed. Hoxha, trying to appear quote, calm unquote, and extremely quote, concerned about the situation unquote, said to me, quote, it seems to me that you were hasty. Comrade Q% will notify Comrade Tito and open up problems for us. Unquote. Quote, what they are demanding is extremely dangerous and delicate. I gave him my opinion, convinced that the Bureau will be of the same opinion. Unquote. Quote, all right, let us meet and decide today or tomorrow. Unquote, implored Hoxha. Quote, no, the coming of the Yugoslav division is not a matter to be decided hastily here and now. It is a decision of importance for our future and the future of our friendship with Yugoslavia. Unquote, I said in such a tone as to convince him that I would not budge from this. Quote, I think that they, too, are concerned about our friendship. Unquote, added Cozy. Quote, is it a small thing for Yugoslav soldiers to come and be killed to defend our borders? Our divisions did this when they went to the aid of Yugoslavia. Unquote. Quote, that was a different situation. Then we were in hot pursuit of the Germans. Who are the Yugoslav soldiers going to pursue here? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, they will be the first to meet the Greeks if they attack us. Unquote, said Hoxha. Quote, if the Greeks attack us, let us meet the first assault. The friends can help us if they are concerned about the freedom and independence of Albania. Unquote, I replied and shook hands with him. Quote, well, but I say we should raise the matter in the Bureau as quickly as possible. Unquote, said Hoxha as he was leaving. Quote, we cannot keep Tito waiting. Unquote. Convinced that we were facing a great danger with the bitterest consequences, I decided to carry out an action solely quote, on my own responsibility. Unquote. For the first time, through the Soviet embassy I informed Stalin about what Tito demanded of us and, while awaiting the reply, With great effort I managed to postpone raising in Bureau the proposal about the dispatch of the Yugoslav division for the time being. To this end I exploited a "favorable" circumstance, the decision to summon the meeting of the 8th plenum of the CC of the party at the beginning of February. I say a "favorable circumstance" because both the Yugoslavs and their agents amongst us, following the suicide of Nakospreu, gave this meeting exceptional importance. They had made all their preparations to ensure that the plenum officially endorsed the "correctness" of Tito's accusations against us and adopted the line of the unification of Albania with Yugoslavia. It was not fortuitous that the proposal about the deployment of the Yugoslav division was made on the eve of the plenum. This was done with the aim that, under the pressure of severe measures which the plenum was clearly going to take, we would accept the Yugoslav military intervention in Albania without raising our voice in opposition. At the same time, the urgent dispatch of Yugoslav troops to our territory would serve as open blackmail to ensure that matters in the plenum would go in the way that suited the Yugoslavs. Thus, we would find ourselves between two powerful fires, the measures of the plenum and the intervention of the Yugoslav army, which would create an insurmountable situation for us. This is precisely how I assessed the situation, and therefore, taking account of all the consequences, I insisted that one of these two evils should be averted. Since it was impossible to avert the holding of the plenum at those moments, I thought that I should strive to avert the dispatch of the Yugoslav division, and in this I succeeded. Stalin's reply came very quickly. A few days before we began the proceedings of the plenum, Stalin told us that he did not see any possibility or danger of an eventual attack against us by the Greek army and was in agreement with my opinion that the dispatch of the Yugoslav division to Albania was not necessary. The Yugoslavs were furious when I communicated to them that, not only we, but also the Soviet comrades and Stalin personally did not consider the dispatch of their division in order, but nevertheless, they "retreated" and, temporarily, said no more about this. The "concession" was made, because both the Yugoslavs and their agents still thought that they had everything going their way and matters would proceed as they had foreseen. Hence, we were left to await the vicious attacks which the 8th plenum of the CC of the party would make upon us. A black stain on the history of our party. The leadership in Belgrade and their agents in our ranks based great hopes and aims on the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA. There they aimed to crown the plot they had been working on for many years for the final subjugation of the CPA, to put our party in such a position that it would endorse "itself" with its own mouth what Tito and company dictated. Above all, the leadership in Belgrade aimed that the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA would create that situation in which, as soon as the signal was given, our party would be obliged to accept and sign the "unification" or more correctly, the annexation of Albania by Yugoslavia. After this, according to the Titoites, everything would be settled easily. Our Central Committee, of its own free will would put to the People's Assembly its proposal for the unification of Albania with Yugoslavia and the deputies would do what the party told them and, willingly or not, would raise their hands in approval. The ceremonies would take place full of enthusiasm and joy and the world would learn the great news that Albania, of its own will and on its own insistent demand, has become part of Yugoslavia and whether the others would be astonished at, would rejoice over or object to this news, would no longer matter to Tito. With our decisions in his hands, he knew that he would be able to prevent anyone who might raise any opposition to taking any action. In order to make this beautiful dream of Tito's a reality, first of all, the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA must at all costs first reject the former line, the defenders and appliers of it, and adopt the new pro-Yugoslav line, the line of unity and fraternity. The Yugoslav leadership did not send or even ask permission for any of its representatives to take part in this plenum. Everything was left for us to do ourselves with the aim that they would have clean hands in regard to what was to take place. But the truth is that, while withdrawing to the background themselves, the Yugoslav leaders launched their agents into activity, of course, instructing and guiding them in every step. One of the main orientations which the Yugoslavs gave Tito's Hoxha and company at these moments was to display caution in the direct attacks which they would make against the main comrades of our leadership. This is the reason why the open attack was concentrated, at first, on Nakospreu and 2 or 3 people around him, while in regard to the others, and especially me, they were reserved and did not come out openly. This was the diabolical tactic of taking the Albanian castle step, by stages, indeed, if possible, by deceiving some in order to launch them into the attack against the remainder. The Yugoslavs proved to be past masters of conspiracy, especially in the manner in which they were to operate against me. The very development of events had put them in such a vortex that now, in the interests of their final plan, they were obliged to retain me by all means in the leadership and, indeed, to retain my friendship at a time when, For them, I should have been eliminated as early as 1944. This was the only way in which their plan for the usurpation of Albania could be achieved without rifts, without suspicions, without objections and opposition, both from our party and the Albanian people and from the world abroad, communist and non-communist. Otherwise, if in the suitable circumstances created for any sort of crime in November and December 1947, the attack were concentrated openly upon me and I were removed from the duties with which I had been charged, or if this were impossible, if I were wiped out, then the Yugoslav plan of usurpation would have been placed in the dock. The annexation would immediately have been linked with the preliminary attack upon and elimination from the scene of the General Secretary of the party, the Prime Minister and the Commander-in-Chief of the Albanian Army, and automatically the crime would have become more than evident. The leadership in Belgrade would have been faced with the grave and irrefutable accusation that it annexed Albania through a coup d'état by means of a plot and a hideous crime. This would bring them irreparable damage inside and, especially, outside Yugoslavia. In Belgrade they calculated this well. Therefore, contrary to their long-standing desire to remove me from the scene as quickly as possible, contrary to the brutal impatience of Titoites to seize all the reins as quickly as possible, the Yugoslav leadership was obliged "not to touch me" and "not to remove me" from the posts which I held for the time being, until the linking of Albania with Yugoslavia had become a fait accompli. On this account, however, the problem presented many dangers for the conspirators of Belgrade. Therefore, all their attention was concentrated on keeping me under surveillance by their agents and in complete isolation, on the creation of such a situation in which, while officially I would be General Secretary of the party, in fact, I would have no power, either in the leadership of the party, or in the party as a whole, where the organizational secretary, the Yugoslav agent Titoites, would do as he pleased. Officially, I would be Prime Minister, too, but in fact, the state power would be maneuvered and directed by the Coordination Committee or Commission in Belgrade. Officially, I would be Commander-in-Chief also, but in fact, our army would be directed by a unified command with Broz Tito as the Commander-in-Chief. In brief, the chiefs of Belgrade had to keep me in my former posts at those moments as a very effective disguise to legalize and conceal from the public the terrible crime they were preparing against Albania. Afterwards, everything would be easily settled. The UDB of Rankovic, the counterpart of Titoites in Belgrade, had become masters of the most hideous crimes, from the elimination of somebody without a trace to pinning of a high decoration precisely in that place where a little earlier those same hands prepared to plunge the dagger or the bullet. I shall never forget those difficult times when, in complete isolation and convinced I was in the center of the attack, I was obliged, among other things, to stand up to the endless provocations of Tito's emissaries and their agents. During those days Titoites, in particular, operated with all his ability as a conspirator to compel me to act in accord with the interests of the leadership in Belgrade. On one of these days Zox, swarthy, short, podgy, with bulging eyes like those of a frog, came to me and with his cynical smile said, "We must put out a magazine of friendship with Yugoslavia, because it has great importance, especially at these moments. You should write a warm leading article about our vital relations with the Yugoslav friends, about their aid, and especially about the contribution of the Comrade Marshal." He went on to give me some "guidelines" on how the magazine should be and what my article should contain, and from all he said I understood what was the problem worrying him and those who had given him the "guidelines." The Yugoslavs needed my article to have it as a "certificate of good behavior" for Yugoslavia and Tito. Making a cool assessment of the grave situation which had been created for us, as well as of the extremely delicate and difficult problems we had to solve, I agreed to the publication of the magazine and to write the article which he sought from me. Zox's magazine eventually came out, in November 1947, I think, including my article, in which, in very general terms and with the odd fact from the first years of the war, I pointed out the links and friendship between our parties and countries. However, even with this, the Yugoslavs and their agents were satisfied. The important thing for them was that the General Secretary of the CPA should write even one good phrase, even in completely general terms, about Tito's Yugoslavia, as a safe conduct pass for the annexation. Meanwhile, in our political bureau the problems were simmering and, time after time, cautiously but insistently, I told Titoites that we must rely not on the political bureau and the Council of Ministers only, but must also inform the comrades of the plenum of the Central Committee and the other main cadres of the state. "In no way," objected the organizational man. "The comrades should not be informed because they will make a mess of things. We should go into matters thoroughly in the bureau, consult with the Yugoslav friends and call the plenum together when everything is ready." "It would be better if we discuss matters quietly with the comrades, or at least some of them," I told him. "They have their own opinion, they know the situation where they work, and their judgment would be a great assistance in arriving at the most accurate and correct conclusions." Organizationally, that would be a breach of the rules, objected Hoxha categorically. We must not bring things out prematurely. There are only 7 or 8 of us in the Bureau and we can't agree, let alone if we introduce others. The plenum will dance to the tune of the Bureau only when the Bureau comes to one opinion. Otherwise, the plenum becomes a mess and it maneuvers us instead of us maneuvering the plenum. It was impossible to convince him that the manner in which we were acting was a grave mistake with serious consequences. Like the Yugoslav leadership, Hoxha had alien Trotskyite and anti-party views about the party and even about its Central Committee. For him, too, the base of the party and the Central Committee itself was the mob, was the claque, which must do with the top leadership, the Bureau, and especially the strong hand, in the political Bureau. Hoxha himself told them this concept of the party was more suitable to the Titoite plan of the usurpation of Albania, because in this way, according to them, by having the Bureau with them, they would have the whole Central Committee and indeed, the whole party with them. Another measure, which Hoxha, Christo, etc., instructed by their master, Alexander Rankovic, took at this period, had to do with stepping up the psychological pressure by means of surveillance, etc., over all of the links of the party and the organs of the state. Although such anti-party, Trotskyite methods had long been used by Hoxha in secrecy, now, on the eve of the plenum, they became the only form of work. The threats and blackmail were quite open. The suicide of Nakospru, the violation of the most elementary organizational rules in the Political Bureau and the Central Committee, the arbitrary dismissal from their functions of a number of comrades for anti-Yugoslavism, indiscriminate arrests, the great influx of Yugoslav militarymen, the pressures and threats from above for even the slightest attempt to argue with the Yugoslav technicians in regard to the work, the loud propaganda that was made of everything Yugoslav, etc., etc., were creating great psychological pressure and a grave atmosphere everywhere. In this same spirit, in order to prepare and work on the cadres of the party in advance, at the end of December 1947, Hoxha delivered a speech to a meeting of activists, called in the party school, where he was supposed to deliver a lecture, but in fact, presented the whole platform of the Yugoslavization of Albania. This disgusting speech, prepared by the Yugoslav embassy in Tirana, was also to comprise the platform of the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, a number of elements of the CC of the CPA, the organs of the state and of the army, like Zogzi Blushi, Nesti Karengzi, Pelum Dishnika and others, were worked on intensively and secretly in order to totally implicate them, too, in the plot. They were instructed in detail in what they had to do, and at the beginning of February 1948 the Yugoslavs judged that everything was ripe. The 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA was summoned and began its proceedings. From the moment the proceedings opened, the majority of the comrades of the Central Committee were confronted with a new rule. Although the plenum was summoned over problems of very great political importance, it had not been considered reasonable to present any report. A so-called conclusion of a meeting of the Political Bureau was read to them and, to their astonishment, the organizational secretary of the party, Hoxha, did the reading. It was quite obvious that the general secretary of the party had been pushed aside. Why? Automatically, everything was linked with the conclusions which Hoxha read. Although my name was not mentioned there, it was made clear to all that I stood behind the anti-Yugoslav clique of Nako. There is no need to speak here about the content of these conclusions because I would be repeating all that I wrote above when Zlatic presented Tito's accusations to us. The only difference had to do with the changing of the pronouns and the person of the verbs. From "You have violated the spirit of the agreements," it had become "We, under the pressure of Nakospru, have violated the spirit." From "Your anti-Yugoslavism," it had become "the anti-Yugoslavism of our comrades." Etc., etc. Immediately after the conclusions, which completely disorientated and shocked the comrades, the discussion began. Measures had been taken to ensure that everything would go like clockwork. Moreover, apparently, without pressure and dictate from the Bureau. The claque Nesti Karengzi, Pelum Dishnika, etc., took the floor. In 2 words they expressed their indignation over "those who have damaged our relations with the Yugoslav brothers," expressed their solidarity with the measures to strengthen these relations, and, after this, their free will led them to other paths. The attacks and accusations from purely personal positions against Nakospru and the clique around him burst out. Precisely this was the main mission with which these elements had been charged by Hoxha and Pondi Christo. That is, they had to distract the spirit of the discussion away from the main problems which presented themselves about Albanian-Yugoslav relations, because if they were to dwell on them at length, there was the risk that, willy-nilly, the truth might come to light. Hence, from the first session of discussion, instead of saying whether or not the accusations of the Yugoslav leadership against our leadership were correct, whether or not our draft plan was autarkic etc., etc. The plenum took another course. Everything was centered on biographical investigations about one or the other, on unheard of accusations and concocted slanders, on competing to see who could bring up most facts about what Nako or this or that person had said in such and such a year, in such and such a place, to such and such a person. In order to put the seal of approval on this unhealthy spirit, Cozy Zox got up and in his contributions to the discussion and endless interventions he related tales with the same zeal that is shown for swapping yarns in cafes. In order to make his speech interesting one of those who took part in the discussion was saying that nothing else could be expected from Nako because he was a son of a bourgeois and behaved with Albania like his father with the stainless one, Endurus Immediately after this, Zox jumped up and said to me plenum, that's just how he behaved, but those comrades who permitted him to do so must also bear the blame. He did not get away with these things with me. You know what I did to him once? I caught him in the corridors of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What are you doing here? I demanded in a loud voice. I've come to talk with you, he replied. Get out and don't let me see you here again. You've no right to set foot in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I told him. I'm a member of the political bureau. The scoundrel replied without the slightest shame. Whoever you are, I said to him, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is not the place for conversations but for other work. However, if that's what you've come for, then stay. That's what I did to him, concluded Zox, laughed for a moment and then became serious again. If we had closed the door to him everywhere then he would not have done all those evil things against us. Let the comrades speak for themselves and make criticism and self-criticism. Here I mentioned only one instance, but the plenum was full of such things from beginning to end. And all these tales were incorporated in an absurd manner as anti-party and especially anti-Yugoslav manifestations. This anti-Yugoslavism was portrayed as anti-Marxism and anti-socialism and even anti-Sovietism. It was said that to be opposed to close relations, opposed to links with Yugoslavia means to be anti-socialist, anti-Marxist, anti-party, anti-Albanian all the antis This villainous manner of presenting the issue brought about that the judgments of many comrades who, in essence, were not bad at all, had no anti-party tendency, were led into errors and saw matters from this angle. Indeed, when some comrades spoke about the work in general, Cozy and his henchmen immediately interrupted, if you have something to say, speak concretely. Naturally, there was plenty to be said concretely about Nako Spru and his circle, because in their lives and activities they had permitted themselves grave mistakes and violations. In particular, the unhealthy ambition of Nako, his tendency and efforts to monopolize affairs, to emerge as the big shot everywhere, to gather around himself a suite of chosen people, and intellectual elite ready to do whatever Nako told them. These mistakes were known to us and we had criticized them continuously. In their contributions many comrades brought up new facts in these directions and many of these facts were well based. One such fact was the attempt of Nako Spru, even after he was removed from his duties in the youth organization, to treat the organization as his personal contingent as a detachment in the service of his ambitions. He had made similar efforts to get control of the trade union organization and the women's organization. On his own initiative he gave these organizations directives and orientations which set them to the course of separation from the party, just as he did with the youth organization. One of the comrades said, Nako came to us and said, look what the youth organization is doing. It is producing ministers, while the party and the trade unions are producing nothing. There were many similar examples of the monopolization of work, arrogance and conceit to be found in Leriblasheva and Memichev. Also, we had frequently criticized these elements for all these things, and if the 8th plenum was to meet for the examination of these mistakes and alien manifestations, this would be more than normal. However, the 8th plenum had not been summoned for this. Moreover, at this plenum these shortcomings and weaknesses were not only inflated, added to and elaborated on in an incorrect manner, but were arbitrarily employed to prove that there lay anti-Yugoslavism. I could never reconcile myself to this conclusion arrived at for premeditated purposes through behind-the-scenes maneuvers. The fact is that Nako and his comrades had had frictions and contradictions with the Yugoslavs, but in the instances that I knew of, I had been in agreement with them, as was clearly proved later, and as some admitted in meetings. In the final analysis they had not opposed the Yugoslavs from a principal basis and for principled aims, but had opposed the pressures and crooked aims of the Yugoslavs for their own ulterior motives. In all this distorted course which events took, it was quite obvious that following the attack on the clique of Nako Spru, the turn would come for the attack on the other sound comrades of the party. Though not always directly, Cozy implied that the whole responsibility for the things Nako had done rested on me. He stated openly that Nako did what he did, since he had the support in the bureau of the General Secretary. The things which it was not suitable for him to say himself were said by his lackeys, Pondi Christo, Christo Thimulko, Tahir Kadar, Pelum Dishnika, Jin Marku and others. The terrain was being prepared for the final attack. Several times the plenum was told insistently, quote, "Don't concentrate only on the group of Nako, take your criticism of the leadership further, because it has great responsibility." Unquote. To the chagrin of Cozy's Hoxha, however, attacks against me did not occur. Then, Pondi Christo got up and made a quote personal unquote proposal, quote, "Let us not repeat what has happened to us in the past by protecting the leadership from criticism. In the leadership there are comrades who have made major mistakes and they should be hauled over hot coals. I propose that we postpone the proceedings for 1 or 2 days for the comrades to reflect and prepare themselves." Unquote. Everybody understood that the request was aimed against me, first of all. However, on that plane to which they had guided the discussions, that is to accusations of arrogance, crudeness, megalomania, rumor-mongering, unhealthy ambition etc., it was difficult even for Cozy's Hoxha and Pondi Christo, let alone the other comrades of the party, to make anything stick on me. In my life as a communist and a citizen I had never permitted such manifestations. From this aspect even the quote personal file unquote, which Cozy's Hoxha had opened on me, was certainly quite blank. Thus, even when the discussion recommenced the agents of Belgrade waited in vain for any quote fact unquote against me. Nevertheless, their insistence had its effect. The doubt was created that quote there was something wrong with me unquote. During all the days of the plenum, although de jure I was general secretary of the party, I hardly made 2 or 3 comments. The atmosphere was loaded against me. Quote, General Cozy unquote as quote the savior of the party unquote seemed as if he had the plenum as his battalion and gave it orders to do what he wanted and said. I avoided intervening and facing the comrades with certain questions and facts that were simmering in my head. I thought it was neither the time nor the atmosphere. The slightest haste or tactical mistake might lead to the sacrifice of everything, and my worry was not that I would be sacrificed personally. My concern was the fate of the party and Albania. Everything was balanced on a knife edge. Without dwelling any longer on the mass of accusations, slanders and quote tales unquote which were spun in the plenum, I have to say that at the end of this plenum the Yugoslavs' theses triumphed. A number of elements in the service of the Yugoslavs, such as Nesti Karengzi, Zagzi Blushi, etc., were arbitrarily co-opted to the political bureau and the Central Committee. The course of quote economic union unquote with Yugoslavia was legalized. The draft 5-year plan was rejected. The former line of the party was rejected. The terrain was prepared for further action. At the end of the proceedings, the question of the resolution came up. I expressed the opinion that a group should be set up to formulate the resolution which should be examined in the bureau and that the plenum should be summoned to discuss it and give it final approval. Quote, when do you envisage we should meet? Unquote, someone asked. Quote, the work will begin immediately, but a certain time will be needed. Unquote, I explained. Quote, because, as you see, the problems are very complicated. Unquote. Quote, within a few days, indeed within a very few days, we shall organize this work and meet. We're not going to let things drag out. Unquote, intervened Cozy arrogantly. The conflict was even more apparent. The comrades went away convinced that the struggle within the leadership was continuing, except that now only the final clash lay ahead. Who would triumph? Immediately after the 8th plenum the meetings of activists and conferences to quote inform unquote, quote explain unquote and engage the base in the struggle against the hostile activity of Nakospru, etc., were commenced. They had deliberately brought into the meetings of activists those elements who had personal quote accounts unquote to settle with Nako and his comrades. The anti-party explosion became even more grave. Cozy and his whole band went to the meetings in Tirana like victors, and I am making no mistake when I say that they were more like the infamous trials of the Inquisition than meetings. Everything was presented black and grave. My name was completely eliminated. When it was mentioned on same occasion, it was simply alluded that I was the supporter of Nakospru and even the chief of the quote anti-party clique unquote. Quote, General Cozy unquote was enjoying the fruits of his work. The former thickhead Hoxha, his pseudonym was Trashy, the Thick, our ex-quartermaster of stores at Panaret, the sinister figure of the bureau and the government, was now inflating himself like the frog in the fable. He opened and closed the meetings of activists. Frequently, these meetings were turned into events like the noisy press conferences of the chiefs of the bourgeoisie. A question would be asked from the floor and answered there and then by the quote competent unquote person. He was asked about everything, from the problems of the quote plot unquote to the situation in Honolulu and how the elections would go in Italy. 1. Hoxha answered on the spot. He even defined the percentage of Italians who would vote for quote democracy unquote, etc., etc. I shall not dwell on this euphoria, But I want to point out that both in the plenum and in the meetings of activists, Hoxha further elaborated his former hostile ideological and political views. Quote, "The political party of the broad masses of the people, that's what the front is," unquote, declared Hoxha in Tirana, and continued, quote, "The people should see in the front the force that waged the war, that brought about the unification and is carrying out the construction of the country. And for this reason, the front must really organize, equip the people with conscience and prepare them morally and politically. All this should be done under the banner of the front, in the framework of the front." Unquote. The forceful repetition of this anti-Marxist view at these moments had a clear purpose. According to Hoxha and to those who had taught him, our party had done what it had to do, and now it remained for the front, that is the people, to proceed on that road which was opened, that is on the road of accepting, without opposition, any orientation which would be pronounced from quote above unquote. At the same time, Hoxha found the way to give a strong warning about the reprisals which would be launched against those who opposed him. He linked this especially with the intelligentsia, for whom he had always nurtured a visceral hatred. Quote, "The question of the intellectuals," unquote, he said, quote, "is even more difficult, because the professors, doctors, engineers and others have been to school abroad. These intellectuals have never thought about the people, are not the sons of the people, and have always wanted to cause splits in our country. In the case of Nakosprue, who studied abroad and who managed to reach the leadership of our party, we have the best example of this." Unquote. Hoxha concluded his address. In fact, the warning had been given long before. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, under the direction of Hoxha, Nesti Karengzi etc., had opened files, not only on all our patriotic and revolutionary intellectuals, but on all those who dared to express any opinion which was not in conformity with the Yugoslav orientation. These elements were described as quote, "men of the pen," unquote, quote, "men of the school," unquote, and the club was to fall upon them. Ignorance and blind obedience, that was what the Yugoslavs and Hoxha needed in Albania. This, then, in general outline, was the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA, which, only a few months later, we were to describe quite rightly as a quote, "black stain on the history of our party," unquote. For a moment this plenum allowed the Trotskyite line of the Titoites to triumph. For a moment, the correct line, which our party had pursued and defended, was rejected. For a moment both the political bureau and the central committee were disorientated. The skilled craftsmen of the workshop of the UDB in Belgrade, the military quote, "delegates," unquote, and diplomats of Tito and their lackeys, the clan of Hoxha, managed to push aside the general secretary of the party and to load the quote, "blame," unquote, for many mistakes onto him. I say quote, "for a moment," unquote, without by any means intending to underrate the great damage which this bitter event brought us, or to minimize that part of the responsibility for this, which belongs to us. No, I say this because the indisputable truth about this plenum is that from the moments when it took place, the majority of the Central Committee of the party saw and felt that a very grave mistake, a distortion with fatal consequences, was being made. But matters had developed in such a way that, for the moment, the mistakes were elevated to a line. Immediately after the plenum the majority of the comrades, in one way or the other, openly expressed their reservations about and opposition to everything that was said and decided at the plenum, and the fact is that, despite the feverish efforts of the agents of Belgrade, the anti-Marxist spirit and line which the 8th plenum made quote, "official," unquote, did not extend in the party and the life of the country. The other fact that, just 3 or 4 months after the 8th plenum, in June 1948, our party publicly denounced the anti-Marxist deviation of the Yugoslav leadership, also shows that the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA was a diabolical machination which was imposed on the Central Committee from outside. The 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA, held in September 1948, and the first Congress of the CPA, held in November 1948, prove this even more clearly. Everything that had been said and decided at the 8th plenum was unanimously and indignantly rejected. Obviously, only something which had no real basis, something alien, imposed, false and hostile, could be rejected so quickly and with such indignation. Nevertheless, it was to take some months to re-establish the truth. At first, the situation was extremely grave, complicated, and frequently there seemed to be no way out. Soon, however, we were to see an astonishing haste in the actions and efforts of the leadership in Belgrade and their agents to get the quote, "Albanian question," unquote, over and done with as quickly as possible. Their pressure and insistence on deciding things quickly, there and then, made an impression on us, and we were to sense in these actions the signs of a fear which accompanied their bearers, although we still did not know the reason for and the meaning of this unexpected haste. We knew only that whoever is in a rush has a problem, and in this rush might break his neck. Fortunately for the freedom of the people and independence of Albania, this was the fate and the finish of the anti-Albanian plot of Tito and his agents Hoxha, Pondi Christo and company. The Titoites rushed towards defeat. With the turn which events took immediately after the 8th plenum, the possibility existed that our Albania, its wartime wounds still unhealed, would fall into the clutches of a new slavery. Now, However, this slavery was not to come through aggression, but by "request," by "official demand." And this shameful act, for which neither our contemporaries nor the future generations would ever pardon us, was not to be carried out and signed by a puppet parliament like that of Zog, but the danger existed that it would be carried out by our own people's assembly under unrestrained pressure and demagogy, by "endorsing" the proposal of "the Central Committee of the party." This is where the work of Kozizaks, the blind tool of the CPY and Tito, was leading. This was the course that events took after the notorious plenum of February 1948. In this situation my position was grave. I was in isolation and under ceaseless surveillance. But at no time did it cross my mind to surrender. In the first place, I had confidence in the party and its Central Committee. The first wave of Zox's damage would subside. The comrades would see matters with cooler heads and more objectively, would reflect and take the proper stand. This would occur especially at the moments when the comrades learned that Zox and company were preparing to make a gift to the Yugoslav saviors, not of a piece of Vermush, Orish and Nome, but of the 2800 square kilometers of Albania. I had the unshakable conviction that this would make matters completely and finally clear, that the people would see where the traitor and bandit general was leading the country. This would be the signal for the general alarm. The comrades would say "no" and I, together with them and at their head, would repulse the "proposals" of the Titoite leadership. This was the first pillar to which I clung firmly with complete conviction that our cause would not be lost. Second, even if the party were to make the tragic mistake of accepting the distorted decisions of a disorientated leadership, the people would not accept this mistake. For 7 to 8 years on end the party and its leadership had guided, inspired and convinced the people that for us there is no cause more lofty and sacred than the freedom, independence and progress of the homeland. This call had been made in the years of the war and repeated whenever necessary. The heroic deeds and wars of our people for freedom and independence, even when they did not have the party, are renowned, let alone now when they had a leading staff which had emerged from the bosom of the people and had won recognition in the flames of the war for national liberation and for a people's democratic Albania. Many times the people had risen in defense of their rights. That is why the people wholeheartedly supported the speech of the representative of the new Albanian state at the peace conference in Paris in the summer of 1946. In that speech there is a powerful piece about our inviolable borders. Its attack was aimed in many directions. It was a warning about the aims and provocations of the Anglo-Americans and the Greek monarcho-fascists, but was also a hard knock for any other chauvinism, hence, for the Yugoslavs, too. I was convinced that if need be, the people would once again repeat with force and majesty their brilliant patriotic and fighting traditions and not allow the historical tragedies and injustices of the past to be repeated in 1947 and 1948. These two fundamental factors, the party and the people, were the two powerful pillars which gave me strength, which told me to act cautiously, with patience and maturity, convinced that when I was beside them and at their head there was no force which could conquer us. Very quickly it was to be proved how correct this judgment was. The Yugoslavs were wrong at Berat, they were wrong again now and they would be wrong in the future, precisely, because, as I said above, they had a distorted anti-Marxist concept about the party and in the first place about where it has its roots, where the source of its successes and victories lies. They thought that with some backstage maneuvers, with some agents at the head, with the isolation or liquidation of one or the other opponent, with some blackmail and threats, they could cancel out a whole war in which the people shed a great deal of blood, in which the workers, the peasants, the youth, the women and the freedom-loving progressive intellectuals saw the road to salvation and on which they based their aspirations for a better future. In these notes and reminiscences I am obliged to speak about and describe those things which occurred around me, about the fact that for a long time I was alone against 4 or 5 in the bureau, about the fact that even the plenum of the Central Committee, as at Berat and now, was somewhat disorientated by the intrigues behind the scenes and the maneuvers of the conspirators. Let us not forget that at Berat and at the 8th plenum some people were co-opted in crooked ways in order to strengthen the crutches of the conspirators. All these things had a negative influence on our struggle, but the fact is that when matters were taken to the party it showed itself solid, demanded a reckoning to the end and did not permit any violation of its glorious course, or any deviation of its future. Frequently rank and file members of our good people attribute to me certain merits which do not belong to me in coping with these enemies and analogous cases later. It should be understood clearly that if the enemies were unable to eliminate me at Berat and again later, this occurred not so much because they were afraid of me simply as a person, but rather because they were afraid of the people, of the party and of the National Liberation Army with which we had linked ourselves in the war through a correct line, worked out and applied, not by one head, or by 5 or 6 people, but by the whole party, which was inspired by Marxism-Leninism, by all those cadres, communists or not, who gave their lives willingly, and it could not have been otherwise. Tens of thousands of partisans had not fought against one slavery to enter another. The working class could not relinquish its leading role which it had won with bloodshed and sacrifice. The poor peasants did not fight to give the Ugas their land, their sweat and their votes again, as Sejfler Shiva and others like him wanted. Our patriots and intelligentsia could not accept the absurdities of the "proletarian" mind and heart of Kozaks who demanded that the glorious names and figures of Skanderbeg, Naim Frasheri and others like them be forgotten and wiped out. No, our party and people would not and did not allow the vital victories, which the Albanian people had sought for centuries and finally had achieved with torrents of blood and sweat, to slip through their fingers. Besides these two fundamental factors, I also bore in mind that we were living in other times. We were living in the time of Lenin and Stalin, in the time when socialism was being built in a series of countries, when the Communist Party of the Soviet Union led by Stalin and the Communist parties of other countries were in existence, when the Information Bureau had been created, etc. Our party was not a member of the Information Bureau, but since it was a Communist party, recognized by the Comintern thanks to our struggle and efforts, I was convinced that if necessary, the sister parties would come to our aid. I thought that it could not be only we who sensed and saw the truth about Tito, and I was not mistaken. True, the stands and actions of Tito were expressed more openly and savagely in our country, since he considered us "small" and thought he could gobble us up more easily, but I had the belief that the others could not be asleep and were not blind. We had some signs and signals in this direction. I had received the first signal immediately after I had informed Stalin about the dispatch of the Yugoslav division. Stalin's reply was "no." He said nothing about Tito or the leadership of the CPY, but from his reply that, "we do not see any immediate threat from outside and hence the dispatch of the Yugoslav division does not seem reasonable to us." I understood that there must be disagreements between the CC of the CPSU and the CC of the CPY. Even more important, from Stalin's reply I understood that our correct opposition would not be in vain. As I said above, I summoned Savo Zlatic and Kupersiman and told them that we did not consider it reasonable that the division should come and that for this we had also consulted with the Soviet leadership. They were soured and furious, but they had to "accept" our refusal, like it or not. It is not difficult to understand why this "retreat" occurred. This is the maneuver of aggressors of all times. They "give way" to the extent that is necessary, with the aim that after they blind your eyes they will hurl themselves upon you with all their fury. If they were to arrogantly insist on the dispatch of their division to Hoxha, then the opinion that "the Yugoslavs want to occupy us" would become more evident and this would undoubtedly lead to opposition and matters could become badly complicated for them. After the 8th plenum, when they thought that the terrain was prepared for further advance, they took another step. They decided that we should break off any contact or possibility of consultation with the Soviet comrades. Zlatic came to me one of those days, congratulated me on the success of the plenum and said, "You did well that you rejected the autarkic 5-year plan. Now you will go ahead more easily with the 1-year plan. We will give you everything, because it is a joint plan." I was sure that he had something in his mind that had brought him to me. I waited for it to come out. "Now," he continued, "together with the 5-year plan many things connected with it will be dropped, too. Now that Nako and his ideas are gone, get rid of everything else from his spirit, from the suggestions, advice and the advisors who taught him that business." "To whom are you referring?" I asked him. "Please don't misunderstand me." He replied, "I say that the friendship between us and the Soviet Union should be as strong, long-lasting, steel-like, honest and internationalist as possible. This is Tito's instruction, too. But now that you have quite rightly rejected Nako's autarkic plan, what are the Soviet comrade advisors going to do in Albania? They will be hurt and quite rightly so. Nako led them up a blind alley." He went on and on about the fact that "you have no further need" for the Soviet advisors. "Possibly you should let the technicians stay and work" but without "us interfering with them, or they with us." Is this Tito's instruction, too? I asked in such a tone that Zlatic found it difficult to distinguish whether I was asking sincerely or with sarcasm. "Comrade Tito gives general instructions," he replied diplomatically. "Friendship is the general consideration. But in the concrete instance what I say comes within the framework of friendship." On this occasion Zlatic protected Tito, but some months later, in the self-criticism which Christo Themilko was to make at the 11th plenum, amongst many other things he testified as follows, "When I went to Belgrade in March, at the reception which Tito reserved for me, he spoke to me about the Soviet advisors and asked me, 'How do you get along with them?' Influenced as I was by Kozy, Pondi and the Yugoslavs." Continued Themilko, I told him, "We are discussing whether we should send them away, because they interfere in our affairs." Tito said, "We put up the money and the others poke their noses in. This won't do." Unquote 1. This occurred precisely at the time when Zlatic, for his part, asked me to send the Soviet advisors away. Quote, Comrade Zlatic, unquote, I replied, quote, I do not consider your judgment correct. If Nako blinded the Soviet advisors, as you say, we will know how to find a common language with them. They are very necessary to us and we have not noticed any sign of discontent amongst them. Unquote. Quote, nevertheless, you should look into this matter, unquote, replied Zlatic. Quote, put it forward in the bureau and listen to the opinion of the comrades. Unquote. The need for me to do this did not arise. The threads had been coordinated in advance, and at the first meeting of the political bureau, Kozizaks, Pondy Christo and Christo Themilko said quite openly, the Soviet advisors should be sent away. Quote, not because we don't like them, not because they are no good, but simply because we have no need for them. Unquote, said Pondy Christo. Quote, moreover, unquote, reasoned Pondy, quote, profoundly, unquote, he had not long begun to become something of an orator. Quote, to keep these valuable Soviet advisors here, where there is no work for them, is not an act of kindness and gratitude to the Bolshevik Party and the beloved country of the Soviets. Their country has great need for them, while we are keeping them here without any need at all. Therefore, unquote, he concluded, quote, I propose we should put the problem to the Soviet comrades in a fraternal way, explain to them why we are taking this step and tell them this is only for the time being. Later, we shall see, unquote. Quote, later, unquote, I replied and looked Pondy right in the eye. Quote, perhaps there will be no need for the Soviet ambassador in Tirana either. Unquote. Quote, oh, please, if you are opposed then say so, but without irony. Unquote, interjected Kozizaks. Quote, you always speak with irony. And you should bear in mind, unquote, he crowed, quote, that the 8th plenum put things in order and got rid of the enemies. You are offending us. Unquote. Quote, I don't want to offend you, unquote, I said. Quote, but it seems to me we are taking a bad step. To say that we have no need for the Soviet advisors means that we have no need for the advice of the Soviets, for their experience, for the great experience of that party in socialism in the Soviet Union. Unquote. Quote, don't generalize quite simple things in this way. Unquote, Kozizaks, quote, defended, unquote, himself. Quote, we are referring to a concrete matter, simply to that of the plan. Unquote. I was convinced that this was not so. The problem went deeper. The demand of Zlatic and the Yugoslav agents led to the strong anti-Soviet course on which the Titoite leaders had set out long ago. Faced with the opposition of me, Hainai and Gogo, the remainder of the bureau made a, quote, retreat, unquote, but on condition that in the coming days we shall thrash out this idea and decide it, unquote, as Kozizaks said. However, when more than anything else the Yugoslavs needed quiet and secrecy for the realization of their annexationist plans, certain circumstances made them rush their activity in regard to Albania. We still did not know these circumstances, but their haste began to become quite obvious. Christo Themilko, who had just returned from a trip to Belgrade, came to me and said, quote, even Tito received me, not to mention comrades Tempo and Popovich. They accompanied me all day. Our relations are warm again. I secured all the aid for the army and for defense. It had never crossed my mind that they would give us so much: weapons, equipment, clothing. They told me they would even maintain our army with food. Yugoslav engineering detachments will come to build roads and bridges and other strategic projects. They will fill the whole country with steel and concrete. And the important thing is that they told me that all these things we shall include in the Yugoslav budget. Unquote. He raised his head from his papers about, quote, hate, unquote, which he had in front of him, and was astonished when he saw that I was listening to him with complete indifference. Quote, don't you believe me? Unquote, he asked. Quote, ask General Kupersonen and you will see. Unquote. Quote, did they put anything else before you? Unquote, I asked him to imply to him that we had finished. Quote, lots of lunches and dinners. Unquote, he said. Quote, but apart from what I mentioned we did not speak about other problems. Unquote. I got up from my chair in order to escape the annoyance he was causing me, but he said to me, quote, Comrade Commander, I have some other things on my own behalf. That reply of the Soviets still remains unclear to me. It is my opinion, but what if we ask them why they do not agree to our accepting the Yugoslav division? Unquote. Quote, Stalin's reply is clear. Unquote, I said. Quote, there's nothing more to clarify. Unquote. Quote, oh, very well. But it seems to me that business is still bothering the Yugoslav comrades. What if we ask Moscow to reconsider their reply once more? Perhaps they will tell us to accept the division. Unquote. Quote, we gave the Yugoslavs our reply, and if they are not clear let them ask Stalin themselves. Unquote, I replied curtly. Quote, that doesn't seem right to me. My opinion is we should repeat the request. Unquote. I was not impressed so much with Themilko's request to ask Moscow again as with his expression used in and out of place. Quote, it's my opinion. Unquote. I stayed to hear more. From his, quote, own opinion. Unquote, he brought out very, quote, interesting, unquote, proposals. The creation of a unified command, quote, if not for the whole army, at least for those forces which will operate together with the Yugoslav division. If we permit it to go to Kherson, unquote, especially his great desire for the union of Albania with Yugoslavia as quickly as possible in a federation, etc., etc. While I was in Belgrade this time, he added in a hushed voice, I learned a great secret from a very reliable source. Bulgaria is almost united with Yugoslavia. Their union is only a matter of weeks or months. My heart tells me, Comrade Commander, that we should not allow Bulgaria to leave us behind. For my part I say we should take the initiative first. Let us tell Tito to unite with us first and then with Bulgaria. Sheol has been wound up properly. I thought very worried, but I controlled myself and asked him quietly, but with irony. Are all these things your own opinions? On my honor, they are my own opinions. He vowed. The proposals are very interesting. I told him. Write them out just as you presented them to me and we shall raise them in the political bureau. Let us discuss them there. I'll do that. Replied Sheol. But I mentioned them to you first in order to hear your opinion. They would be more sure of acceptance if we were to present them to the bureau as our common proposals and desire. In no way. I told him. Such a desire has never crossed my mind and, second, I have no reason to assume the merits which belong to you. Write them out and present them yourself. No more than 3 or 4 days later, General Kupersanen requested a meeting with me. I received him and from his first words he began to present, on his own behalf, the same desire and proposals which Christo Themilko had presented to me. Right from the start I sensed that all this was organized and directed from afar, but I was astonished at the unexpected haste with which it was insisted that we should discuss and approve these proposals. My suspicions about this haste were even further increased when, 2 or 3 days after General Kupersanen, Savo Zlatic came to me. He too began to speak about the new spirit in the relations between our two countries, about the unprecedented extension of economic and cultural exchanges, of joint projects and plans, which had remained only on paper, etc., etc. As you see yourself, he continued, many problems have been created for us which we must cope with together. However, for this neither the goodwill nor the desire of both sides that the work should proceed well are sufficient. Like it or not, many difficulties arise. We have considered the matter thoroughly and judge that the conditions have matured for a big and decisive step. Our countries should be united as quickly as possible. How should they be united? I asked him. In the framework of a federation. He replied quite calmly. For years we and the Bulgarian comrades have been in agreement about the creation of this federation. We think that now the time has come. There has been talk at times about a federation, I said, but always in principle and as a problem of the future. We, for our part, have not discussed this problem, because it was not the time and the possibilities for it did not exist. For my part, I tell you that in our conditions especially, it is still not the time to raise this problem for a discussion, let alone to decide it. Our leadership judges that the time has come, insisted Zlatic. I want to tell you in confidence an extremely secret thing. The Bulgarian comrades have agreed to unite with Yugoslavia and the question of our union is a matter of weeks or at the most months. I have been friendly with you for a long time and in my heart I don't want Bulgaria to be the first to take the initiative. Why don't you take this step first? This would make our special relations more evident in the international arena. Sheol came to my mind and I smiled to myself ironically. They were wound up, I thought, not only with the ideas, but even with the identical words and expressions. Meanwhile Zlatic was watching me carefully and asked, what do you think about it? I am listening, I said, carry on. Don't take this with fear and reservations. This is step which will certainly be taken, if not today, tomorrow. The union of our two peoples will immediately smooth out all the difficulties which have arisen and never cease arising. The thing is who will be the first to take the initiative? Comrade Tito instructed me that it would be best if the proposal came from you. This would eliminate any suspicion that we allegedly want to include Albania in the federation. Why isn't what you propose inclusion? I asked quietly. Why do you speak in this way? He said as if offended. Perhaps I expressed myself badly. We want the union, but we do not want people to accuse us of doing this on our own behalf. Then are they to accuse us of doing this on our own behalf? I retorted immediately. Zlatic went pale and the words stuck in his throat. I offered him a glass of water. He swallowed a gulp and tried to smile. I have some trouble with my throat. He excused himself. However, it seems that we do not easily agree with each other. You judge by my words, please judge by the essence. The matter is not that we do not want it, but that the thing will be done more easily if you make the proposal. We will immediately approve the proposal and it will all be done without problems. They have no reason to accuse you, because, as the small country you are, no one will think that you have made Yugoslavia a part of your country. In our case it is different. Unquote. Quote, have you consulted with the Soviet leadership about this step which you suggest to us? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, no. Unquote, he replied, all agitation. Quote, this is a problem between our two countries, between our two leadership. When we have completed everything, then we shall inform the Soviet comrades. However, you did well to ask me this. I have instructions from Comrade Tito that you, too, should maintain the same stand as we do. It is not good for us to worry the Soviet comrades about something that we have not agreed upon between ourselves. I must tell you that we do not agree with the way in which you acted in connection with our division. However, for the sake of our friendship with the Soviet Union, we are withdrawing. But, if something occurs with the Greeks, let the proper person bear the responsibility. You should keep these two things in mind and please don't misunderstand us. First, the Soviet Union is truly our great friend, but it is far away, and in case of an aggression, it cannot come quickly to your aid. Second, the Soviet Union as a big country must conduct a major international policy. On account of a very major interest, it may not be able to intervene in the case of an attack against you, may be obliged to accept the sacrifice of your country. Unquote. Quote, clear. Unquote, I say curtly, in a serious tone. Quote, these things you put before me are the opinions of your leadership, are they not? Unquote. Quote, of course, they are the opinions of our leadership. Unquote, replied Zlatic. Quote, and of course you have brought them to us in writing. Unquote. Quote, no, whether they are presented in writing or orally is of no importance. I transmitted them to you quite clearly. Between friends it is not important whether things are presented orally or in writing. The important thing is that we find a common language. Unquote. I felt the situation was reaching its climax. Tito's three envoys, wound up with the same quote proposals unquote and the identical phrases, might be followed by others and exert their pressure systematically. Now the stand of our political bureau had decisive importance. After what occurred at the 8th plenum, our bureau was on the side of Kozizaks, both in content and in orientations. Gogo, Hainai and I were in a minority. This situation compelled me to keep cool, to maneuver with care so as to resist the great danger which was knocking at the door. At this time certain other doubts arose in connection with the Yugoslavs. Why were they insisting that we should not consult with the Soviet comrades? Could the relations between sister parties and socialist countries be called friendly and normal when they keep secrets from one another? Apparently something is not going well between them, I judged. The monstrous judgments that Zlatic pronounced in connection with the stand of the Soviet Union in case of an aggression against us further increased this suspicion of mine. These things were not simply suppositions of Tito and company. On the one hand they were pressure and blackmail to intimidate us, but in essence they also expressed Tito's hostile stand and assessment towards the great Soviet Union and Stalin's foreign policy. Only enemies could have and express such base opinions about the Soviet Union. But this was still just my own reasoning. From the Soviet embassy we had no signal, either for better or for worse. We had to cope with everything alone. Without delay, that is, without letting matters get worse, I demanded an urgent meeting of our political bureau. Quote, these days, unquote, I said in substance, quote, three comrades, Schiel, General Kuperson and Savo Zlatic have come, one after the other, asking us to propose the union of Albania with Yugoslavia. Obviously this is a step which cannot be taken lightly. The matters which they put before us cannot be solved hastily without consulting with the party, the government and the people, without thrashing them out and discussing them in detail from every point of view. The request which is made to us cannot and must not be taken as the desire of one or the other individual. This is a major political and state problem of principle. I listened to the three comrades, but from what they told me many things remain obscure. For this reason I think that, before we discuss the matter in the bureau, we should send Comrade Tito a letter asking him to explain to us more extensively, officially and in writing why and how he sees this step possible. Unquote. Quote, what if we listen to Schiel here and try to clear things up? Unquote, put in Kozizaks, quote, innocently. Unquote. Quote, perhaps it won't be necessary to write a letter to Comrade Tito. Unquote. Quote, what Schiel told me was his own opinion. Unquote, I replied to Zaks. Quote, we can't take the desires of Schiel as a message from the Yugoslav leadership. Am I not right, Comrade Christo? Unquote. Quote, yes, of course, it was my opinion. Unquote, replied Schiel blushing. Quote, but I'm ready to explain to you anything that was unclear. Unquote. Quote, I instructed you to present your proposals in writing. Unquote, I said. Quote, you neglected this. Likewise, neither Kuperson nor Zlatic presented anything official. We are the political bureau of an independent party and we represent the interests of a sovereign state. Therefore, in regard to such a problem we cannot base ourselves on what one or the other says, however trusted the comrades may be. Let us send a letter to Comrade Tito to ask him to explain to us how they see the road of unification, to explain also why they ask that the proposal should come from our side, why we should unite irrespective of what Bulgaria does, why they consider consultation with the Soviet comrades unnecessary, etc. I consider this a normal thing and more than necessary. Unquote, I continued. I think that Comrade Tito himself will be pleased that we want his personal judgment to have as a basis for taking a decision on such a question. Unquote. While I was speaking, the faces of Zox, Thimulco, Pondi Cristo, Nesti Karengzi and others sometimes looked black, sometimes went pale from the anger simmering within them. Behind my words they saw a maneuver that was taking the initiative from their hands. But they had no way to oppose what I presented. Willy-nilly, they agreed that the discussion should be postponed until Tito's reply came. After so many months of the savagest pressure and blackmail, for the first time I felt I could breathe a little more easily. On such a delicate and discrediting matter as the demand for the unification of Albania with Yugoslavia, Tito would hardly make so bold as to put the demand in writing. He might send us another 100 emissaries, all to convince us that they came from the same source. They might speak with identical words, but these would no longer carry any weight. The point of our committees had been found and established. We would discuss the matter in the Bureau only after Tito's official reply came in writing. I was convinced that this meant never. The balance was tipping in our favor. About 15 or 20 days later, when everything indicated that the threat to us was being overcome, an unexpected announcement seemed to me to overturn everything. Savo Zlatic had arrived in Tirana with an extremely important message from the Yugoslav leadership and sought an urgent meeting with us. We received him as soon as possible. As far as I remember, Hina Kapo and I were there from our side and from the Yugoslav side. Zlatic, Krajger, a planning specialist as a sort of secretary of the Coordination Commission, and I am not wrong in listing Kozi Zox and Pondi Cristo, too. On the Yugoslav side, Zlatic's uncommonly glowering face and even more the cold and haughty look which he gave me at the moment we met made my heart sing. I understood that Tito had not dared to commit the crazy act of demanding the unification of Albania with Yugoslavia in writing, over his own signature. I was still more convinced that the Yugoslavs were on the downward path when Zlatic produced some papers and began to communicate. I am instructed to present to you the judgments and most recent new proposals of the Yugoslav leadership. Our leadership insists on the fact that the organizational forms of our relations do not respond to the content and essence of the relations created. Practical experience has led us to a combined economic unit, and the future difficulties in the construction of socialism will be more easily dealt with if we put the economic union on sounder foundations. Any step which we take in this direction will make the solution not only of the economic problems, but all other problems, easier. Unquote. Zlatic's obvious gloom and ill humor were immediately reflected on the faces of Kozi Zox and Pondi Cristo. Unfortunately for them, the emissary from Belgrade had reduced the rank of the demands. From political union he had come down to economic union. Where would it end? Meanwhile, Zlatic continued his presentation of the new proposals. We should proceed with an economic plan and maintain common stands towards other countries. We should have a common system on economic, trade and financial questions. We should have the same methodology of planning, common laws, open borders, common passports, the same education system, etc. That means we should be like one state. Kozi Zox suddenly took heart. Zlatic gave him a savage and angry look and Zox immediately hung his head, all fear and embarrassment. No. Replied Savo. That will be a later issue. Our leadership is not pleased with the explanations you demand about the proposal for unification. It seems that you have reservations. Very well, we are no longer repeating the request. The new proposals have to do with something in between. That is, for the time being we will appear as two states, but act as one state. I turned first to Kozi as if to make things clearer to him. Comrade Zlatic is saying that formally we shall be separate states but in essence we shall be one with Yugoslavia. Am I not right, Comrade Zlatic? What I consider necessary I stated clearly. He replied brusquely. As for the remainder, hear what I shall continue to communicate. Our leadership thinks that the new step should be concretized in organizational forms with the creation of a committee in Belgrade and a coordination commission in Tirana. The committee in Belgrade will be headed by a Yugoslav minister and have an Albanian deputy minister. The coordination commission in Tirana will be headed by an Albanian minister and have a Yugoslav deputy minister. Obviously, the main new thing here will be the committee. It will be a joint organ of our two governments which will assume some of the competences and responsibilities of both states. Hence, this committee will be the beginning of the future joint government. The Coordination Commission in Tirana will be linked with it. However, while the Coordination Commission will be engaged mostly with questions of the joint economy, the committee will also be engaged with other problems. Now what is needed is that we put all these things that I presented in a joint protocol so that everything will receive the official seal and be in order. Also, from the standpoint of international law. Have you brought a draft of this protocol? I asked him. No. He replied. We shall formulate it here. It will be a simple matter. In it we will present ourselves as two states, but the links and cords which will be attached to it will make the existence of two states a formal question. This is the future, that is to say, the federation. Unquote. Everything was clear. The Yugoslavs wanted to trap us, to lead us through the quote protocol unquote to that same path on which they had failed by means of their proposal for union. However, their new maneuver no longer indicated strength and blackmail. Now it was more like a desperate attempt, a shot in the dark in the vain hope of quote hitting the target unquote. It was the moment for us to raise our tone, quote Comrade Zlatic, unquote I said, quote we listen to the new proposals of your leadership and, of course, we shall think about them, discuss them and give you our reply. However, many of the things you said are obscure, even disturbing and excuse me for saying so, not correct on your part. Unquote. Quote please, unquote he said, quote how do you mean concretely? Unquote. Quote you want us to take such a step which, in essence, is the union of our two countries, the amalgamation of our two states. You said this yourself. For this you want us to draft a protocol. 20 days or so ago you presented to us demands which would have the same result for us, except that then it was to be done through a proposal which we should make from our side, but on your request. Now I want to ask you, are such actions normal in the relations between sovereign states? We sent Comrade Tito a letter asking him to explain to us how he saw and considered the question of the unification of our two countries. You did not send us a reply. Unquote. Quote the proposals which I presented are the reply. Unquote exclaimed Zlatic, making a slip, perhaps from his mad haste. Quote if what you say is true, then the problem is extremely grave. You can call it what you like, but we take this as an attempt to face us with an accomplished fact. We have no reason to deceive one another. We sought clarification on why we should unite now and did not seek a protocol in which we would sign the unification. Unquote. Quote it is not a protocol for unification. Unquote Sergei Krajger intervened. Quote it is a protocol for better regulation of the relations between our countries, especially in the economic field. Unquote. Quote you remember the conversation we had 3 or 4 months ago on the question of the Coordination Commission, unquote I said to Krajger. Quote you said this commission would iron out any disagreement and would put everything in order. In any case, the commission was created. Later you came and complained to me that matters were not going well, because our ministries did not report to you on everything you required from them. I told you in a comradely way that I was not in agreement with your requests, but on your insistence I instructed the ministries that they should do this. And what resulted from this? Our people were kept engaged on useless studies and projects. They were engaged more in compiling reports and information for you than on seeing to the questions of the economy. Now, if we allow the committee to be created in Belgrade, we will all have to turn into reporters and suppliers of information for that committee. Unquote. Quote everything is done for the best, unquote Krajger replied quote gently unquote, quote and our aims are sincere. You should not deny our aid. You must understand that Yugoslavia is making sacrifices for you and, on the problems of aid, it treats you exactly like its own republics. But while with our republics everything is settled easily, with you, while you remain a separate state, willy-nilly, difficulties and disagreements arise. Unquote. Quote our orientation and concern unquote, I told him, quote has been to complete the obligations to end contracts with Yugoslavia, first of all. Indeed, we have accepted such links and organisms which any other state could hardly permit. One of them is the commission which you lead. And if matters are still not going well, don't seek the cause amongst us. Unquote. Quote I am referring to the fact that disagreements arise because we are separate, unquote intervened Krajger. Quote your department sees the problems in one way, the Yugoslav department in another way. Each side is concerned with its own interest. Let me give you some examples, unquote he said and made a sign to a third Yugoslav who, like a clockwork toy, quickly produced a piece of paper from his briefcase. Quote look what occurs, unquote said the Yugoslav raising his voice. Quote your side makes demands which cannot be fulfilled. Take, for instance, tweezers. You have asked for 70,000 tweezers for a year. This is the limit. You have emptied the Yugoslav market of them. Unquote. Quote there may be unreasonable requests. Unquote I said to the Yugoslavs, quote but I am unable to answer you about the tool you mention. In what branch of the economy is it used? Unquote. Unexpectedly, the tense atmosphere of the meeting relaxed for a moment. The interpreters began to speak with the Yugoslavs to clear up what this tool was. Kozizaks was holding his head in his hands, while Zlatic was making crazy gestures. He was pulling out eyebrows with the tips of his fingers and trying to tell me something. Finally, the mystery was solved. The interpreter started to explain to me, quote the references to a piece of springy steel strip bent double which is used by women to pluck their eyebrows. Unquote. It was not the moment to laugh, but to shout at them. Quote shame on you that you mention such crazy things. Unquote I exploded at the Yugoslavs. Quote our women and girls don't even know the name of the instruments you're talking about and they never think of plucking their eyebrows. They still have insufficient food, they have no clothes for their backs and shoes for their feet, while you complain to us that we have allegedly emptied your market of eyebrow pluckers. 1. Keep them for yourselves. On my own responsibility I tell you not to bring a single pair to Albania. Unquote. Quote, you should not be angry. We brought this up as an example of the irregularities which are created. There are many like this. Unquote, and the Yugoslav continued to list them. Quote, you have demanded so many tons of boot polish, so many thousand boot nails, so many million, I think about 7 to 8 million, pen nibs, so many thousand kilograms of beverage essence, etc., etc. Unquote. Quote, astonishing, extremely astonishing. Unquote, I said indignantly and turned to Pondy Crisso, who was cowering in a corner like a shitty rabbit. Quote, did you order these things? Why do you need them? Unquote. Quote, comrade commander, you are quite right. But the Yugoslav comrades are right, too. We don't really need those things, but when we asked for some motors and equipment for the railway, the Yugoslav comrades of the plan suggested to us that we order these, too, because their market was full of them. They told us, they are very cheap, order them in the framework of the credit. Unquote. Surprisingly, even after this the Yugoslavs were not in the least shocked. On the contrary, Zlatic found a way out. Quote, it is not important to put them in the plan. Unquote, he explained. Quote, the important thing is why these irregularities occur. They occur because we still act as two separate states. Everything will be settled if you approve our proposals. Unquote. Quote, had you anything else to communicate to us? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, nothing. If you are ready we can begin the drafting of the protocol. Unquote, Zlatic made bold to say in his haste. Quote, and why do you want that protocol? Unquote, I asked, feigning ignorance. Quote, to be in order in the future. Unquote, he replied there and then. Quote, some frictions, disagreements might occur. Without a protocol you might say we understood it this way and we might say we understood it that way. While a protocol is a document, we shall refer to it and let the responsibility lie with the proper person. Unquote. Quote, look here. Unquote, I said. Quote, you appreciate the importance of the protocol very correctly and I agree with you. But why do you not consider it correct to give us your opinions, comments and especially your proposals and documents, in writing? You fired a barrage of them at us in November. I asked you to hand them to us in writing, but to this day you have not done such a thing. You came in December, made a whole lot of proposals, but once again orally. You came in February and March, and the same thing. We are awaiting a reply from Comrade Tito, but it does not come. Now, once again you make new proposals, but again orally. How are we to know that what you say is accurate? Unquote. Quote, I transmit precisely the instructions of our leadership. Unquote, he said, looking disconcerted. Quote, you are telling us openly that you do not believe us. Do you not believe me, or do you not believe the leadership of the CPY and Comrade Tito? Unquote. Quote, this is not the place for such questions. Unquote, I replied sternly in a frigid tone. Quote, we are not discussing the content of the problems which you raised, but the way in which they are presented. We shall examine them only when you have given them to us in writing. Unquote. With this the meeting came to an end. As he was leaving, Zlatic was about to say something more, but apparently decided against it. The others followed him out with their heads hanging. I remained alone with Heinai. Quote, perhaps we'll have a big flare-up with them. Unquote, he said. Quote, but you put them in their place. Let them consider carefully before they provoke another November. They should know that there comes a time when even our patience and calm come to an end. Unquote. Quote, anything might happen. Unquote, I told him. Quote, however, for some time I've noticed a surprising fear and confusion in all of them. I don't understand why they are rushing with such obvious chauvinist impatience to achieve the union at all costs. Nevertheless, we must be vigilant. For us everything is now clear. We shall respond to their attack with attack. There is no other way. Unquote. The ignominious end. Quote, no more than 2 or 3 days after this meeting, an important event finally cleared up and enlightened us on everything. The first letter of the CC of the CPSU addressed to the Yugoslav Titoite leadership reached us. I read the letter right through without stopping to draw breath, and from the opening paragraphs I felt a joy and satisfaction such as I had rarely experienced in my life. Calmly, with unshakable arguments, the CC of the CP of the Soviet Union brought out the major mistakes and distortions in the line of the leadership of the CPY, its unrestrained nationalism and megalomania, and the course full of dangers and harmful consequences on which it was leading the Yugoslav peoples. Although our party and country and our relations with the leadership of the CPY were not mentioned anywhere in the letter, it seemed to me as if every paragraph took account precisely of the things which had been occurring to us for years on end in connection with the Titoite leadership. The whole letter was an indirect confirmation, also, of the correctness of the line of the CPA, was a refutation of all the endless criticisms, accusations, slanders and pressures. 1. This letter was sent to the leadership of the CPY on March 27, 1948, which Tito and his quote emissaries unquote had made against us for 6 to 7 years on end. I was finally convinced that our cause was triumphing. Not only would the fierce conflict in which we were engaged with the leaders of Belgrade be resolved correctly, but more important, it would be resolved more quickly and without so many complications, battles and losses as if we were obliged to fight alone. I summoned Heinai immediately, gave him the letter to read and saw that he, too, was filled with the same emotions, the same feelings as those I had experienced a little earlier. The time had come to breathe freely, the time had come for our party and people to throw off that evil spirit and heavy burden which had hindered and threatened us for years. "We are proved right. We are going to win. Long live the party!" Exclaimed Heinai with tears in his eyes, as soon as he finished reading the letter, and he embraced me. "This historic letter of Stalin explains and clears up everything." I told him. "Do you remember what we talked about a few days ago? The Yugoslavs' haste and insistence on signing a unification seemed to us astonishing and incomprehensible. Now it is clear. Through their dirty maneuvers and pressure they wanted to get the business with us over and done with quickly, because they were uneasy about their conflict with the Soviet comrades." "Have Kozy and Pondy read it?" Heinai asked me. "No," I replied. "They are not here. They have gone to the districts to propagate the 8th plenum. As soon as they return I shall inform them." "Let us see how they receive the news." "Like a thunderbolt," I said. "Nevertheless, it is still too early to analyze this historic letter in detail. We shall inform the other comrades of the bureau, let them all read the letter and then we shall meet and discuss it." That same day or the following day, Christo Thimulko and Bekir Baluku came to me in alarm. "Comrade Commander," they told me, "General Kuprasinin asked for a meeting with us and communicated very grave accusations to us. He instructed us to transmit them to you and we came immediately." "What is the general displeased about?" I asked. "About everything," exclaimed Christo Thimulko. "In the first place about the economy. He does not agree with your formulation that the Albanian economy is based on its own forces and also relies on the aid of Yugoslavia and the fraternal countries. Kuprasinin calls this a violation of the agreement. He told me that we should not say the Albanian economy, but the joint Albanian-Yugoslav economic plans." "Yes, yes." I encouraged him. "Go ahead." He told us that he is displeased that some time ago a director of a factory in Shkodra was arrested for hostile activity. He is of Yugoslav origin and on this account should not be touched. Thimulko went on to list the other accusations of the Yugoslav general. The third accusation had to do with our foreign policy. The Austrian government had proposed to recognize the People's Republic of Albania and we had allegedly made a fatal mistake. We had not protested against this request of Austria. According to Kuprasinin, we would have protested and rejected the request because, first, Austria and Yugoslavia were quarreling with each other over the question of a Slovenian minority and, second, how could Albania be recognized by Austria without the approval of Yugoslavia? The fourth accusation had to do with the housing policy of the Executive Committee of Durrës. Some families of Yugoslav specialists had been shifted into new houses, because the zone of their former houses had been put at the disposal of the army. He was very annoyed. Concluded Thimulko. He listed these things one by one and communicated to us that in these conditions we could no longer collaborate in the military field. And did you accept the accusations? I asked them. We took notes. Thimulko told me. We were badly shocked by what he said about our military relations. If they abandon the collaboration with us we are in trouble. Without their aid, how can we carry out all of those plans in the army? So I asked him whether there was anything that displeased him in the army. He told us there was nothing. Yes, there was. Yes, there was. Added Baluku. Good seats are not reserved for the Yugoslav officers in the football stadium. Oh, you are right, I forgot. Remembered Shul. Some ignorant individual gave our officer friends ordinary seats for a football match. It could have been done deliberately, because the enemy keeps up such things. Did Kuprasinin raise the question of tickets, too? I asked them. Yes, he did and he was indignant about it. Explained Shul. And how did the meeting end? I asked, controlling my anger with great effort. Like this. We begged him not to hold it against us, told him that we would correct the mistakes, and came straight to you. It is very disturbing. Your stand is disturbing and incomprehensible. I said sternly. My remarks are addressed first, to you Christo, as member of the political bureau, but also to you, Bekir Baluku, as chief of the general staff of the army. You had no reason at all to listen to the Yugoslav general as soon as you realized that he was speaking to you about problems which do not pertain to him. However, after your first mistake you fell into the second. Instead of indignantly rejecting the ridiculous accusations he made to you, you accepted them without giving any thought to what you were doing. Shul and Baluku opened their eyes in astonishment at what they were hearing. But when they saw the indignation and determination with which I was speaking they hung their heads and shrugged their shoulders as if to say, even in these situations only oppose the thunderbolts of the friends like this. Now it was not difficult to understand the meaning of this new attack of the Yugoslavs. Indeed, rather than an attack, this was a plan which came from Belgrade to feel our pulse. In Belgrade they had judged, quote, "Let us strike a new blow at the Albanians and see how matters stand. If they reply angrily, then they have been informed by Stalin about what has been going on. If not, then, in the context of new accusations, let us carry the 8th plenum deeper so that they will be forced to jump quickly into our arms." Unquote. It was not for nothing that on this occasion they activated the general and not the diplomat Zlatic. I carefully weighed up the dirty provocation which they had made against us and thought that Tito should immediately receive the reply he deserved. I demanded an urgent meeting of the political bureau. Meanwhile Kozizaks and Pondi Cristo had returned from their quote missions unquote, and we began. Quote, "I sought this special meeting of the bureau." Unquote. I told the comrades, quote, "to inform you of two important problems of the past 4 or 5 days. Quote, the first and most important problem has to do with the letter of the CC of the CPSU sent to the Yugoslav leadership at the end of March. I shall say nothing about the exceptional importance and value of this letter because you will understand this yourselves as soon as you hear it." Unquote. For the first time after so many years of quarrels, debates and, frequently, meaningless rows, a complete, deep silence fell in our political bureau. While I was reading I could hear the breathing of the comrades. I knew the impressions and reactions which each paragraph and phrase of the letter aroused were different in the different comrades. Hainai and Goga listened all serious attention, but I noticed that their faces and eyes were smiling. Bedri and Tuk sat in wide-eyed amazement at what they were hearing. As for Kozizaks, Pondi Cristo, Cristo Thimulko, Nesti Karengzi and Zogzibeshi, their heads were hanging and they were gasping for breath as if they were being hit in the ribs. Quote, "That is the content of the letter," unquote, I said to the comrades when I had finished. Quote, "Now the next question is, how are we going to act after this? I think it is still too soon to discuss it. Each of us must sit down and study the letter, taking notes, so that we thoroughly understand its essence, and when we met, each of us should speak freely, as his conviction and conscience tells him. In the analyses which we have made we have often suffered from a great evil. The tendency has existed for one comrade or the other to impose on others views and stands with which they are not in agreement. We must put an end to this tendency and I think we should set the example when we analyze this letter. Second, I think we should analyze the letter of the Soviet leadership on a broader plane. It seems to me that we know the leaders of the CPY, their line and stands better than the other communist parties, because we have had contacts, agreements and disagreements with them for years. Therefore, what we say in reply to the letter of the Bolshevik Party we must link with our own experience, with our relations with the Yugoslav leadership. Third, unquote, I told the comrades, quote, I instruct that we must be extremely careful, vigilant and prudent, especially at these moments. We should bear well in mind the fact that the problems which have arisen between the Soviet leadership and the Yugoslav leadership are strictly internal matters, still under discussion between them. It would be an unpardonable sin if any one of us, on account of the special relations which have been created with the Yugoslav leadership, were to hasten and bring to light outside our bureau the problems which are raised in this letter. Such an action would bring great harm to us and would also further aggravate and complicate the relations created between the Soviet and the Yugoslav comrades. Applying the norms of relations between sister parties, Stalin sent us this letter for our information, and that is all. Whether or not we express solidarity with this letter, this Stalin does not demand of us, but neither does he deny our right to do so. This will depend on us. But, as I said, we must not pronounce ourselves on this today in a hasty manner. When we are ready, we shall meet. Quote, that was the first problem. From this moment, the letter of the Soviet leadership is at the disposal of each comrade of the Bureau and you may come and read it whenever you like and as frequently as you consider reasonable. Quote, the second problem, unquote, I continued, quote, has to do with a grave incident which General Kuprasinin provoked 2 days ago. Unquote. I mentioned in detail all of the general's quote accusations unquote and pointed out, quote, anyone can see that the things Kuprasinin raised are ridiculous, without any foundation and completely unjust. As to why the general took this step, this is another problem. To my mind, this was a provocation. Unquote. Quote, in what sense? Unquote. Kozizaks hastened to ask. Quote, mainly in 2 senses. Unquote. I replied there and then. Quote, first, perhaps the general made these accusations, which I don't believe he himself can consider serious, with the aim of feeling our pulse, to see whether or not we have been informed about the Soviet-Yugoslav conflict. They will measure this from our stand towards the most recent accusations. Second, perhaps they made the accusations with the aim that we should act as we acted with the accusations of Zlatic in November, that is, organize another 8th plenum and be compelled to accept all those proposals which they have made to us recently. I see no other possibility, and precisely on this account I suspect that the stand of the Yugoslav general is a provocation. If you, Comrade Kozy, see some other motive, tell us so that we make no mistake. Unquote. Kozizaks said nothing more and after waiting a few seconds, I continued, Regardless of this, it is impermissible for us to fall prey to the provocation, but neither will we be hasty and bring out things which are extremely secret and still under discussion. For this reason I think we should immediately send Comrade Tito a letter in which we explain what Cupertino said, prove why his accusations are baseless and ask him to explain what impelled the general to take this step." Would it not be better to clear the matter up ourselves with Cupertino? Asked Nesti Kerengzi, Cozy's deputy in the Ministry of the Interior, this time. "By no means." I replied. "He is simply a military man and there is no reason why we should discuss such problems with him. Indeed, I think we should stress this strongly to Tito in the letter. We should write that it does not seem to us correct that a general should come and raise these problems with us, even if they were well based. We should say to Tito, if your comrades considered these matters important, then your ambassador Josip Georgia or your delegate Zlatic could come and point them out to us, but never the general." Likewise, we should write to Tito that it seems to us astonishing that the general threatens us with breaking off collaboration in the military field, simply because good seats were not reserved in the stadium for some Yugoslav officers. We should say, also, that we do not understand why such actions are being taken and, in the end, should repeat that we are for friendly relations in the spirit of the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. We should stress this, comrades, because for some time a slogan impermissible for us has been introduced. Instead of the spirit of Marxism, some mention the spirit of the economic convention. Such a thing is absurd. This is my opinion. Let us discuss it and reach a decision." I am afraid of one thing. Cozy's ox threw the stone, although with a weak and trembling voice. Comrade Tito might link our reply with Stalin's letter and suspect that we have been informed about it. What if he does? Said Heinai. Let him suspect. He has no reason to take offense at it. On the contrary, let this impel him to inform us about the Yugoslav views, as Comrade Stalin quite rightly did about the Soviet views. Since he calls us a sister party, indeed the closest one, why should he keep these things hidden from us? But Tito might think that we opposed Cupertino because Stalin's letter influenced us. Cozy's ox dared to add. You have no reason to think so badly of Comrade Tito. I replied to Zox, goading him in his own terrain. Tito might have many faults and in my opinion he has plenty of them, but you have no reason to accuse him of a weak memory. This is not the first time we have opposed him. Without going back into past years, just during the past 3 or 4 months we have opposed him several times. We refused his demand about the division, refused the proposal about the unified command, refused the demand for the unification of Albania with Yugoslavia. Now you have regrets because we are not accepting the stupidities of General Cupertino. Do you think that we ought to hold another eighth plenum on the basis of them? No, you misunderstood me, said Cozy's ox submissively. I don't mind our writing the letter, but it seemed to me they might suspect we have been influenced by the Soviets. However, now I am convinced, I agree we should send the letter. The savage Cozy was no longer brandishing the sword which the 8th plenum gave him, nor even raising his feathers. To say that he was frightened is putting it mildly. He was experiencing the first agony of the evil deed to which he had committed himself under the pressure and maneuvers of Belgrade, but also on account of his own unhealthy ambitions and conscience. This occurred on April 17, 1948, as I remember very well. I remember this date, because only one day later, April 18, 1948, it became quite clear that the cause of the Yugoslavs, at least in connection with our party and country, had come to an end. It was more than clear to me that this end would come one day, but that it would come so quickly and in such unexpected, even ludicrous, circumstances, had never crossed my mind. This is what happened. At that period, 2 or 3 Soviet filmmakers had come to our country to make a documentary film about Albania. They had finished their work and before they left for Moscow they informed me through the Soviet ambassador that they would be very happy if I would find the time to see the film they had made. I was very pleased to accept. On the evening of April 18th, I invited the filmmakers to the Palace of Brigades and together with them invited Ambassador Chivakin and the main functionaries of the Soviet embassy as our guests. I also sent an informal invitation to the Yugoslav ambassador and Savo Zlatic, the Bulgarian ambassador and some others that I don't remember. From our comrades, Heinai Kapo, Cozy's ox, Bedri Spahiu and Tuk Jakova were present. That was simply a social evening quite without protocol. Understandably, we gave the greatest honor to those who provided the occasion for us to get together, our filmmaker guests. Very happy that we were meeting. After we had clinked glasses they got up to prepare the projector to show us the film. Everything was going very well up to this point. We were talking and cracking jokes. Meanwhile, I saw Savo Zlatic stand up scowling, as if the dog had stolen his dinner. He went around the table where Cozy's ox was sitting, approached Heinai and seemed about to say something to him, but apparently changed his mind, made a sign to Georgia and the two came towards me. "Do you want to sit here?" Unquote, I said to them cheerfully, and made room for them. Quote, sit down. Unquote. Quote, no, we are leaving. Unquote, said Savo Zlatic. I saw with astonishment that his face and neck were flushed red and he was clenching his jaws. Quote, why? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, is something wrong? Are you not feeling well? Unquote. Quote, tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow at the most. I am leaving for Belgrade. Unquote, said Zlatic brusquely. Quote, but before I leave you must arrange for me a meeting with 2 comrades of your central committee to transmit our complaints. Unquote. He was speaking with such tension and anger that it was useless to ask him to explain what was the cause of this sudden outburst. Quote, with whom do you wish to meet? Unquote, I asked. Quote, there is no further room for any preference. Unquote, he replied savagely and with cynicism. Quote, with whoever is there. Unquote. Quote, then, we shall appoint Comrade Hoxha. Unquote, I told him, making him snort a little. Quote, and Comrade Hajnikapo. Unquote. The Yugoslavs left. I was very surprised at what occurred, but, nevertheless, I gave no sign of it. We had met for something else and I did not want to arouse any concern or suspicion in the guests. The only person who did not say a word or raise his head after this was Cozy Hoxha. The gloom of his face was blacker than the darkness that fell when they started to show the film. The following day Hainai and Cozy Hoxha met Zlatic and what they transmitted to me was truly shameless. According to Zlatic and Jurja, the social evening which I described above was not a social evening but an anti-Yugoslav demonstration and insult which I had allegedly made to Zlatic, the Yugoslav army and all Yugoslavia. Why? I had asked him in surprise. Because Enver Hoxha had invited more Soviets than Yugoslavs, at a time when there are more Yugoslavs than Soviets in Albania. Because you had not invited General Kuperson, had not invited Yugoslav specialists. He had blurted out some other tales which are not worthy of mention and had concluded, there can be no further collaboration with you. After this insult General Kuperson and all the Yugoslav military men no longer have any place in Albania. We shall re-examine the economic agreements. We shall re-examine everything. We are leaving because your friendship with Yugoslavia has no foundation. Our relations are worse than in June 1947, when they made their first accusation. Indeed, worse than in November, when they made their second accusation, because Enver Hoxha has always behaved with us in this way and ... Events automatically turned in a new direction, or more precisely, precipitated at new, more rapid rates. With the departure of the Yugoslav envoys and their suite of advisors and specialists so suddenly and for so utterly ridiculous reasons, the Yugoslav leadership finally put the seal on an indisputable truth: their hostile and conspiratorial aims and ambitions towards Albania. There is no other way to explain this sudden and ignominious departure. In all that period, we had not given any occasion for any incident or misunderstanding in our relations with them. We had been extremely correct. Indeed, we had tolerated and permitted stands and actions which in other situations we would have dismissed with indignation and scorn. At the same time, they had not heard a single word about how we were going to react to the letter of the Bolshevik Party and to the Soviet-Yugoslav conflict as a whole. It was not for nothing that in the meeting of the Political Bureau one day earlier, I did not express my opinion about Stalin's letter, and it was not fortuitous that I demanded that the comrades should not pronounce themselves about it there and then. I did this so that the comrades could prepare themselves quietly and freely, but also in the belief that Hoxha and his clan would immediately pass our opinions on to their masters. Thus, we did not give them this weapon. Then, why did they clear out? No doubt because they were informed by Hoxha of just one fact: Stalin's letter had come into our hands. For the Yugoslavs this meant that their plot for the gobbling up of Albania had failed. They had been unable to make us yield when we knew nothing about the conflict which they had with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, let alone now when we saw that we were not alone in our efforts. Hence, convinced that they could gain nothing, they found the excuse and cleared out. In their fury and despair that they were unable to achieve their Yugoslavia of 7 republics, they no longer worried their heads about their agents. As Zlatic told me at the last moment, now they no longer had preferences for the plotters of Belgrade. As for the plotters of all times and countries, this was more than normal. They had never liked Cozy Hoxha and the others for the color of their eyes. They wanted them to serve as their internal support for the carrying out of the plot. Since they failed in their purpose, to the devil with the tools. Let them do what they pleased, or what they could. If through trickery they managed to escape our justice, then in suitable situations their patrons would launch them into activity again. If they did not escape, then the Serbian Church would light a candle for them. While now that the plot had failed, a heavy sentence on the agents would be convenient to the Titoite propaganda. They would accuse us of violations of democracy etc., etc. In order to be just and correct to the end, Immediately after the crazy act which Guperson and Zlatic committed, we sent Tito another letter in which we expressed our astonishment and indignation about their departure without any cause from our side. Tito replied within 2 days, naturally, defending the action of his delegates in a few general words, and at the same time, accusing us of causing the tension in relations. And why? Tito listed 3 causes. First, quote, "You, the Albanians, are lacking in the necessary faith in our opinions about Albania." Unquote 1. Second, quote, "We, the Yugoslavs, cannot agree to make material sacrifices, which are not small, in favor of Albania and to the detriment of our people, and despite this not see the improvement of our relations." Unquote. What Tito understood with this quote improvement of relations unquote he expressed openly in the third quote cause unquote, quote, "If we truly desire rapprochement," unquote concluded the Marshal, quote, "then let us re-examine our collaboration, and increase it on a basis which responds to the given stage in the international circumstances." Unquote. As to what this quote given stage unquote and these quote international circumstances unquote which Tito mentioned in an undertone were, this his delegates had told us unequivocally earlier, quote, "the stage of federal union unquote to emerge in quote the tense international circumstances unquote as a quote minor power unquote." After this he did underscore 1. The words in quotation marks have been taken from the letter of J.B. Tito to the CC of the CPA of April 22, 1948. Cap. Not failed to repeat the threat that they would cut off aid, re-examine all their relations with us, and he quote advised unquote us to seek the culprits in quote a part of your leadership unquote which had not agreed with the dictates of the Yugoslavs. These orders and quote advice unquote of the Marshal were extremely threadbare. We had long been acquainted with them, had suffered damage from them, but now they had no effect. We analyzed his letter and sent him the reply he deserved. From the outset we told him openly that the leadership of the CPY should seek and find the cause, first of all, in itself, in its impermissible mistakes and stands towards us for years on end. We also pointed out in the letter that the time had come for our party to look into the matter deeply, with criticism and self-criticism, to find the true causes of the deterioration of relations. After pointing out that we had worked sincerely since the years of the war and after it to strengthen our friendship, we stressed that our principal mistake was that quote our party and its Central Committee, with great belief and trust in the CPY, have more than once accepted harsh criticisms made verbally by the CC of the CPY against our party, against its leadership and members of our party. These things, unquote we wrote, quote we frequently accepted as indisputable, a thing which is not objective, but on the contrary, is outside the Marxist-Leninist principles in Marxism-Leninism. We admit that we have not acted correctly in this direction. Unquote. We went on to refute with arguments all the accusations which Tito made against us, one by one, explained why we considered their stands unfair and sinister and we left the ball in their court to maneuver as seemed best to them. The reply came very quickly, except that this time, since Tito quote was not unquote in Belgrade, Djilas signed it. In 3 lines he told us that our letter did not constitute any basis for discussion and waved a threatening index finger at us. Quote meanwhile, unquote he wrote, quote in order to put our relations in order as quickly as possible, we propose that you should send a delegation which, together with us, will examine all the questions and conclude protocols about our economic relations on the basis of our former proposals unquote. 1. O tempora, O mores. What is the explanation for this custom of revisionists? Do they all copy one another, or does their disease drive them to find the same course? Who can forget the year 1960 and the beginning of 1961 in our battles with Khrushchev and company? Who can forget their insistent demands, after the great breach of November 1960, that we send a delegation to Moscow on any condition, in order to quote sign the agreements unquote. The same thing with the Yugoslavs, except not in 1960 but in 1948. On both occasions the aim of the revisionists was the same, an urgent summons to quote Canossa unquote to subjugate us. But on both occasions our stand was the same. We told them where they got off. But we are talking about our battles with the first current of modern revisionism in power, the Yugoslav current. That is how everything came to an end in the spring of 1948. Chapter 9. Our final breach with Tito and the Titoites. The public denunciation of Titoism on the relations of the CPA with the CPSU and the parties of the other countries until 1948. An incognito journey to Romania in connection with Tito's betrayal. A meeting with Andrei Vyshinsky. The meeting with Vyshinsky and Dej. Irrefutable arguments of the CPA on Tito's traitorous activity. Vyshinsky, quote the Bolshevik Party approves the correct activity and struggle of the CPA in defense of Marxism-Leninism. Unquote. A visit to Bucharest. Back home desperate maneuvers of Kozizaks and company to escape exposure and rendering account profound analyses in our political bureau. Christo Themilko and Pondi Christo testify the 10th and 11th plenums of the CC of the CPA. Quote the line of the CPA has been correct. It has been attacked but has not wavered. has been threatened but has not been damaged." The historic First Congress of the CPA. Tozzi's Ox and Ponte Cristo in the dock. The end of our relations with Tito and the Titoites. The sudden and ignominious departure from Albania of Tito's envoys and their suite in the spring of 1948 brought about a rapid improvement in our affairs. This was reflected both in the subsequent development of relations between our party and the Yugoslav party and in the relations within the leadership and the whole of our party. The defeat of the plotters of Belgrade was at the same time a total defeat for their agents who had operated for years, sometimes openly, sometimes in secrecy, within our party. The time had come for a final settling of accounts with both groups. The public denunciation of Titoism. The pressure which Tito and company exerted in April and May 1948 about "re-examining our position," the demand that we send a top-level delegation to Belgrade to "iron out the disagreements," etc. were like the final desperate writhings of drowning men of all times. The Titoite leaders were now more than convinced that the game was up for them in Albania. It is interesting to observe a permanent characteristic of Titoites. While in "normal" quiet periods they are wily, past masters of maneuvers with 1,001 disguises, tricks and plots. Completely the opposite occurs when their trickery is revealed. They completely lose their heads. On such occasions they are seized by utter confusion and loss of reason. Their chauvinist fury and megalomania make them lose all sense. They become utterly brutal and allow themselves actions and stands which simply discredit them and expose them even more thoroughly. This is what occurred with them in 1948, and again in 1981 and in 1982. When they saw that they had "lost" Albania, quite without cause or reason, they recalled their ambassador, the Albanian-speaking Titoite Josip Đurđa, to Belgrade at the beginning of June. Meanwhile, they sent us an official invitation to the 5th Congress of their party, although, before they sent us the invitation, they were quite clear that our reply would be a curt "no." Apparently, Tito wanted us to hear with our own ears directly from him, Tempo and others, the base accusations and insinuations which they were to make publicly in Belgrade against our party. But the stench of their slanders reached us. At the Congress Tito presented the absurd claim "about the role of Mladen Popović and Dusan Mugosa in the formation of the CPA," while Tempo, to win promotion and satisfaction in public, vested himself with the merits of the "critic" and "guide" of our party and our war in the years 1943 to 1944. It was clear to us why this was done. Tito was making another attempt to "forestall the evil." He knew that sooner or later we would raise our voice and publicly bring out all the evils which he had tried to inflict, and did inflict, on our party and country. Our facts and arguments would tear him to shreds. This being the case, he threw the first stone to find an excuse and to "defend" himself on the grounds that "the Albanians attack us because we said something about them at the Congress." However, these "new" maneuvers would neither nonplus us nor make us hang our heads. On the contrary, we were to raise our voice even more sternly and with greater adherence to principle against his filthy allegations. It was our turn to have our say. The time had come for the public denunciation of Tito and Titoism. Meanwhile, we had received the second and third letters of the CC of the CPSU to the Yugoslav leadership, one dated May 4, the other dated May 28, and the resolution of the Information Bureau of June 1948, in which, after correct Marxist-Leninist analyses, the anti-Marxist deviation of the revisionist leadership in Belgrade was publicly denounced. The leadership and our whole party, like the entire Albanian people, expressed immediate and unanimous solidarity with these important documents, and at the proper moment we openly and publicly expressed our stands and decisions in regard to the Belgrade traitors. In particular, the 9th plenum of the CC of the CPA, which met from June 27 to 30, 1948, dwelt on the analyses of the letters of the Bolshevik Party and the resolution of the Information Bureau, and all the comrades, in complete unanimity, expressed their solidarity with the denunciation and exposure which was being made of the CC of the CPY for its distortion of Marxism-Leninism, for its slipping into Trotskyism, national chauvinism, etc. During the same days we decided to denounce and reject all the enslaving treaties which had been signed with Yugoslavia, and in particular, all the accords that had to do with the notorious Economic Convention. Our People's Assembly, which took these decisions, left in force only the Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Aid signed in July 1946. Our public announcement about these important decisions was received with joy and enthusiasm by the whole people. In particular, the communique of the CC of the CPA about our unanimous solidarity with the letters of the Bolshevik Party and the resolution of the Information Bureau, which was published on July 1, 1948, aroused great enthusiasm and made a profound impression inside and outside of Albania. I shall say something more, later, about how these documents were received and analyzed in our party, but here I want to point out something else. On account of our immediate expression of solidarity with the letters of the Bolshevik Party and the resolution of the Information Bureau, Tito and company made the accusation that we "had fallen under the influence of the Soviets," while others, including some comrades of the communist parties of that time, together with their great joy, also expressed their great surprise. We could not agree with either of these two kinds of reactions towards our lawful and natural stand, because neither of them expressed the truth. On the contrary, they were insulting and disparaging estimations of our party. Why? In regard to Tito's accusation about our "falling under the influence of the Soviets," for us Albanian communists this was quite absurd and ridiculous. Indeed, in our case there could be no talk of any sort of interference by the CPSU, but rather the opposite. The stand of the CPSU towards our party in those years had been correct, reasonable, extremely cautious, indeed cautious to the point of a certain "neglect." With the exception of the unforgettable days when we went to Moscow in the summer of 1947 and met the great Stalin, with the exception of the warm, fraternal and internationalist welcome which he accorded us, the wise words and advice he gave us, it must be admitted that on other occasions, up until the spring of 1948, we did not feel the word and the hand of the CPSU towards our party and our problems to the due extent, or as we expected. Here I am referring to direct aid on cardinal questions of the life and the central line of the party, and especially in regard to our relations with the CP of Yugoslavia. Making a detailed analysis in the light of all the important events that occurred during these decades, we can say that from the end of the Second World War the Soviets did not display any interest in Albania, did not know many things, either about the history of our people through the centuries or about our National Liberation War. Even though about the end of our people's National Liberation War a Soviet military mission headed by Major Ivanov came to our country, as I said earlier, Ivanov was not able to see and understand the majesty and depth of the war of our people and our party. He did nothing but transmit gossip gathered here and there, and eventually, at the time of the backstage plot of Berat, he became a good ally and collaborator of Velimir Stojnik. Such a fact does not indicate simply the lack of capacity of this Soviet major, who had come from Greece with one companion, with a radio on his back, to make contact with the Albanian partisans, but, in the first place, it implies a lack of proper interest in our war on the part of the Soviet leadership. As can be judged, it was interested in and very well informed about the Yugoslav National Liberation War, and must have had more faith in this at a time when it had no confidence in the Greek National Liberation War. While we never came within its reckoning at all, it did not know us in the least and defended us only because it had to adhere to principles. Apparently, the Titoites gave them very little information about us and in the way it pleased them, and the Soviet leadership must have arrived at the practical conclusion, "Let the Yugoslavs deal with the Albanian partisans." This idea prevailed even after liberation, to the extent that Molotov personally said, "We give Albania economic aid through Yugoslavia." And since the Yugoslav aid was nothing at all, we can conclude that the Soviet aid did not exist up until the moment when our relations with Titoite Yugoslavia were broken off. Until then the Soviets had ignored Tito's undermining work against our country and party and done nothing to restrain the Yugoslavs who were operating against us. Apart from the direct intervention of Stalin when I sought his opinion to repulse the dispatch of the Yugoslav division to Albania, up until this time, our relations with the Soviet Union and the CPSU were realized mainly through the Soviet embassy. From our point of view, the employees of this embassy were good people, but they, for their part, were only "employees" who never said a word, let alone act without permission from Moscow. They themselves had no initiative and we could hold no serious discussion with them. When I say serious, I am referring to important questions of principle, as for example, many unjust stands which we saw on the part of the Yugoslavs. They shied away from these conversations as the wolf shies away from the fire. Why? They had to receive orders from Moscow. They could not take any step without orders from Moscow. Like the real chinovniki they were ready to listen to us when we told them anything and to transmit to us the answer we sought. In general, this is how ideological and political questions were dealt with between us and the people of the Soviet embassy. However, as much as they did, we, for our part, considered it great assistance, and everything they told us we considered as coming from Moscow, from the Soviet leadership, from Stalin. It was a different matter with the Soviet advisors who helped us in the sectors of the economy and culture. They helped us greatly, gave us advice and concrete aid, discussed problems with us and our specialists, because they knew they were helping a socialist country, a party and a people that loved them. They did not have the complexes of diplomats, or the fear about their "careers" or the spirit of bureaucrats and chinovniki. Of course, this made an impression on us, and we molded over in our minds, but proceeding from the highest and indisputable regard in which we held the glorious party of Lenin and Stalin, We never formed reservations or the slightest shred of discontent towards it. On the contrary, we justified this stand of the CPSU with a series of arguments and reasons which were not wrong in principle, either then or now. During those years, our relations with the other sister parties of the countries of people's democracy were even weaker, if not totally non-existent. We never considered this situation correct or acceptable, although we were convinced that this would not go on for long, and we worked to create direct links with the other sister parties. In the first place, with the CPSU, our persistence about sending a top-level delegation to Moscow, which was realized in July 1947, to Bulgaria, in December 1947, etc., was precisely a well-considered and weighed-up step on our part, which speaks about our concern to create the most extensive bilateral and multilateral links with the sister communist and workers' parties and the fraternal countries of people's democracy. If, however, up till the spring of 1947 we had not been able to achieve anything more, the fault for this was by no means ours. The main and deliberate culprit for this was the leadership of Belgrade, headed by Tito. As has been fully proved, they tried to keep us under their wing, isolated from the sister communist parties, from the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, with the idea that we were only "an appendage of the CPY," at the most, a part of what they subsequently called "the League of Communists of Yugoslavia," taking advantage of the slight experience of the CPA and its relations with the sister parties, and exploiting the request we made in 1942 that they intervene on our behalf with the Comintern. Tito and company turned our request into a kind of "mandate," which they used for years on end in the most villainous and anti-Marxist way. We do not have detailed documents about how Tito and company dealt with the problem of our party with the sister parties in the years 1944 to 1947, but about one thing we are convinced: the Belgrade leaders with cunning and evil intent had cast a shadow of doubt, to a greater or lesser extent, over the ability of the CPA to be a separate independent party capable of determining its own line, of applying this line and leading the Albanian people with mastery and adherence to principle on the road of socialism. That is, the Yugoslavs had created the absurd and alien idea that it was they that kept us going, and fed us, that the existence or non-existence of the Communist Party of Albania depended on them. To what extent this dirty, false propaganda had become implanted in the other parties is another matter, but the fact is that Tito and his emissaries had developed this propaganda to a system. There is no need, nor is this the place to go into detailed arguments, but I shall mention only 2 or 3 instances. In 1946 the Information Bureau of the Communist Parties of Europe was created with the participation of 9 parties, including all the parties of the then socialist countries, as well as the CP of France and that of Italy. Only one party of a socialist country of Europe was left out, the Communist Party of Albania. I do not wish to express any sort of dissatisfaction over why our party was not included in this important forum, but the fact that only one communist party of a socialist country was left out made one suspect that there was something wrong about this. Whether this came about from the lack of knowledge or misinformation from others, this problem will be explained with the passage of time. Our conviction is that the black hand of the Titoite agency was hidden in this. They did not want the CPA to be acknowledged in the international communist movement as a separate party, as the party of a sovereign country, of a valiant and unyielding people, because otherwise, their plans and the underhand work they were doing for the annexation of Albania as the 7th Republic of the Yugoslav state would have come to nothing. The very fact that in this whole period from 1945 to the spring of 1947 we were not aware of any initiative, let alone visible efforts, on the part of the sister parties to establish sound permanent links with our party, for consultations, exchanges of opinions and experience, is another argument which speaks about the shadow which the Yugoslav Trotskyites had cast over the prestige of our party as a whole. Likewise, it is a fact that among a number of leaders of several sister parties, Tito and company had created, if not the opinion, at least the suspicion that the CPA was a creation subject to the line of the CPY. This was a very unpleasant observation for us. I well remember when one of our comrades, who had just returned from a festival, organized in Czechoslovakia, if I am not mistaken, came to me with tears in his eyes and told me, "Our national flag was the only one missing from among those of the participating countries." "And what did you do about it?" I asked him. "Did you ask your hosts why?" "Yes." The comrade told me. "We told them about it and they were nonplussed and embarrassed and, while begging our pardon, replied, 'We thought that the flag of Yugoslavia represented Albania too.'" I cannot forget, also, the letters of many of our students and specialists who were being trained in the former people's democracies, letters in which they spoke with indignation about occasions when the ministers or the authorities of one or the other country, before their eyes, sought the permis, sign of the Yugoslav ambassador to establish trade relations. Directly with Albania. We never bore grudges against our friends over this. Nevertheless, the truth remains the truth. whether bitter or sweet. Precisely in the fact that Tito's anti-Albanian plot had not failed to have an effect, to a greater or lesser extent, lies the explanation also for the "surprise" and "joy" of a number of leaders of the sister parties at that time when, unexpectedly, they learned of the sound, valiant and courageous Marxist-Leninist stand of the CPA against the Yugoslav revisionists. Quite openly, without any embarrassment, they asked themselves, one another and even us, "How is it possible that the CPA takes such a resolute and principled stand? How is it possible that you denounce and expose the leadership of the CPY?" In this case, however, not they, but we had the justified right to be astonished at their "astonishment." Not they, but we had the justified right to ask them, "Why this astonishment on your part, comrades? Why these opinions about a communist party?" We had the right to ask them these questions because, as is known, genuine Marxist-Leninists never evaluate and must not evaluate sister parties on the basis of what "others" third parties intermediaries say about them. Even less should this occur when nobody had authorized or charged such intermediaries to play this role, or, even worse, when this role was placed in error upon such evil intermediaries as the Titoite leaders were. Nevertheless, now that matter had turned out well, we had the legitimate right to be proud, because even in such difficult and complex conditions, not only internally, but also externally, we were able to emerge successful, even alone were able to get over the difficult paths, traps and plots wisely, through adherence to Marxist-Leninist principles. Hence, while doing battle alone with the revisionist leadership of the CPY, we arrived at the same opinions and conclusions as the sister parties, without any knowledge that others, in the first place, the Bolshevik party, headed by the great Stalin, were engaged in the same struggle. This was and remains a great and incontestable merit of our party, a source of honor and pride for us. After these moments, the hand of the sister parties was quickly extended to us and we seized their hand in friendship, because we had been waiting for and expecting this for years. We considered this not only a duty, but also a legitimate right. Now, shoulder to shoulder with the sister parties and, first of all, with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, we would work and fight better for the progress of socialism in our country, for the further strengthening of the prestige and authority of our party and our country in the international arena. Now, shoulder to shoulder with the sister parties, we would make our contribution more vigorously to a more profound knowledge, to the exposure and condemnation of Titoite revisionism to its very roots. Because of the special conditions of our relations with the Titoite leadership over those 6 to 7 years, this was a field in which we felt we had much to tell them, land to prove. An incognito journey to Romania in connection with Tito's betrayal. A meeting with Vyshinsky and Dej. Throughout the whole communist and workers' movement and public opinion worldwide, in the summer of 1948 it became known that Tito and his associates had betrayed Marxism-Leninism and the socialist camp. The contradictions between us and the Yugoslav Titoites in this period were so great that they could easily develop into dangerous conflicts. The Soviets, being well acquainted with Tito over a whole period, and thinking that we were geographically isolated from them and surrounded by enemy states, wanted to discuss as intimately and directly as possible with us about the measures which we should take in this situation. Likewise, they felt it necessary to hear what we had to say and our opinions directly and in detail about the long conflict we had had with the Yugoslav leadership. This would assist the further analysis which the Information Bureau was to make of the anti-Marxist stands and line of the chiefs of Belgrade. Precisely for these reasons, in the summer of 1948 a meeting was organized in Bucharest in which Vyshinsky, Georgia Dej and I took part. With the greatest pleasure I accepted the invitation to go to Bucharest which the Soviet ambassador Chivakin brought me. Dmitry Stepanovich Chivakin, the first ambassador of the USSR to Albania, was a straightforward man with whom we had generally got along well, although, as I said above, the range of problems which we discussed left something to be desired. I spoke to Chivakin in French, a language which he, too, understood and spoke. I have very rarely met Soviet leaders who spoke French, as those who knew the language did not speak it because they did not want to speak it. Why? They reserved the right to listen when one spoke and gain time to think about their reply while the interpreter was completing the translation in Russian, or perhaps for precise diplomatic behavior. But even if the latter were the reason, it seems to me that such a thing should not have existed amongst us. Many times I have met Molotov and Gromyko and talked with them, I in French, whereas they, always, in Russian and never in French. They knew French, but certainly for the reasons I mentioned, they did not speak it. One morning we set out for Bucharest by Soviet aircraft. We were to travel through Yugoslav airspace, although we had become enemies with them. A hero of the Soviet Union flew the aircraft. The Soviets had sent this pilot to get me, because he knew the route over which the aircraft was to pass and there was greater security for me, if the Yugoslav Secret Service were to learn of my journey. Only Chivakin and I were on board the aircraft. We were not obliged to stop in Belgrade, Indeed, at that time the aircraft was not allowed to fly via Belgrade at all, but left it to the north. Not only this, but later, for a period of several years, when the relations between the Titoites and the Soviet Union and our socialist states were very tense, until Khrushchev came to power, the Yugoslavs did not allow the regular aircraft of the Soviet line to fly over their territory. Thus, to spend 8 days traveling by Soviet cargo ships, which were not big and tossed one about a great deal, to Odessa and another 2 days from Odessa to Moscow by train, or more rarely by aircraft, was a minimum for us. On this trip the weather was fine and sunny, with no clouds, and from the aircraft we saw the land of Yugoslavia with the plains which were never to be collectivized, the land unsystemized, as ours was in the first years of liberation, and as the land of Romania over which we flew was. At the airport of Bucharest we were met by Dej, Anna Pacher, the Soviet ambassador, and some other comrades. As far as I remember, we still did not have an embassy in Bucharest, nor the Romanians in Albania. The formalities had not been completed, and the relations between our countries of people's democracy in the first period of liberation were still not fully subject to diplomatic rules, but continued in an informal way. In our country everything was in order, the people's power had been established on sound constitutional foundations, while in Romania no. It took Romania some time to liquidate the monarchy and King Michael, the powerful capitalist relations which still existed, the remnants of Antonescu's fascist "Iron Guard" which were still active at the time of my stay at Bucharest, etc. The decisive factor in the liberation of Romania and the liquidation of these dangerous remnants was the Soviet army. All the rest was just tales and boasting of Georgiu Dej, as I shall relate later in connection with the talks I had with him during my stay there. We embraced with Dej, Anna Pacher and the other comrades. My first impression when I met Georgiu Dej at the airport was good, not only because I had heard good things said about him by the Soviets, but also because he had a reputation as a veteran communist who had "suffered" in the dungeons of Doftana. Later we learned an incident from his life. During the time he was imprisoned in Doftana an earthquake struck Bucharest and guards and prisoners, ordinary and political, ran away in fright. Only Georgiu Dej did not budge from the prison, and when the gendarmes returned and found him inside they asked him in astonishment, "You did not run away?" "No," replied Dej, "I respect the law." Dej was a tall man, with black eyes, black brows and hair, well dressed and cheerful, who gave the impression of a paraphony, as we say in Gyrocastro about those people who are vigorous and energetic and speak with a sort of pride in themselves, self-satisfied with what they say and do. Anna Pacher was a woman of a quieter nature than Dej, although she seemed energetic, too. She was a big, heavy-featured woman who looked as if she had suffered more in prison than Dej. Her hair was gray and cut short, as they say, a la Garson. I got into a big Soviet Zis car together with Dej. The others got into cars, too. When I was to enter the car the driver opened the door for me and I did not notice that it was an armored car. I saw this when I got out and opened the door from inside. Never before had I had the occasion to see such a thing, although I had read in newspapers and books that such cars were used by kings and dictators to protect themselves from attempts on their lives, and by gangsters to protect themselves from the attacks of the police. Once in the car, it seemed to me I was not in a car, but in a real arsenal. Both on my side and Dej's side we had a German 20-round automatic pistol, each with 2 spare magazines. Under our feet we each held another German 20-round pistol with spare magazines, and, of course, the guard and the driver had the same. I said to Dej as a joke, "We can fight for 20 days with these weapons. It seems as though we were in the house of Osokuka." And I quickly explained who Osokuka was. But to myself I said, "Whatever they say about Osokuka, the fact is that he fought like a man and did not surrender." My impression was not good, not because Dej had thought about taking measures for defense, but because those measures were excessive. They showed either that the Romanian comrades were as frightened as rabbits, or that the situation in their country was by no means as calm as they tried to make out. When I commented on the "arsenal," Dej replied, "We must be vigilant." "Of course, we must be vigilant," I said to myself, "but not let the enemy terrify us. We must terrify him and make him tremble." As far as I could see, the enemy in Romania had not been dealt with firmly as in our country. On the way from the airport to Bucharest, Dej said to me, "We are not going into the city, but will turn off to a house on the plain outside Bucharest, where we have taken measures for you to stay since your incognito and Vyshinsky has not yet arrived. We expect him tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, at the latest. There where we're going," continued Dej, "is a very reliable family. An old base where I have stayed before liberation. The son of the house is a communist and his mother is a very dear old lady who keeps her mouth shut. You will be very well looked after there." It has not the slightest importance for me, I told him. "I shall be quite all right wherever you have decided I shall stay." Nevertheless, these things surprised me and I asked myself the question, is the situation so bad for them in the city that they cannot take me to some apartment there? Either they are so insecure that are unable to protect me, whom nobody knows, or is it that they want to keep the meeting strictly secret? However, these latter ideas did not convince me. We arrived at the house. It was a peasant home amid the fields, small but pleasant, both inside and out. It was surrounded with trees and flowers. At the door mother and son welcomed us. They were both very handsome, the mother above 60 years old and the son in his 40s. We went inside where everything was clean, the walls painted white, a well-furnished house in Romanian style. Dej told my hosts that I was a very close friend of his and would be their guest for a very short time, etc. They were happy and replied to Dej in their own language, which I understood a little from its similarity to Italian and French. When Dej was about to leave, Titoites also asked me to excuse him, saying that he had to go to the Soviet embassy to discuss with the ambassador what had to be done and that he would come back to inform me. Thus, I was left alone with my hosts and the French interpreter whom Dej left me. After lunching together with our hosts I went to take a rest. Everything in this village home was clean, quiet and attractive. This helped me overcome my boredom from remaining alone and would allow me, in the quiet of the night, to classify the materials and opinions which I would present in the meeting with Vyshinsky and Dej. During lunch and in the afternoon, after my rest, I took the opportunity to talk with my hosts and to learn about the situation in the country, to the extent that they knew it and were able to answer my questions. The situation is not yet completely clear, said the mother, but we are masters of it. We drove out the king and liberated the country thanks to Stalin's Red Army. Another advantage from this was that the country was not burnt and devastated except for a few things. Our industry is running. Our country is fertile, but from now on it will become more fertile and more prosperous. To tell you the truth, continued the old lady, the economy is still not in the hands of our state. The capitalists are still very much alive. The big and medium merchants have their property, exploit it freely and live well, even though our state levies taxes on them. When I have the opportunity to meet Dej, continued the old lady, I ask him, what are you doing? Are you still leaving these capitalists and the wealthy of the land who sucked our blood, who were supporters of the Germans and of Kodrian Yuan, and the Kindicator, Antonsko too, who sent our boys to burn Russia and be killed there? Be patient, Dej replies. Everything will come in its own time. In this way I passed a part of the time until the evening of the following day when Dej came to take me to Bucharest. My hosts and I parted like good friends. The old lady kissed me, gave me a gift of a small wooden vase which she had made herself during the winter and said to me, come back again, don't forget us. Even now, after so many years I have not forgotten these good simple people of the Romanian countryside, whose names I do not know, because they did not tell me and I did not ask, since I observed the incognito rules which Dej had laid down. In the car, Dej told me that Vyshinsky would come the following day and that Titoites and I were to stay in the former king's palace. This is like the characters from the Grimm Brothers fairy tales, going from the peasant's cottage to the king's palace. I told Dej, please, don't take me there. I don't like such places. I prefer to stay in an apartment in the middle of the city, amongst the people, because no one knows me and there is no danger for me. No, said Dej. You will stay there, because we were embarrassed yesterday, leaving you outside the city, and then that is where the meeting will be held. All the facilities are there. I repeated my protest and told him, for me it was a great honor to stay with that simple pleasant family and you have no reason to be embarrassed. However, I had to go, like it or not. We arrived at one of the famous palaces of the Romanian kings. This was not one of the major palaces. It was a building of considerable size with long colonnaded corridors. It was encircled with walls and had a number of small plots of grass, amongst which flowers appeared here and there, as though planted by some hand that knew nothing about this work. They took us to some bare rooms which could not be called either large or small. To reach the bathroom you had to go out through the corridor. Clearly, the palace was neglected, especially the upper rooms. Not only did the building get little sunshine, but it had no electric light or water. On the lower floor there were some rooms in rather better order, which had apparently been given more attention because Vyshinsky was to come there for the meeting. During the day we had nothing to do. We asked Dej if we could go out and see Bucharest. He agreed and proposed that we made an excursion to the city and return to the Central Committee. There, said Dej, you will meet a comrade of our political bureau, one of our best comrades, Kishinsky. Kishinsky is a Soviet citizen from Bukovina. He fought in Romania and helped us. And after liberation I asked Stalin to allow Kishinsky to give up his Soviet citizenship and take Romanian citizenship and let us keep him in Romania. Dej told me. Stalin agreed and that's what was done. Passing through the streets of Bucharest, From the speed of the car and from being obliged to listen to what Deja's interpreter said, of course, I was not able to see much. However, from what I saw, the streets seemed clean, with trees and gardens, with no apparent ruins or war damage, with many well-stocked shops, the windows full of goods. And as always occurred when I was far from the homeland, here, too, my mind went to my own country which was burned and devastated by the war. When I saw the shops of Bucharest full of goods, I thought of the empty shops of our cities, but never fell into despair. We shall have everything, too, we shall make them ourselves, new and beautiful. We are proud that we fought the enemies heroically and won our freedom by shedding blood and did not wait for anyone to give it to us. Unquote. When we arrived at the premises of the Central Committee, Dej, without knocking, opened a door and led me into a room. Writing at a small table in one corner of the room was a person who stood up, came towards us, held out his hand and introduced himself. This was Kishinovsky. He was a small man with a thin face and body, and with dark glasses which, when he removed them, revealed two bright intelligent eyes. It was difficult for him to find space in the room to place some chairs for us, not because the room was small, but because it was filled with countless big packages, piled on the floor like the bricks which trucks unload in front of buildings under construction. The packages contained banknotes. I said to Dej with a laugh, I am continuing to experience the marvels of fairy tales. Now, I seem to be in Ali Baba's cave and not in the premises of the Central Committee. Unquote. Dej explained that they had removed the notes from the bank because there they were not safe, might be stolen by the employees who, as he said, were the old ones and uncontrolled. Hence, despite their boasting, insecurity continued in this country, although Kishinovsky did not fail to tell us about the heroism of the Romanian communists and the party which was strong and well organized. As for the great heroism of Dej, he would tell us about this himself in the evening after dinner. After we had dinner with Dej in our new residence amongst other things he told us how they had forced King Michael to abdicate. I knew that this king was one of the worst and most bankrupt in Europe. He was the son of Karol II, who was nothing but a king of scandals, an oppressor of the people, pro-Italian and pro-German. There was nothing Romanian about him, either by birth or in the uniform he wore. All he had was the support of the Romanian fascists and big landowners and one of his main courtesans, Lipscu. His son, Michael, was completely like his father and the people's expression like father, like son fitted him to a T. However, this carnival king did what he did and received the highest Soviet wartime order, the Order of Victory, which, at that time, Eisenhower and Tito were the only other foreigners to hold. Tito, at least, had fought at that time, and the Yugoslav partisans were outstanding in the fighting. But what did the Romanians do? They put the Ukraine, Odessa and other Soviet cities to the torch, together with the Hitlerites. And what was Michael doing at this time? Amusing himself in his palaces. This was impermissible opportunism on the part of the Soviets. It should never have crossed their mind to award this worthless creature even the smallest medal, let alone the Order of Victory. Was he given the order because he did not resist the attack of the Red Army? What could the scum do? Raise his hands and surrender, just as he did. Is that why he was awarded the Order of Victory? Because he raised his hands? This was too much to swallow. I mentioned these thoughts, which were hammering away in my head, to Vyshinsky while conversing with him after the meeting. When he told us how Michael had received him in audience, how Vyshinsky had gone dressed in a tailcoat, how the king had decorated him and Vyshinsky, in front of the king, had taken the medal and stuck it on the tail of his coat. After lunch, in the small garden of ex-King Michael's palace, while talking about his struggle against this king, Dej related to us the history of how he and Petru Grosa, at that time prime minister, prepared his abdication and the overthrow of the Romanian monarchy. He told us that the king still had a part of the army, commanded by generals loyal to him. He resided in his royal palace in Bucharest together with the Queen Mother, and a string of courtesans. The palace was guarded by soldiers and senior officers loyal to him. Although he had no power in his hands, said Dej, still he was a major obstacle for us, because we had to adhere to the rules of the constitution in connection with him, as well as to the provisions of the agreement which had been signed with the Soviets. However, in the end we took everything into account and decided to impose abdication on him. First, I discussed the matter with Grosa, who agreed, except that he was in favor of avoiding any aggravation of the situation, wanting to do the thing gently. I drafted the text of his abdication. Dej told us, Grosa made some formal alterations and he as prime minister and I as secretary of the Romanian Communist Party sought an audience with the king, who granted it. Grosa and I went by car to the palace. It was surrounded by officers in brilliant uniforms. We went inside and climbed the stairs which were lined with senior officers, their leather belts pulled tight, emblazoned with epaulets and decorations and the brilliantine on their hair gleaming in the light of the chandeliers of the palace. They were haughty and looked at us with glowering faces, but were obliged to respect us because they knew that we held power. We climbed the stairs with solemn mien and Grosa carried the briefcase containing the document. A general, The king's adjutant, continued Dej, ushered us into a waiting room, asked us to wait, then, after a short time, took us into the throne room, as they called it. The king was not there, but the queen mother rose to her feet and welcomed us. Grossa kissed her hand, but not I, said Dej. We began to converse about the rain and the sunshine until the king, whose chair was placed higher than his mother's and, of course, higher than ours, deigned to come. The king's mother was an old whore, said Dej, but she was cunning, she knew how to maneuver. Michael came in and gave us his hand. He was like a perfumed calf, who snorted like a bull when he spoke. Grossa began the conversation in a roundabout way. This was intolerable to me, said Dej, but what could I do about it? At last, Grossa got round to the theme and dropped the bombshell. Michael listened, and when Grossa had finished he said bluntly, I have no intention of abdicating. I am king by the will of the people, and only the people have the right to dethrone me, etc., etc. The queen mother listened and nodded to her son, approving his decision. Grossa began his politicking again, but the bull snorted and refused. His mother proposed we take a short break for the two sides to reflect. We did this and met again, and again the same arguments. Michael's mother, in her cunning way, tried to impose some concessions on us to postpone this unexpected thing for a while. We did not agree, but neither did they agree, and after asking our permission, the king went outside. We racked our brains about why he went out, and we had reasons for this, because he had telephoned the guard, ordering them to arrest us as we left, and his forces, which were surrounding the palace and in the city, were to stage a putsch. However, we had foreseen this, said Dej, and had established an encirclement of the encirclement. When the king returned to the chamber, I signaled to Grossa to present him the document for his signature. Then, I began to speak, said Dej, and in a stern tone I told him that he had to sign the document, for otherwise we would overthrow him by force. You must have no illusions, must issue no orders, I stressed to the king, said Dej. Anything you may attempt will be in vain, since we have taken all measures around the palace and the troops loyal to you. He turned and twisted, but in the end he sat down and signed the abdication. Thus, the monarchy came to an end. The king, like a wounded bull, went out again, no doubt, to cancel the order he had given, and when we were leaving the palace on the stairs we saw those same officers, only no longer haughty, but in despair. Some were sitting on the steps, some had unbuttoned their uniforms, and some were holding their heads in their hands. We passed through them, said Dej, with our heads high and the document in the briefcase. A brilliant victory over a bankrupt king, I said to myself when Dej proudly uttered these words. But he still hadn't finished with the history of the king in reaction. We reached agreement with him about the day of his departure from Romania, continued Dej, and we permitted him to take what he wanted of his personal property and some people who served him, including 2 or 3 of his mistresses. Before he left, he asked to go to the Sinnoh Palace to get some personal property. We permitted this. There he had collected a number of gold watches, from which he took the gold cases and the rubies. We sent him by train outside our borders, accompanied by our guards. He and his suite did not speak while on Romanian territory, but when the train passed into foreign territory, in the presence of our guards, he began to abuse us, our regime, the guards, etc. But there, said Dej, there was nothing we could do to him. You should have done it when he was inside, I told him, but you let the bird escape from your hands. But we left nothing undone against him and react on, said Dej boastfully. We forced him to abdicate and depart defeated and disgraced. We have dealt roundly with reaction, too. Reaction was arrogant, but we behaved arrogantly with it. Even when they were still powerful we challenged them. I myself with one guard, boasted Dej, went into all the cafes where they gathered and sat down with a pistol in my belt in order to let them know, we, the communists, are masters of the country and not you. While listening to Dej, I made a comparison between us and them. Oh, how far we were removed from them. There the class struggle had still not begun. The story of King Michael, which Dej related to us at such length, showed the situation clearly. But we were to see this for ourselves even better and more concretely when we walked through some streets of Bucharest. I said good night to Dej, and Chuvakin and I went up to the rooms allocated to us, because the next day Vyshinsky was to come and the meeting would commence. My bedroom communicated with another room through a door. I opened it to make sure what was on the other side. It was a big room, completely empty, except for a table in one corner, on which lay a big luxurious book. I went to the table and turned over the pages of this book with a cover that looked like gold. It was a royal album. The whole dynasty of Romanian kings, queens and princes was in it. I put the album under my arm and knocked on Chivakin's door. I've brought you a book, I told him, Because you may not have anything to read to put you to sleep. Dage's king took the watches, but he forgot this. Look through it and give it to Dage tomorrow to send by post to Michael, because he needs it, while it wouldn't serve us even for toilet paper, since it's not suitable. Juvakin and I had a good laugh. The history of the King of Romania was closed together with the album. One day later, the history of the ascension of another new king, King Tito of Yugoslavia, would begin. The following day Wyszynski was to come from Moscow. The name and personality of Wyszynski was great and well known to all of us on account of the important role he had played as state prosecutor in the Moscow trials against Trotskyites, Bukharinites, rightists and other traitors of the Soviet Union. During the war I had got hold of a French translation of the account of the Moscow trials and had had the opportunity to study the evil activity and treachery of these sworn enemies of communism. Their guilt and secret collaboration with the foreign enemies of the Soviet Union was brought out clearly and completely exposed there. Everything was convincing, and the claims of foreign enemies that the admissions had been allegedly extorted from the criminals by torture were slanders. Our struggle against local enemies, the trials which were held in our country after the war against enemies of the people, the struggle which our party had waged against Trotskyite elements further reinforced our belief in the justness of the merciless fight which the state and the Soviet Union had undertaken against these criminals. When they held power, the foreign and internal enemies of our peoples employed the most inhuman forms and methods. But naturally the foreign enemies will defend their friends within our countries, while our duty has been and still is to suppress the enemies of the people and to give them no possibility to operate against the constructive work of the people. This the Soviet state did through the Moscow trials. In these trials Andrei Wyszynski, outstanding jurist and Marxist-Leninist, played an important role. He displayed skill, acumen, wisdom, courage and determination in this important task. Through his acumen and strong logic, on the basis of a profound dialectical Marxist-Leninist analysis, he uncovered all the obscure angles of problems, the intrigues and plans of the enemies who stood in the dock, as well as of the external enemies who pulled the strings of this terrible and dangerous agency. And it was precisely this unerring method of unraveling matters which astonished the external enemies and their espionage agencies about how their secret plans were discovered and compelled them to slander and propagate that everything, every statement, every admission by the accused had been extorted by means of torture, drugs, etc. We had gathered in one of the rooms of the palace, where we were staying, waiting for Wyszynski. At last he came. I was excited because I was meeting him for the first time. When I went to Moscow in July 1947, Wyszynski was not in the Soviet Union. He was just as I had heard, a vigorous man, not very tall, with horn-rimmed glasses and bright black eyes that took in everything. He was wearing a blue suit. Wyszynski shook hands with all of us in turn, and when he came to me, apparently as I was the only one he had not met before, he guessed who I was, because he gave me his hand and asked me in Russian, "How is your health, Comrade Enver Hoxha?" Horatio, I replied. Meanwhile Chivakin intervened and said, "Comrade Enver speaks French well." Then Wyszynski started to speak to me in French and I could speak more freely. We began the meeting, which Dage opened with a short speech. He welcomed us to Bucharest and gave the floor to Wyszynski. He greeted us warmly and also transmitted the greetings of Stalin and other comrades of the political bureau of the CC of the CPSU. The object of this meeting, said Wyszynski in general outline, is to exchange our experience and reveal our joint knowledge about the betrayal of the Yugoslav Titoites, about their undermining activity against our countries, parties and socialism, and to define the method of combating and unmasking their deviation, which is dangerous for communism in general and for the Yugoslav Communist Party and socialism in Yugoslavia in particular. In the course of the analysis he made of the secret and open activity of Tito's renegade group, Wyszynski explained to us in detail the theoretical and political content of the letters of the Bolshevik Party to the CPY and the resolution of the meeting of the Information Bureau on this important question. Our parties were acquainted with these documents which we had studied in detail and on which we had taken decisions, fully endorsing them. With his penetrating style, with arguments and the amazing clarity characteristic of him, Wyszynski, as the true Bolshevik prosecutor that he was, made their content even clearer to us. This time we did not have the accused before us in the dock, but the fact is that their trial was being held and it was a fair trial, based on sound arguments, an historic trial the justice of which was to be completely confirmed by the passage of time. Wyszynski demonstrated to us with convincing historical facts that the political activity of Tito's renegade group was not something fortuitous and spontaneous. Despite their false appearance, the views of Tito and his main associates were not those of formed Marxists. They posed as Marxists, as if they were in solidarity with the Soviet Union and Stalin, and in this way deceived the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Yugoslav communists. However, during the war, on many occasions they showed obvious signs of a pronounced megalomania, bourgeois nationalist tendencies and an incorrect concept of the war of the Soviet Union and the aid which this war gave all the peoples, especially the peoples of Yugoslavia. The Bolshevik Party, continued Vyshinsky, in essence, had sufficient experience to detect such tendencies, but did not consider them incurable. At that period the main issue was the war against the German Nazis, and we understood that in the face of countless difficulties during the war, actions which were ill-considered and sometimes unclear would occur. But we thought that experience, the war and the passage of time would clear them up. Of course, with the victory, he stressed, our relations with the Yugoslavs would be closer and everything would be cleared up in a comradely way, even though the Yugoslav leadership had created doubts in our relations. And this is what occurred. After the victory over Hitlerite Germany, the closest fraternal relations were established between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, and important decisions were taken to give economic, military and political aid in the international arena to Yugoslavia, which we considered one of our most faithful political and ideological allies. There were no clouds apparent in the sky of our relations. The clouds were gathered one after the other by the Tito Group when the political, economic, ideological and military construction of the PFR of Yugoslavia began. At that time the bourgeois nationalist and anti-Soviet tendencies of the renegade group of Tito became clearer." Vyshinsky went on to demonstrate to us how the Yugoslav renegade leaders attacked and distorted the basic, universal principles of Marxism-Leninism and disguised these deviations on the grounds that they were allegedly applying the Marxist-Leninist principles "in the concrete post-war conditions" of Yugoslavia. "The question was not that everything should have been copied as it is in the Soviet Union," Vyshinsky told us, "but they took this as a basis to attack the principles, to deviate from them. This, of course, was bound to lead to discussions, as it did, and in the end to differences between us. We defended the principles," continued Vyshinsky, "they violated them more and more openly and grasped at the smallest things with which they tried to prove that our country was allegedly interfering in their internal affairs, that the Soviet Union was allegedly not assisting them economically as much as it should, and that we were allegedly not properly backing their political and territorial demands in the international arena. Of course, there was no foundation for any of these charges and we rejected them with facts and great patience. However, neither the principles nor the facts made any impression on them. The Yugoslav renegades proceeded towards an ideological and political line contrary to ours. They had set out on the rails of anti-Marxism. This compelled the CPSU-B to write the first letter and the subsequent ones to the CC of the CPY, which we sent them some time ago. Our aim was that the Yugoslav Communist Party must be saved from catastrophe, should abandon the wrong course on which Tito was setting it, and Yugoslavia should build socialism, avoiding the re-establishment of capitalism, towards which it was heading. The course which the Bolshevik Party adopted was the most comradely, Marxist-Leninist course in accordance with the rules, but the renegades rejected it. "The question of Yugoslavia is an internal question of the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Yugoslav communists," continued Vyshinsky, "and we have not meddled and will not meddle in their internal affairs. We have no right to interfere, but it is our duty to ensure the political and ideological exposure of the activity of this clique which is fighting against Marxism-Leninism and serves world capitalism. Already," continued Vyshinsky, "in the international arena and the internal plane the Titoites present themselves as open enemies of the Soviet Union, and their activities in this direction will increase, not only against us, but also against all the countries of People's Democracy and the Socialist camp. Their activity is identical with the activities of the Trotskyites, Bucharinites and agents of world capital whom we have unmasked in our trials." "The unmasking of the enemy has very great importance," stressed Vyshinsky. "The Soviet peoples had to be convinced of the treacherous activity of the Trotskyites, the Bucharinites and the Rightists. Therefore we placed importance on this and managed to achieve that our enemies themselves brought out the smallest details which are frequently important because they explain major questions. The truth which proved their treachery emerged naked before our courts and our peoples. This had decisive importance. This is the important thing to achieve," said Vyshinsky. "After this the number of years to which the enemy is sentenced has secondary importance. The people must approve this sentence, must be convinced. This is what we must do with Tito's renegade group, too. This group is in power and will defend itself. It will also commit all sorts of provocations against our socialist states, but we must be prudent, vigilant and must not fall for their provocations." He concluded. In his speech, Dej, amongst other things, pointed out the great danger of this agency of criminals and murderers, made an interpretation of the joint decisions which they had taken in the Information Bureau, told of the arrogance of the Yugoslav "comrades" at this meeting against the French and Italian communist parties, etc. Amongst other things, he mentioned some episodes from his first official visit to Yugoslavia, and his first meeting with Tito. Tito behaved with us in a disdainful way, and this he showed from the first meetings, said Dage. He wanted to underrate our national liberation war, received us with great pomp in order to overawe us with his uniforms, his decorations, the rings on his fingers and his palaces. Seeing such a situation, said Dage, I took my courage in both hands and said to Tito in conversation, both you and I are workers and communists. Let us speak simply and directly about the problems which worry us, etc. And he pretended to agree, continued Dage, but the luxurious life of a megalomaniacal anti-Marxist and bourgeois that he lived had become a living reality, and he could not break away from that way of life. Matters had gone so far, said Dage, that Tito took me and the foreign minister of Romania, who was a bourgeois and was removed and condemned later, to visit his stable. Tito, dressed in a black uniform with high boots and his chest covered with decorations, led the way. When we approached the horse boxes, pointed out Dage, he shouted to one of his officers, "Sisser," and the officer brought a great dish of sugar into which Tito thrust his fist and gave it to the horses to eat from his hand. When we parted from Tito and left that place, continued Dage, in the car my foreign minister said to me in confidence, "Comrade Dage, Dimitrov is a communist and a fine man, but with Tito one could go to the end in communism. That is the price the bourgeois put on Tito," concluded Dage. I, too, took the floor. I had a lot to say about the Titoites. In our relations with the traitor group of Belgrade there were loads of facts and data which proved their betrayal of Marxism-Leninism and the openly state capitalist and colonialist tendencies in the relations which they tried to establish in our country. I pointed out to the comrades, amongst other things, that our contacts and relations with the Yugoslavs, which began during the National Liberation War, at first through political and party channels, later, especially from the end of the war onwards, were developed in all directions, taking into account the circumstances which were created by our common war against the same enemy and the formation of our states of people's democracy. I presented the participation of our National Liberation Partisan Army in the war for the liberation of Yugoslavia correctly and objectively, as an honorable, correct and undeniable act, which had a truly liberation character, but always remained an aid, alongside the Yugoslav National Liberation Army which for its party fought heroically. This must not be denied or underrated, irrespective of the fact that the Tito group betrayed the bloodshed by this heroic army which bore the brunt in the liberation of the peoples of Yugoslavia. After telling them about the true role of Mladen Popović and Dusan Mugosa with theoretical and practical arguments, I refuted the absurd anti-Marxist claim that allegedly the Yugoslavs had created our party, that allegedly they had "kindled the fire of our national liberation war." Of course these anti-Marxist, nationalist views of "domination" had cropped up amongst them during the war, but they assumed provocative proportions especially on the eve of liberation and after liberation. I must point out, I told the comrades, that our contacts with the Yugoslavs during the war were rare, and moreover, when we managed to meet, and I told them about the meetings with Vukmanović Tempo and Blazo Jovanović, we had differences over principles with them on many issues, since even at that time the Yugoslav tendencies to consider and use our party as an appendage of their party, and Albania as a province of Yugoslavia were already apparent. Of course the smoke from these anti-Marxist views emerged a little later. We, for our part, have always considered our war in unity with that of the peoples of Yugoslavia. This was a major duty of ours as Marxist-Leninists, not only because we were fighting for liberation against the same enemy, but also because through the militant friendship between our two peoples we sought wholeheartedly to wipe out forever those feelings which the circumstances of past periods, such as the partitioning of Albania, the leaving of Kosovo to Serbia, the ceaseless terror and countless intrigues of the Serbs against our country had created. We, for our part, did everything we could, while the Yugoslavs at every stage of the development of this false friendship on their part hatched up plots and backstage conspiracies for the domination of Albania immediately after the war. With arguments I outlined to Wyszynski and the other comrades the preparation of the putsch at the Berat plenum, which failed, the countless efforts at the beginning of liberation to discredit the leadership of our party and our line on the war, by creating their agency within our leadership with Kozizaks, whom they supported with all their might and set the task of seizing power and operating and applying the "line" of the Yugoslav Titoites in our country. I explained to the comrades the essence of this Yugoslav line, which squarely proved that the Yugoslav leadership was anti-Marxist, bourgeois, nationalist, chauvinist, anti-Soviet and anti-Albanian. I went on to inform them about the Yugoslavs' hostile activity in our country in every field, one by one, demonstrating this with many arguments backed by concrete facts which were indisputable and not in the least equivocal. On ideological matters and on the organization of our party, I told the comrades, during the war, but especially after the war, the Titoites tried with all their means to impose the organizational forms of their party on us and to divert us from the Marxist-Leninist line on the structure of the party and its correct thought and action. They did everything in their power to keep us isolated from the experience of the Bolshevik party, with which we acquainted ourselves through the documents of that party which came into our hands and from the opinions we exchanged with the Soviet diplomats, because, I told Vyshinsky, we still had not established direct relations with the CC of the CPSU in order to exchange party experience. This came about not through any fault or lack of desire on our part, but, in general, this was the reality. Despite this lack, our party did not budge from this orientation. The Yugoslavs, who considered this very harmful and dangerous for their diabolical plan, and finding it impossible at that time to conduct an open propaganda against the Marxist-Leninist principles which guided our party, against close principled ideological and organizational links with the Bolshevik party, undertook their assault against the correct general line of our party. Hoxha, as the leader of the anti-party group, became a complete supporter of the Yugoslav Titoites. He was inflated by them with ultra-leftist and Trotskyite terms, was called the proletarian conscience of our party, hence the most trusted, loyal and proletarian leader of the party. With these activities the Yugoslav Titoites and the Titoite group of Hoxha wanted to create the belief that now our party was on the true Marxist-Leninist rails, not only because it was led by proletarian elements, but also because it was inspired by the CPY. Through this group and Hoxha, who at Berat, on the insistence of the Yugoslavs, assumed the function of the organizational secretary of the party, as well as that of the Minister of Internal Affairs, a grave situation was created in our party and in our state." I went on to tell the comrades, as well as all the other parts. We read carefully also those parts of the letters of the Bolshevik party in which the Yugoslav anti-Marxist practices of the organizational secretary of the party, also being Minister of Internal Affairs, the keeping of the party in a semi-illegal situation, etc., were criticized. These alien practices and forms were imposed on us, too, by the Yugoslav leadership, and in the analyses that we are making, new grave facts are emerging about the dangerous consequences which these practices have brought in our party and state. Very soon this situation will come to an end, just as every shred of the influence which Tito and his supporters in our ranks have managed to impose on us is coming to an end. We have fought ceaselessly against all these deviations by the Yugoslav Titoites and their secret agency in our party, I continued, but understandably, to the extent we were able, because we had to rely solely on our own reasoned judgments and our conviction that we were on the right course. What we knew of Marxism-Leninism, we defended fanatically, and we have never abandoned the experience of the CP of the Soviet Union." In a roundabout way I let Vyshinsky know that we had not been given direct aid from the CPSU, and also alluded to other problems, that the Soviet comrades with whom we had direct contact, whom we informed about everything, listened to us, assisted us in those fields in which they were specialists, but never expressed any opinion in reference to our contradictions with the Yugoslavs. In our presence they posed as neutral on these questions and we did not know what they reported to Moscow. Another matter which confused us to some extent, I pointed out, was that for a long time our suspicions about the hostile actions of the Yugoslavs did not extend to the top, to Tito, and the whole of their leadership. In this direction it must be admitted that we were not given any information about whether the sister parties had ever drawn the attention of the Yugoslav leadership to its incorrect stance. Indeed, this situation continued right to recent weeks or months, when the letters of the Bolshevik party, which criticized the Yugoslav leadership, reached us. Before these letters the only signal that things were not going well, I told them, was given us when we informed Comrade Stalin about the question of the Yugoslav division which Tito wanted to deploy on our territory. We had opposed Tito's demand, and when the Soviet reply reached us, we were convinced that we had acted correctly. Stalin personally criticized Tito for this impermissible act which he wanted to commit against you, said Vyshinsky. This rejoices us immensely. I told Vyshinsky, but through the Soviet embassy I was told only that Stalin agreed with our opinions and not with those of Tito, and that was all. However, I think that I and the comrades of our leadership could and should have been told something more, should have been told why Tito did these things. A similar thing occurred, I pointed out to the comrades, over another question, that of the so-called Balkan Federation or Confederation, allegedly proposed and settled between Tito and Dimitrov, about which we were never given any information. To this very day, I continued, we cannot say precisely what this thing was, how it came about, and approval from us was neither sought nor received. Only at the beginning of this year we learned at one moment that the Moscow newspaper Pravda criticized this idea of Dimitrov's, and he replied to Stalin and Pravda that they were right, that in the existing conditions the idea of a Balkan Federation was impossible and incorrect. while pointing out that behind the efforts for a Balkan Federation lurked the chauvinist aims of the Tito clique to dominate the Balkans. I outlined to the comrades the anti-Marxist chauvinist policy pursued by the Belgrade leadership towards Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia, both during and after the war. After speaking about our correct principled stand towards this painful problem of our nation, I went on to tell the comrades about the pressure exerted on us by the Yugoslavs and Cossacks to accept the union of Albania with Yugoslavia and about our categorical opposition to this proposal. However, I emphasized again, on these capital problems of such importance for the fate of our homeland and people, we acted on our own initiative. With our unshakable conviction we heroically defended the freedom and independence of our homeland. And I let Wyszynski know that at these important moments we were not assisted as much as we should have been, that is, we found ourselves alone. I remember that at this point Wyszynski interrupted me and said, people are tempered in struggle. I went on to tell them about our army, how we created it, and what aid the Yugoslavs gave us for this, and dwelt at somewhat greater length on the Yugoslavs' economic aid. The culmination of this chauvinist, colonialist and annexationist policy of the Yugoslav revisionists against our country, I told them, was the treaties on the planned joint economy, the joint companies, the parity of the currencies, etc., I told the comrades at the meeting about all these diabolical mechanisms and aims of the Yugoslav anti-Marxists, about our resistance and struggle against them, and finally about our triumph and the defeat of the conspiratorial work of Tito and company. My speech at the meeting, which was fairly lengthy, and all those facts which I presented to them very clearly confirmed the treachery of the Titoites and the correctness of the views of Stalin expressed in the letters sent to the CPY. On the other hand, those facts testified to the correct struggle of our party for the defense of the interests of our homeland, of internationalism, of friendship with the Soviet Union, and to our loyalty to Stalin. In the meeting I made it quite clear to the comrades present that during this struggle our party had very frequently found itself alone, and therefore, needed to be and should have been helped to a greater extent, more openly and with greater trust. As soon as I had finished, we took a break, after which Wyszynski gave the conclusions of the meeting. He described that meeting as very positive, necessary and valuable. We learned many things which will help us, he said in essence, and the continuation of the struggle for the exposure of this clique of renegades. Wyszynski went on to say among other things, the clear presentation of matters, supported by facts on the part of Comrade Enver Hoxha, made very clear to us a series of base actions of the Yugoslav anti-Marxists, and the facts and events which were brought forward at this meeting, prove that the things the Yugoslavs have done towards the Communist Party of Albania and the People's Republic of Albania are conscious actions against socialism and our common ideology. We are not mistaken in the estimation we have made of the activity of these renegades and draw conclusions that this is a protracted political and ideological struggle. The Bolshevik Party, said Wyszynski, approves the correct actions and persistent struggle in defense of Marxism-Leninism by the Communist Party of Albania, its Central Committee and Comrade Enver Hoxha. We must bear in mind, he continued, that this clique will go even further in its hostile actions against our socialist camp. The Titoites will commit many provocations of all kinds, in order to justify themselves and put the blame on us. They will commit these provocations to deceive opinion inside and outside Yugoslavia and to justify their policy of betrayal and links with the capitalist states. This requires that we must always be vigilant, must safeguard and strengthen our Marxist-Leninist unity, love for and loyalty to Stalin, stressed Wyszynski. We are not afraid of these dregs of our society who are doomed to disappear into the rubbish bin of history. We must make the relations between our parties and socialist states even stronger and must help one another more. I stress, said Wyszynski finally, that it is our duty as friends, as comrades, and as internationalists to help the PR of Albania more, so that it makes up for the time lost, improves its economic situation, and we must not forget, either, that now it is completely encircled by enemy states. The sister Republic of Albania is a worthy member of our powerful socialist camp, therefore, it never should feel itself isolated, and will never be isolated either politically, economically, ideologically or militarily. This is the instruction of Comrade Stalin. In regard to our future stand towards the leadership in Belgrade, concluded Wyszynski, we must display great care and through mature and principled stands bring about that any attempt or provocation of Tito's fails, and avoid giving him the possibility on any occasion to accuse us of stands and actions alien to our socialist ideology and policy. In the direction of Albania, in particular, Tito's provocations may be greater and more severe, because, as Comrade Enver said, apart from other things, between the two countries there is still the unsolved problem of Kosovo and other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia. From there Tito can hatch up all sorts of traps, Therefore, through vigilance and maturity we must ensure that he is thwarted in such maneuvers, as he has been up till now." Unquote. Later, during my second and third visit to the Soviet Union, the great Stalin personally was to express his concern for vigilance and care in regard to any provocation of the Titoites, especially in connection with Kosovo. In one of the unforgettable conversations with him, after I told him about our protracted battle with the leadership of Belgrade, and about many problems, including that of Kosovo, amongst other things I said, quote, "Without ever interfering in the internal affairs of Yugoslavia, we, for our part, will never cease supporting the rights of our brothers of the same blood in Yugoslavia, will raise our voice against the terror and the policy of extermination which the Tito-Rankovic clique pursues towards them." Unquote. Stalin listened to me attentively and, when I had finished, said, quote, "In the future, too, as Marxist-Leninists, we must attack the anti-Marxist actions and views of Tito and the Yugoslav leadership, but I stress that we must not in any way interfere in their internal affairs. This would not be Marxist. The Yugoslav communists and the peoples of Yugoslavia must see to this matter. It is up to them to solve the problems of their present and future. This is the context in which I see the problem of Kosovo and the other Albanian population living on their own lands in Yugoslavia. We must not leave the Titoite enemy any way to make the accusation that we are allegedly waging our struggle to break up the Yugoslav Federation. This is a delicate matter and must be treated with very great care." Unquote 2. But let us return to the meeting with Wyszynski and Dej in Bucharest, which, as I said, began and ended with success. I was very satisfied. First, because matters were made clear to us, but also because of the good assessment which Wyszynski made of the work of our party. After dinner, at which toasts were drunk, Wyszynski, who was very intelligent and with great humor, cracked many jokes. When we embraced on parting, he said to me, quote, "Au revoir in Moscow." Unquote. In fact, I met Wyszynski later in Moscow on 2 or 3 occasions, when I went officially or for holidays to the Soviet Union. I retain very good memories and have a special admiration for his great intelligence and acumen, for his Bolshevik determination and loyalty to the great Stalin. He loved Albania, interested himself in our situation, and always asked me about it whenever we met. At one dinner which he gave for our official delegation, he created a very intimate and happy atmosphere. Many comrades of the political bureau of the CPSU, headed by Molotov, were present, and amidst the rejoicing, the comrades of our embassy brought me a telegram with the happy news about the birth of my first child, and the mother and son were very well. Of course, we drank a bit that night, and one could do nothing else with the Soviet comrades who liked to drink. They told Wyszynski about the birth of my son, and he immediately approached me, shook my hand and congratulated me, saying, quote, "My heartfelt congratulations on the son that is born. May he have a long life." Unquote. On the following day they told Stalin, too, at an unforgettable reception which he organized for us, about the birth of my son. Another time when I had a meeting with Wyszynski to talk about the international situation and the stands which our delegations would take in the UNO on various problems. During the talk he offered me a drink, saying, quote, "I know that you do drink a little because I noticed it at the reception." Unquote. I replied that I did not like to drink at all, that I only smoked, but I had drunk a bit at that reception, because I had had so much to rejoice over. I noticed that he did not insist, as the other Soviet comrades did, that I should drink, but he himself did not drink, either. Quote, "It's not the habit of the Russians to clink glasses with quote borzum," unquote, said Wyszynski. Quote, "I am a Russian, but I have diabetes, and liquor is banned for me." Unquote. Quote, "You stick to the rules as you do in everything." Unquote. I said, quote, "But I wish you good health and a very long life." Unquote. Later, when I heard of Wyszynski's death, I was very grieved. I shall never forget this great Stalinist statesman who, not only as a prosecutor, not only as a jurist, but also as a diplomat, proved himself to be of a very high caliber. His speeches at the UNO as foreign minister and representative of the Soviet Union are landmarks in the history of international relations. His speeches are masterpieces of defense of the Stalinist line and merciless political and ideological exposure of the imperialist policy with exemplary and powerful Marxist-Leninist logic. Wyszynski was a brilliant debater. The enemies trembled at his words, because he was right, because he brought up countless facts, and facts are stubborn. He knew how to use his facts and documents with rare mastery, because he was a Bolshevik, a loyal pupil of Lenin and Stalin. But let us return to the meeting in Bucharest and say quote farewell unquote to Dej. The day after the meeting, Chivakin and I asked Dej for permission to go to visit the city of Bucharest by car and on foot. Dej agreed to our proposal with pleasure. Apparently, the quote illegality unquote of my visit had been lifted. After breakfast we climbed into cars and set out on the excursion. We drove all round Bucharest, stopped on the edge of some very beautiful lakes, of which there were many in Bucharest, surrounded with trees and flowers. Around one of them stood beautiful villas, residences, and another royal palace. The Romanian bourgeoisie oppressed the people and enjoyed a prosperous life, amusing itself at the expense of the blood of this people. Romania was a wealthy country, exported grain, while the people did not have bread to eat. Romania had resources of oil and was noted for the famous Ploiești oil field, but this wealth belonged to the Romanian bourgeoisie and foreign oil companies. In the past, Romania had highly developed trade with the various capitalist countries, and the many-sided relations with these countries. The influence of capitalism and the capitalist way of life had introduced political and moral degeneration to this country. Corruption, bribery, cabarets, transactions, prevailed here. Even merchants of Albanian origin, especially from Hoxha, had established themselves in Romania. Some of them had become relatively wealthy. Families from Hoxha had emigrated to find work or because of the persecution by the Greeks. This small colony of Albanians, which was very active, with patriotic and militant sentiments for the cause of the liberation of Albania, became one of the most fiery centers for the national cause, from which emerged many outstanding men like Victor Eftimiu and others, who were progressive and with rare talents. The Romanians called Bucharest "the Little Paris." I had read Paul Morin's book about Bucharest. As I said above, when you looked at the city, you formed the impression that it had never seen the war, as if it had not been hit by the smallest bomb during the Second World War. There was no damage, no ruins to be seen. But what of our poverty-stricken cities? They had been bombed and devastated by the Italians, the Germans, and even by the British "allies." It seemed that here in Bucharest the Germans had done no fighting at all, but had just raised their hands in the air. When we came to the most beautiful and busiest street of Bucharest, where business was brisk, we got off the cars and walked. A member of the Central Committee and 5 or 6 security men accompanied us. What there was to see. The shops were full of strikingly luxurious goods. Every shop contained such goods of a particular speciality such as marten and fox, and all kinds of other luxurious furs. There were shops full of luxurious shoes, marvelous porcelain ware, fabrics, ready-made clothes, bookshops. All the showcases were aglow with luxury and sensational advertisements. It seemed as if you were not in a city which had just emerged from the war, but in Champs-Élysées of pre-war Paris. And all the shops were still the property of the Romanian bourgeoisie, were in its hands. It made the law and commerce. Civacan and I looked at the shop windows with curiosity and astonishment. As always, I thought of the empty shops in Tirana, while Civacan thought of those in Moscow, which certainly were not full of goods like these. We asked the Romanian comrade who accompanied us, "Do these shops belong to the state?" "No, they have not been nationalized yet," he replied. "But, please, let us go into one of the shops and have a look inside." He begged us to go inside whenever we stopped to look in the window, but we did not fulfill his desire. Later we understood what the Romanian comrade had on his mind. He had received an order from Dej that we were to choose what we wanted in the shops we entered, and he was not to allow us to pay. These things were to be gifts for us from the CC of the WP of Romania. In the end we went into one shop which the comrade told us was partly owned by the state. It was a big luxurious shop. We went in, of course, to have a look, to please the Romanian comrade, who was wearing himself out begging us, and not to buy. We noticed that he took the manager of the shop aside and certainly gave him the order to serve us. Then, he and the salesman did their best to press many things on us, but we did not accept all they offered us. I chose a paper knife, a pair of office scissors to open books, and a leather compendium for my desk. Civacan, too, chose much the same things. We fulfilled the Romanian comrade's desire. When we came out of the shop we went into a big cafe and sat down to rest. There were many people there, strikingly well dressed. They looked us over curiously from the corner of their eyes. They did not know us, but certainly recognized the security men who accompanied us. This was one of those cafes which Dej told us were frequented by the bourgeoisie, where he with his revolver in his belt and surrounded by security men went to provoke them within their own lairs. He went and provoked them in cafes, indeed. But what harm did such a thing do them when they had the economy, the market, their wealth in their hands? This scandalized me, and I wondered, what sort of communists are they? What sort of socialism is this? Only a few years later they were to show completely what their worth was. Dej, this stern fighter against Tito, was the first to become the defender and the supporter of Tito as soon as Khrushchev turned over the page. When we returned to the palace for the farewell dinner with the Romanian comrades, because the next day we were to return to the homeland, in the course of conversation I spoke about the very good impressions we had of Romania, of the people, the individuals, but I also spoke about our experience, and I expressed my astonishment in the form of a question. Why do you not expropriate the bourgeoisie, but allow them to exploit the people? Dej explained to me that everything will be done in its own time, because the situation here is different from that in your country. unquote, and other such theories. The following day we parted from Dejan Anapolkar and the other Romanian comrades who saw us off at the airport. New battles were awaiting us. With the experience of a struggle over many years, with the things that we learned and were made clear to us at this meeting, we had to carry the struggle against the Trotskyite deviation of Tito and against his agents in our ranks through to the end. The end of the Titoites in our country. The immediate and ignominious departure of Tito's emissaries from our country after the arrival of the first letter of the Bolshevik Party, amongst other things, brought two important consequences for our party. The first consequence was positive. When they saw that their masters had left them in the lurch and at the mercy of the development of events, Hoxha and his Titoite clan, up till yesterday predominant in the bureau, immediately turned their coats and became pro-Soviet, expressed unanimous solidarity with the letter of the CC of the CPSU to the Titoite leadership. This was in our interest, because the majority of the leadership of the party and the party itself, when it was told, would truly express wholehearted solidarity with Stalin's first letter, and with the others, but it would not be good at all for our party if even 3 or 4 voices were to be raised against this general stand. However, linked with this first positive consequence, the second consequence was to come, and this would be extremely negative for our work, being obliged to express solidarity with the letters of the CC of the CPSU and with all the Marxist-Leninist analyses which we would develop in the light of our events. Hoxha and his gang would try to camouflage themselves, to cover their tracks, to present themselves, at the most, as mistaken, as influenced, and not as they were in fact, recruited agents of Titoite revisionism. In no way, however, could we allow the evil to go on existing in the sound body of our party. It had to be uncovered, eradicated and rejected, not only because of the great damage it had brought us in the past, but also for the sake of the future. If we were to show ourselves liberal, blind, or soft with it, then in the future, as soon as the conditions were created, this evil would try to regain its lost positions and to overthrow the party. Thus, began that long process of work, profound analysis and discussion which took up the whole period from April to May to November of 1948. During this period an intensive struggle was waged, meetings and debates went on ceaselessly for whole days and nights. Frequently, when it was obvious that the situation was becoming clear, suddenly new facts and arguments would be brought out, which impelled us to begin the analyses all over again. It was not easy to unmask the enemies and the leadership of the party all at once. They had been through the Tito Rankovic school and their direct participation in the plot had made them masters of duplicity and deception. The arch-agent, Hoxha, in particular, would try to twist and maneuver in 1,001 ways to save, if not all, at least as much as he could, of his black past. When he read the letters, after a phase in which he was dumbfounded and hesitant, when he realized that matters would be gone into deeply, he changed his tactic, began to be astonished and angry about the things which Tito and company had put upon us. He had become like a wild beast stunned after the first and sudden blow which his masters had received, although he himself had still not been attacked. And indeed at first we never even said a word to him about his part in the mafia. The great shock which he suffered at those moments, his stunned confusion, were further great proof for us that we had to do with one of the most dangerous enemies. Precisely when he expected to seize complete power, when he thought that no serious obstacle was left in front of him, that is, precisely at the moment when he expected to receive the crown, like a bolt from the blue he received a sudden and devastating blow which finally swept from his hands everything he had dreamed of and prepared for openly and secretly for a long time. On such occasions enemy elements and conspirators at first fall into a real state of shock and paralysis, while little by little they recover themselves and do everything in their power to clutch at a straw, to save themselves from drowning in the filthy mire in which they have immersed themselves. This was occurring also with Hoxha, the hero of the 8th plenum, who changed his tactic and expressed solidarity with the letters of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, but who tried to maneuver, suggested that we should limit ourselves simply to solidarity with them and unanimously approve only what was said in the letters. However, I did not allow him to deceive himself with vain hopes. Stalin's letters are a great help to us, I told him quietly but sternly. We shall study the problems which are raised there, but the main thing that we must do is to examine them in the light of our own affairs, our relations, our wounds in the light of these problems, because the wounds from the blows which Tito and company dealt us are still open on our backs. Don't forget what sort of situation we were in, I stressed deliberately. If any minor opposition were raised to some Yugoslav technician, let alone describing them as enemies, immediately someone in the bureau would say, we must look into this question because it is anti-Yugoslavism. Is that not so? Yes, that's how far things had gone. He said in a meek voice, and I saw the expression of his face change. All these things that have occurred during these last 4 or 5 years in our party and in the leadership, I told him, show that we have had not only pressure and blackmail from the Tito clique, but also responses, indeed strong responses to that blackmail. Unquote. I don't say that we have not opposed them when the occasion arose, but we have not described them as enemies and traitors as they are. The letters of the Bolshevik Party. Opened our eyes. We must look into the problem, must look into it more extensively. Unquote, he said. Because there are things which will be of great value to the Bolshevik Party in the coming form. Unquote. Yes. Unquote, I cut him short. They certainly will be of value to them, but in the first place they will be of value to us, to our party, to the road we have followed, to the clashes we have had, to the good things and the mistakes, to the past, the present and the future. And we have many things to re-examine, to say, to analyze and decide. Everything which has been violated and distorted by the Yugoslavs, under the influence of the Yugoslavs or in agreement with the Yugoslavs, must be restored to order. The causes must be found, the roots distinguished, and the evil must be forcibly eradicated and rejected with determination. One thing is more than clear. I pointed out to him, looking at him hard. They have not worked alone in their anti-Albanian operation. Long ago they created their basis of secret supporters within our ranks. We must bear this well in mind in the analyses we are going to begin. He scowled and began to stutter. That is right, mistakes have been made. He said after a moment in which he pulled himself together. We must look into these matters thoroughly. He continued with his eyes on the ground. We have been infected a bit with this evil, but from the great trust we had in those dogs, we trusted them as if there were no one like them. Here we made a mistake, and I agree that we must look into it, as a party and as a leadership. We are going to look into it, I told him, in the party and in the leadership, but never confusing the party or even the whole of its leadership with what you call the infection. The infected must come out and tell us why. It is they who must render account, and if they don't we shall demand it from them in the way the accounting is required. We don't confuse either the party or its leadership with them. These free conversations with Kozizaks had great importance, and I conducted them cautiously, because we were on the eve of the opening of the discussion and analyses in the Political Bureau. As I have described above, the Political Bureau, especially after the 8th plenum, virtually did not function as a top organ of the party. The Kozizaks wing predominated in it, and this might now constitute a danger of confusion or wrong orientation, especially at the first moments. Hence, it had importance that Zaks himself should come out in solidarity with the letters of the Bolshevik Party, irrespective of the sinister aims which would be hidden behind this solidarity. Pondi Christo, Christo Thimulko, Nesti Kerengzi and so on would follow their master, and then the tangle would begin to come apart itself. Even those who saw the danger to themselves in this new turn of events could not come out against the general opinion. They were bound to express their solidarity with the letters, as they did, would twist and turn to get off as lightly as possible and to throw the main blame on the others. But in the end, on the basis of all the rules of democracy re-established in the party, their dirty linen would be uncovered, bit by bit. Right from the opening of the analyses in the Bureau, I considered it necessary that the spirit of the discussion should be orientated in the most correct way. Our party, I said to the comrades, is one of those parties which can and must testify strongly and with many arguments to the existence of grave deviations and mistakes in the CC of the CP of Yugoslavia. I personally, and I believe you, too, felt deeply that the principled criticisms of the Bolshevik Party are correct, and, although those criticisms are not aimed at us, I think that we must thoroughly examine and analyze our work to its foundations. We must be conscious that the Trotskyites of Belgrade, headed by Tito, have tried to peddle to us many of those mistakes and distortions that the Bolshevik Party pointed out and to impose them on us. The fact is that the Yugoslav leadership has tried to introduce military methods in the leadership of our party, to split the leadership, to peddle to us forms of opportunism which were intended to weaken the party and our People's Republic, to peddle to us organizational forms which suppressed the internal democracy of the party, which strangled criticism and self-criticism, etc. It went as far as plans for military occupation, that is, to impose itself on us by military force. True, these anti-Marxist views have not become established in our party, but some of them, especially of an organizational character, have been imposed on us to one extent or another. We have no reason to hide these things, but on the contrary, must acknowledge them honestly. We must determine precisely to what extent they have penetrated and struggle to eliminate them immediately, along with the external factors and, especially the internal factors, which have made their penetration possible. This, I told the comrades, must be one of the directions of our analyses. However, I continued, we cannot allow matters to rest at that. The harmful and anti-Albanian activity of the Yugoslav leaders has been exercised against us for years on end in other fields and with numerous anti-Marxist forms and methods which, understandably, the Bolshevik Party perhaps has not known and does not know. In our analyses we must weigh everything up on the balance of Marxism-Leninism. The time has come for the truth to be brought to light, for many things to be re-examined from the beginning and for justice to be restored wherever it has been violated. We have no reason to be afraid of such analyses, no reason to be afraid of criticism or self-criticism. From all these things the party will emerge 1,000 times stronger and healthier, and our sacred cause will be carried forward with greater confidence." Unquote. The meetings of the Political Bureau devoted to this problem in April, May and June 1948 were developed in this way, in the spirit of solidarity with the leaders of the Bolshevik Party, as well as by bringing out numerous facts and arguments about the anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian activities of the chiefs in Belgrade against our party and country. As a result of this, after the 9th plenum of the CC of the CPA, when we openly denounced the anti-Marxist leadership of Belgrade, we were completely prepared to reply at the proper time and with the proper force to the campaign of slanders and denigration which Tito and company launched against us. But this first phase of our general attack against Titoite revisionism prepared all the conditions to advance further in the final exposure and unmasking of the agents of Belgrade within our own ranks. As I said, after they expressed their "solidarity" en bloc with the leaders of the Bolshevik Party, willy-nilly, these agents were involved in all the analyses which we made. The total defeat they had suffered, their fear of the disclosure of the truth which they were hiding, their efforts to cover their tracks, automatically made Hoxha and company perform a "service" to our future. Right from the first phase of the attack, they brought to light many facts and arguments which provided even better confirmation of the interference and hostile pressure of Tito and his emissaries against our party and country. These facts were extremely grave and we could not have known all of them earlier, because only the agents of Belgrade had knowledge of them. Now, in the context of "reflecting" of assessing the past in a new light they tried, sometimes for purposes of skillful camouflage and sometimes purely from their confusion and fear, to make themselves out "anti-Titoites" To hear them competing to uncover the background of Titoism you would think that you could hardly find more devoted anti-Titoites What a pity that such men remembered so late to look straight at the truth They might well have been branded with their true names right at the start. But in the first phase it was better to let them express themselves freely. In this phase let them spread the grave burden of responsibility for the unpardonable mistakes and distortions over everyone For the time being, the main thing was to bring out clearly this responsibility, to present to everybody the whole baggage of the Titoite filth, to convince everybody with the maximum number of arguments about what a dangerous and menacing phase the hostile activity of the chiefs of Belgrade against us had reached. Precisely this wise and cautious work which we did in the Political Bureau during April, May and June brought about that the 9th plenum of the CC of the CPA took place in a lofty party spirit, and the unity of thought and deed of our whole Central Committee was outstanding there. This same spirit characterized the whole party and people when they were informed about the denunciation and unmasking of the chiefs in Belgrade through the communique of the CC of the CPA on July 1, 1948. Our struggle against Titoism, against its pressure and influence within our ranks, advanced to a new phase. The mass of facts which were pouring in from all sides still had its own importance, but the main thing now was that the conspiratorial elements should be finally uncovered and exposed and should render account for the crimes they had committed against the party and the people. In July I presented the problem quite openly. The immediate solidarity and enthusiasm with which the party and our people have welcomed the communique of the Central Committee, the universal indignation against the intense and unrestrained anti-Albanian activity of the chiefs of Belgrade must be evaluated correctly and thoroughly. In regard to us they demonstrate two truths in particular. First, that as a result of the activity, blackmail and pressure of the Yugoslavs, mistakes and distortions have been permitted amongst us. 2. And second, these mistakes and distortions which have been permitted are by no means the responsibility of the whole party or its whole leadership. The general enthusiasm which has burst out and the indignation which is being displayed towards the evil activity of Tito and company cannot be explained otherwise. The time has come, comrades, to dwell concretely on the responsibilities of each of us. It would be unpardonable to lay the burden of the responsibility for the mistakes on the backs of all. Understandably this was the most delicate and difficult phase of uncovering and cleaning up the evil. True, the conspirators were confused and on the defensive, but they would continue to defend themselves, to hide their tracks and would try to mislead us. At first, as a result of arguments and facts which Hini Capo, Gogo Nushi and, up to a point, also Bedri Spahiu and Tuk Jakova presented against Kozizox, Pondi Christo, and Christo Themulko, they, with their backs to the wall, were forced to admit only one mistake. "We have been more heavily influenced," said Pondi Christo, "but we did not know that the Yugoslav leaders were enemies." We presented new facts and arguments. They had to do with the whole mass of problems that I described above, but the three still stuck to their story. That we were influenced easily and more than the others, this we admit, spluttered Hoxha. Indeed, we admit that we did not go very deeply into the things that the Yugoslavs taught us, but we did not do this deliberately. We made a mistake and that's all there is to it. But the moment came when the bloc was split. After a series of hesitations and vacillations, Christo Thimulko was convinced that it was in vain to hide the truth. He testified quite openly in the political bureau that his activity and that of the other influenced persons was not a question of influence but a work of a secret agency carried out systematically, organized and directed from Belgrade or by Savos Latic, Josip Đurđa, Guprasinin, Sergentic and others in Tirana. In particular, his testimony that all the tales he had told us a few months before, about the Federal Union the coming of the division etc., were not his own but came from the Yugoslavs, was very valuable for the further deepening of the analyses in the political bureau. Amongst other things, Thimulko testified, Tito himself, in the presence of Tempo and Koka Popovic, told me, go and present this to Enver Hoxha as yours and persist till you convince him. Like it or not, the others, too, especially Nesti Kerengzi and Zogzi Blushi, began to talk, while Kozi Hoxha and Pondi Christo as the deans of the conspirators, continued, of course to their own disadvantage, because the party had everything clear, to bluff and refuse to bring out everything. Now, however, everything was ripe to raise the matter in the plenum of the Central Committee of the party. First, on September 6 to 7 the 10th plenum of the CC of the CPA was held and there, after discussion, it was decided to call the first Congress of the CPA on November 1, 1948. We discussed and adopted the agenda for the Congress, the method of organization of party conferences in the districts, the method of election of delegates to the Congress, etc. All these things had importance, not only because we were going to such an historic event as the Congress of the party for the first time, but also because, from the organizational aspect, the Yugoslavs had imposed anti-democratic forms and methods on us in the past. Now these would come to an end once and for all, and the very method of the organization, preparation and development of the Congress would constitute the re-establishment of the practice of all the internal norms and rules of the party. After we had also discussed the draft of the new constitution of the party, I closed the 10th plenum by pointing out to the comrades, time does not wait. We must mobilize ourselves to put into practice the directives and orientations of this plenum within a few days. We must immediately transmit the orientations to the committees of the party in the regions, to guide and engage all the comrades in the work for the preparation of conferences, and after this we shall meet again. We have a great and difficult task ahead of us. Apart from the formulation and discussion of plans for the economic-cultural development, we shall analyze in detail the whole history of our relations with the Trotskyites of Belgrade and their anti-Marxist activity against us, as well as the way in which we have responded to this activity during the 6 to 7 years that we have been in contact with them." This analysis was carried out with complete success and adherence to Marxist-Leninist principles at the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA, which was held from September 13 to 24, 1948. In the report which I presented to the plenum on behalf of the Political Bureau, I made a profound and detailed analysis of the whole history of our relations with the CPY and the Yugoslav state, of the political and organizational line of our party especially since the Berat plenum, November 1944, disclosed the causes of the mistakes observed amongst us and defined the measures for the change which was dictated by the new circumstances. It would not be of value to dwell here on the ideas, facts, and conclusions presented in that report, because I would be repeating in one way or another all that I have written above. I want only to stress certain moments from the plenum. Above all, the sound Marxist-Leninist spirit which characterized the proceedings of the plenum from beginning to end has remained indelible in my memory. For the first time after so many years, I can say since the first national conference of the CPA in March 1943, the comrades got up and spoke freely, with maturity and great preoccupation about the acute problems which had been put forward for discussion. They spoke without partiality, without imposition and without hesitation before anyone and about everything. The solidarity of all the comrades with the report which I presented was expressed not simply in words, but with many arguments and facts which each of them brought from his own experience. Both in the report and in the many contributions to the discussion, there were comrades who, by their own desire, spoke 2 or 3 times. The anti-Marxist activity of the Yugoslav leadership, its feverish efforts to lead us up a blind alley and to subjugate us, its ugly plot to gobble up Albania, were brought out even more clearly. Linking all these things with everything that was said in the letters of the Bolshevik Party and the resolution of the Information Bureau, the plenum rightly came to the conclusion that in the line of the leadership of the Yugoslav Party we had to do with an anti-Marxist line which was being concretized as a dangerous current within the international communist movement. It is the merit of the Bolshevik Party and the great Stalin, but also of our party, unquote, said one of the comrades, quote, that they discovered and forcefully opposed this dangerous line. If it had been left in peace and not attacked, it would have brought grave and painful consequences to the socialist camp. Unquote. In the course of the debate, another comrade, although he attacked the Titoite deviation, expressed the opinion that the betrayal by the Yugoslav leaders, quote, will weaken the communist movement and the socialist camp, because we are left with one communist party and one socialist country less. Unquote. Hinikapo took the floor and in his wise and concrete contribution, full of valuable arguments and generalizations, opposed the previous speaker. Quote, it is not true at all that the communist movement and the socialist camp will be weakened by the betrayal which the Yugoslav leaders are committing. Unquote, stressed Hini among other things. Quote, on the contrary, the exposure of the betrayal, the proper denunciation and condemnation which it has received will make us stronger, more compact and more determined to forge ahead. It is not the number of participating parties and countries that constitute the strength of the communist movement and the socialist camp, but the quality of these parties and countries, their determination to apply and defend Marxism-Leninism. Unquote. A very large part of those 10 to 12 days of discussion and debate was occupied by analysis of the line pursued by our party. Both the report and the discussion rightly stressed and proved that regardless of the interference, pressure and blackmail by the Titoites, the political line of the CPA had always remained correct and consistent. This line, it was said, had been attacked but had not wavered, had been threatened but had not been damaged. Quote, certain individual distortions which have appeared, unquote, the plenum stressed, quote, are not the result of our line. They have been dictated to us and imposed by force and cunning in specific circumstances by the emissaries of the Yugoslav leadership. However, these occasional imposed distortions, as for example the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA, can never represent or sully the correct political line pursued and defended by our party. It is an important fact, unquote, it was stressed, quote, that even the grave distortions of the 8th plenum never became established and implanted in our party. We rejected them indignantly and now we are putting the seal on the condemnation they warranted. Unquote. Matters were more difficult and more complicated in regard to the organizational line of the party. Here, both the pressure and interference from outside and the scale of their penetration had been greater, and on this account such violations had been permitted that the organizational line of the party in general had been turned into an incorrect line. The 2nd and the 8th plenums of the CC of the CPA had played a major negative role in this dangerous change. The analysis which was made of these two plenums brought to light numerous new facts and arguments which proved not only the leading role which Tito's emissaries had played in the organization of them, but also the conspiratorial anti-party work of the secret agency headed by the organizational secretary, Hoxha with his henchmen, along with the incontestable facts and arguments which comrades Gogonushi, Manush Mifshu, Haki Tosca, Petro Poppy and others brought up at the plenum. A special role in throwing light on the plot at Berat and the 8th plenum was played by those elements who had been implicated with the Yugoslavs, but still disguised themselves as if they were, quote, remote from the secret agency, unquote, and, quote, unsullied, unquote. Notable among these elements were Nagzij Doom, Nesti Karengzi, Pelum Dishnika, etc. Quote, even before the Berat plenum was held, unquote, declared Nagzij Doom, quote, I knew what was being done, knew that the attack on and elimination of the commander were being prepared, and also knew the new comrades who were to be put into the bureau. Nako told me all these things. Unquote. Nagzij went on at length, and the truth is that through her, quote, zeal, unquote, she brought out facts which even much later were valuable for the exposure and unmasking of conspirators who still remained in the ranks of the party. Amongst other things, Nagzij Doom was the first to reveal Nako's statement, quote, if the commander is not convinced, the pistol will convince him. Unquote. Quote, Nako told me this. I was together with Pondi when he told me. Unquote, she testified. Pondi Christo, who had collapsed like a heap of cow dung in a rainstorm, finally, quote, remembered, unquote, and testified. Quote, Nako said this. Cozy and I were there when he said it. Velimir Stojnik was present, too. They led me up a blind alley. Unquote. The tangle was coming apart ever more clearly. In particular, the testimony of Pondi, which he made mostly from the fear which had gripped him, as well as the generally frank and sound self-criticism of Christo Thimulko, brought about that even, quote, General Zox, unquote, was, quote, shaken, unquote. Now his threatening mien and any sign of megalomania had dropped away from him. He was like a plucked rooster. Quote, I have been more influenced by the Yugoslavs, because I put great trust in them. This is my undoing, unquote, he stressed, when he was put with his back to the wall, and sat down. The comrades produced new, ever more powerful arguments. He was compelled to make further admissions. Quote, I, for my part, have said that Albania cannot exist without Yugoslavia. I have said this, because this was fixed in my mind. I consider that Yugoslavia and Albania were in the camp headed by the Soviet Union, but Albania not shoulder to shoulder with, but under the wing of Yugoslavia. This was the influence of Tito's work. Then came the question of complete union, but how this union was to be brought about was not clear to me. I thought and repeated federation and confederation, But today it emerges clearly that they wanted Albania as a seventh republic. Unquote. But you, how did you want it personally? Unquote. Someone asked the general sarcastically. His voice failed him. Eventually, he said, I told you I made a great mistake, but I could not see it existing independently. Under the wing of Yugoslavia, yes, Tito and Rankovic influenced me greatly. Titoites was even more disarmed when his aides Nesti Kerengzi, a certain Vask Kalasai, now we can say a certain Vask, but at the time he was a big man, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs who wanted to wreak havoc upon us, and others, in order to save their own skins, brought to light monstrous activities carried out behind the backs of the party and its leadership. However, it must be said that at first they did not bring out these monstrosities themselves, on their own initiative. No, they were compelled to confess when the truth about them came out clearly. As far as I remember, Comrade Adil Sarsani was speaking and with wisdom combined with indignation, was criticizing the anti-party instructions which came to the districts from the organizational secretary of the party Titoites. Amongst others Adil brought up this fact, when I was secretary in the regional committee of Shkodra, not only did we receive directives which openly violated democracy in the party, but once Zoe sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, came to me and said, I have orders to control the party committee. What do you mean control it? I asked him. You are from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What have you to do with the committee? Zoe told me, this is the rule. Is it for nothing that the organizational secretary is also Minister of Internal Affairs at the same time? And he persisted, going on to say, this is a clear-cut order of the general himself and the Central Committee. Right after this, Nesti Kerengzi and Vask Kalasai got up and admitted with their own mouths things which it had never crossed my mind could occur within our party. Matters had gone so far, they said, that in order to admit or expel a comrade from the party, permission had first to be received from the security organs. The party documents of all those expelled were kept in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In every basic organization of the party there had to be a comrade of the security organs who should be elected to the bureau, indeed, should be secretary or vice secretary. Likewise, in the party committees and in the bureaus of committees there had to be a representative of the security organs, and so on and so forth. How is it possible that these things have occurred without the knowledge of the political bureau, or at least without informing me, as general secretary of the party? I asked Titoites there and then. I had the idea that you knew about it. He mumbled. I did not think up these rules myself. The comrades, that is, the Yugoslav enemies, issued them to us. That's how they act in their party and I, as I told the plenum, was greatly influenced by them. At this point, Vask Kalasai, in order to emerge as unimplicated in the evil work, decided to deal his general a heavy blow. The Yugoslavs gave them to you, but you yourself wanted those things, he said to Zox. Last year you ordered us to work out the regulations on operations and control, which we sent to all branches of our ministry, and it seems to me that those regulations outdid all. What were those regulations? I asked him. The organs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs were set the task of keeping every communist and cadre throughout the country under surveillance and control. Replied Vask readily, convinced that with this testimony he had saved his skin. What's this you are telling us? And was it sent? I asked in shocked surprise. Not for surveillance. Zoxy wanted to soften it somewhat. We instructed the comrades of the security service to interest themselves in the lives of the comrades, their problems, their personal and family worries. This was the aim we had, not surveillance. A bitter laugh burst out in the hall. Interest in secrecy means surveillance. Vask snarled at him. Then, what did we do with the reports which came to us? Did we solve anyone's personal problems? No, we filled their personal files. It is of no value to dwell any further on the endless anti-party atrocities of Titoites and company acting as a secret agency. The plenum dealt with them for whole days. The political bureau for some months before, and, moreover, after the 11th plenum, when its conclusions and decisions were discussed in the party and among the people, even more facts about the bitter truth came to light. The important thing is that from all these analyses which were protracted and wearying, but principled and profound, all the anti-party and anti-Albanian activity of these rotten elements, who for years on end had been thrown into action to destroy the party and the freedom and independence of the homeland, was brought to light. The whole party and people were convinced about the evil deed the conspirators had wanted to accomplish, and this was the most important thing in our analyses. As for their punishment, this was now a simple matter. Thus, These agents of the Yugoslavs were finished and eliminated from our ranks. The distortions which had resulted from their secret and open activity were finished, too. The 11th plenum decided to legalize the party completely and immediately. It described the fact that the program of the party had been hidden under the program of the Democratic Front as a grave mistake which had to be corrected immediately, condemned and annulled as anti-party and anti-Marxist most of the decisions of the Berat plenum and all the decisions of the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA, and suspended all sanctions and co-options which, as I said, had been made on an anti-democratic road, under pressure of the Yugoslav leadership and its secret agents, Titoites and company. The main one among those rehabilitated by the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA was Nako Spru. The decision on his rehabilitation was taken because, as I explained above, the 11th plenum rejected all the accusations the Yugoslav leadership had leveled on us, such as that over the so-called anti-Yugoslav line in the leadership of the CPA or that which described Nako as an agent of imperialism on account of being ungrounded and made for anti-Albanian and anti-Marxist aims. With facts totally lacking, we had no reason to give credibility to this accusation which was made by people who were themselves agents of imperialism. As for the faults of Nako in the economy, he, as I have explained, was not to blame for them. Indeed, he was unjustly accused by the Yugoslavs as the author of a so-called autarkic 5-year plan. We all were the authors of this plan, which in fact was bold, but not at all unrealistic or autarkic. Likewise, in the decision regarding Nako Spru's rehabilitation, we were especially influenced by the fact that in the conditions existing at that time we did not know many of his stands, mistakes and secret actions, especially since the Berat plenum. Above all, we did not know at that time that Nako had become a secret agent of the Yugoslav leadership and that, later, in his sordid gamble for power, especially in his rivalry with Titoites, when he saw himself abandoned by the Yugoslavs, had linked himself up, always as a secret agent, with the Soviets. These latter links we did not know, and we could not imagine that he was capable of such actions. We could only see that he defended the Soviet views, spoke well of the Soviet Union, and, because of the very positive opinion which we ourselves had of the Soviet Union, we could appreciate these stands of Nako Spru only positively. Similarly, the fact that he, especially in the years 1946 and 1947, drew closer to me and to the sound part of our leadership, had an influence on the decision we took. So, what we knew at that time, seen in its close connection with all the circumstances and conditions of that period, influenced the decision the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA took regarding Nako Spru's rehabilitation. The 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA also took all measures for the re-establishment of the internal democracy of the party and, especially, for the preparation of a constitution of the party as quickly as possible, etc., etc. A little after the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA, the historic First Congress of our glorious party was summoned in November 1948. The political report, which I had prepared for the Congress in the course of all the endless and important work of that period and, especially in the conditions when we still had Hoxha and his supporters in our way, demanded a great deal of time and effort. At that time we still had not organized the apparatus of the party, and the original of the report is in the archives of the CC just as I wrote it directly on my small letter typewriter. As is known, it is a very voluminous report which took me about 15 hours to read to the Congress over 2 days divided into 4 sessions. However, I must say that the extremely tiring work, with many difficulties and unknown quantities in the preparation of it, gave me a special satisfaction and pleasure that have remained indelible in my memory. Through this report, serious efforts were made for the first time at a scientific presentation, as correct and accurate as possible, of a whole historical period of our people, especially from the beginning of the 20s of this century onwards. I considered this extension beyond the historical bounds of the life of our party, that is before November 8, 1941, essential, proceeding from the basic premise of materialistic dialectics that nothing emerges in a vacuum, that every phenomenon, every event, has its own history, its own causes, roots and conditions, in the first place internal ones, of birth and development. This had occurred with our Communist Party, too. The analysis which I made of the period from the 20s to November 8, 1941 comprised, you might say, the prehistory of our party and proved incontestably that the economic, social, political, historical and other conditions and forces in the Albania of this period were the decisive factors which led to the formation of the CPA, and not at all the factors about which the renegades of Belgrade were prattling, who quite openly and shamelessly attributed to themselves the role of the "founders" of our party. After this historical survey, the report analyzed in detail all the activity of the party from the time of its formation, correctly evaluated all the great victories achieved during and after the war, that is, in all those stages through which our party and country had passed during those last 7 years, discussed the circumstances and discovered the causes of the mistakes which had appeared in the implementation of the line of the party and defined the main tasks and orientations on the basis of which our glorious party would lead the country. The lofty party spirit that pervaded the report, which the Political Bureau of the Central Committee approved unanimously, orientated the delegates correctly in their contributions to the discussion. Thus for 15 days on end, from November 8th to 22nd, the finest representatives of our party, elected in the most democratic forms at the regional conferences of the party, through their correct and courageous statements and opinions, made the first Congress of the party one of the most outstanding historic events, not only of the party, but of the whole history of our people. Amongst other things, the analysis of our relations with the CPY and the Yugoslav state occupied an important place in the Congress. There, for the first time, we openly denounced and unmasked all the hostile activity of Tito and company. The facts, arguments and conclusions which the Congress presented on this problem were unshakable and devastating for the renegades of Belgrade. It was proved even more clearly that all the mistakes and distortions observed, especially in the organizational line of our party, had their main source in the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia. It had done everything in its power to impose alien, anti-Marxist views and practices on us, both because it was wrong theoretically, in essence its whole line was wrong and revisionist, and because it proceeded from aims that were purely conspiratorial, chauvinist and pragmatic towards our party and country. Likewise, in the most democratic and just way, the Congress also decided the fate of Titoites and company. Despite the great exposure which we had made of them at the 11th plenum and in the meetings of party activists in the regions and in the government departments and the preliminary measures which we had taken, we still allowed them to take part in and speak at the Congress. Of course, for the Central Committee and the Political Bureau everything in connection with them was clear, but it was important that now the Congress of the party itself should express to the end and put its seal on its opinions and judgments about them. While I was reading that part of the report which dealt with the conscious work of Titoites, Pondi Christo and others as secret agents, voices from the hall cried, quote, "Throw the enemies of the party and people out of our ranks." Unquote. This spirit pervaded the whole party and the people who followed the Congress with great interest. Thousands of letters and telegrams came in to us from the organizations of the party and other organizations and institutions in the districts. Thousands of working people, men, women, and youth, communists or not, were gathered in the streets outside when we entered or left the Congress Hall. They shouted the one slogan, quote, "Long live the party, down with the enemies." Unquote. One event which has remained deeply impressed in my memory was when we were met by the mothers of martyrs, the mothers of those who would have certainly been delegates to this Congress, who encircled me and, headed by the courageous mother of my Holduri, with their clenched fists raised, instructed us, or I might even say, quote, demanded unquote of us, in the name of the blood which their sons had shed, that we stand firm, hold high the banner of the party, defend the people's state power, and finished with the cry, quote, "Down with the enemies." Unquote. The many mature contributions of the delegates showed the agents of Belgrade in their true colors. Confronted with overwhelming facts and arguments, Titoites and Pondi Christo tried to maneuver even in the Congress. Titoites, for example, was obliged to admit with his own mouth that at Berat I opposed the line of the party and the General Secretary unquote, that quote, "Our work there was done behind the back of the party unquote, etc." But Zox tried to justify himself by saying, quote, "We did all these things because we did not understand we were making mistakes unquote, quote, we did them unconsciously unquote. Quote, Stojnik led us up a blind alley unquote. One Zox had quote constructed unquote his whole quote self-criticism unquote, or it had been prepared for him. In this spirit, he admitted that he had done 1,001 evil things, but after every fact he stressed, quote, "I did it unwittingly unquote. Quote, I did not know that I was acting against the party and the people unquote. Quote, the Yugoslavs blinded me unquote." The delegates rejected and totally exposed this maneuver, too. With facts and arguments it was proved that everything had been done with full consciousness, according to a scenario prepared and approved in Belgrade. 2. At the Congress the delegates demanded insistently that Titoites and company should answer for their anti-Albanian activity as secret agents, no longer to the party, but to the organs of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus, the first Congress of the party further deepened and finally put the seal on the change which the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA had marked. The party was equipped with a correct Marxist-Leninist general line. The Congress once again attacked as incorrect and harmful the former practice imposed by the Yugoslavs of keeping the party in a semi-legal situation and once and for all consecrated the irreplaceable leading role of our party in the whole life of our country. For the establishment of complete democracy in the party and in the whole life of the country, for the assimilation and implementation of the Marxist-Leninist principles and norms which govern the internal life of the party, The constitution of the party, which the Congress endorsed, was to play an important role. When we discussed each paragraph of the Constitution in the Congress, the comrades with concern and maturity made the comparison between many harmful practices and stands of the past and the Marxist truth that was expressed in the Constitution. Automatically our knowledge of the renegades of Belgrade and their agents in our ranks became more profound. The Congress affirmed once again the correct conclusion that in the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia we had to do not merely with an anti-Albanian, nationalist and chauvinist leadership, but above all with an agency of imperialism, with a clique of conscious renegades, who were struggling to revise the theory and practice of socialism and the revolution in all fields. The endless stream of facts which has never dried up, as well as our further analyses for the political and ideological unmasking of Yugoslav revisionism, have proved and are still proving how correct and far-sighted was the conclusion which the first Congress of the CPA arrived at about the renegades of Belgrade. After the first Congress of the party, in the light of the new facts which came out, the party and the people rightly demanded that the chiefs of the plot should be handed over to the people's justice, to be judged for high treason to the homeland, the party and socialism. Before the court, the agents of Belgrade through their own mouths testified that they had been trained and guided by Tito and his emissaries in everything they had done. We published their testimony in the press so that the people would read it, but also as a crushing blow to Tito over what he had done in the past and as a warning about the future. Of course, as far as we were concerned, every kind of link with Tito and the Titoite party came to an end. The bitter past with them remained a valuable lesson for the future, because we knew we would never agree to have any direct or indirect first-hand contact with them. But the struggle against their anti-Marxist views and stands and against their uninterrupted anti-Albanian activity would never cease. We would continue this struggle, too, adhering to Marxist-Leninist principle, to carry it consistently through to the end, through to victory. Chapter 10, in open struggle with the Titoites. The struggle against Titoism and historical imperative. Our first clash with the Khrushchevites over the Yugoslav question on the Tito Rankovic democracy the Belgrade leadership throws into action the anti-Albanian scum, criminals and saboteurs. Khrushchevite betrayal assisting the Titoite betrayal. Smashing the Titoite Khrushchevite plot at the party conference of Tirana, April 1956. Mehmetsheva, a multiple agent of the imperialist revisionist secret services. Mehmetsheva's juggling from the Berat plenum, November 1944, to the first Congress of the CPA, November 1948, the year 1960. Mehmetsheva together with Tito, Randolph Churchill and Fultz on the transatlantic liner Queen Elizabeth whom was this servant of many bosses to please and whom to displease. In the 70s, the Western and the Titoite secret agencies order Mehmetsheva into action. 3 conspirators groups foiled demonstrations in Kosovo forced the UDB to sacrifice the card on which they had placed great hopes in Albania. Why did Mehmetsheva commit suicide? The hope on terrorist banned socialist Albania has been and remains a granite rock. The 35 years that have passed from the time when the Titoite betrayal was publicly denounced and unmasked are witness to the fact that although the links between our party and the CPY were broken off once and for all in 1948, since then the struggle between us has never ceased and has not been interrupted for one moment. Amongst other causes and factors, there are 2 main ones which made this struggle vitally necessary for us. First, our party regards Titoism as one of the most dangerous variants of modern revisionism, and for this reason we consider and will consider our involvement in the struggle for its political and ideological exposure and defeat the right and duty of the first order. Second, during this whole period the anti-Albanian activity of the Belgrade leadership has never ceased, and for this reason our party and state have had to wage a stern tooth-and-nail struggle against it in order to uncover, attack and smash the aims and continuous conspiratorial activities of Belgrade. Although there is no need to go into concrete details about how this struggle has been waged, it has been analyzed in detail in all the theoretical documents of the party. I want to point out some of its most important aspects and moments. The struggle against Titoism and historical imperative. Yugoslav revisionism, the first current which represented revisionism in power, emerged at a key moment in the struggle between socialism and imperialism. Right from the outset, American imperialism and the whole of world reaction saw in Titoism the course, the ideology and the policy which led to the degeneration of the communist parties of socialist countries, to the splitting and destruction of the unity of the international communist movement and to sabotage of the revolution and national liberation wars. For this reason imperialism and reaction supported the renegades of Belgrade with all their might and means, kept them alive and gave them the directive that, while maintaining certain socialist appearances, they should serve as a means of diversion for the destruction of others. Tito and company accepted this mission in full consciousness and turned the Yugoslav party and state into an agency of imperialism. Faced with this evil, our communist parties could not and should never remain indifferent. In particular, it was urgently necessary that the parties of the then socialist countries should not rest on their laurels and think foolishly, that, since they were in power and since the Yugoslav leadership had been denounced and remained isolated, It no longer presented any danger. No, the relentless class struggle, the struggle for the application and defense of the purity of Marxism-Leninism, for the tempering of every communist and the entire party with the revolutionary ideology, was a necessity sine qua non for every party in order to prevent what had happened in Yugoslavia from being repeated anywhere else. Conscious of all these things, in 1948 our party, although relatively young and without the necessary experience in the field of theory, was among the first to array itself in the open political and ideological struggle against Yugoslav revisionism. Along with other communist parties, members or non-members of the Information Bureau, our party made its contribution to the uncovering and further unmasking of this revisionist current, of the social class roots and causes which made its birth possible and of the damage which it brought, both to the party, state and people of Yugoslavia and to the international communist and workers' movement. For their part, Tito and company, enraged by the defeat which they had suffered and by the exposure which was continually bringing them out in their true colors, launched, together with the struggle for the dissemination of the revisionist theories, an unscrupulous campaign of slanders and accusations against the CP of the Soviet Union and J.V. Stalin, against the Information Bureau and also against our party. Driven with their backs to the wall by the courageous and well-proved words of our party, they could only scream that the Party of Labor of Albania had allegedly broken with them and was attacking them, since it preferred to subjugate itself to a bigger party, the CPSU, and that allegedly we were acting as Moscow and the Cominform told us and dictated to us. Aware that we could expect nothing else from the traitors in Belgrade, we paid no heed to this filthy accusation. Hence we continued our work and, understandably, we considered it our great good fortune that in this fierce clash between Marxism-Leninism and modern revisionism we stood shoulder to shoulder with the CPSU, led by the glorious Stalin, and with the other communist parties of the then socialist countries and the capitalist countries. The general solidarity in the struggle against the renegades of Belgrade, at that period, in appearance at least, this solidarity seemed complete, gave us heart and courage, and in the course of this struggle we prepared ourselves better and tempered ourselves further for the future battles. But only a few years later our party was to be faced with a real test in regard to the accusation trumpeted so loudly by the chiefs in Belgrade about the motives from which we proceeded in the struggle against them. This was a grave and bitter test which we, for our part, had not and never would have wanted. The fact is, however, that we were faced with it, after the death of J.V. Stalin. The Titoites team, which seized power, initially toned down and very soon completely extinguished its struggle against Yugoslav revisionism. According to the logic of the Titoite accusation, we, too, should automatically have changed our tune, since this is what Moscow did But to the astonishment of Tito, and of course of Khrushchev, too, we continued our former course, no concessions to, no sign of conciliation with, the Yugoslav revisionists. We acted in this way because we were more than convinced about the betrayal of the Yugoslav leadership, because we saw that it was completely committed to the course of revising the whole theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism. Moreover, in the period from 1948 to 1954, Tito, Kardelj and others had proclaimed and were consistently applying theories and forms of organization in the Yugoslav party and state which quite openly testified to their complete abandonment and distortion of the principles of Marxism-Leninism. To this period belong such acts of the Titoites as changing the name of the party from Communist Party to League of Communists, the transformation of this League into a kind of educational propaganda association, their adoption of American democracy as the model for the structure of the political system in Yugoslavia, the proclamation of the so-called self-administrative socialism which is nothing but a disguise for the capitalist order, their preaching of the withering away of the state in socialism, their denial of the Marxist-Leninist thesis about the need of the existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat during the whole period of transition from capitalism to communism, etc., etc. Precisely at the time that these things were occurring, that is, when with his actions Tito was openly proclaiming that he was a dyed-in-the-wool renegade and a revisionist, Khrushchev strove to make clear to us that Tito was allegedly a Marxist indeed an outstanding Marxist that socialism was being built in Yugoslavia, and that the blame for what had occurred in 1948 should not be laid on Tito and company, but on the Cominform and Stalin. We did not agree with such a view and assessment of things and, therefore, we acted not in the way that Moscow transmitted but as Marxism-Leninism taught us. In his evil work in regard to the stand towards the Belgrade clique, as in every other field, however, Khrushchev did not concentrate solely on setting a personal example Soon the moment came when, through categorical orders and dictate, Moscow demanded that we should cease our principled struggle and bend the knee to and kiss Tito. We indignantly rejected these orders and dictates, and refused to act against the truth in any instance. Indeed, as I have explained in detail in my book of memoirs the Titoites For us to stand towards the renegades of Belgrade became one of the touchstones to see what were the new leaders who took power in the Soviet Union after the death of Stalin, and what were the leaders of other parties who changed course immediately after the emergence of Khrushchevite revisionism. 1. Events developed swiftly and the two sides, the Khrushchevites and the Titoites, in collaboration and unity, concocted plans and began their activity to alter the situation in the international communist and workers' movement, and especially in the countries of people's democracy, in favor of the revisionist aims of Khrushchev and the agent of imperialism, Tito. Regrettably, this feverish anti-Marxist activity yielded its bitter fruits in the parties of other countries. It was proved that not we, but the other parties, had climbed on the bandwagon when they, too, launched the attack against Tito and company in 1948, along with the Bolshevik Communist Party. That same Deju at one time had boasted of his valiant deeds with a pistol in his belt against a king fallen from power. That same Deju delivered reports in the Cominform on the unmasking of the Yugoslav revisionist leadership, was one of the first to rush to Tito to beg his forgiveness. The same thing was done by the Poles, who amongst other things, took the old Titoite, the notorious Władysław Gomułka out of prison and placed him directly in the post of General Secretary of the UWP of Poland in order to set Poland as quickly as possible on the tragic course of complete chaos. The Hungarians, the Bulgarians, of course, and all the others in turn did the same thing. Thus, the conclusion of our party was very quickly confirmed that, if revisionism is not combated relentlessly and with full force, the Yugoslav phenomenon would occur with the others, just as it did. However, I am speaking about our course. We continued the struggle against the renegades in Belgrade, mercilessly attacked their hostile views and stands on every occasion, publicly exposed them and never hesitated, from fear of anyone. Meanwhile, we were subjected to the unrelenting pressures and machinations of Tito and Khrushchev, just as they had done in Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, etc. They tried to rehabilitate their group of agents, Kozizoks and company in Albania, too. Both the Yugoslav leadership and the Soviet leadership, officially through Suslov, demanded the rehabilitation of Kozizoks, that is, that we should return to the Burat plenum of the CC of the CPA, admit the so-called mistakes of our party in line and in our relations with the Yugoslavs, a demand which, as I pointed out earlier, cannot be claimed to have been made in 1944 without the knowledge of the chief of the Soviet mission in Albania, Major Ivanov, the close friend of the notorious Colonel Velimir Stojnik. However, all these efforts failed. Our Party of Labor remained unshaken in its earlier view that the Titoite group had been and still was a group of traitors, renegades, Trotskyites, subversionists and a secret agency of the Americans, and that neither our party, the Cominform, nor Stalin had been wrong about them. We repeated this view to Khrushchev and his lackeys many times. Through letters and in official meetings we presented endless arguments from the theoretical works and practical deeds of the Yugoslav renegades, but the truth fell on deaf ears. Thus, we were convinced that the revisionist gangrene had spread through the head and body of the CC of the CPSU and the leaderships of other parties. Even though we saw we were alone in this struggle, still we did not retreat. Once the phase of the touchstone was over, that is, once we were convinced where Khrushchev and the Khrushchevites stood in regard to the Titoites, we decided to take another major step in the struggle against modern revisionism. The fact is that over a period of several years, especially from the beginning of 1956 to the middle of 1960, we used the open door of the struggle against the Titoite traitors to attack the new betrayal which had emerged in the arena and was growing stronger from day to day, the Khrushchevite betrayal. As I have had occasion to stress at other times, this was a clever and far-sighted tactic of our party which we employed with great success. Anyone who carefully examines all the documents of our party during this period will understand that as early as 1954, 1955, and especially after 1955, we were engaged in struggle against the Khrushchevite betrayal which was developing at top speed alongside the Titoite betrayal. And not just in 1960 and 1961 when we came out openly and publicly against the Khrushchevites. However, since the conditions had not matured and the moment had not arrived to come out openly and publicly against Khrushchev and the Khrushchevites by name, at that period, we attacked and exposed their revisionist views and stands by linking them in the press and in public with the revisionists of Belgrade and the anti-Marxist activity of Tito, Kardalj, etc. This does not mean that we were attacking Tito and his henchmen over something for which they were not responsible. Tito was as much a Khrushchevite as Khrushchev, just as Khrushchev was as much a Titoite as Tito. The two variants were branches of the one trunk, modern revisionism. They were both dangerous, hostile currents and deserved exposure and the powerful attack. As I said, however, besides getting what he deserved, Tito was used by us also in the role of the Turk's head or more precisely, Khrushchev's head. The two sides saw where our attack was aimed, so they further strengthened their collaboration and what Khrushchev could not say against us for tactical reasons and because of public opinion Tito proclaimed very well. Amongst others, Tito's notorious speech at Pula in November 1956 is well known. There Tito not only made an unrestrained anti-Marxist attack on the theory and practice of the socialist order, but also directly condemned "the cult of Enver Hoxha" and called for the overthrow of the leadership of our party. Undoubtedly, with this anti-Albanian attack and the open call for the overthrow of our leadership, Tito expressed not only his own desire, but also the desire of the Soviet leadership. It is not accidental that just a few days before this notorious speech, Krylov, the Soviet ambassador in Tirana, came to me and demanded insistently, on the instructions of the Soviet leadership, that we "do not reply harshly to Tito, because tempers will become heated and our work will be ruined." We gave Khrushchev and Tito our answer immediately. We denounced and condemned Tito's ultra-revisionist speech with all our batteries, unconcerned whether Tito "would lose his temper" or Khrushchev's "work would be ruined." In fact, our clear-cut principled stands were ruining Khrushchev's work. When the Soviet revisionists saw that they had failed in Hungary and elsewhere and that the situation in the communist movement and the socialist camp was slipping from their control, they retreated a little from their subversive struggle and collaboration with Tito, because through his actions and "theories" he was not only exposing the revisionist mire in which they were wallowing, but was also trying to take the Khrushchevite current under his wing and to maneuver it in accord with his own interests and those of his imperialist patrons. At those moments Khrushchev was temporarily obliged to support the stands of the Party of Labor of Albania, published our articles in the Soviet press, was obliged to accept our resolute stand against Titoism as an agency of imperialism in the 1957 meeting of the Communist and Workers' parties, and this was included in the declaration of the meeting, etc. But, as I have said at other times, this was only a temporary retreat by Khrushchev. In essence, he was opposed to the principled struggle which we waged against Titoism to the extent that, in one of the confrontations which I had with him in Sislav over the stand towards Yugoslav revisionism, Khrushchev was so irritated that he said to me angrily, "Where do you want to lead us? To Stalin's road?" Step by step, our principled contradictions with the Soviet leadership were building up, heading for the confrontation at Bucharest. As is known, in 1960 we came out openly against the Khrushchevite betrayal, too, and after this we intensified our principled struggle against it, just as we had done against the Titoite current from 1948 onwards. At this period it seemed as though the CP of China was engaged shoulder to shoulder with us in this struggle against both of these currents of modern revisionism. In this period, too, there were people who said that we had entered into this struggle because this is what Beijing was doing. This was dictated to us by Mao Zedong, and this time these voices came not only from Belgrade, but also from Moscow. Such base accusations merely made us smile and we went on with our work. We were already well aware that such things were not said because the accusers did not know the Party of Labor of Albania well. No, these were the howls of a wolf which, even when mortally wounded, tries to threaten and frighten its prey. The Titoite and Khrushchevite revisionists were trying to obscure the truth with smoke and fog, to inflict what damage they could on the image of our party. Time was soon to prove once again that we had committed ourselves to the struggle against revisionism proceeding, not from the dictate of Beijing or Mao Zedong, but as always, from the supreme dictate of Marxism-Leninism, on the orders and in favor of our guiding ideology, that is, in defense of the theory and practice of the revolution from the attacks which the modern revisionists were making on it. Our heroic party had waged, was waging and would continue to wage its own principled struggle. The day came when Mao Zedong ceased the struggle against Yugoslav revisionism, but we continued it as before. It must be said that this time, too, through the "open door" of the struggle against Yugoslav and Soviet revisionism we had the opportunity to attack the views and distortions which the Communist Party of China, and its deranged leader Mao Zedong were making of Marxism-Leninism. However, as I have proved at length in a series of materials, especially in Reflections on China and the cause of the betrayal of the CP of China does not lie either in Mao's dotage in his old age or the senility of other old men in Beijing. No, they had been revisionists, indeed pure revisionists, since their youth, but had adopted their allegedly principled, Marxist-Leninist phrases at particular periods, especially so in 1960, in order to conceal behind them long-range, counter-revolutionary, anti-Marxist aims and plans. When finally they were convinced that their "Marxist" maneuvers were not leading them where they intended, they threw off the mantle of "Marxist-Leninists" and emerged as they were in reality, inveterate Titoites, Eurocommunists, and Khrushchevites. Events developed rapidly, and when the leadership of Beijing fell on its knees before the renegade of Belgrade, we not only did not do as Mao and Zhou Enlai did and as they dictated to us, but on the contrary we did not hesitate to rise immediately to attack this other variant of modern revisionism, the Chinese variant. Mao Zedong thought. These and other arguments prove completely that in the struggle against the renegades of Belgrade, just as against all other revisionist currents, we did not proceed from any external factor, that we never acted blindly or following the bandwagon, and that we were not influenced by anyone. So, convinced from the outset that we were waging a just struggle, conscious that we were performing our duty as a Marxist-Leninist party, we pressed on with this struggle, turning this whole process not only into one of the most glorious chapters in the history of our party, but also into a great school of revolutionary training and tempering, into an unprecedented university for thorough knowledge and assimilation of Marxism-Leninism. There was one moment when Khrushchev, unable to shut our mouths in the open and principled struggle we were waging against Yugoslav revisionism, made the accusation that we were acting in this way because allegedly we wanted to appear as "the standard bearers" of the struggle against modern revisionism, that is, allegedly to emerge as better than the others. In essence, this dirty accusation also clearly expressed the whole burden of hostile megalomaniacal, anti-Marxist views of the accuser himself. It had never been our intention and we had not involved ourselves in this struggle in order to "show off" to emerge as better than the others, or to put the others under command or dictate. No, with the struggle against Yugoslav revisionism we were simply doing our duty, and which was equally incumbent on any genuine Marxist-Leninist party. And when the others abandoned this sacred duty, were we supposed to abandon it, too, and keep silent to avoid giving the "opportunity" to others to accuse us of wanting to be the "standard bearers" and of megalomania? Had our party acted in that way, this would have been an unpardonable sin. At no time did we fall into that abyss into which the Khrushchevites and, later, the Maoists wanted to push us. Thus, we continued the struggle against Titoism from no motive other than to perform one of the fundamental tasks which faced and faces every party. Here, however, there is an indisputable truth which must be brought out unhesitatingly, in regard to the things that have occurred in the international communist and workers' movement in the last 3 or 4 decades, especially after the Khrushchevite betrayal. The great historic merit belongs to the Party of Labor of Albania, that of all the parties in power it is the only one which not only was not deceived and never at any moment ceased the struggle against Yugoslav revisionism, but also made a profound and all-round analysis of Titoism, or, more accurately, carried out a thorough autopsy on it. Proud of the contribution which we have made to the exposure of this variant of revisionism, and convinced and conscious of the necessity for intensifying the struggle against it, we shall continue on this course in the future, too, shoulder to shoulder with the other Marxist-Leninist parties. We have not reconciled ourselves and never will reconcile ourselves to Titoism and all the other variants of modern revisionism. Our only "contact" with them is through the political and ideological struggle which we will continue until they are completely and finally routed and destroyed. The plots continue. Already in May to June 1948 we were more than aware that Tito and the Titoites, as traitors to Marxism-Leninism, were and would remain inimical and dangerous to all the communist parties, to the revolutionary movements and national liberation struggles everywhere in the world. But for us, the Albanian communists and people, besides this, they were and would remain direct, savage, sworn anti-Albanian enemies. We were convinced that they would never give up their plans and aims to gobble up Albania, and to this end would not lay down their arms of subversion, interference and plots against our party and country. We would be vigilant and with our fist clenched at every moment, because, although it had suffered heavy blows, the Titoite agency in Albania would not cease working for the future and for long-term plans and variants. In this context, in 1001 ways, Tito and company would do everything in their power to regain their lost positions, to create conditions and the terrain in order to penetrate amongst us and destroy us. They could never reconcile themselves to the fact that Albania had "escaped" from their hands, could never sleep easily when they saw that the party, which they had wanted to turn into a blind tool, but which to their regret had constantly attacked them and their old Pan-Slav dreams and in the end had smashed them, was working and leading in Albania. Hence, as long as they remained in power, the Titoites would be real and dangerous enemies of our party and country. It did not take months or years for the Titoites themselves to prove the truth of this. On the contrary, when we still had not denounced them publicly, in order to "forestall the evil" they launched a whole campaign of slanders and accusations against our party and its leadership, and immediately after the first Congress of our party, Belgrade's anti-Albanian campaign assumed unprecedented proportions and intensity. The newspapers, radio stations, pamphlets and publishing houses, all the means of Titoite propaganda were activized in this dirty campaign, pouring out monstrosities against us. Amongst other things, at that time they accused us of being "violators of democracy" in the party and among the people, of killing "communists" and "honest patriots" and later went on to the accusation that we were turning Albania into a "barracks surrounded by barbed wire" where everything was trampled under the "military jackboot" etc., etc. According to this alarm for propaganda which thundered from Belgrade, one would have thought that havoc was being wrought in Albania, but when it came to providing facts and arguments the defenders of democracy in Belgrade found themselves in a deplorable position. They were able to mention only one name, that of Kozizoks. But who were these "ideal defenders" of "pure democracy" who, simply because our organs of the dictatorship had condemned to death only one sworn enemy and agent, Kozizoks, arrived at the "horrified" conclusion that we were "murderers" and "violators of democracy"? Here I shall not mention the mass murders, eliminations and exterminations which the Titoite army and the organs of the UDB perpetrated during the period 1945 to 1948 on the orders of Tito Rankovic and company, under the pretext of the struggle to "clean up Ustase and Setnisi elements", criminal bands, remnants of the old regime, etc. Nor shall I mention the Black Terror which they unleashed at this period, especially from the end of 1944 right through 1945, upon the people of Kosovo and the Albanian population living on their own territories in Montenegro and Macedonia, under the pretext of the struggle against "balist gangs", nationalists, great Albanians, etc. For comparison, however, I shall dwell a little on how the Titoite democracy acted and how our democracy acted in 1948 towards the respective opponents and enemies. As I related in detail above, the whole picture of the treacherous work of the gang of Kozizoks, Pondi Christo and others as agents in the service of the Yugoslavs became more than clear to us, especially in the early months of 1948. However, although they were not accused simply of having alien views, but especially of high treason towards the party and the country, we allowed Kozizoks, Pondi Christo and company to take part in all the meetings of the political bureau, in the 9th, 10th and 11th plenums of the CC of the party, in the meetings of party activists which were held later, and even in the first Congress of the CPA. Not only did we allow them to take part, but we also gave them the right to speak as often as they considered necessary. What special type of "democracy" did Tito and Rankovic in Yugoslavia offer all those thousands of elements of the CPY who expressed solidarity with the letters of the CC of the CPSU and the resolution of the Cominform? They were clapped in handcuffs as soon as they began to open their mouths. And when hundreds of others simply demanded that what was written in the letters of the CC of the CPSU should be discussed in the party, that is, when they had not yet expressed themselves either for or against, the Titoite "democracy" arrested them, threw them into prison and killed them in secret. So, while we analyzed the criminal work of the Kozizoks gang for 5 to 6 months on end in the party, where the traitors themselves were present, the Titoites did not allow their opponents to speak even in a single meeting of the organization of which they were members. Out of the whole network of anti-state agents that we discovered, we handed over to the court only 4 to 5 persons, while the Tito clique filled the prisons with thousands and thousands of people who were simply ideological opponents. And after all this, Tito and company had the temerity to accuse us of being "violators of democracy". Of the 4 or 5 elements whom we handed over to the courts for punishment at the end of 1948, in fact, only one, Kozizoks, was sentenced to death as a sworn traitor to the party and state, as chief of the gang which had done everything in its power to put Albania in thrall to Yugoslavia. The 3 or 4 others were sentenced to 5 to 20 years imprisonment according to the degree of their culpability and the stand they adopted when they were caught red-handed in the plot. In Yugoslavia, however, the Titoites killed the bulk of those thousands of Yugoslav communists who were thrown in prison as supporters of the Cominform, or they simply disappeared leaving to trace. Nevertheless, they had the temerity to accuse us of being "murderers". The notorious concentration camps like Giliotok, a kind of Mathausen in the conditions of "Yugoslav socialism", were set up not in Albania, but in Yugoslavia. It was not our communists and patriots who were incarcerated, maimed, and wiped out in them, but Yugoslavs, including hundreds of thousands of Albanians from Kosovo and others who lived on their own lands in Montenegro and Macedonia. That is, we did not fill Albania with Giliotoks, but the Belgrade leadership filled Yugoslavia with such notorious camps. And they had the temerity to accuse us of turning Albania into a barracks dominated by the military jackboot. That, then, is what the Titoite democracy was, that is what the advocates of Christian charity Tito and Rankovic, we, who perpetrated the most monstrous crimes against the party and peoples of Yugoslavia without a tremor, while they were "horrified" because we had condemned to death one sworn enemy of our and their obedient agent. It is the same Rankovic democracy which has been wreaking havoc in Yugoslavia for 35 years on end, the same Titoite democracy which recently unleashed the black hundreds and thousands of Rankovices, Ljubices, Stambolises, and Herlevises against the peaceful demonstrations of the people of Kosovo demanding respect for an implementation of their constitutional rights. However, Since 1948 Tito, as the rabid anti-Albanian he was, could not and did not content himself simply with propaganda attacks against us. Just like the reactionary governments of Western countries, the Titoite leadership set up on Yugoslav territory whole camps in which criminals and other agents, enemies of the new socialist order in Albania, were assembled, trained and prepared to infiltrate into our territory for sabotage and subversion. Thus, the time came when instead of the earlier "party" and state emissaries, Tito and his henchmen began to send us dozens of bandits, criminals, thieves and other reprobates who had fled from Albania together with the occupiers in 1944 or afterwards, on account of the crimes they had committed and the hostility they nurtured towards the new order of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In collaboration with the foreign imperialist and chauvinist agencies, especially those of the neighboring countries, the renegades of Belgrade collected up the anti-Albanian scum of agents, political and ordinary criminals and fugitives wherever they were and brought them to Yugoslavia to prepare them as mercenary forces against the Party of Labor of Albania and the Albanian Socialist State. Naturally, we were to receive these bandit "guests" from Yugoslavia as bandits and criminals are received, with the trap set. These sinister forces constituted, you might say, the "external echelon" which the Yugoslav leadership was to throw in against us, as it did. At the same time, the Yugoslavs did not overlook the "internal echelon" either. In this were included not only those elements long recruited by the UDB, whom we had still not discovered, but all the remnants of the old order which we had overthrown. All these elements were predisposed to prick up their ears and accept the orientations and signals which came from Belgrade. This is understandable. The overthrown classes, the traitors, the discontented elements, enemies of the people's state power, all those who could not endure the justice of the party and our people's state power, had pinned all their hopes on external support. And if up till 1948 they had pinned their hopes on the Americans and the British, now it was no trouble to add another ally and new patron. They were bound to try, just as they did, to activize themselves, to enter into contact with and operate in the Titoites network, too. In time, however, they, too, were uncovered and attacked. The hopes of Tito and company about arousing discontent, panic, despair, confusion and disorder in Albania were not justifying themselves. One after the other, all the gangsters and wreckers and the secret agents who were thrown into action in our country during this period fell into our hands, like rats in a trap. Still we did not go to sleep. Time was to show that the Yugoslav leadership, either with its own forces or in secret agreement with the imperialist secret agencies, kept other pawns in reserve to bring into action at the moment which appeared most opportune and when their interests required. As to who these pawns in reserve were, this would be brought to light by the progress of our revolution. The main thing is that we remained permanently vigilant, aware that we would not be left to pursue our course in peace, because, apart from anything else, our many enemies would never allow us to work and live in peace. In this way the initial phase of Tito's efforts to change the situation in Albania through wreckers and secret agents came to an end. Nothing shook our socialist fortress, its foundations were unshakable. Step by step, along with the advance in all fields of life, along with the cleaning out of imperialist, Titoite and imperialist Titoite gangs and networks of secret agents, we became stronger and more determined on our course. About the beginning of the 50s it was seen clearly that Tito could achieve nothing against us through the methods of wreckers, secret agents and the old anti-Albanian and anti-socialist scum. However, precisely when his hopes of overturning the situation in Albania were fading, another renegade, Nikita Khrushchev, came to the aid of Tito, like a gift from God. The Khrushchevite betrayal, one of the greatest traumas the international communist and workers' movement has ever suffered, gave Tito new possibilities and means and, together with them, great hopes of changing the situation in Albania. Now his old chauvinist greed to gobble up Albania was to be combined with two other fundamental factors, with the hatred of the renegades of Belgrade for socialism which was being built in Albania, and second, with the desire to avenge themselves for the repeated blows and exposures which our party and people had been inflicting on them for years on end. The Titoites did not wait long before they launched their first attack on us through Tukjekova. It was by no means an accident that precisely when Tito and Khrushchev were putting their fiddles in tune, a month or two before Khrushchev went to Belgrade to kiss Tito, Tukjekova got up and repeated the hostile thesis of the Yugoslavs that allegedly they had created the Communist Party of Albania, and that the merit for all the victories achieved during the anti-fascist National Liberation War belonged to them. I have already dealt in detail with what this thesis is and why it was raised. Here I want to point out something else. Tukjekova was one of the participants in the founding meeting of the CPA in November 1941 and, during the years of the war up till 1955, like all of us, he, too, had heard this thesis many times and had not accepted it, but on the contrary had opposed it strongly. Then, how did it come about that he changed his mind and spat in his own face in April 1955? Undoubtedly, Soleimani, Dusan Mugosa, who, according to the code word of the UDB, remembered and did not forget his recruits, signaled Tuk to go into action. Tuk's other theses were all those which the Khrushchevite team were peddling wholesale in their preparation of the terrain for the 20th Congress of the CPSU, the dying out of the class struggle, re-examination of the line pursued by the party, especially the rehabilitation of those enemies who had been condemned for opportunism and Trotskyism, the changing of the composition of the CC of the party and the bringing of condemned elements into the leadership, etc., etc. Our party immediately dealt powerful, merciless blow at the theses and aims of Tuk and those who had dished them up to him. Only one person, Bedri Spahiu, long known as an opportunist, a megalomaniac, and a partisan of the thesis of the dying out of the class struggle, etc., associated himself with Tukjekova. In condemning these two capitulationist and anti-party elements, the plenum of the CC of the PLA held in June 1955, not only expressed the determination of the PLA not to fall into that mire in which the other parties of the then socialist countries had begun to sink, but, at the same time, gave Tito and company a good lesson. The Titoites' first attempt against us in the period when the Khrushchevite epidemic had broken out was foiled. Despite this bitter outcome, however, the Yugoslav leadership did not lose hope and did not spare its efforts to make new attempts at interference and subversion in Albania. These were precisely the moments when the sensational and disgraceful reconciliation of Tito and Khrushchev was being brought to fruition in Belgrade at the end of May and the beginning of June 1955. Our clear-cut opposition to the notorious action is well known. As soon as Khrushchev informed us at the last minute that he was going to Belgrade in person to make peace with Tito, to beg his "pardon" for the mistakes committed against him in 1948 and in 1949, and to publish in the press the decision which Khrushchev himself had taken, about annulling the resolutions of the Cominform, we wrote a strong letter to Khrushchev in which we expressed our disapproval of these actions and especially of his annulling the resolutions of the Cominform. 1. In several meetings which I had those days with the Soviet ambassador in Tirana Levitchkin, I presented the Soviet leadership with a wide range of powerful arguments in support of our correct stand on this question. However, the Tito-Khrushchev Accord came about a few days after this act of treachery, on June 17, 1955, with the measures which our plenum of the Central Committee took against Tukjekova and Bedri Spahiu. We gave Tito and Khrushchev direct and indirect warning that we would not reconcile ourselves to their plans, but on the contrary would mercilessly attack any attempt of theirs or their agents to subjugate us. However, it must be said that, although we never on any occasion accepted the line which Moscow dictated to us, but on the contrary opposed it, we could not remain unaffected as you might say, outside the waves which it stirred up. Both Khrushchev and Tito were to work, sometimes in unity, sometimes separately, in order to give it the maximum striking force, that is, to create a situation which would lead towards the submission of Albania. Among the more serious events during this process, the Party Conference of Tirana in April 1956 must be mentioned. In the context of the first phase of the open emergence of Khrushchevite revisionism, it undoubtedly constitutes the main attempt of Tito and Khrushchev to overturn the situation in Albania. Held very shortly after the ill-famed 20th Congress of the CPSU, the Tirana Conference of April 1956, from the ideological standpoint, was a reflection of that Congress and the revisionist platform which it codified, while from the organizational standpoint it was simply a plot hatched up by the Titoite leadership through the Yugoslav embassy and, as it turned out later, in collaboration with the Soviet embassy, too. It is a recognized fact that especially after the 20th Congress of February 1956, Khrushchev, in collusion with Tito, did everything in his power to overturn the situation in all the countries of people's democracy. As I wrote above, one of the first measures which Khrushchev took was the rehabilitation of those condemned in the time of the Cominform, bringing them into the leaderships of the parties and countries of people's democracy. Rajk in Hungary, Gomulka in Poland and Kostov in Bulgaria were all rehabilitated one after the other. The so-called movement for democratization for the re-examination of decisions taken under the influence of Stalin and the Cominform, etc. was launched. In many countries the new line of reconciliation with the former enemies, peaceful coexistence with imperialism, etc., were made law. None of the other erstwhile people's democracies of Europe, nor Mao Zedong's China, lagged behind in this headlong gallop. Tito watched this process with satisfaction and did everything possible to give it new impulses and develop it in his own interest. Hoping that the time had come for him to take up the banner, he declared more than once that the blame for all that had occurred lay in the socialist order itself and, consequently, the dogmatic Stalinist socialism must be overturned and the Yugoslav order of vital human self-administration must be established. Many were deceived by our enthusiastically welcomed all this betrayal which was now codified and became an official ideology. Only our party and country remained unshaken on the former line. This could not fail to infuriate the preachers of modern revisionism, Tito and Khrushchev. When they saw that what was happening in the other countries was not happening here, they decided to pursue their old course, that of plots. In this direction Tito was a master. The Tirana Conference was precisely a part of the Tito-Khrushchev plot to overturn the situation in our country. I say a part, because their plan, or their plot, was much more wide-ranging and of much greater proportions. At the Tirana Conference only the first step was to be taken, the feeling of the pulse, the preparation of the terrain, and later it would be carried further, especially at the Third Congress of the PLA, which was to be held and did take place a little after the Tirana Conference. 1. In fact, what occurred at the Tirana Conference? Initially, in Tirana and throughout the whole country the meetings of the party organizations had been held, meetings which were characterized by the political, ideological and organizational maturity of the whole party, by the love which the communists nurtured for the party, for its leadership and its line, by their determination to carry forward and defend this line resolutely, etc. At these meetings the delegates to the party conference of Tirana were elected. 2. Up to this point, then, as I said, everything proceeded quite normally. The organization of the party in Tirana, as the organizations of the party throughout the country, once again confirmed its maturity and the correctness of the general line of the party. Precisely when the delegates had been elected and were preparing themselves for the conference, the Yugoslav embassy in Tirana was ordered to launch into urgent action the secret agents prepared long before, discontented elements, etc. The reason for this haste of Belgrade is easily understood. The revisionist theses and decisions of the 20th Congress of the CPSU had just been published and the Yugoslav leadership judged that time must not be lost. In their view, a rapid, secret and intensive action in Albania might disturb and completely confuse the situation, otherwise the Stalinist leadership of Enver Hoxha could not be shaken. They started to spin the threads of the plot under the pretext of acquainting people with popularizing the decisions and theses of the 20th Congress of the CPSU, which the whole world was propagating noisily. The agents of the Yugoslavs and other elements condemned by the party, instructed by the Yugoslav embassy, began secretly to indoctrinate the delegates elected to the conference. Indeed, a legal course was followed. Taking advantage the love which our party had cultivated for the CPSU, many delegates were instructed to demand from the organizations which had elected them that there should be a further discussion following the example of the Soviet sister party to ensure that complaints and criticism which would be in conformity with the new spirit were made against the leadership of our party, that the communists were called on to tell everything about the present and the past that efforts were made allegedly to correct the mistakes and distortions under the disguise of democracy listening to the voice of the masses bringing the voice of the base to the conference etc., etc. From the first day of the conference, and especially in the first sessions of the second day, this spirit of criticism was very obvious. Indeed, the accusations very quickly advanced so far that the situation was becoming grave and disturbing even to the secret organizers of the plot. Precisely in the middle of the second day of the conference, quite unexpectedly Nixmij arrived in Vlora. I had been about a week in Vlora on holiday, although in fact I was working, preparing the report for the Third Congress of the party which was to be held in May that year. Nixmij told me that day, I remember clearly it was Sunday, April 15th, Mehmet Shah and Bekir Balaku had summoned her, and Mehmet Shah had told her that the situation in the conference is serious they are demanding the rehabilitation of Kozizoks, Tukjakova and Bedre Spahiu calling for links with Tito and the Yugoslav party etc. I am telling you these things, Mehmet Shah had concluded, so that you go to Vlora to inform Comrade Enver, and we think that it is necessary that he personally should come to the conference. Later I shall explain why Mehmet Shah gave this information, why he saw it necessary that I should go to the conference, and what was his true role in this plot. Here I want to point out that even without Mehmet Shah's request after what Nixmij told me, I could not have stayed a moment longer in Vlora. I ordered my car and 2 hours later was back in Tirana. I immediately summoned Mehmet Shah and Bekir Balaku, who officially was the delegate of the Central Committee to the conference, but in fact, as was proved later, he was the delegate of the Yugoslav Secret Service. Hajnaj Kapo was present at this meeting, too. I demanded from Bekir Balaku especially that he informed me in detail about what was being done and said at the conference, and, alternately flushing red and turning pale, he began, yesterday, as soon as Fikracia finished delivering the report, they bombarded us with questions. The questions are, hard, shattering. Why is the Central Committee not acting quickly and extensively to popularize the 20th Congress of the Soviet Party? Are we going to adopt its theses and decisions as the sister parties have done? Does the Central Committee think that the decisions taken against Kozizaks, Tukjakova, Bedrespahiu and others should be re-examined in the light of the 20th Congress? Why has the publication in the press of articles and materials of the sister parties, which have been written in the spirit of the 20th Congress, been banned by the Central Committee of the party? Why has the leadership of our party not condemned Stalin's cult of the individual, as the others have done, and are there manifestations of it amongst us? How does the leadership of our party judge the Yugoslav question? Why are we not linking ourselves with the CPY like the others? After mentioning a number of other such questions, the formulation of them may have been different, but in essence they are identical with these I mentioned above. Baluku concluded, these were the questions which were raised yesterday and the contributions of the delegates are developing in this spirit. Did all the delegates ask such questions, and did they all speak in this spirit? I asked him there and then. Baluku was silent for a moment, red-faced, and looked at Mehmetsheva, but since she sat like a mummy, he cleared his throat and replied, no. Only some comrades spoke about these problems and in this spirit, however, they are setting the tone for the conference. And did you give the proper reply to these questions and accusations raised against the party and its line? Yes, I gave it. But as it turns out, the problem has reached a serious stage. They are continuing to raise these questions. Therefore, Comrade Mehmetsheva and I thought we should inform you and ask you to go to the conference yourself to reply to them. That is clear. I interrupted Bakir Baluku. You did well to inform me and ask me to come back. We shall go immediately to the conference and not we, but those elements who are trying to put a spoke in the wheel and to distort our correct line, should be afraid of the confrontation. But before we go there I have something I must say to you. First, from what I heard from you, it is clear that we are facing a hostile attack which, undoubtedly, is not only inspired, but also organized. How and by whom we shall find out, indeed very quickly, but my opinion is that the Yugoslavs have had not only a finger but a whole arm in this pie. We shall look at this, too. However, I am of the opinion that you, Bakir Baluku, as the delegate of the Central Committee of the party, should not have allowed the situation to reach this point. You know the line of the party and our stand on all those problems which a few bold spirits are now raising, seeking their examination, is more than clear. We have discussed all those problems and taken collective decisions on them at the proper time and I am not aware that any of you is unclear about them, let alone opposed to them. That is so. Put in Mehmetsheva in a low voice. We have been in agreement and said so. Then, why was it necessary for me to come to cope with the situation and to give the answer to questions which you know very well? I asked Mehmetsheva and Bakir Baluku. From every standpoint, this is not only incorrect, but also impermissible for main leaders of a party. All of us must defend the things which all of us have settled and decided. Nevertheless, I continued, the main thing now is to deal with the existing situation and, since you considered it in order that I should do this work, I will certainly do it. The second thing I wanted to say to you is about the tactic which must be pursued. I think I should act in this way. I shall ask for the floor immediately and quietly, without attacking the accusers for the time being. I shall make the delegates clear about the essence of the truth in connection with the questions and base accusations which have been raised. I shall explain what the stand of our party has been and is on those problems, how we have acted, and from what positions the accusations are raised and where they lead to, if they are allowed to become established. I am convinced that the overwhelming majority of the delegates are sound elements loyal to the party and, if any of them are confused, matters will soon be made clear to them. In regard to those bold spirits who want a revisioning, I shall deal with them concretely in the second phase when the delegates have been made clear about the truth. I shall demand that each of these elements explain to the conference from what positions he raises these filthy accusations, on whose behalf he is speaking and who has inspired him. I am convinced that, confronted with the truth, they will be exposed and discredited. So, in the afternoon of April 15th, I went to the Tirana conference and followed the tactic which I outlined above. I must say that as soon as I entered the conference hall I was surrounded by an atmosphere which gave me even greater confidence and strength. As soon as they saw me the delegates rose to their feet and burst into applause and cheers for the party and its central committee. Excitement and joy began to appear in their faces. It was clear, the comrades were being freed from an anxiety which had disturbed and worried them for nearly 2 days on end. I was even more convinced of the truth of this as soon as I began to speak. The explanation in a comradely spirit which I began to make of the problems, the arguments which I raised to prove the correctness of the general line pursued by the party, very quickly electrified the hall. Time after time the delegates shouted from the body of the hall, "That is the truth. Long live the party." Only a few individuals were out of tune with this general spirit, When all the delegates rose to their feet they were obliged to stand up with the majority, but they did not applaud or cheer. Of course, we did not want their applause even if it cost us nothing. They had to be gripped firmly in the vice, to admit through their own mouths that in all the things they had raised they proceeded from hostile anti-Albanian and anti-party positions, that they had carried out the orders and directives of the Trotskyite Yugoslav leadership, and for all this evil work they would have to render account. On the following day, April 16th, in particular, I had to deal especially with these elements. As I said, the phase of quietly clearing up the problems in principle had ended with success. Now it was the time for the devastating attack on the plotters and their tools at the conference. I called on one of them by name and demanded that he explain to us there and then what had impelled him and the accusations which he made. At first he began with a show of boldness but then began to mumble that he had brought forward the opinion of his basic organization leave your basic organization out of this. I told him, first of all, explain to us what you were doing in the car of the Yugoslav embassy on such and such a date, where you went and what instructions you received. An excited ripple ran through the hall. It was a mistake. The tool of the Yugoslavs dared to defend himself. I thought it was an Albanian car. Let us assume that at first you made a mistake. I continued with his logic. But when you got in and heard them speaking Serbian, did Serbian sound to you like Albanian? The whole of the hall burst into laughter. The agent of the Yugoslavs was deathly pale. He did not know what straw to cling to and what to say. We continued in this way with 2 or 3 others who, up till yesterday, had shown themselves unrestrained and very bold but were now left completely isolated and discredited. After this there was virtually no further need for me to intervene. The delegates began to speak and, with the maturity, courage and the spirit of criticism and self-criticism which have always characterized our communists, ensured that the proceedings of the party conference of Tirana were carried through to the end with complete success. The attempt to turn it into the first action to overthrow the sound leadership of the PLA and change the situation in Albania was nipped in the bud. During the conference, and especially after it, we made a dispassionate analysis of what had occurred and, as I said, on the basis of an endless series of facts we arrived at the conclusion that everything had been organized by the Titoite leadership through the Yugoslav embassy in Tirana. Likewise, as early as those days we arrived at the correct conclusion that it was the revisionist platform of the 20th Congress of the CPSU which had inspired and encouraged both the Yugoslav leadership and its agents within our ranks to undertake this hostile attempt. After the group of conspirators at the Tirana conference was routed, some of its participants were expelled from the party and some others, those who turned out to be in contact with the Yugoslav embassy, because at that time we had no facts about the Soviet embassy, were handed over to the court. At that time, however, because of the level of our knowledge, we did not manage to discover and attack the most powerful implement of foreign agencies who, on this occasion, set in action by the Yugoslav UDB, secretly played the main role in the plot hatched up. This was Mehmet Shue. The facts which had to do with his stand at the conference did not permit us to arrive at any conclusion other than the ones we did. Now, from analysis of earlier and later events, especially of the facts which we discovered after his suicide on December 18, 1981, the party has arrived at precise and completely proven conclusions. However, before I speak about the role and conspiratorial aims of Mehmet Shue and his enemy group at the Tirana conference in 1956 and after it, up till the moment when he killed himself, I consider it necessary to go back to the past to show who Mehmet Shue really was, where he came from and whom he served. From the investigations following the suicide of Mehmet Shue and from the documents in the possession of the party, it results that Mehmet Shue was an agent recruited by the Americans from the time he attended Fultz's school in Tirana. On Fultz's orders, Mehmet Shue went to study in a military school in Italy. On the orders of the American Secret Service he was sent to Spain to penetrate into the ranks of the international brigades. The aim of the American Secret Service was to provide its agent with the or an of internationalist fighter so he could be used for long-term aims in Albania later. After the defeat of the anti-fascist war in Spain, Mehmet Shue went to a refugee camp in France where he stayed for 3 years, at a time when many of his comrades escaped from it. In the camp he was recruited as an agent of the British intelligence service also. He was taken out of the camp by an officer of the German Gestapo and one of the Italian SIM, passed through Italy, where he was held 2 months, and was then handed over in Durst to the Albanian notorious spy in the pay of the Italian Secret Service man Kukulshi, who released him after 20 days, and Mehmet Shue went to Malakastra and linked up with the organization of our party there. During the National Liberation War, Mehmet Shue and his wife Fikre Sanksaktari were recruited as agents of the Yugoslavs, too, by Dusan Mugosa. Mugosa began his work with Mehmet Shue and Vlora in the spring and summer of 1943 and intensified it even more when the pair of them arranged that they should be together in the 1st Shock Brigade, which we formed in August of that year. While in the brigade, Mugosa kept his work neatly. He recruited Fikre Sanksaktari and arranged her betrothal to Mehmet Shah for the aims of his secret activity. Like every foreign secret agency, the Titoites agency, which was emerging and taking form "in the flames of the war," operated with its recruits for short-term and long-term aims. In the short term, immediately, Mugosa demanded and urged his agent Mehmet Shah to commit the maximum number of sectarian acts with the aim that later, when necessary, the Yugoslavs could use this sectarianism, which they implanted and encouraged themselves, to accuse the leadership of our party of sectarianism, just as they did. As I said above, this was consummated at Berat in November 1944. At the same time, in the context of collaboration with the Allies, the Titoites secret agency learned a great deal from the experience of the intelligence service. Apart from what I said above, it also took into account that it might suffer defeat in Albania. Therefore, it prepared Mehmet and Fikre Shah as agents for difficult times in the future. To this end, the former was given the secret pseudonym Mish, Mehmet Ismail Shah, and the latter the pseudonym Fisari, Fikre Sanksaktari. From the written documents of Mehmet Shah, which have now been found, it is proved that he was a member of the Berat plot, together with Kozizaks and Nakospru, irrespective of the fact that he was not at Berat in November 1, 944. Thus, in a letter addressed to the Central Committee of the party, to Kozizaks, in December 1944, Mehmet Shah attacks the line of the party as sectarian and localist, describes its sound leadership as a clique within the party, and in order to leave no doubt as to whom he was referring, Mehmet Shah, enthusiastic over the anti-party turn at Berat, writes with his own hand that if the party had not made the turn which it is making, we would certainly be heading for disaster. 1. Naturally, Mehmet Shah, as a recruited agent of the Yugoslavs, would take an anti-party stand and unite with the plotters. At the same time, through this letter of solidarity, he found the opportunity to express his personal discontent with the leadership of the party and, especially with me, and to demand from Kozizaks and those who directed Kozizaks a reward for the services which he had rendered and was rendering. During the war, too, Mehmet Shah had displayed signs of discontent, because at the First National Conference of the Communist Party of Albania at Labanat in March 1943 he was elected only a candidate member of the Central Committee, and at Permit, at the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Congress in May 1944, he was not promoted to general, like several others whom he scorned. Mehmet Shah wanted the mistakes which he had made and continued to make by violating the line of the party and failing to carry out the orders of the General Staff, over which he had been criticized several times, to be forgotten. And now it is quite clear that he did not do all this without a purpose. So he had used terror in the villages through which the 1st Brigade passed to discredit the party and the partisan forces, elevated to a legend the incursion of 2 battalions of the 1st Brigade to rescue the General Staff from the German ballist encirclement, although he not only did not rescue it, because the staff broke through the encirclement with its own forces, but Mehmet Shah deliberately lost 2 weeks, in place of 2 days, taking the forces of the brigade over a number of dangerous paths, thus causing many brave fighters of this brigade to lay down their lives heroically. During the war, Mehmet Shah opposed the order of the General Staff for the 1st Division to cross the Shkumbin River and move to the north. This opposition of Mehmet Shah's was not something accidental. It was in accord with the Anglo-American plan to prevent the movement of formations of the Enver from the south to central and northern Albania, and with the great pressure which the Anglo-American Mediterranean Command exerted on the General Command of our army to stop the movement of the division to the north, and prevent any attack on the forces of Abazkupi, describing this movement and the vigorous development of our fighting actions as interference in its strategic plans. However, our party and the General Staff had their own strategic plans for the liberation of the whole of Albania as quickly as possible. Our categorical order for the immediate movement of the 1st Division to the north resulted in foiling the Anglo-American plan and the services of Mehmet Shah towards his patrons. Hence, Mehmet Shah came to Albania and fought not as a communist and partisan, but as a mercenary sent by the Anglo-Americans to serve their plans for the future of Albania. After his suicide, a program written by his own hand in 1942, at the time when he came to Albania, was found in his safe. This was nothing but a bourgeois democratic program which made no mention at all of socialism and the Communist Party, but of many parties, just as the Anglo-American missions and the reactionary groups which supported them tried to bring about in the period immediately after liberation. We are now in possession of documents which fully prove that Mehmet Shah was an agent of the intelligence service. 2. In these documents figure his name and some coded pseudonyms such as Bab008, etc. From them it emerges that Mehmet Shah had even received money for his services, and the center instructed to leave him at peace, which meant that he was one of those potential agents that are left, in the language of spying agencies, dormant, so as to be used when needed. Thus, This hidden agent of the American Secret Service, later trained by the intelligence service in the refugee camps of former volunteers from the international brigades in France to sabotage the National Liberation War in Albania, linked, as I wrote above, during the war with the Yugoslav Osna, UDB, could not but go further down the road of betrayal. Immediately after liberation, on the orders of his boss, Fultz, who at that time was official representative of the American mission in Tirana, he was not long in infiltrating into the Soviet Secret Service. We are now in possession of a letter which Mehmet Shah sent Major Ivanov immediately after liberation, couched in so many vilifying terms against the line of the party and full of hatred for the sound cadres who defended this line, especially against the General Secretary Enver Hoxha, Kapo and others. This proves that Mehmet Shah, apart from his links as a secret agent of the Yugoslavs, had also established links with a greater power, with the Secret Service of the Soviet Union. This is what, among other things, he wrote to the Major of the Soviet Secret Service, Ivanov, chief of the Soviet military mission in Tirana, quote, I feel it my duty to tell you my opinion about the things which I see and express what I think. I know very well that this action of mine on this occasion is contrary to the rules of the organizational line of our party, but having confidence in you. I take the responsibility of referring directly to you. Unquote. The letter in the form of a report to Ivanov goes on to make an all-round attack on the line of the party, which led the National Liberation War and triumphed. He attacks the historic periods and events from the past struggle of the party, such as the Conference of Pisa, the Congress of Permit, and the First National Conference of the party, and is in complete conformity with the anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian views of Velimir Stojnik and Kozi Zox. Like Velimir Stojnik, Mehmet Shah, too, describes Enver Hoxha and the other comrades as quote a clique unquote one, which must be purged, going further than the decisions which were taken at Berat. Quote, in order to make the change, unquote, writes Mehmet Shah, quote, a total revolution in our party is required, unquote, implying a total purge. While describing Tito as quote, a head of international value, unquote, and in order to fulfill his personal ambition which he could not achieve during his struggle full of vacillations and sectarian and anarchist mistakes, Mehmet Shah closes his letter to Major Ivanov with certain quote conclusions, unquote, and appeals written in capital letters. Quote, amongst us, Albanian communists, unquote, he writes, quote, there is no one as capable as Tito in Yugoslavia. In order to help us to advance well, it is necessary that we have direct and immediate aid from the Communist International, or the CPY, Communist Party of Yugoslavia too, and this is needed quickly because the situation has given rise to very important problems. Unquote. After Mehmet Shah's suicide, in his safe was found a note in his own hand about his having written a letter to Ivanov. In this context it is easy to understand the acrobatic twists and contradictory stands of Mehmet Shah during the National Liberation War and after liberation, before and after the 8th and 11th plenums of the Central Committee, in 1948, sometimes defending the Yugoslav theses, sometimes opposing them under the protection of Soviet military advisors. At the 8th plenum Nakospru was denounced and condemned as an enemy by the Yugoslavs and Kozizoks, while, as I wrote above, Mehmet Shah was described as quote anti-Yugoslav unquote and the quote attacks unquote and quote pressure unquote of Tito's delegates and Kozizoks to remove him from the army were stepped up. However, these same quote critics unquote from Belgrade, indeed, in Tito's name, insisted that Mehmet Shah should not be completely eliminated, but on the contrary, should be given the portfolio of a ministry. He was appointed Minister of Communications, that is, a member of the government. After the letters of the CPSU-B, to the CC of the CPY, after the 11th plenum of the CC of our party, Mehmet Shah adapted himself to the line of the party, defending the Soviet Union and Stalin and quote exposing unquote Tito and his clique as agents of imperialism, as our whole party did. Despite the thundering of Mehmet Shah against the Tito clique, Belgrade remained silent. The Yugoslav UDB, in collaboration with the American CIA and the British intelligence service, did not denounce him, because he was their potential agent infiltrated into the Soviet Secret Service, the trust of which he enjoyed. Following the death of Stalin, the team that came to power condemned Beria, the chief of the Soviet KGB, for many violations of the law. We asked Mehmet Shah to examine whether mistakes had also been made in the organs of our Ministry of Internal Affairs of which he was the head. Mehmet Shah was afraid that his links with the Soviet KGB or with the Western secret agencies had been discovered and he might suffer the same fate as Beria. He went to the Soviet ambassador Levichkin, whom he assured of his loyalty to the new Khrushchevite team that had come to power, and sought Soviet protection, because, according to his statements, quote, Enver Hoxha regards me with suspicion unquote, and he was very disturbed about this. Levichkin advised Mehmet Shah to come to me and make his position clear, while ensuring him that he, Levichkin, would protect him. Levichkin personally came to me, told me of Mehmet Shah's worries and that he had advised him to come to me. Mehmet Shah did not come for 2 or 3 weeks. At a subsequent meeting, Levichkin asked me, quote, have you talked with Mehmet Shah? Unquote. Quote, he has not sought any meeting with me. Unquote, I replied. Quote, perhaps you should summon him. Unquote, said Levitchkin. Quote, by no means. Unquote, I said. Quote, I have no reason to summon him. On the contrary, he must come to me himself and make a thorough self-criticism. It is true, we are friends with you, but I consider it a very grave mistake that he went to talk with you about a problem which has to do with us, without first talking to me, as General Secretary of the party. Unquote. Levitchkin was alarmed and quote, ordered unquote Mehmetshah to come to me. First he sent Fikrashah to feel my pulse. She came to inquire what was wrong with Mehmetshah, who was quote extremely worried unquote, as if she herself knew nothing. Quote, we have no problem with him. Unquote, I replied. Quote, so you had better ask him whether he has something against us. Unquote. In this way Mehmetshah was reassured that we had not made any discovery and had no suspicions about him. On Levitchkin's urging too he came to me, made a self-criticism and also made a self-criticism in the political bureau and in the plenum of the Central Committee, saying that he had made a serious mistake in going to the Soviet ambassador to complain about the General Secretary of the Central Committee without discussing the matter with him and without raising the problem in the leadership of the party. Later, something else occurred which greatly alarmed and worried Mehmetshah. Sakrat Buffy, a party cadre who was studying in Moscow at that time, sent the Central Committee a letter in which, amongst other things, he said, quote, Mehmetshah is a provocateur. Unquote. Mehmetshah was furious about this and demanded insistently in the Secretariat and in the Political Bureau of the Central Committee and several times to me personally that Sakrat Buffy should be arrested and condemned. We did not accept his proposal, because to condemn him simply for the fact that he had made a criticism of a party cadre would be contrary to the norms of the party. Since Sakrat Buffy was appointed vice chairman of the Executive Committee of a district, the doubts of Mehmetshah that we had discovered some of his sins were further aroused and he continued to live and work in feverish anxiety. The coming to power of Khrushchev and the 20th Congress of the CPSU, which brought reconciliation between the Soviet revisionists and the Titoites, found Mehmetshah still in this state of anxiety. After the abortive attempts through Tukjakova and Bedri Spahiu to change the situation in Albania, the foreign secret agencies considered that Mehmetshah, too, should be brought into action. I say the foreign secret agencies, because at those moments the aims of the Soviets and the Titoites, as well as of the imperialists, with American imperialism at the head, for the disruption and destruction of the socialist countries by means of the quote Khrushchev line unquote, were all in accord. Subsequently, of course, after the sound leadership of the party and state had been replaced with a revisionist team, the foreign secret agencies would commence their usual fights, each of them striving to take Albania under its own wing. Hence, Mehmetshah was ordered by the Soviets and the Yugoslavs, but with the approval of the British and American agencies, to go into action with all his group in order to achieve in Albania what had been or was being achieved in the other former countries of people's democracy. Precisely at this point begins the implication of Mehmetshah in the party conference of Tirana, where the task of first secretary of the party committee of the district was performed by his wife and long-term agent of the Yugoslavs, Fikrashah. By chance, but also through the secret machinations of Mehmetshah, the other agent of his group, Bekir Balaku, was appointed the delegate of the CC of the party to the conference. In regard to the others, the quote clack unquote of the group of plotters, the need did not arise for Mish, Fisari or Balaku to be involved in their orientation. No, the chiefs of the plot, especially Mehmetshah, had to operate in secrecy, far behind the scenes, so they could escape in any unexpected eventuality. The employees of the Yugoslav embassy and their henchmen long known and condemned by our party, such as Lirai Jaga, Dalindru, Hulusi Spahiu and others, were to deal directly with the quote clack unquote as they did. On this occasion, the duty of the chiefs of the plot initially was to create for elements from the floor, concealed under the mandate of quote delegates unquote, conditions and possibilities to vent all of their spleen and give the tone to the conference. Only when they were assured that everything was proceeding normally could other more obvious and decisive steps be taken. Bekir Balaku and Fikrashah accomplished this secret task. The fact is that from the first day of the conference they created all the possibilities for the enemy elements to pour out all the filth of their anti-party questions and, when the time came for discussion, through their quote inactivity unquote, allegedly because quote they were taken by surprise and dumbfounded unquote and were quote incapable unquote of quote explaining unquote things to the enemies, they arranged that enemy elements were given the floor one after the other, and this brought about that the first phase of the plot proceeded as they had envisaged and planned behind the scenes. Precisely when the anti-party discussions at the conference blazed up, Mehmetshah and Bekir Balaku quote considered it in order unquote to demand that I go to the conference. Why? They had two main aims for this urgent demand which they made. First, to place me personally directly under the main anti-party attack, to raise the tempers higher and, if I were faced with an irresistible attack or retreated, Then Mehmet would maneuver in the troubled waters that would be created to disrupt the situation further, to take the lead and, coming out openly, carry through to the end the scenario prepared by his patrons. Second, Mehmet had also taken account of the possible failure of the plot. Indeed, even he was afraid when he saw the reins were slipping from his hands. Not knowing that their leader was Mehmet himself, the enemy elements, the clack did not spare their attacks on him and his wife, since they identified them with the sound leadership. In such a case he considered it in order that I should come, do battle myself, and if he saw that the plot had failed, then he would act as was his custom, would come out beside me would launch the attack against minor elements, the pawns in the game, and no doubt, against Tito, too, and as before, would wait in gloom and anxiety for more appropriate moments. However, his patrons, too, both the new ones, Khrushchev and company, and the old ones, the Anglo-Americans and the Titoites, sensed and knew that those situations which existed then in the other parties and countries of people's democracy did not exist in Albania. The unity of the PLA was powerful. In the 15 years of its existence the PLA had proved that it did not tolerate mistakes, slips and deviations. Its political and ideological past was pure. It had strong links with the masses and enjoyed the boundless love and respect of the people. In such a sound situation it was not at all easy for the enemies to stir up anti-party feelings and triumph. It was more likely that everything would burst like a soap bubble, as it did. The enemies calculated these things well, and understandably, they were not so silly as to destroy their main agent for nothing. On the contrary, they did everything in their power to ensure that he remained as clean as possible, attempted in one instance or the other to launch him into the attack, but as soon as they saw he might be in danger they gave him the signal to change his position and come out on the side of the sound leadership. This is what occurred on this occasion and what was to occur even later. As soon as they saw that the party did not fall into the trap set, Mehmet and Bekir retreated into the background and condemned the plotters, while Fikresha vowed that she had had the slightest warning that the plotters had operated behind her back that she had been shut up at home preparing the report, etc. Fikresha was dismissed as first secretary and the reprimand was recorded on her registration document. At that time, we knew nothing in regard to Fikresha, who, it now turns out, was an agent in the service of the UDB and was the liaison agent between the Yugoslav embassy and Mehmet. Mehmet personally maintained the direct links with the Soviet embassy, readily exploiting the good relations we had with the Soviet Union at that time. In the situation which was created after the failure of the Khrushchevite-Titoite plot at the Tirana Conference and the resolute, open unmasking by our party of the events in Poland, and especially those in Hungary, the UDB of Tito Rankovic ordered their agents Liraj Jaga, Dalindra and Penijat Plako to flee to Yugoslavia in order to create an opposition abroad and to fight us through their mouths. The first two were arrested attempting to cross the border, while Penijat Plako, with the aid of Mehmet and his collaborators amongst the officers of the army and the state security, such as the former Minister of Defense Bekir Boluku and the former Minister of Internal Affairs Kadri Hasbiu, crossed our state border and worked for some time in an allegedly clandestine radio which broadcast the old Titoite poison against our party and country from the territory of Yugoslavia. Here it is important to point out that even in the stand towards Dalindra, Liraj Jaga, and Penijat Plako, not only the continuous anti-Albanian activity of the Titoite leadership, but also the collaboration of the Yugoslavs with the Soviets was clearly obvious. When our organs captured Dalindra and Liraj Jaga red-handed and placed them in the dock, the Yugoslavs jumped up in rage, and so did Khrushchev. He sent an urgent radiogram to the Soviet ambassador in Tirana Krylov to intervene with me to ensure that the enemies and traitors were not condemned. These were precisely those days of November 1956 when, as I said above, Tito delivered his notorious speech at Pula in which, amongst other things, he called openly for the overthrow of the leadership of the PLA and for my condemnation. Khrushchev sent Krylov with two main instructions. We were not to reply sternly to Tito's speech and not to punish the captured agents who were rendering account before the People's Court. We very quickly gave Khrushchev and Tito the answer. In regard to the first instruction, we published articles in the press in which we fired off all our batteries against Tito, Titoism and the speech at Pula. In regard to the second instruction, we gave the agents and traitors the punishment they deserved. This was bitter medicine for Khrushchev and Tito, but they did not stop their anti-Albanian actions. A little after this, the flight of Penijat Plako to Yugoslavia was achieved. However, the Titoites were soon to be convinced that they could do us nothing from outside, either through the oppositions the Dusan Mugosas tried to set up with the reactionary emigres, or with the spleen the abject traitor Penijat Plako vented on us through a so-called clandestine radio, so they sought Khrushchev's help. The Yugoslavs hoped that Khrushchev would exercise pressure on us and influence us so that we would accept Penijat Plako in Albania with the aim that he, together with their agents and other secret enemies, could carry out the plots and plans of the Yugoslav and the Soviet secret services from inside. Sensing the advantages of this course, Khrushchev was ready to collaborate with Tito, as he did over the Polish and Hungarian question, to mislead the work of the Party Conference of Tirana, 1956, etc. Therefore, he did not fail to intervene for a "conciliation" with the traitor. As the first step, he told us that he was considering admitting him to the Soviet Union, since Plaku himself had expressed this desire in a letter he had sent Khrushchev. "He is a traitor," I told Khrushchev, "and if you accept him in your country, we shall break off our friendship with you. If you do accept him, you must hand him over to us so we can hang him in the middle of the square in Tirana." 1. This was the end of the old agents of the Titoite clique and, obviously, also of the hopes which both the Titoites and the Khrushchevites had based on them. However, this by no means meant that from now on we would no longer have to deal with other attempts, traps and plots. Therefore, on no occasion did we permit any lowering of vigilance. On the contrary, our Party of Labor continued persistently with the ideological and political struggle against Titoism, at a time when our contradictions with the Soviet revisionist leadership were steadily mounting. We were heading for the confrontation of June 1960 in Bucharest. Just as had occurred continually with the Titoites, the Khrushchevites, too, did not spare either their means, their pressure and blackmail or their agents, recruited long before the eve of and after this great confrontation. The pawn with which they made their opening move was Leray Blisheva. In the summer of that year Blisheva was in Beijing with a parliamentary delegation, at the time that the meeting of the World Federation of Trade Unions was being held there. Contrary to every party rule and norm, the profound contradictions which had developed in the ranks of the international communist and workers' movement between the Chinese and the Soviets emerged openly at that meeting. In opposition to the stand of the leadership of our party, which did not want to pronounce itself prematurely on these contradictions, Leray went to the Soviet embassy and reported all that the Chinese had told her. We sent Leray Blisheva 2 letters, one to Beijing and one that reached her on the way back to Moscow, in which we criticized her for her stand in Beijing and explained the stand she must take in Moscow. However, Leray Blisheva, as an agent of the Soviets, not only did not follow the advice of the leadership of the party, but met Kozlov, talked with him, listened to him and even handed over to the Khrushchevites our letters, radiograms, which, when we asked her for them, she told us she had burnt. When she returned to Albania, Leray Blisheva took Comrade Hainai aside and said to him, "Let us keep Comrade Enver out of these clashes." But Hainai denounced Leray. She had also met Mehmet and told him, "Don't talk about Khrushchev, because everything you say reaches his ears." Mehmet reluctantly admitted this much later, when he saw that the leadership of the party was condemning Leray Blisheva. What other pressure Leray Blisheva had exerted on him is not known. Likewise, we do not know what Kosygin said to Mehmet when he was in hospital in Moscow for treatment. Mehmet told us that Kosygin had tried to convince him that China must be condemned and this had angered him, so he left the hospital and returned to Albania. Now it turns out that Mehmet, together with Fikreshu, had been summoned to a meeting with Mikoyan at which Andropov and I think also the chief of security Shilipin were present and talked for 4 hours with them. In the end, apparently, the Soviets decided that they should set Mehmet in action for the subjugation of the leadership of our party. I say "in the end" because some months earlier, in February of that year, they not only hesitated, but did not even want to inform Mehmet of the quarrels which they had with the Chinese. As I have written in my book of memoirs the Khrushchevites when we arrived in Moscow for a top-level meeting in the framework of the Comecon and the Warsaw Treaty, they informed me that Mikoyan sought an urgent meeting with Enver Hoxha alone. I insisted that Mehmet should be present, too, and since despite their wishes I took Mehmet with me, the Soviets hesitated, frowned, but were faced with an accomplished fact. 1. In order to avoid angering Mehmet, they justified themselves for not inviting him to the meeting on the grounds that they had decided to speak only with the first secretaries of sister parties. Now it turns out that this reason was a bluff. They did not want Mehmet to learn what had occurred, because they knew that he was the man of many agencies and might carry information to the Americans and the British. However, the events evolved and in May to June the Soviets changed their tune. Meanwhile, Mehmet saw that the leadership of our party was not going to tolerate Khrushchev's plans against Marxism-Leninism and the international communist and workers' movement any longer. Our party worked out the platform for the stand it would take at Bucharest, retaining its right to present its views at the regular meeting of all parties, in November 1960 in Moscow. At that time Mehmet was in a quandary, whom to please and whom to displease. To place himself in opposition to the leadership of the party was of no benefit to him, because he would suffer the fate of Lyubimov and all the other anti-party enemies. However, as a man of many foreign secret agencies, he had to take the Americans, the British and the Yugoslavs into his calculations, besides us and the Soviets. Which way would this multiple agent turn in this complicated situation? However, a way out was presented to him. At this time Mehmet Shah was sent to New York at the head of a government delegation to the UNO. He traveled on the British transatlantic luxury liner Queen Elizabeth. We knew that Tito, also, was traveling on that ship, but it never crossed our minds that Mehmet Shah might meet Tito. Now we learn from his fellow travelers who were his collaborators and are now in jail that Harry Fultz of the American CIA and Randolph Churchill, who was an intelligence service agent but figured on the passenger list as a journalist, were also aboard. During this trip of 7 days, Mehmet Shah, being their agent, had secret meetings and talks with Tito, Fultz, and R. Churchill, informed them of the situation and the stands of our party, the acute contradictions which were arising with the Soviet Union and the stand which the leadership of our party intended to take in Moscow. The strategies of the three agencies, Yugoslav, American, and British, were in accord, and they suggested to their super agent that he should unreservedly support the correct stands of the leadership of the party, which would lead to the great breach and rupture with the Soviet Union. It would be no loss to them that we supported China. On the contrary, this friendship with their secret pro-American, pro-Titoite friends, such as Zhou Enlai, Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, would serve their longer-range strategic plans to involve us in the liberal policies of China, such as it began later with the Nixon-Zhou Enlai meeting, or when Zhou Enlai urged Bakir Bozkır to act relying on a Yugoslavia-Romania-Albania alliance, etc. Mehmet Shah returned from the United States of America full of courage and became more Catholic than the Pope, was unrestrained in his defense of the line of our party, against the plans and stands of Khrushchev and the revisionist Soviet leadership. Indeed, he organized scenes in order to boost himself and thoroughly cement our trust in him. When we were at the meeting of 81 parties in Moscow, in November of that year, he proposed we should leave the house in which the Soviets had placed us because they are capable of poisoning us. He was afraid rather on his own account, when we went to our embassy in Moscow, through the secret microphones which the Soviets had planted and which we discovered. He transmitted to them a fiery message eulogizing our party and its first secretary, while using all the gravest insults against them for their disgraceful act in eavesdropping on their close friends, such as the Party of Labor of Albania and its leaders. Mehmet Shah stubbornly opposed our return by ship via the Black Sea and organized our return by train through Austria and Italy. We agreed to these measures, because we no longer trusted the Soviets, either. But with the zeal which he displayed he strengthened our trust in him and also protected himself. Nevertheless, Mehmet Shah could not but be worried that he might pay with his head for the betrayal which he was committing against his Soviet patrons as a disobedient agent. There was no lack of some hints and needling. In my book The Khrushchevite I have recorded that Kosygin said to me, there are enemies in your leadership. However, when I called on Mehmet Shah to translate this to me better, because, although I understood Russian, I had never mastered those Cyrillic letters which hindered me from reading and learning it well, Kosygin shut his mouth and said that I had not understood him properly. There, too, I have written about the pressure exerted on us by the Soviet militaryman who had an argument with Mehmet Shah, too. Now another explanation can be given for why Khrushchev at our last meeting said to us, this is how Macmillan wanted to speak to me, at which Mehmet Shah jumped to his feet and we broke off the meeting. Apparently, when Khrushchev mentioned the Englishman Macmillan, Mehmet Shah feared that he might open a wound which would cause him great pain. After the meeting of 81 parties, Khrushchev and company tried to patch up their relations with us. This they tried to do at our 4th Congress, with the letters they sent us, as well as through the Chinese, etc. They also tried to turn us to their course through economic and military pressures, but they failed in all directions. We maintained our immovable stand. We expelled the Soviets from the base at Vloro. They cut off their economic and military aid, even broke off diplomatic relations. Precisely at the extremely difficult and delicate moments which our party and country were experiencing in 1960 we uncovered the dangerous plot of Msegko, hatched up and supported by the American Sixth Fleet, the renegades of Belgrade and the Greek chauvinist circles. In collaboration with one another, these forces of darkness had thrown into action their long-standing agent Msegko and a number of other agents around him to prepare and cause internal disorders to break out in Albania which would serve as a pretext for a foreign military intervention against our country. However, although we were deeply involved in the struggle against our new Khrushchevite enemies, we had not relaxed for a moment our vigilance towards our old enemies, the imperialists, the chauvinists and the Belgrade renegades. We discovered their plot, smashed it and, at the Fourth Congress of the party, spoke about it and publicly denounced it and its organizers. At those moments the Soviets pretended to be totally ignorant of and even alarmed about it, so much so that Gomulka asked that a commission from the Warsaw Treaty be set to quote verify unquote things, which we turned down. What all of this alarm of the Soviets was about, this we did not know at that time. Now it is fully proved that at a time when the Americans, the Yugoslav and Greek chauvinists were secretly hatching up the plot of Timsejko and company, the Soviets got air of this plot through their secret agents and made the most of it as a very favorable occasion to maintain and strengthen their positions in Albania, which were being shaken. Let us not forget that the Soviet fleet was still at Vlora. Let us not forget that those were days and months when we were at daggers drawn with the Soviets. The Soviets sensed that the end was coming in Albania and feared that their naval fleet might be driven from Vlora. We had just launched the attack in Bucharest and were preparing the main and general attack for the meeting of Communist and Workers' parties which was to be held in Moscow in November that year. To forestall the evil, the Soviets threatened us in many ways. Indeed, in one letter they wrote that we must extinguish the quote spark unquote which was kindled at Bucharest. We continued resolutely on our course. Then, they tried to find a way out through another more quote powerful unquote and more quote menacing unquote means. Through their secret agents Memichev, Bikurbalaku and Kadri Hasbiu they tried to employ the truth about Timsejko's plot as a means of pressure and blackmail on us in order to make us kowtow to the Soviets. They even gave Memichev, Bikurbalaku and Kadri Hasbiu additional information ensured through the KGB, which confirmed the threat of an attack prepared by the West and the Yugoslavs against our country. After this the Soviets and their agents expected that we would fall into the trap and see our quote salvation from the danger unquote in relying on the Soviets, especially on their fleet in Vlora. Hence, with the card of the imperialist Yugoslav plot the Soviets said to us, "Don't do anything silly, the attack is prepared, imperialism will gobble you up. Therefore come to your senses, because you need us." What a masquerade. These plans and base calculations by the Khrushchevites in 1960 about the plot of Timsejko are very similar to the plans which the Titoites concocted with Kozizaks and Bikurbalaku at the end of 1947 and the beginning of 1948, that we were allegedly under threat of a Greek attack and, therefore, the Yugoslav division should come quote to defend and save us unquote. However, just as we foiled the Titoites' plots and secret plans in 1947 and 1948, we also foiled the plots of the imperialists, the Yugoslavs and the Soviets in 1960. On the basis of many facts and documents which we discovered, we handed Timsejko and his network of agents over to the People's Court where they admitted through their own mouths, not only their participation in the plot, but also the work that they had done as agents for the Yugoslav, Greek and American secret services. Naturally, our foiling and public denunciation of the imperialist Yugoslav plot would alarm the Soviets, as it did. The smashing of the first, American Yugoslav-Greek, plot automatically blew up the second plot which the Khrushchevites and their agents Memichev, Bikurbalaku and others had hatched up in secrecy. The Soviets saw that after this they had their days numbered in Albania. And true enough, very soon we ousted the Soviet naval fleet from Vlora, without it ever crossing our mind that we could rely on it to quote save ourselves unquote. This fleet of the Khrushchevites had already become just like the American Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean, and we knew that our salvation would not come from relying on it, but from expelling it, as we did. The fact that we uncovered and foiled this plot right at the outset made Memichev draw on his horns. Meanwhile, our party pursued the course of Marxism-Leninism and Memichev quote endorsed unquote its line. Indeed, he greatly advertised his role in these situations and, of course, in the eyes of the Americans and the Yugoslavs posed as if it was he that inspired this course. From the plans which they had made and the secret contacts which they maintained, the Americans and the Yugoslavs knew this, while all the Western secret agencies were in agreement that their quote boy unquote should thunder against them with such statements as quote we are dancing in the wolf's mouth unquote, etc., etc. They accepted any abuse, content that their agent was climbing higher and higher and might turn the helm of our party and state towards the west. Memichev zealously continued the quote struggle unquote against the Soviet revisionists, but proceeding from other purposes and aims, quite the opposite of the lofty aims of the party which worked for the defense of Marxism-Leninism and the supreme interests of our people and socialist homeland. The events of Czechoslovakia in August 1968 came about and the party decided to denounce the Warsaw Treaty, to take our country out of this ill-famed treaty de jure, although de facto he had withdrawn from it at the end of 1960. On this occasion, Memichev delivered the speeches as Prime Minister and, of course, he presented this to his patrons as his personal victory. The American agency, and those linked with it, first of all, the Titoites, thought that Albania was left isolated and undefended, and since China was far away, it considered that the time had come when our country would turn its face towards the West. The trump card of the Western and Titoite agencies, Memichev, was brought into action. In 1972 he went to Paris for an operation, accompanied by the same team that accompanied him to the UNO. plus his wife Hoxha. There he made contact with a top figure of the American CIA, who said to him, quote, "What are you doing? You are getting old. You must act." Unquote. Mehmet Shah reported to him about the situation and the plots which were being prepared by Baykarballukhu and Abdülkelzai and company. The CIA recommended that he should act, but without compromising himself. It proposed 3 variants for the elimination of Enver Hoxha: 1. Through a motor accident, 2. Through shooting with a rifle from a distance, or 3. With delayed action poison. It was left to Mehmet Shah to put into action the variant he considered most feasible. Through Fazershah, Mehmet Shah received the same instructions from the Yugoslav UDB, which was completely in agreement with the CIA. In Paris, Mehmet Shah was also given a sophisticated radio receiver transmitter which his eldest son, who was an electronics engineer, installed in his house, ready to function. In fact, Mehmet Shah had turned, or was to turn, his whole family into a nest of agents, a family of vipers. As we said, Hoxha had been recruited during the war by Dusan Mugosa and had the pseudonym Fisari, without taking into account what she might have done earlier when she went to Italy on a 1- or 2-year course during the occupation, or what Lerai Jaga and Smith 1 might have done with her when they worked together in the 1st Army Corps. Eventually Mehmet Shah had made his second son Skender a collaborator, and when he went abroad, especially when he went to study in Sweden, Mehmet Shah charged him to establish contact with the CIA and act as a liaison agent, while activating his younger son and his wife in the direction of a foreign embassy in Tirana. Of course, the elements recruited by Mehmet Shah over a long period, or the hostile and immoral elements of his own family, would not suffice for him to accomplish the evil work the CIA and the UDB demanded of him. He would aim to extend the network of agents and conspirators everywhere. To this end, in 1972 he was directed and ordered by the American CIA to work out concrete plans to overturn the situation in Albania in favor of the West, to set in motion and urge in this direction the agents known or unknown to him, regardless of whose they were, Yugoslav, Greek, British, Italian, and others, but avoiding compromising himself. Thus began the implementation of the ramified conspiratorial plan organized undercover by Mehmet Shah. The hostile activity of Fidel Pasrami and his group in the field of culture, art and the radio and television service for the degeneration of the line in these fields. However, as is known, the party quickly dealt with this group and its activity. Mehmet Shah hastened to wash his hands of them. Indeed, he thundered loudly against people of art and the youth in order to realize his anti-party aims in this way, as he had done during the war, to create antagonism in the relations and the links of the party with these strata. 2. In 1973 the group of Baykarballukhu was set in motion. It prepared the military putsch through the Black Theses, quote, the theory of slipping away, unquote, of abandoning the coast and the cities to imperialist aggressors. The patrons of Mehmet Shah. Baykarballukhu was completely unmasked. Even Pedret Doom and Hito Sako, who were in the plot, abandoned him. Mehmet Shah, who was the head of the plot and pulled the strings behind the scenes. Now it turns out that all the strategic and tactical plans had been worked out contrary to the plans of the Council of Defense, and these black materials, as they were called when we discovered them, had been approved by him. Tried to save Pedret Doom and Hito Sako. They had great hopes that through Mehmet Shah their quote heads would be saved, unquote, as he told them in the plenum of the Central Committee which met at the time on these problems, and they did not give Mehmet Shah away, but he could not save them from the danger for fear of damaging himself. 3. Meanwhile Mehmet Shah, this time more directly, set in motion his henchmen Abdülkelzai, Koso Theodhizia and Kizongla to carry out sabotage in the economic field, especially in the oil industry and agriculture, to disorganize the economy of the country by beginning to work out and introduce forms of Yugoslav self-administration. However, as is known, Mehmet Shah failed in these 3 directions. Throughout this period, Tito, who was following the situation attentively, thought that since he had his agent in the leadership of our party and state, after the fall of Rankovic in Yugoslavia and the exposure of the barbarities which he had perpetrated in Kosovo, as well as after the situations which were created with our leaving the Warsaw Treaty, he could make some concessions in regard to Kosovo and our relations with it. Kosovo began to breathe a little more freely, Albanian schools were opened, the University of Pristina was set up, cultural relations, visits to one another and other activities began. Tito and company cherished the old dream that through Kosovo they could influence the liberal forces in Albania and, in this way, make possible the union of Albania with Kosovo in the framework of Yugoslavia. When the leaders of Kosovo told Tito, quote, the Albanians are fanning up nationalist sentiments and speaking against you, unquote, he replied, quote, that's not your business, let them abuse me if they want to. Unquote. Tito said this because he knew that in Albania he had Mehmet Shah, who, after 3 failures, was regrouping the other conspirators, especially in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, with Qadri Hasbiu, Fazarshah and some others. Nevertheless, Mehmet Shah needed time to hatch up new plots. Meanwhile, Tito died. A situation of political and economic insecurity was created in Yugoslavia. The world capitalist crisis had gripped Yugoslavia, too, which was up to its ears in debt. The situation was seething in Kosovo more than anywhere else on account of the great Serb oppression, the unemployment and the gloomy prospects for the working people who saw that in their motherland, in socialist Albania, the situation was quite different. Thus, Kosovo did not serve as a bridgehead for the penetration of Titoite self-administration and ideological degeneration into Albania, but Albania showed Kosovo the brilliant features of true socialism in our country. And this it did through normal, official bilateral relations and contacts with Kosovo and not through secret agents, because, first, this was not the line of our party and, second, the Yugoslav secret agency, through Fazarshah, was at the head of the organs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Therefore, the quote theses unquote of the Yugoslavs about the alleged interference of Albania by means of secret agents for the organization of demonstrations in Kosovo have no foundation. The American and Yugoslav secret agencies began to be worried lest Kosovo escape from their control, lest Albania intervene, possibly, as they thought, in collaboration with Bulgaria and the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, the situation in Kosovo was becoming ever more difficult and complicated. The people of Kosovo and the whole Albanian population living on their own lands in Montenegro and Macedonia were seeing more and more each day that in the Titoite reality their legitimate rights, indeed, even those rights written in the Yugoslav constitution, were being violated and denied. The profound economic and political crisis which had swept the whole of Yugoslavia was manifesting itself in more tragic colors in Kosovo. Not only was the standard of living several times lower than the average of Yugoslavia, but the gap was being ceaselessly widened to the detriment of the Kosovars. Unemployment, especially among the Albanian youth there, was wreaking havoc. Whereas 10 to 15 years earlier the demagogue Tito had laid the blame on Rankovic for the mass expulsions and displacements of Kosovars to Turkey and the Western countries, now the Kosovars were seeing that they were forced to leave their lands and betake themselves to the markets of the West, just as in the quote time of Rankovic unquote. At that time Rankovic drove them out. Now unemployment was driving them out just the same, indeed, in even greater numbers. Hence, it was not 1 or 5 Rankovices that were to blame, but the Yugoslav reality, the Titoite quote self-administrative socialism unquote. The people of Kosovo were bound to become conscious of this reality, just as they did. However, these were not the only reasons which were bringing the cauldron to boiling point. Above all, the people of Kosovo and the whole Albanian population living in their own territories in Yugoslavia saw and felt deeply that in Titoite Yugoslavia they were treated as second-rate citizens, their legitimate rights were trampled on and they were insulted and despised by the Titoites for what has always been dearest to the heart of the Albanian, his national pride and dignity. Precisely in such situations which had long been boiling up, the demonstrations took place in Kosovo at the beginning of 1981. The great Serbs and the Yugoslav UDB were alarmed, sent in the army and crushed the demonstrations with tanks. Hundreds of people were killed and wounded. A conflagration dangerous to the internal situation of Yugoslavia, now shaken by both economic crises and political crises, broke out. These savage repressive measures caused a great sensation in international opinion. Albania maintained an open stand, as resolute as it was wise. Apart from the slanders that these demonstrations had allegedly been inspired by Albania, the Yugoslavs had to take immediate measures to quote discredit unquote the quote Stalinist unquote Albanian leadership in order to disturb and overturn the sound situation in Albania, as well as to confuse the patriotic revolutionary forces in Kosovo. They demanded that their agent Mehmet Shah acted. The Yugoslav UDB was in collaboration with the CIA and was aware of its directive for the liquidation of Enver Hoxha. Therefore, they demanded that Mehmet Shah send his wife urgently to Paris. The demonstrations took place in March, while she went to Paris in April 1981. There an envoy from Soleimani, Mugosa himself had died, but his mission as an agent quote lived on unquote, presented himself to her and gave her the poison which had to be administered immediately to Enver Hoxha. Fikreshu and Mehmet Shah had racked their brains together about when, where and how they would act with the variants which the CIA had suggested to them, and had found as the most feasible variant the administration of the delayed action poison, which could be carried out when we paid each other visits. In the conditions under which I traveled the motor accident was ruled out, while the attempt with a rifle was too sensational and with unforeseeable dangers. The order which the Yugoslavs gave Mehmet Shah to act immediately and quickly according to the third variant found him unprepared. Mehmet Shah was afraid, did not like being placed in a corner with no room to move. Therefore, he appealed to his major patron, the American CIA. Fikreshu began to visit the capitals of Europe, Vienna, Stockholm, Copenhagen. Both in Stockholm and in Denmark she met representatives of the CIA and put forward Mehmet's idea that they should not act hastily, as the Yugoslavs demanded, because they were not well prepared. The poisoning or physical liquidation of Enver Hoxha could be put off until March 1982, during the winter holidays, while up till that time they could undertake some action which might cause a split in the party and encourage the liberal element. The representative of the CIA discussed the matter with his center and at the second meeting, this time in Denmark, gave his approval for Mehmet's variant. In this context Mehmet arranged the engagement of his son to the daughter of a family in the circle of which there were 6 or 7 fugitive war criminals, including the notorious agent of the CIA Archie Pipe. Such an engagement could not fail to attract the attention of the public, and it was done precisely with the aim of attracting public attention and causing a sensation. If it were accepted by the party, it would lead to splits in liberalism among others, too, in the party, the youth organization, etc. If it were not accepted by the party, measures would be taken against Mehmet, not imprisonment, of course, but demotion, removal from his position or even expulsion from the party. This would cause a sensation and the Yugoslavs could use it, as they needed it for their propaganda purposes to discredit the leadership of the Party of Labor of Albania and especially Enver Hoxha, who, as they have repeated over and over again, is "eliminating" his collaborators, as Stalin did. However, the plans did not work out as Mehmet had intended. The party intervened immediately. The engagement was broken off. Mehmet was criticized by the comrades for this major political mistake. He was required to make a profound self-criticism to find the sources of such an error, and it was left that this would be done after the 8th Congress of the party. 1. He did not expect this. He tried to make "some other mistakes." He completely neglected his report for the 8th Congress of the party, presented it late and with flagrant political errors, and the political bureau rejected it. Mehmet wanted to make a self-criticism at the Congress over the engagement of his son. His aim was to cause an upset in the Congress, but it was refused. 2. In the Congress he purposely sat like a repentant sinner and this was so obvious to the delegates and the TV viewers that they began to ask one another why. Meanwhile, the question of Kosovo was becoming dangerous. The Yugoslavs were being unmasked before international public opinion, while the authority of our country was rising. The Yugoslavs saw that nothing happened either before the Congress or after it. Mehmet delivered the report to the Congress. He was elected to the political bureau and no measure was taken against him, as the Yugoslavs hoped, to demote him or to remove him from the function he had in the state. Once the Congress was over, perhaps Mehmet informed the Yugoslavs that even after the delivery of his self-criticism he was being treated just the same. From what he had understood from his talks with us, the measure of sanction would be of an internal party character. This was of no benefit to the Titoites, the great Serbs and the Yugoslav UDB, who were expecting and wanting disorder to occur in Albania at all costs. Therefore, on the eve of the meeting of the Political Bureau, at which the grave political mistake of Mehmet was to be discussed, the Yugoslav embassy in Tirana, acting on orders which it had received from Belgrade, sent its agent and contact man Hoxha to Mehmet to transmit the ultimatum of the UDB that Enver Hoxha must be killed at all costs, even in the meeting, even if Mehmet himself is killed. So hard-pressed were the UDB, the great Serb and Titoite clique, with the situation in Kosovo. So gloomy seemed the future, that they decided to destroy their trump card, their super agent, provided only that something spectacular would occur which would shake Socialist Albania and the Party of Labor of Albania to their foundations. At 10 o'clock at night, on December 16, 1981, Hoxha went to Mehmet's home and transmitted the order of their secret center. On December 17, the discussion commenced in the meeting of the Political Bureau. All the comrades, old and new, took part in the discussion, and resolutely condemned Mehmet's act of engaging his son to a girl in whose family there were 6 to 7 war criminals. They expressed their dissatisfaction with Mehmet's self-criticism, demanded that he made it more profound and disclosed where the cause of such a mistake lay, asked him many questions, reminded him that he had made mistakes during the National Liberation War also, that he had placed himself above the party. They spoke about his unrestrained conceit and arrogance towards the cadres and towards virtually all his closest collaborators in the work of the government, the political bureau, etc. On the day following the suicide, all these contributions to the discussion, which had been tape recorded, were heard just as they were made by the whole plenum of the Central Committee and the meetings of party activists. The criticisms by the members of the Political Bureau were strong, open and Bolshevik, but only the recording of a serious reprimand on his registration document was demanded as sanction. This was the spirit in which I, too, had prepared my contribution, in which I outlined the history of Mehmet's mistakes, beginning from the period of the war. This contribution, too, was heard by the plenum of the Central Committee and by the meetings of party activists. as it would have been delivered following the contributions of other comrades. However, because the meeting went on late, my contribution was not delivered that day. Thus, it was left that the meeting would continue the following day. At the end of the discussion on the first day, I said to Mehmet, quote, reflect deeply all night and tomorrow tell us in the political bureau from what motives you have proceeded. Your alibi for the engagement does not hold water. Something else has impelled you in this reprehensible act. Unquote. What I said alarmed Mehmet. He suspected that the crime which he was preparing might have been discovered. The quote bold unquote Mehmet thought all night about how to escape from the tight spot, worked out and applied a plan of his own. Apparently, he judged matters in this way, quote, I am as good as dead. The best thing is to save what I can. Unquote. And he decided to act like his friend Nakospru, to kill himself, thinking the party would bury this quote statesman unquote, this quote legendary leader unquote, this quote partisan and fighter in Spain unquote with honors, would not sully his reputation but would say that quote the gun went off accidentally unquote, as he suggested in the letter which he left, and thus, at least, he would not lose his past and his family would not suffer. Together with his wife he flushed the poison down the Dubsy and charged his eldest son with dismantling and removing the compromising parts of the radio which he had installed for him. Ficratio, as the agent she was, she who trembled and wept over nothing, agreed to the suicide of her husband coolly and cynically, provided only that their quote historic unquote past and she and her sons were saved. However, they had reckoned their accounts without the innkeeper. As soon as they informed me about Mehmet's final act, within moments I proposed that his suicide should be condemned, that he had acted as an enemy, and the political bureau expressed its unanimous condemnation of the act of this enemy. Not only the leadership and the party, but our whole people considered this a hostile act and maintained a revolutionary stand. The party and people continued with enthusiasm, indeed, with greater determination and unity, the work for the implementation of the decisions of the 8th Congress of the party. The UDB and the CIA were left biting their fingers. The foreign news agencies related the fact as we had given it, that Mehmet quote committed suicide in a nervous crisis unquote. Here and there some comment secretly paid for by the Yugoslavs was made. However, even the Yugoslavs were unable to exploit this act in their official press apart from charging a student's newspaper in Zagreb to write about the quote drama unquote which had occurred at the meeting of the Albanian leadership, according to the version which the UDB had planned. According to this newspaper, quote, Mehmet fired some shots with a Chinese revolver of this or the type and caliber, but Enver Hoxha's comrades killed him. The fate of Enver Hoxha is not known. Unquote. A scenario modeled on westerns with gunfights which occurred in the saloons at the time. But what could they do? This is what they wanted. But their trump card, the super agent of the CIA and the UDB in Albania, was thrown away for no advantage. Albania has always supported Kosovo and the population of other Albanian regions of Yugoslavia in their legitimate rights. But Kosovo, all the Albanians who rose in demonstrations, do not realize what colossal assistance they gave Albania by forcing the Yugoslav UDB to play its trump card and destroy its last quote great hope unquote of overthrowing the Marxist-Leninist leadership in Albania, which had continually unmasked and was relentlessly unmasking the Titoites' betrayal, self-administration, non-alignment, this filthy agency of American and British imperialism, of international reaction, of social democracy and whoever else you like. Together with Mehmet, the agencies of the imperialists, social imperialists and others, like the Yugoslav UDB, received a blow which they will feel for a long time. Their network of agents which had Mehmet in the center was uncovered thread by thread, attacked in all its joints and connections, and everything which had to do with this terrible network of long-standing secret agents and conspirators is now in our hands. Here I must point out that the dangerous plot of Mehmet, just as other plotters and plotting groups before it, were discovered through the strength and vigilance of the party and its leadership and none by the state security. Why? Because, as is known, Titoites, a notorious agent of Tito Rankovic, who was condemned as such for crimes which have been dealt with in detail in this book, was Minister of the Internal Affairs until 1948. Then, he was succeeded by Mehmet to be followed later by Kondri Hasbiu and more recently, by Fuzishu. Unfortunately for the people and the party none of them was suspected to be an agent, while the three of them, just like Titoites, were active agents, mainly of the Yugoslav UDB, who covered up the dirty linen and crimes of one another and some of their collaborators around them, and for almost 4 decades kept hidden from the party all information about the espionage activity of one another. None of these plotters, Mehmet included, openly opposed the line of the party, because they were afraid of the party, its unity and the party-people unity. The uncovering of all these plots, especially the criminal plot of Mehmet, as well as the information and documents now in the hands of the party, some of which have been dealt with in these notes, go to prove that Mehmet and his collaborators acted simply as agents behind the back of the party and its leadership, not as open opponents of the line or policy of the party, but as plotters in the service of foreign secret services. Their mission was to act and plot secretly so as to change the sound situation in Albania, to overthrow the people's state power and clear the way for their foreign patrons, who for more than 40 years, not to go even further back, have always hatched up sinister plans and have had criminal aims, to violate the independence of Albania, to deprive the Albanian people of their freedom and rights won at the expense of so much blood and sweat. After the final traumatic blow he dealt them, the foreign secret services, and the Titoite UDB among them, in their rage and despair turned to forms and methods which we had long experience of and from which they themselves had never seen any good. They tried to feel our pulse and shake us through a group of hired mercenaries and bandits. Apparently, they forgot what "victories" they had scored with the saboteurs and criminals they had sent us in the first years after liberation. But we, too, were quick to riposte to them. If in the 50s there were cases when we needed even 4 to 5 days, and at times even more, to detect and wipe out their bands of saboteurs, now we needed no more than 5 hours to discover and wipe out the terrorist band of Zevdet Mustafa, which was sent by the UDB. This ought to serve as a lesson to the enemies of Albania abroad, that such bands of criminals, large or small, from the east or the west, will be wiped out mercilessly by a people who are all armed and on guard. This is what has occurred and always will occur with anyone who dares to carry out the adventurous orders of imperialists and revisionists. We are well aware that even after this the foreign secret services, and together with them the UDB, will not sit idle. However, they will never catch us asleep. We will never be lacking in vigilance. Let everyone understand clearly, the walls of our fortress are of unshakable granite rock. This is in general outline the history of our relations with the CPY and the revisionist Yugoslav state. On their part, it is a history of interference and traps, of ceaseless plots to damage our party and socialist state, while, on our part, it is a history of just and consistent struggle by our party and people determined never to fall for any of their traps and plots, to uncover and foil them before they cause us serious harm. For socialist Albania to develop and march forward, we defined and consistently followed the road which seemed to us to be the most correct one, the road which is based on the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and which has always fulfilled the loftiest aspirations and desires of our brave, hard-working and revolutionary people. This has been and is the road of the constant consolidation of the leading role of the party and of the active participation of the masses in all the life of the country, of the defense of the independence of the homeland, of the deepening of the all-round revolution in all fields, of the gradual and constant raising of the well-being of the masses, etc. All along this time, our numerous enemies, and the Yugoslav Titoites in particular, resorted to all means of pressure to swerve us from this course, sometimes through threats, sometimes "pitying us" or accusing us of being "on a wrong" "dogmatic" "Stalinist road" etc., etc. We never listened to this "advice" or "admonishments" of the enemies, but followed consistently the road we had mapped out, conscious of its correctness. Only time was to prove and our people were to judge whether we had gone in the right or wrong direction. And time, the reality, has long proved and continues to prove with the utmost clarity who was right and who was wrong. The so much advertised creature of Tito, the self-administrative Yugoslavia of specific socialism has been totally engulfed by the gravest crisis in its history and is now in a very grave situation with no way out. The Yugoslav system has been reduced to bad shape. The development of events has torn down all masks and dispelled all illusions. The external pompous appearances, the misleading advertisements of a well-being such as can be found in no other place of a Yugoslavia of freedom and abundance have left the place to all-round crisis, poverty and growing unemployment, galloping inflation, and increasing shortages of even the most essential goods and articles of broad consumption, etc. Just as they did with Tito in his last breath, the imperialists and social imperialists are doing their utmost to give the Yugoslav system a new lease of life, to keep it alive, although this system is wholly gangrened. No blood transfusion, either from Washington, Moscow or whatever international bank or fund, can save it. This is the logical end of all revisionist theory and practice. The imperialist and social imperialist creditors take the money from their safes, not because they ache to help the peoples of Yugoslavia out of their misery, but because they want to protect their political and economic interest in Yugoslavia, to expand or consolidate the domains Tito has long ago sold them in return for the credits he has received from them. But if for a period of time it seemed as if Yugoslavia was to gain in this dangerous game, now the time has come for Yugoslavia to put itself up for auction to the imperialists and social imperialists. A first-class borrower, shaken to its very foundations in all respects, with no clear perspective, without the necessary means and forces to find the road of salvation, such as the present-day Titoite self-administrative Yugoslavia. We cannot watch without concern this extremely grave and dangerous situation, not only for the fraternal peoples of Yugoslavia, but also for peace and security in the Balkans and beyond the Balkans. We have never wished those peoples ill. On the contrary, we have always been for good neighborly relations with them. In vain Tito and company accused us, and his present-day successors follow him in this, of creating turbulent situations and interfering in their internal affairs. No, the evil seed is in their midst. They have planted and tended it to grow with their own hands, so let them find it and fight it there where they have it. Quite the opposite is the case with our country, with our course of the construction of socialism. Consistently applying the Marxist-Leninist principles in the construction and leadership of the entire life of the country, socialist Albania has marched with sure steps ahead, without holding its hand out to anyone. We have come up against many difficulties and obstacles, have grappled with them fearlessly, have been fully aware of and accepted privations and sacrifices, while always, like a thrifty family, going by the principle of building and enjoying what we build, not only for ourselves and just for today, but going about it in such a way that our life and that of the new generations become ever better, and at the same time, the future, the life of the coming generations, be ever happier, richer and more secure. Our wonderful people have understood the road the party has shown them, and aware of it, have mobilized all their mental and physical energies to turn the teachings and directives of the party into reality. Every generation in our country is fighting and working so as to bequeath to the future generations an ever stronger Albania, an Albania permanently free and independent, with a beautiful present and with clear and brilliant perspectives. So, with the party at the head, having its Marxist-Leninist line as our guiding compass, we will always go on working vigilantly, further tempering unity, marching ahead, with the party and people united as one, so as to keep the name of our heroic party always honored, to raise the prestige of socialist Albania ever higher, to preserve the sacred independence of our homeland intact. This has been and remains the lofty mission of our party of labor. To this mission, to the good of the people and socialism, we have devoted and will devote all our life, all our forces and energies. 1981 to 1982. End of audiobook.